Madman of the Sword Chapter 5117 to Chapter 5199. Damn brat, you dare to look down on me. Xianxia was also angry. As a strong warrior of the generation, how could he be scared away by a young man? He roared and waved his hand. A black hell lightning struck forward. Accompanying it was a cold shout. I will let you know my true strength. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the hellfire dragon sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, the terrifying lightning was shattered. What a terrifying divine sword. It seemed to be an incredible sacred weapon. After killing you, this thing will be mine. Just nice for my evil son. Xianxia roared angrily and summoned two phantoms. The virtuous and evil son, especially the evil son, had an extremely sharp radiance in their eyes. Their palms were constantly forming seals. Hell hand. The terrifying palm grabbed towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear him into pieces. Lin Xian was calm. Shadowless Skynet God came out of ghost silence and dodged the attack. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. Azure sword art. With a poochie sound, the evil son behind him was split open. Xianxia was also sent flying while vomiting blood. One of his arms was missing. Lin Xian attacked again. Demon God Son, Yunjiao's heart was split open, and his entire head was split into pieces. After being heavily injured, Yunxiao roared towards the sky. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad. The terrifying virtuous sun shot down a holy radiance to repair his body. At the same time, he roared, "Men, kill him for me." In an instant, 9 experts rushed over. 9 against 1, causing the Destiny clan members who were watching from afar to laugh coldly. No matter how strong this brat was, he was no match for them. Lin Xian snorted. With the fire dragon sword in his hand, he opened and closed. The biting cold sword aura became a fatal blow, and people fell one after another. At the same time, his demonic aura filled the sky and condensed around him, forming the demon god seal. It was as big as a mountain, and it kept falling. Every strike would break an expert. Lin Xian attacked aggressively, and his body was covered in blood. All of it was the blood of his opponents. In the blink of an eye, 9 experts fell. Yunxiao was heavily injured again. His body was split into 2. Damn it. He fled into the distance. You want to leave? Lin Xian chased after him. The dark red divine dragon and the little white toad also entered the mansion below. After entering, some of the elders were furious. You're courting death. Activate the formation for me. Although the previous battle was intense, it only happened in an instant. By the time they reacted, many experts on their side had already fallen. This made them angry. They wanted to help, but Yunxiao fled back. Shortly after, Lin Xian and the others landed in the mansion. After entering, they naturally wouldn't let the other party escape. They wanted the other party to know the consequences of provoking them. All of a sudden, the surrounding formations and blazing flames swept across the 9 heavens like the flames of the gods. There were even angel feathers falling from the sky, turning into a rain of light. It could penetrate and purify everything. There were also some formations that were like vengeful spirits from hell. It was as if there were 18 levels of hell, terrifying beyond compare. These terrifying formations covered the sky as they bombarded Lin Xian and the others. In an instant, they felt a huge pressure. They even began to retreat and vomit blood. The dark red divine dragon roared. Damn it, he used his ancient scripture and began to change the spirit veins under the ground. The formations in the 2 areas collided with each other. Endless cracks appeared in the mansion, and many palaces and pavilions were destroyed. Some people were even torn to pieces by the power. Lin Xian attacked fiercely. Every time his sword fell, it would split heaven and earth. In the end, those formations were also shattered. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them. A group of people stood there with cold expressions. The people of the Fate clan opposite them were stunned. How was it possible? They had already used the family's formation, but they still couldn't do anything to the other party. These people were too frightening. Behind them, Yunyu was also shocked when she saw the scene. One had to know that the power of their family was also very powerful. Even she would be seriously injured by such a lineup. However, the other party was not injured at all. Instead, they fought more and more bravely. Fortunately, she cooperated obediently before. Otherwise, she would probably end up in a miserable state. In front of them, the eighth elder's face was gloomy. Those who died were the elites of their family. His heart was bleeding. Who are you? Tell us where you are from. The people around them were also filled with killing intent. Someone said, Elder, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Yes, no matter where he is from, he will definitely die if he dares to fight in our territory. Eighth Elder, please help, Eighth Elder, please help. Angry shouts sounded one after another. Xianxia was also half kneeling on the ground and roaring crazily. The other man was Yunyu's father. He frowned and said to the eighth elder. Father, Yunyu is outside, but he didn't come over. Could it be that he is being controlled by someone? The eighth elder glanced at Yunyu and snorted coldly. You or must be being controlled. Otherwise, why would she betray the family, kill this kid and then talk about Yunyu? He looked at Lin Xian, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You are the eighth elder, the boss of this mansion? If that's the case, then you can die. Lin Xian waved his hand and slashed out with the Hellfire Dragon's sword. After killing the opponent, these people of the Fate clan would be leaderless. At that time, he would be able to obtain the power of the good and evil children. You are courting death. The people around him roared. The eighth elder's face was even colder. Is this guy courting death? Who am I? I am an expert of the older generation. How can this guy challenge me? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and threw out a punch. With a clang, this punch directly knocked away the sword chi. At the same time, he sneered. Young man, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The eighth elder released an extremely terrifying aura. Great, the eighth elder is making a move. That kid is dead for sure. Of course, the eighth elder's strength was terrifying. The eighth elder was only one step away from becoming a saint. However, with his combat strength, he could definitely fight those above his level. Exclamations sounded one after another. The eighth elder's face was cold, but he snorted coldly in his heart. He wasn't just one step away. He was a real saint. However, he had to worship the good and evil children, so he left a part of his strength in the ancestral hall. Therefore, the cultivation that he currently displayed was not that of a saint. However, with the strength that he currently possessed, he could deal with the opponent. This time, he had to capture the other party and destroy the other party's soul. Behind him, Yunyu's face turned ugly when she saw this scene. She knew how terrifying her grandfather was. He could be said to be unfathomable. At this moment, Yunyu began to worry about Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was suppressed, then she wouldn't end up well either. Although she wouldn't die, she would probably lose her freedom from then on. She would become the ancestor's puppet for the rest of her life. At the end of the phone. Young Master Lin, everything depends on you. Kid, did you see that? Your attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. With the next move, I'll make you wish you were dead. After the eighth elder slapped away the sword energy, he said coldly. He took another step forward, and an endless golden light appeared in his hand, as if it was the hand of an immortal. Divine Hand, this move had been used by countless people of the Destiny clan. Even Yunyu had used it before, but it was far inferior to the eighth elder's. The eighth elder's divine hand seemed to be the palm of the god of the sky. Moreover, the power of the attack had reached its peak. This move had even sealed off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. It could be said that he was very experienced. Under this palm, the kid would definitely not be able to withstand it. That was for sure. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to compete with an elder like the eighth elder. Around them, the people of the Destiny clan sneered. They wanted to see the fall of the other party with their own eyes. With a boom, Lin Xian was torn into pieces. That's great. The members of the Twin of Destiny clan laughed. However, the eighth elder frowned. Was it an afterimage? He glanced in all directions and suddenly slapped back. It was the divine hand again. With a clang, the palm landed on the Hellfire Dragon's sword, causing endless sparks to erupt from it. The Hellfire Dragon sword retreated, and the eighth elder's arm also trembled. What's going on? He was shocked and took a deep breath. The opponent's sword energy was so sharp. Not only that, the sword in the opponent's hand was actually an extremely powerful sacred weapon. Thinking of this, he shouted angrily, "Kid, your weapon is mine." An evil person appeared behind him. It had a green face and fangs, looking extremely ferocious, and directly pounced on Lin Xian. He wanted to snatch Lin Xian's Hellfire Dragon sword. "Get lost," Lin Xian shouted coldly. 9 sun phantoms appeared around him and enveloped his opponent. It formed a boundary space. The evil child let out a miserable roar as smoke rose from his body. He tumbled between heaven and earth, screaming and retreating. Soon, half of his body shattered. The eighth elder's expression changed. This was his illusion. Now that he was injured, he was also affected. Damn it, the flames of extreme yang. Virtuous children, together. Behind him, the virtuous one who was as divine as an immortal rushed over. His body shone with endless radiance, as if an immortal had descended. It withstood the terrifying flames. At the same time, he struck out with his palm as if he wanted to seal the Hellfire Dragon sword. Lin Xian roared angrily as he brandished his Hellfire Dragon sword. At the same time, his demonic aura filled the sky. Demonic God Seal, a huge seal enveloped heaven and earth, suppressing the virtuous child. At the same time, it transformed into a demonic god. The great spear of destruction swept out, piercing through the evil child. The battle was extremely intense. The good and evil children were destroyed one after another. Then, they regrouped again. Those people in the distance were stunned. This brat was actually able to contend with the eighth elder. It was too unbelievable. The eighth elder's expression was also cold. The other party's means were beyond his expectations. He was even more terrifying than his granddaughter, Yun Yu. This was a genius that he had never seen before. In his opinion, the other party who had such means definitely had an extraordinary background. He said, "Which emperor's son are you?" In the eighth elder's opinion, only the emperor's son had such combat strength. The surrounding people also exclaimed, "Oh God, is he really an emperor's son? Things are not good. Is a great emperor's family going to attack us?" Their expressions became terrified. After all, in this world, the great emperor's family was the most terrifying. A frog at the bottom of a well, "Do you only know the emperor's son? I'm not an existence that you can imagine." Lin Xian said coldly. "Kid, I'll suppress you and take your soul. Naturally, I'll know who you are." The eighth elder snorted coldly and attacked again. His hands surrounded the illusions of the virtuous and evil children. It was so overwhelming that it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't you want to know who I am? I'll let you see my divine power." Endless dragon-shaped illusions appeared beside him. He originally had the bloodline of the 10,000 dragons, but at this moment, he was using the power of the great dragon sword soul to evolve it. Tens of thousands of dragons rolled between heaven and earth. Lin Xian shouted coldly. "True Dragon 9 revolutions." The bodies of those dragons rotated. Every time they rotated, their power would become stronger. It was as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. In the surroundings, the people of the Twin of Destiny clan vomited large mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. Their expressions became terrified. Dragon, what a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons. Is he a member of the Dragon Clan, 10,000 Dragons Court? Who are you? The eighth elder also shouted angrily. This is the divine power of a great emperor. Could it be that you are the Dragon Prince? Is he really stunned? Lin Xian sneered and didn't answer. The true Dragon 9 revolutions charged out, beating the eighth elder until he kept retreating and vomiting blood. The eighth elder shouted angrily and fought. The tens of thousands of dragon shadows were also torn into pieces. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. When the terrifying dragon shadows disappeared, Lin Xian attacked again. He became one with a sword. With a sword, he split the body of the eighth elder. At the same time, monstrous demonic energy appeared again. It's useless. The eighth elder shouted angrily, and the entire mansion shook violently. The good and evil sons kept growing bigger and bigger. They were tens of thousands of feet tall and charged towards Lin Xian. "Suppress them," Lin Xian shouted angrily, but his expression was cold. Demon summoning scripture. A hazy demonic shadow appeared behind him, and then he slapped out with his palm. Demon God's seal. The last time he summoned the demonic shadow, he used the demon god's finger, which shattered flawless 100 Miles' bloodline technique. This time, the demon god's seal unleashed by the demon's shadow was able to suppress everything. A terrifying power erupted between heaven and earth, and the surrounding sky and earth collapsed. The powerhouses of the Destiny clan who were close were all torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. No, Xianxia also wanted to escape, but under this attack, he also disappeared into thin air. He let out an unwilling roar. He didn't expect that he would die like this. The others retreated frantically. Looking at this scene, their scalps went numb. What kind of method was this? What was that demonic shadow? Damn it, the eighth elder shouted angrily and attacked crazily. The two figures collided with the demon god's seal. A storm swept between heaven and earth. The destructive power made everyone's heart tremble. The phantoms of the good and evil sons collapsed. Endless cracks also appeared on the eighth elder's body, and it suddenly split open. No, he fled frantically into the distance. Under this attack, the mansion where the eighth elder was completely overturned. Countless people turned into a bloody mist. When the cloud of dust dissipated, the eighth elder had already disappeared. Was he dead? Countless people were horrified. They knelt on the ground. Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. The other party was not dead. The top powerhouses of the Destiny clan were indeed difficult to kill. However, he didn't care. Because he had already seen that in the entire mansion, the only thing that was still intact was an ancient palace. Was the eighth elder defeated? The surrounding people couldn't believe it. They knelt on the ground. This was the strongest expert in their clan. How terrifying was his strength, but now, he was seriously injured and fled. They felt like they were dreaming. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yunyu's father, who was also the middle-aged man, was terrified. He kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept it. Even Yunyu was stunned. She knew how terrifying her grandfather was. But now, he had actually been defeated. Had Lin Xian become so terrifying now? Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and walked forward. She stood in the sea of blood. The bones around her were all crushed by her. The other experts of the Twin of Destiny clan were also shocked when they saw this scene. Even the middle-aged man shouted angrily. Kill him quickly. You can do it. Only you can do it. The others also regained their hope. Yunyu was a top genius. She could fight above her level. She was even more terrifying than the older generation experts. If the other party attacked, they might have a chance. Yunyu stood there and ignored her father. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young master, the ancestral hall is in front. The thing you want is inside." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Yunyu actually stood on the enemy's side. Damn it, what's going on? Did Yunyu betray them? The middle-aged man in front was covered in blood. He roared crazily. Do you know what you are doing? Are you betraying the clan? Kill him quickly. Yunyu looked at the middle-aged man and said coldly. My life was given by young Master Lin. This time, I was the one who led young master here. The middle-aged man collapsed. This was impossible. His daughter actually did such a thing. He couldn't accept it. The other people also roared crazily. A few of them wanted to assassinate him. In the end, they were killed by Lin Xian with a finger. The surrounding people were once again beaten by this force until they vomited blood. No one could resist it. Why? Why did you do this? The clan nurtured you with all its strength. You actually betrayed the clan, the middle-aged man roared crazily. Yunyu was expressionless. She sighed. Why? My good father, do you really not know? That's right, with your talent and strength, you shouldn't be qualified to know. But I think my grandfather should know. Let me tell you why. Some of the top geniuses of our Destiny Gemini clan will be brought to the Ancestral Hall and planted with their soul avatars by our ancestors. That's right, this soul avatar can protect you and save your life at the most critical moment. That person quickly said. Yunyu laughed after hearing this. Her eyes were filled with madness. Save my life? Earlier, when I was in a state of life and death, I summoned the old ancestor's clone. But did he save my life? It is burning my life, it is sucking my strength. I am the soil in order to strengthen his clone. One day, his clone will devour me and come out again. Do you think the family is doing all they can to nurture me? These words were almost like a crazy roar. The Nian was stunned when he heard this. Impossible? He shook his head frantically. Why would the family harm these geniuses? Yunyu scoffed. I don't believe it either, but it really happened to me. Moreover, our family has had more than one genius mysteriously disappear. I think they were devoured by the clone. Since the family wants to use me as a puppet, then don't blame me. Yunyu took a deep breath, and a biting cold light appeared in her eyes. She looked at Lin Xian and said. Young Master Lin, you go to the Ancestral Hall. I will go and collect the other resources. Young Master Lin, you must be fast. Otherwise, the family headquarters will send experts. After saying this, Yunyu began to search in all directions. She wanted to collect endless resources. It would be easier to use in the future. Lin Xian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. Ancestral Hall? He walked forward. The Ancestral Hall was simple and primitive. It was a little gray. Actually, Lin Xian didn't know that the Ancestral Hall here was almost the same as the Destiny Gemini headquarters. It was just that this one was bigger. After entering, the light was a little dim. There seemed to be a layer of fog between heaven and earth. It was impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, the door of the Ancestral Hall closed. The surroundings were completely dark. A terrifying aura swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that his life was being taken away. Humph, he snorted coldly. He knew that this place wouldn't be so simple. So, he was prepared. An extremely terrifying flame appeared on his body, shining in all directions. 9 suns stood between heaven and earth, and the surroundings were instantly illuminated. The darkness also disappeared quickly like the sea. Lin Xian found that there was a statue in front of him. The statue was half black and half white. The statue began to split from half of its body to 2 sides. One side was pitch black and ferocious like a demon, while the other side was holy like an angel. The demon held a death scythe in his hand, and the angel held a purification bottle in his hand. Both eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light, staring at Lin Xian. Stupid thing, how dare you have ideas about us? Kneel down obediently and accept your death. The voice carried an extremely strong power, as if a god was looking down on the common people. Lin Xian also felt the suppression. He snorted coldly, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and an indestructible will seemed to pierce through the sky. He stood there like a sword god and shouted coldly. I need your strength. Obediently contribute it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for shattering your statue. You want my power? Just you? The statue laughed. The good and evil spirits were full of disdain. Stupid thing, do you know what kind of existence you are facing? Lin Xian also said coldly. Aren't you just some remnant souls? Didn't you know when I swept through the 8th Elder's residence? Since you know why you didn't come out, it means that you have some limitations. With your strength, you can't get out of this ancestral hall. So, you are just a remnant soul that is struggling at death's door. You are just a remnant soul, and you want to do anything to me? Lin Xian waved his hand, and a Taiji diagram appeared in his hand and kept spinning. Taiji, you actually have the power of yin and yang? The good and evil statue in front of him roared crazily. Lin Xian was stunned after hearing that. You actually know Taiji? He was also surprised. He had obtained this thing by chance. Very few people knew it. Everyone only knew yin and yang, but not Taiji. However, this good and evil statue actually knew it. Where did you see it? He said coldly. The statue snorted. It's useless if you still want to lie to me. After killing you, the power in Taiji will be ours. The good and evil statues turned into two gusts of wind, as if they were from two different worlds, and they pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and used Shadowless Heaven's Net. His movement technique was very strange, and he disappeared in an instant. The power of two different worlds pressed down on him. Lin Xian's figure had long disappeared, and he appeared in another direction. In the next moment, he roared. A terrifying sword light bloomed, and with an indestructible power, it slashed forward. The sword chi shot into the sky. Useless kid, you're no match for us. The good and evil statue roared and stretched out two palms, one of which was light. The other was darkness. One hand grabbed at the sword chi, and the other grabbed at Lin Xian. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and the two big hands of the good and evil statue retracted. They roared crazily. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this? They were really shocked. There were actually two cracks on the two palms. How dare you destroy my Dharma idol? He roared crazily. It was too unbelievable. His statue was not casually built. It was his Dharma idol that was combined with extremely precious heaven and earth treasures to condense into a statue. Moreover, it received countless worship and offerings every day, and it could be said that it contained endless power. In the Hall of Poetry, he was like a ruler. No matter who came, they couldn't do anything to him. Now that a young man had come in his eyes, the other party was an ant that would definitely die. It would be easy for him to kill the other party. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. The other party's sword chi actually injured him, and he couldn't tolerate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I told you, you're just a remnant soul, struggling at death's door. How can you compete with me? Lin Xian looked around and released an extremely terrifying sword chi, shaking the world. It was as if the entire ancestral hall was about to be shattered. He waved the Hellfire Dragon sword and slashed over. There was a dragon-shaped sword chi on the Hellfire Dragon sword, erupting with endless power. The two different worlds in front of him were also constantly shattering. What a powerful sword. The pupils of the good and evil statue constricted. One of the good ones rushed over and blocked in front of him. If I don't enter hell, who will? With a boom, countless cracks appeared on his body, and then he turned into nothingness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the evil brat fled to the other side. His face was cold and his eyes flickered. Beside him, the virtuous child reformed, and the gaze on it became somewhat dim. Brat, you actually dared to enter my foundation. How despicable. However, you won't be able to kill me. I'll show you the power that I've gained over the years. With an angry roar, the surroundings became dark again. At the same time, countless star-like lights lit up and enveloped the entire ancestral hall. Every ray of light turned into a terrifying rune. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly as he sensed a vast and terrifying energy that resembled the starry sky of the universe. He felt like he was about to collapse. What is this? He was astonished. He had never seen such power before. Up ahead, the good and evil statue sneered. This was the power of sacrifice. For so many tens of thousands of years, I have been accepting the sacrifices of the twins of destiny here every year. Every year, they would display top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. Then, he would kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to me. In their eyes, I am their god, their ancestor. Therefore, they are willing to worship me and constantly absorb the power of these treasures of heaven and earth. They also absorb the power of worship in their eyes. After accumulating for countless years, this is an extremely terrifying power. I can use it to sweep through everything. What can you use to fight me? After saying that, he snorted coldly, and the star-like runes around him bloomed with light. A vast amount of power surged out. Lin Xian kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body in an instant, and golden dragon blood flowed out. His face was pale. Was he injured? He was shocked. With his physique, this power was indeed terrifying to be able to injure him in an instant. Brat, did you see that? You can't compete with me at all. The good and evil statue waved his hand again. The power erupted, and Lin Xian's body was blasted into pieces. Ha 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 ha. The good and evil statue laughed proudly. Lin Xian's broken body quickly retreated and reformed in the distance. A battle armor appeared on his body. It was an illusion that enveloped him. On it, there was an extremely terrifying life force. The immortal indestructible battle armor. Lin Xian's broken body recovered, but his expression was somewhat cold. This power was indeed very strong. However, he was extremely happy. Such a terrifying power was even stronger than the power of 10 worlds. This really surprised me. It seems that this is an unexpected gain. I have to thank you all. He was really too happy. Originally, he only came to find the power of yin and yang to strengthen the Taiji diagram. Now that he had so much power, if he could obtain this power, then the sword world would undergo earth-shattering changes. How could he not be happy? On the other side, the good and evil statue was indeed stunned. You are thanking me? Could it be that you want this vast power? What a joke. Do you know what you are saying? Only I can control this power. You are helpless in front of him. Go to hell. It seemed that the good and evil statue was really angry. The entire ancestral hall shook violently. The star runes between heaven and earth flickered, and the terrifying killing intent rose to the extreme. Then, each star rune formed a sword of slaughter. There were tens of thousands of swords that completely shattered the void. The immortal indestructible battle armor on Lin Xian's body instantly shattered, and cracks appeared on his body again. Too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to resist at all. Even he had to use his super powerful trump card. With a cold snort, he used the heaven-swallowing jar. An endless vortex appeared and enveloped him. It devoured the surrounding star swords. Useless kid, no matter how strong you are, you can't devour them. I have endless power. The good and evil statue sneered. If you die, your yin and yang taiji will be mine. He rushed over with an unstoppable force, like a hot knife through butter. Even the devouring vortex could not completely devour the power on his body. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and stretched out his hands. On the left, he grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, while on the right, he grabbed Lin Xian's head. It was all over. As long as he used a little bit of strength, the young man in front of him would be torn apart. Sensing this terrifying aura, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. You are still smiling when you are about to die. Stupid thing. The good and evil statue snorted. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. What was going on? Normally, even top experts would be terrified when they met him. What was going on with the other party's smile? Could it be that he really had some kind of trump card? He shouted coldly and exerted strength in his arms. A terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, he found that the world around him was spinning. He was no longer in his ancestral hall. Kid, do you think it'll work if you spread out your domain and envelop me in it? You're too naive. Your sacred domain can't do anything to me. The good and evil statue snorted coldly when he realized that the scene around him had changed drastically. Watch me shatter your sacred domain. He slapped out with his sacred palm. This palm was vast and boundless, and it could shatter the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, after he slapped out, the entire world didn't even have wind. It seemed to be terrifyingly quiet. What's going on? He was stunned. Fantasy, this must be an illusion. Shatter. He attacked again. It was as if the sacred world and the infernal world attacked together. They kept bombarding. However, it didn't shatter at all. This time, the good and evil statue really collapsed. What kind of world is this? Won't it shatter? One had to know that his full-powered attack just now was enough to shatter a world of stars into pieces. However, that was not the case at all. However, this place didn't move at all. What kind of place is this? His face was cold as he stared ahead. He shouted coldly. Kid, where did you teleport me to? This is my world, and I welcome you to come. Lin Xian said with a smile. Your world? What kind of joke is this? You have such a mysterious stellar world. He felt that this buried emperor star was a bit mysterious. Hurry up and leave this place. The evil sun said. The good son nodded. They soared into the sky, and the light that erupted from their bodies seemed to tear the 9 heavens apart. However, they were in despair. No matter how they attacked the surroundings, there were no cracks at all. They couldn't get out. At this moment, a sneer came from afar. Don't waste your energy. This place is not something you can imagine. Come over obediently and become our battle servants. Be our underlings. If you're lucky, you can still live. Damn it, who is it? How dare you challenge me? The good and evil statue turned around. The next moment, they saw a valley talking. This valley was formed by 4 spirit veins, and there were many stars flickering around it. What astonishing power! There were many spiritual herbs in the valley. They were all natural treasures. He rushed over. The spirit beasts of the 4 spirit valley roared. Damn it, big guy, come and help us. At this moment, a hand grabbed the sky and covered the earth. The good and evil statue was sent flying. A terrifying roar came. The good and evil statue was sent flying, and cracks appeared on its body. Shatter and reassemble. They roared madly. Was there a peerless expert here? The next moment, they saw a fire dragon appear. That fire dragon was burning with the flames of hell. It was the Hellfire Dragon. This seems to be the totem of the twins of destiny. The Hellfire Dragon flew over and said coldly. Brat, why did you bring them here? This guy had a tough life and was very difficult to kill. Xianxia said, you know them? The Hellfire Dragon nodded. The Destiny Gemini race was very famous. Back then, a great emperor almost appeared. How could I not recognize him? The most troublesome thing about them is that they can't be killed. That's why I hate them. Brat, hurry up and let us go. Otherwise, you're dead. The good and evil statue roared. Lin Xian sneered. Others might not be able to kill them, but I can. He walked forward. At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was the invincible great dragon sword soul. Hell Dragon, hold them down. I want to finish them off with a single strike. This time, Lin Xian guaranteed that there would be no time difference. Damn it, what kind of sword is this? Feeling this aura. The good and evil statue roared crazily. He felt danger. Run. They split up and ran. The Hellfire Dragon held down the evil one. But the evil one wasn't afraid. As long as the good one could escape, he could revive. The good one ran far away. Lin Xian didn't chase. The Hellfire Dragon didn't either. Instead, he sneered. Stupid thing. There are some places in this world that even I don't dare to go. He dares to go to those barren areas. The evil one didn't understand what was going on. He thought there was hope to escape. But soon, he realized that the good one ran back. He seemed to be very frightened. What's going on? What's going on in this world? Why do I feel frightened? He really went crazy. The evil one roared. Why did you come back? Hurry up and run, otherwise, we'll definitely die. The good one was frightened. I can't go forward. If I go, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. What's wrong with this world? The evil one was shocked. What's going on? The Hellfire Dragon sneered. Stupid thing, you still don't recognize me? Seems like you're just clones. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he reached out his hand again. He grabbed forward and suppressed the good one. Then, he put the 2 in front of Lin Xian. Kid, you can deal with them. Also, this is a great merit of mine. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'll let you out in advance. But the Hellfire Dragon shook his head. No, I don't want to go out. I want to stay here forever. Lin Xian was shocked. Didn't you want to go out before? Humph, I was just unconvinced. This world is where everyone dreams of entering. Now that I'm here, how can I go out? Lin Xian was shocked. What kind of world is this? Even an existence like the Hellfire Dragon wanted to come in. The good one and the evil one were shocked too. They both exclaimed. Could it be that world? The Hellfire Dragon slapped the 2 of them, causing them to crack and shut their mouths. Kid, hurry up and do it. Although I can suppress them, I'm just a remnant soul. I can't hold on for long. If you let their real bodies come, it'll be dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. He put the two side by side. Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword soul. This time, he split the two apart. The indestructible power made the good one and the evil one unable to recover. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the Tai Chi diagram. It kept spinning. The good one and the evil one broke down. They roared crazily. The great dragon sword was indestructible. Although they were strong, there were things that could restrain them. Facing an extreme weapon, it was hard for them to fight. Other than that, there was also an indestructible great dragon sword that could destroy their souls. They didn't expect the kid in front of them to have it. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Their broken bodies turned into pure law power and merged into the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram kept spinning and became more and more terrifying. Lin Xian's Tai Chi incantation also felt the strong power. He was surrounded by black and white aura. At this moment, he was like Kuan Pengzi. How would it compare to Kuan Pengzi's yin-yang law form? Lin Xian clenched his fist. He felt that it wasn't enough. He thought of something. He released Yunyua's good one and evil one from the heaven-swallowing jar. He let the hellfire dragon help again. He split the two apart. Then the power of the two was swallowed by the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram rose again. The Fate clan was even more terrifying. Everyone's hearts had been heavy these days. Because there had been an oppressive aura coming from the ancestral hall. They didn't dare to be careless. On this day, a crazy roar came from the ancestral hall, overturning the 9 heavens. Countless palaces and pavilions in the Fate clan were destroyed. Hundreds of black cracks were left in the sky. Each crack was tens of millions of miles long, dancing like a black dragon. This scene was too terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Countless people looked up at the sky. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. The Fate clan leader also rushed out. What's going on? Why is the ancestor angry again? He hurriedly rushed in. Then, he was suppressed by an invisible force, and even he knelt on the ground. Ancestor, who angered you? He asked in horror. Damn it, my clone Dharma idol was destroyed. What? How is this possible? Hearing this, the Fate clan leader was completely stunned. The previous clone was only a clone planted in Yunyua's body, and it wasn't that powerful. However, the clone Dharma idol was different. There were only a total of 4 clones, and they were given to the 4 elders. This clone Dharma idol was too powerful, and no one could subdue it. Now that the clone Dharma idol was destroyed, he felt like he was dreaming. This was impossible. Which elder was it? The Fate clan leader exclaimed. The evil good ancestor said coldly. It was the residence of the 8th elder. The clone Dharma idol there was destroyed. The Fate clan leader stood up and said, Don't worry, ancestor. I'll deal with it right away. I'll send countless experts there. After he came out, he gathered a group of experts and said, Go to the 8th elder's residence. There was a problem there. Bring the enemy over. A group of experts soared into the sky. The others were also shocked. Who was it? The 8th elder's residence was destroyed? The enemy was too powerful and too arrogant. Some people guessed that it could be the Phoenix clan or the Tianping clan. In this Yuhing continent, they couldn't think of how many clans dared to be so arrogant. Buzz, at this moment, a stream of light flew over from afar. Who was it? Everyone shouted angrily. Elder Zhang said, Don't move, it's one of us. They saw that the person who descended was a broken figure. It was the 8th elder, they exclaimed. The Fate clan leader also walked over and looked ahead. His expression became unsightly. At this moment, the 8th elder was in an extremely miserable state. Old 8, what's wrong? Who beat you up like this? Your mansion has been destroyed. Who was it? Was he from the Phoenix clan, or was he from another clan? He didn't know. He only knew that he was a young man with heaven-defying strength. What? A young man. The surrounding people were stunned. They had thought of countless possibilities. However, he had never thought that his opponent would be a young man. Was there anyone else other than him? Could it be that there were no veteran experts? The eighth elder said that there were two other demonic beasts, but their strength was not as strong as that young man. Don't you know who he is? The eighth elder said that he was very powerful. His sword technique was very strong and had an indestructible power. Moreover, he had the aura of the Tao of Dragons. The dragon image it created was so terrifying that it almost froze my blood. Tao of Dragon aura. Everyone exclaimed. The Destiny clan leader frowned. Could it be the Dragon Prince? Among the dragons, there was only one Dragon Prince who was so terrifying. The eighth elder shook his head. I have seen the portrait of the Dragon Prince. It was definitely not him. Then who was it? Everyone was puzzled. Other than the Dragon Prince, there was such a terrifying existence among the dragons? Why didn't they know about it? Forget it. No matter who he was, his strength was limited no matter how strong he was. We must catch him. With him, it was possible for him to possess something extraordinary. The eighth elder gritted his teeth and said. Don't worry. Although I was defeated, my avatar will not be defeated. The Destiny clan leader said. Unfortunately, the avatar was destroyed. We are sending people to suppress him. What? The eighth elder exclaimed. Even the ancestor's avatar was defeated. He was stunned. He knew the avatar's strength very well. Suppressing him would be a piece of cake. However, it was destroyed now. How did he do it? Had the other party's strength already reached such a terrifying level? At the same time, his heart was bleeding. This was because a large portion of its power had been suppressed by the avatar Dharma idol. Otherwise, he would already have the strength of a saint. How could he possibly lose to the other party? Now that the avatar was defeated, he was afraid that part of his power was gone. Would he never be able to become a saint in this lifetime? The eighth elder was going crazy. Clan leader, I have to go back. That kid is too strange. I might be able to help. The eighth elder ignored his injuries and wanted to go back. He wanted to regain his lost cultivation. These people quickly moved out. At the same time, the eighth elder's mansion was completely destroyed. All the people around went crazy. They could sense that the statues of their ancestors that they usually kowtowed to had disappeared. Even Yunyu, who was collecting resources, was stunned. How could the ancestors' aura be gone? To be honest, he knew that Lin Xian was terrifying. However, he did not expect that he could destroy the ancestor's avatar in such a short period of time. It seemed that he had to hurry up. Because it would not be long before the clan headquarters sent a peerless expert to suppress them. Lin Xian was still in the ancestral hall. After the good and evil avatar was destroyed, there was still endless power in the surroundings. Those were the power that the eighth elder's bloodline had been worshipping for a long time. It was really too huge. Previously, Lin Xian was torn apart by this power. Now, these powers were ownerless. He snorted and opened the sword world, using the swallowing heaven jar to devour these powers. Then, he entered the sword world. Damn, this kid has so much power. The Hellfire Dragon was shocked. The four spirit beasts of the Four Spirit Valley also exclaimed. This power was too shocking. Indeed, this power was equivalent to the power of several worlds. At this moment, it could already affect the sword world in a certain area. Previously, the sword world only recovered from the Four Spirit Valley. With the addition of the Life Spirit Spring, it was different now. Within a radius of 100 miles, there was a certain degree of recovery. This made Lin Xian happy. He sat down cross-legged and recovered his consumed power. Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. At the same time, he waved his hand and split the entire ancestral hall into two. The surrounding people were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Was the ancestral hall that they usually worshipped also broken? These people roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Noisy. With a wave of his hand, the Taiji diagram appeared and the yin and yang sword light pierced through these people. These people were terrified. What kind of power was this? Why did it feel so similar to their power? There was the powerful holy power of light and the terrifying power of darkness. Young master, at this time, Yunyu also walked over and looked around expressionlessly. Lin Xian said, let's go to the next place with clones. Yunue was surprised. She still had some resources to collect. However, she did not dare to resist and could only quickly agree. Yes, young master. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned Little White, the toad, and the dark red dragon. They also soared into the sky. He came to the front and grabbed Yunue's shoulder. Show me the direction. You're too slow. After saying that, a pair of black wings appeared behind him. They flapped gently and tore through the 9 heavens. Yunue was stunned. She felt a huge force that wanted to tear her body apart. In the next moment, she found a force coming from the palm on her shoulder, forming a barrier to protect her. Looking at the scene on both sides, Yunue could not believe it. What kind of speed was this? It was several times faster than her maximum speed. This made her even more shocked by Lin Xian. Even if the Fate clan found him and wanted to kill him. With his speed, it was not a problem for him to escape successfully. Finally, they arrived at the place where another avatar Dharma Laksana was located. This time, it was the place where the third elder was. Who was it? The third elder's mansion also shouted angrily. Lin Xian did not say anything. He waved his hand and a battle broke out. On the other side, a group of powerhouses descended from the sky in the eighth elder's mansion. Seal the area. With a roar, endless barriers appeared around them. Countless powerhouses scattered in all directions. They sealed the entire territory. The eighth elder. The eighth elder also came. Her face was pale as she looked down and gritted her teeth. Kid, get out here. There was no response. He shouted angrily, search. Those powerhouses quickly went down to search. Soon, they came back. There was no one except for the eighth elder. Damn it, did that brat get away? Damn it, the eighth elder did not believe it and personally searched. He found that it was true. There was no one here. More importantly, the resources they had left behind had also disappeared. Damn it, chase him. He can't have escaped far. This is our territory. I don't believe that he can escape. These people began to chase and attack from all directions. A few days later, the third elder's residence was in ruins. The third elder didn't escape this time, he was slashed to the point that his heart and soul were completely destroyed. Even at the moment of his death, he could not believe that a young man could be so terrifying. The clone technique of the third elder's mansion was also brought into the sword world by Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian and the Hellfire Dragon attacked together, suppressing and killing it. The power obtained from the sacrifice was all absorbed by the sword world. The power of yin and yang that the Dharma Laksana avatar possessed was absorbed by Lin Xian's Tai Chi diagram. Lin Xian felt that his Tai Chi diagram had improved once again, which made him happy. His yin-yang law had become even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt that there was hope for him to break through to the Great Sage level. He had to get his hands on the remaining 2 Dharma Laksana avatars. Perhaps, he could use this opportunity to break through to the Great Sage level. Everyone in the Fate clan was waiting for news. The Fate clan leader's eyes flickered. Was there still no news from the eighth elder? A few days had passed. However, he wasn't worried. He had brought enough people this time. If he met that kid, he would definitely not be able to escape. However, at this moment, a roar came from the ancestral hall again. The whole world shattered again. The people of the Fate clan had all gone crazy. What could make the ancestors so crazy? The Fate clan leader's face changed. Could it be that something had happened to the eighth elder? He was so scared that he quickly entered the ancestral hall and knelt on the ground. The ancestor roared crazily. Damn it, my second Dharma Laksana avatar was destroyed. This time, it was the third elder's residence. What are you doing? Do you want me to change the clan leader? The Fate clan leader was stunned. Impossible, he cried out in alarm. I've already sent countless experts, to go there. Damn it, did that kid attack the third elder's mansion again? Could it be that his target was the Dharma Laksana avatar? Thinking of this possibility, he was shocked. No one had ever dared to be so bold. Quick, inform the 8th elder and the others to go to the 3rd elder's territory and kill him. At the same time, inform the 12th elder and the 15th elder to fight with all their strength. When the 12th elder received the news, his face became extremely ugly. It was too late. He realized that the young man that the clan leader was talking about was already in front of him. Lin Xian attacked fiercely. Previously, he had obtained the endless power of the sacrifice, so he didn't hold back anymore. Now that the sword world had become stronger, he could use the power of the heaven-devouring jar and the great dragon sword spirit. This time, in order to end the battle quickly, he quickly used the great dragon sword spirit and the heaven-devouring jar. Therefore, this battle ended very quickly. After devouring the 3rd Dharma Laksana avatar, he obtained the power of the sacrifice again. Lin Xian soared into the sky and left quickly, heading to the 15th elder's residence. Damn it, the 8th elder and the others were crazy when they came. This method was too fast. They had already chased with all their might, but the 12th elder's residence was still destroyed. No, they had to hurry to the 15th elder's residence. This time, they were closer. These people quickly attacked. Finally, they arrived at the 15th elder's residence. The 15th elder was also facing a great enemy. Previously, he had received news that someone wanted to collect the Dharma Laksana avatar, which made him unable to believe it. However, when he discovered that the 2 Dharma Laksana avatar had been destroyed, he was completely stunned. It seemed that he was indeed in danger, so he quickly took defensive measures. Countless array formations flickered, and all the experts were mobilized by him. In the next few days, he discovered that the 8th elder and the others had also arrived. And they had brought along a powerful force. Countless experts of the destiny race arrived, blotting out the sky. The 15th elder heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he smiled in relief. With this force, there was absolutely no danger. In the sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky. It was unbelievably fast. It was Lin Xian who was flying. Yunyu said, "Young master, our actions here must have alarmed the family headquarters. The 12th elder has already received the news. The 15th elder is even more on guard. Perhaps the family has already mobilized endless forces to form an inescapable net there." "What are you trying to say?" Lin Xian glanced at her. Yunyu took a deep breath and said carefully, "Young master, 3 Dharma Laksana avatar is enough. Why do you have to take the risk?" Indeed, in her opinion, this was a very unwise choice. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You don't understand. The Dragon Prince, Kuan Pengzi, and I are all competing for time. Whoever enters the Great Sage Realm first will have an absolute advantage. Now that I have absorbed the power of 3 Dharma Laksana avatar, I am only one step away from the Great Sage Realm. As long as I can get the 4th Dharma Laksana avatar, I can enter the Great Sage Realm in the shortest time possible." Yunyue was shocked. She did not expect Lin Xian to want to fight to the death with the Dragon Prince. It seemed that Lin Xian's ambition was far beyond her imagination. She knew that she could not persuade him. She could only tell him to be careful. At the 15th elder's residence, a group of experts was waiting there. They had set up a trap. Someone frowned and said, "Do you think that kid will come? I think he might not come. After all, he is not a fool. He has 3 avatar Dharma idols. He must know that we will set up a trap on the 4th avatar Dharma idols. He will not walk into the trap again." The others nodded. That was true. That was indeed the case. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't take such a risk. The 8th elder gritted his teeth. Damn it, they were about to give up. Just then, a stream of light flashed from afar. Then, a beam of sword light fell from the sky and slashed on the formation. The entire array shook violently. The majestic palaces in the mansion were shattered into pieces. What happened? Countless people in the hall were shocked. Some people were cut into blood mist. Some people rushed to the sky and roared. The faces of the 8th elder and the other experts who had rushed over changed, and then they were overjoyed. "He's here. That brat is here, what?" The 15th elder and the others were stunned. Lin Xian really dared to come. This was simply too audacious. They looked up to the sky to see what he looked like. In the next moment, they saw a man descending from the sky. This man was extraordinary. Sword chi filled the sky as if he was a sword god. He stood in the void and stomped his feet. The entire 15th Elder's residence shook violently. The endless void shattered. The people below vomited blood. So strong. Those who were injured were in despair. What kind of aura was this? It felt like a young emperor. The 15th Elder and the others were shocked. A young supreme emperor. The 8th Elder gritted his teeth. Damn you, it's really you. He would not forget that Lin Xian was the one who had injured him. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly. It was indeed a trap. But so what? Kneel on the ground and wait for me to deal with you. I can give you a quick death. Lin Xian looked down like a god from the heavens. What an arrogant brat. The 8th Elder humped coldly. This time, we have 10 times more people than before. You will die without a doubt. The 15th Elder also shouted angrily. 8th brother, why are you wasting time with him? Just attack, someone, activate the formation. Formations flickered between heaven and earth as 36 killing formations were activated. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they enveloped Lin Xian. Outside the mansion, the dark red dragon, the toad, and Yunue watched this scene. Lin Xian knew that this battle would be extremely dangerous, so he didn't let these people follow him. Yunue was shocked. Was young Master Lin in danger? The dark red divine dragon laughed. Don't worry, he still has a lot of trump cards. They weren't very worried. Instead, they were preparing to collect the spoils of war when the time came. The 36 killing arrays in front of him exploded, and terrifying light beams swept across the 9 heavens. The terrifying aura caused the world to collapse. Let's see how you die this time, some people snorted coldly. Inside the formation, Lin Xian's body was violently impacted. He roared and the 9 yang divine body shone brightly. 9 suns flew out, and the aura that erupted illuminated the world. Those suns turned into terrifying flames that swept in all directions. The surrounding killing formations were ignited and quickly burned into ashes. Then, Lin Xian stretched out a palm and grabbed towards the sky. With one palm, he tore the formation into pieces. At the same time, a terrifying sword aura flashed on his body and pierced through the 9 heavens. The surrounding formations kept shattering, and the smiles on the faces of the others also disappeared. How was that possible? He was so strong. Especially the people around the 15th Elder. They thought that this was a sure kill, but now they were doubtful. The killing arrays in the sky were shattering, and Lin Xian walked out like a sword god. The sword aura on his body swept in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked. Damn it. The 15th Elder was shocked. He shouted angrily. Kill him. The people that the 8th Elder brought with him also rushed over and quickly attacked. In an instant, divine powers were cast. Some of the terrifying auras were like holy spirits. Some of them were as terrifying as hell. Kill, Lin Xian also shouted angrily. A Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of him and kept spinning. The yin-yang divine sword flew out, and a terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. The experts in front were instantly pierced through, and some were split in half. The others were also terrified. Damn it, the power of yin and yang, he actually knew this power. The people of the Twin of Destiny clan went crazy. This power was extremely similar to their good and evil twins. Moreover, the other party's sword aura was even more terrifying. It was invincible, causing them to feel a huge injury. In an instant, many people in the 15th Elder's residence died. The 15th Elder's eyes were red. Those below the Great Sage, retreat. Those above the Great Sage, gather. He realized that the Holy King was useless in front of the other party. Only those above the Great Sage working together would have a chance. Those below the Great Sage quickly retreated, wanting to leave this battlefield. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He waved his hand, and a sword aura soared into the sky. At the same time, he shouted angrily, Ruffian dragon, seal this place for me. Outside, the dark red dragon heard his voice and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. He formed a seal with his palm and used the ancient scripture. The spirit veins in the 15th elder's residence were activated by him, forming a cage that enveloped the world. Those arrays were also constantly shattering. What's going on? Our arrays are out of power. Impossible. The 15th elder went crazy. They had chosen the residence because there were so many spirit veins underground. There were even dragon veins. How could it be out of power? But now, the dark red dragon had used all of this power to form a powerful seal that blocked everyone. Those who tried to escape were all blocked. Their blood was boiling. Elder Zhang, this is bad. We can't escape at all. The entire residence has been sealed. They were terrified. The 5th elder's expression turned ugly. Retreat far away. Everyone else, kill. He soared into the sky and charged forward. The 8th elder and the others also attacked. The 1st elder's eyes shone with a cold light. The good and evil twins appeared behind him. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian smirked coldly. Just because Lin Xian had defeated him, Lin Xian would throw a punch at him. There was a terrifying flame on it, causing the evil twin to burn. The 8th elder roared angrily and shot out a divine light to block the 9 suns' divine fire. However, it was instantly engulfed by Lin Xian's demonic qi. The 8th elder screamed with fear in his eyes. Come and help me. This time, he did not come alone. Immediately, 5 experts rushed over and charged toward Lin Xian. The 8th elder smiled sinisterly. Let's see how you'll die. The remaining people all entered the pond. In the distance, the warriors under the great sage had already knelt on the ground when they saw this scene. What kind of scene was this? It was like the end of the world. They couldn't resist at all. Some of them were even attacked by some laws and sword qi. Their souls were destroyed. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the terrifying 9 suns' divine fire turned into a sun and flew in all directions. It caused those people under the great sage to be burned to ashes. Then, he raised his head and looked at the ancestral hall in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain as he walked forward. When he came to the entrance of the ancestral hall, he sneered. Do you think you can survive by hiding in there? You're too naive. Today, not only you, but this avatar will also die. When the people in the ancestral hall heard this, they were all shocked. Then, their faces turned cold. They didn't say anything. When the other party came in, they would let him know what despair was. They would torture him to death. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and walked in with the Hellfire Dragon Sword. After entering, the door of the ancestral hall was instantly closed. The surroundings were dark. A group of terrifying roars sounded. Kid, you dared to kill so many of our experts. I'll let you know what despair is. Stupid thing, who do you think you are? You think you can compete with our ancestors' avatar? Go to hell. I'll break all the bones in your body and destroy your soul. I'll let you know that you regret coming to this world. The surrounding ferocious voices sounded. Countless terrifying gazes flickered. Lin Xian snorted, and his body bloomed with light. Like a huge sun, it illuminated the world. It wasn't the first time he came to this ancestral hall, so he wasn't afraid at all. With just you, Lin Xian looked around and sneered. A group of ants. Damn it, the surrounding people were mad. Which one of them wasn't a top expert, an elder of the older generation, but at this moment, in front of the other party, they didn't resist at all. They gritted their teeth. Kid, so what if you're a young supreme being? So what if you're a young great emperor? Here, we're kings. Ancestor, please. They quickly bowed. A statue appeared in front of him. It was the statue of good and evil, and it was still mysterious and radiant. The virtuous sun statue also stared at Lin Xian. You're the one who dared to cause trouble? Go to hell. A black palm blossomed with radiance, and the laws on it made people's hearts tremble. Lin Xian coldly shouted and similarly punched out. The 6 Dao fists shattered the heavens and earth as they collided with each other. A sonorous sound rang out, and Lin Xian took 3 steps back. The evil sun's terrifying palm was also repelled. Everyone was shocked. Could this guy contend against the Grand Elder's Dharma idol with just his physique? Even the good and evil statue was shocked. He had some ability. No wonder they could fight their way here. Lin Xian laughed. You're just SOSO. I've already absorbed all 3 of your transcendence forms. You are no exception. Just surrender. He had a confident look in his eyes. Damn it, the doppelganger shouted angrily. He also knew about this matter. Was it this kid in front of him? He roared angrily and gave me the 2 inherited saint weapons. He held the scepter of light and the scythe of death in his hand. He said, Here, I can restore these 2 saint weapons with all my might and let them display their true strength. Can you resist it? The surrounding people also laughed. Ha 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 ha, stupid kid. Our Grand Elder's Dharma idol is much stronger than ours. Now, I'll let you see what a true inherited saint weapon is. The doppelganger was also angry. He activated the inherited saint weapon with all his might. He was very powerful, and this ancestral hall contained the power obtained from endless sacrifices. At this moment, he unleashed endless power. The laws were like seawater that covered the sky and earth. At this moment, the surrounding 15th Elder and the other members of the Twin of Destiny clan also knelt on the ground. They couldn't withstand this power at all. Although their scalps were numb, they were happy. Great, this kind of power was definitely enough to kill the other party. That kid was dead for sure. It was over. The doppelganger's arm fell. The scepter of light and the scythe of death erupted together, engulfing Lin Xian. In front of him, it turned into a black hole as if it was splitting the sky and earth. It was over. The other people also raised their heads. Their eyes were shining with excitement. As expected of the Grand Elder. Just the doppelganger's Dharma idol could easily kill a young supreme. No matter how talented he was, even the crown prince would be in danger of dying if he didn't fully mature. This young man didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This time, he deserved to die. Sneers sounded one after another, and the doppelganger's Dharma idol also retracted his hand. How dare you challenge me? I'll kill you without mercy. Is that so? You're just SOSO. You're still far from killing me. Amidst the laughter, a voice sounded. The surrounding people were stunned after hearing it. How could it be? They couldn't believe their ears. Who was speaking? The doppelganger's Dharma idol also roared. You're really stupid. Can't you recognize my voice? Lin Xian sneered. It's you. You're not dead? That's impossible. 15th Elder and the others went crazy. The doppelganger's Dharma idol also erupted with a terrifying light. The black and white eyes pierced through the black hole in front of them, and the void shattered. They saw a black vortex that kept spinning. A figure walked out of the vortex. It was Lin Xian. You're really not dead, the doppelganger's Dharma idol also roared angrily. Was that the full-strength attack of the legendary sacred weapon just now? How could the other party dodge it? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his palm, and there was a black jar in his palm. So what if you're a legendary sacred weapon? I've already said that you won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Seeing the black jar, the surrounding people were terrified again. The aura coming from the jar was too terrifying. It made their bodies feel like they were about to shatter. Their souls were about to be extinguished. Even the light on the 2 legendary sacred weapons dimmed. They seemed to be trembling. Damn it. The doppelganger's Dharma idol roared angrily. Could it be an extreme weapon? He sensed a trace of fear from the jar. Lin Xian's lips curled up. That's right, you're right. It's an extreme weapon. What? Everyone went crazy. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The other party actually had an extreme weapon. One had to know that this was the weapon of the Arch. Only the Arch race had it. Other than that, it was rare to hear of a Thearch's weapon. But now, the other party actually had an extreme weapon in his hand. Was he really a disciple? Damn it, the doppelganger's Dharma idol also roared angrily. With a roar, the power of the surrounding priests quickly burned. It seemed that he was going to go all out. So what if you have an extreme weapon? You can't unleash its true power. If you die, this extreme weapon will be mine. He was really too happy. With his strength, if he could obtain this extreme weapon, he would be able to do it. Ignorant ants. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The black vortex became more and more terrifying, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. The Dharma idol doppelganger's expression changed when it sensed the devouring power. He knew that the extreme weapon was very terrifying, so he couldn't be careless. He had to deal with it with all his might. Thinking of this, he roared and formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, the bodies of the Destiny clan's powerhouses that came in split open. Their bloodlines quickly burned and rushed out of their bodies. Good and evil phantoms. They floated between heaven and earth. No, ancestor, you can't treat us like this. These powerhouses roared crazily. They felt despair. They knew that this was the ancestor absorbing their power, and they might be destroyed in body and soul. You lived to provide me with power. Now that I'm in danger, give me your power. The avatar's avatar shouted coldly. The great sage that came in were all burned and turned into a bloody mist. Between heaven and earth, one after another, the good and evil phantoms danced continuously. But these people had long ceased to exist. When they were dying, they were still filled with despair. Was this the ancestor that they had worshipped for their entire lives? He actually harvested their lives just like that. With this power, the avatar's strength became even stronger. He charged towards the devouring vortex from all directions. Kid, go to hell. With an angry roar, a large area of the void in front of him shattered. This attack was indeed powerful to the extreme. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the devouring vortex to the extreme. The heaven-swallowing jar rushed forward. In the next moment, the entire world was devoured. When he appeared again, the avatar's avatar roared and soared into the sky. However, he found that the surrounding scene had changed greatly. It was no longer his ancestor's ancestral hall. Instead, it had become another place. Desolate, strange. Where is this? Do you think you can suppress me in another place? Unfortunately, he was also suppressed in the end. When the Hellfire Dragon flew out, Lin Xian used the power of the Sword World and summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The avatar's face was filled with despair. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. In the end, his soul was also destroyed. The remaining sacrificial power was absorbed by Sword World. The power of good and evil was once again absorbed by Lin Xian using the Taiji diagram. He could feel that the power in his body had reached a pinnacle. Was he about to break through? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He suppressed the power of the breakthrough and quickly left. The 15th Elder's residence outside had long been destroyed. Lin Xian summoned the dark red divine dragon and the others to clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Then, he would bring him away. He was about to break through. Really? The dark dragon was overjoyed when he heard this. There wasn't much time left until the coronation ceremony. Lin Xian wanted to break through and become the champion of the championship. Even in the prince's lands, this was extremely fast. He might even be the first to break through. In this way, his strength would surpass the other princes. At that time, he could make a move on the dragon prince. The dark red divine dragon gnashed his teeth. He would never forget that the outstanding genius of Long Hai, Long Guang, had died in his hands. This hatred must be avenged. He collected all the storage rings of these people. Yunyue was also frantically collecting other resources. Lin Xian said, "Let's go." They soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. The Fate Clan. Everyone was waiting for the ancestral hall. The good and evil statue roared crazily again. Damn it. At this moment, he was really angry. All 4 of his clones had been destroyed. This was something that he couldn't tolerate, and it was also something that he couldn't believe. When the Fate Clan found out about this, they were also shocked. How was this possible? Those elders roared crazily. The Fate Clan leader was also stunned. The people they sent out this time could definitely sweep away everything. He even brought 2 sacred weapons with him. Even if the mansion was destroyed, the last avatar Dharma idol would definitely not be destroyed. But now, things were beyond their expectations. So many powerhouses had all fallen. When they saw the soul jade tablets shatter, they also went crazy. No one came back alive. Countless elders, powerhouses, geniuses, and 4 clones. All of them had fallen, the entire Fate clan was shocked. Who was it? Was it a prince who brought the peerless powerhouses of the great emperor's clan? I think it's possible that he used an extreme weapon. Voices of discussion could be heard one after another. In their opinion, this was the only way to do it. Otherwise, it was impossible for a young man to do this. This news couldn't be hidden at all. After all, the destruction of the four elders' residences had already attracted many people's attention. Then, the news spread everywhere. Finally, the entire Yuhing continent knew about it. They were shocked speechless. The Fate twins were a top clan of the ancients in the Yuhing continent. They were not weak at all. In fact, in terms of vitality, the Heavenly Rock clan was even stronger. Because they were almost immortal. As long as the good and evil twins were not killed in an instant, they would not be destroyed. But now, they were dead. Countless elders had fallen. Their corpses piled up like mountains and a sea of blood gathered. It turned into hell. It was a scene of destruction. Heavens, who did it? Was it the Phoenix clan? Countless voices of discussion sounded. When the Phoenix clan heard the news, they immediately came out to clarify. It was not our Phoenix clan. They did not want to offend the Fate twins for no reason. The Heavenly Rock clan also said that it was not the Heavenly Rock clan. The other top families also voiced their opinions one after another. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Those who could have done it were all denied. Then who was it? Was it a strong dragon from another continent? But a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. What kind of iron plate did the Fate twins kick? Could it be the dragons? I think it might be the Kuanping clan. Kuanping Zi cultivated the law of yin and yang, and his power was very similar to the Fate twins. Therefore, they had a reason to do it. Voices of discussion could be heard one after another. Everyone was guessing. Even the Phoenix clan and the Heavenly Rock clan were investigating the news. The Phoenix clan leader shook his head. It couldn't be Kuanping Zi. If he wanted to do it, he wouldn't do it like this. An elder at the side also took a deep breath. That's right, if Kuanping Zi wanted to do it, he would do it at the headquarters of the Fate clan. He would even use the power of an extreme weapon like the Dragon Prince to make a shocking attack. He would do whatever he could to get what he wanted. This was the method of the Emperor clan. And now, the enemy had only destroyed 4 elder mansions and obtained 4 Dharma idols. They did not attack the headquarters. This was completely different from the methods of the Emperor clan. Then who was it? They didn't know. Do you think it could be that kid? Suddenly, they thought of a person. A young man who had just left their Phoenix clan not long ago. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Someone exclaimed. No way, no matter how strong he was, even if he was an emperor, so what? Could he have done all this by himself? Even if he could kill those elders, what about the Avatar Dharma idols? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it could not be destroyed. The people of the Fate clan searched even more frantically. They must know who the enemy was. Several emperor clans and princes were denied by them. Who was it? At this moment, an elder sent a message. Not long ago, Crown King Lin Wudi came. He fought with the top genius of the Tianping clan, Flawless Bailey. He won. Moreover, he and Morong Qingqing were Dao companions. He was once a guest of the Phoenix clan, but he disappeared later. There was no trace of him anymore. Are you saying that it was Lin Wudi who did this? That's impossible. The people of the Fate clan did not believe it. Nothing is impossible. I've investigated before and received news. Not only did Lin Wudi defeat Flawless Bailey, but he also injured the Dragon Prince on the day of the coronation. It was said that the Dragon Prince used the 10,000 dragons diagram at that time, and Lin Wudi also had an extreme weapon. Therefore, it was possible that he did it. Moreover, Lin Wudi was under a lot of pressure. He urgently needed to break through and become a great sage. Because his enemy was the Dragon Prince. Compared to the other princes, his foundation could be said to be the weakest. Without a great emperor clan to rely on, he had to obtain all the resources himself. Therefore, he attacked the Avatar to obtain resources. Damn it, is it really him? When the experts of the Fate clan heard this analysis, they were all angry. They gritted their teeth. The eyes of the Fate clan leader also burst out with intense light. If he had an extreme weapon, he could really do it. Damn it, go and investigate Lin Wudi's whereabouts. As long as he's in the Yuhing continent, we must find him and bring him here. I want to let him know the consequences of offending us. Everyone began to move. The others also began to guess. Was it Lin Wudi's doing? The Tianping clan's flawless Bailey received all kinds of news. Is it really him? Has this guy become so terrifying? Patriarch Bailey said. He should have borrowed half an extreme-grade weapon, the heaven-swallowing jar. This is a power that surpasses his own. We don't need to pay too much attention to it. Although we don't have an extreme weapon, our Tianping clan's sacred weapon is not weak. Besides, he can't unleash all of his power, so we still have a chance of winning. The Phoenix clan's princess, Fengjiu, narrowed her eyes. The heaven-swallowing jar? That was interesting. Go and ask Sister Qingqing if it was her husband, Lin Wudi, who did it. Morong Qingqing was surprised when she heard the news. She felt that it was very likely to be Lin Xian, but she shook her head at Fengjiu's doubts. He expressed that he didn't know. Fate Ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Activate Fate Adjudication." The Destiny clan's clan chief was astonished. Was the old ancestor going to use that kind of power? She was surprised. The old ancestor snorted coldly. Yes, bring him back alive. I still want the heaven-swallowing jar. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Now that he had an extreme-grade weapon, he could begin the next step of his plan. Yes. The Fate clan leader was about to ask the adjudicator for help. This was a secret power of the Gemini of Destiny. These people had cultivated terrifying divine abilities. Normally, they would have a super strong foundation. These people would only be mobilized when the Fate clan was under great threat. They would represent fate and punish the enemy. That was why it was called Fate Adjudication. Wait. The old ancestor said in a deep voice. The Fate clan's leader said respectfully. Is there anything else, old ancestor? The old ancestor said. If I remember correctly, your son is already 3,000 years old. Yes. The Fate clan's leader nodded obediently. Yunhai was already 3,000 years old, and he was only one step away from becoming a saint. Speaking of this, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a son. He would inherit his position in the future and bring glory to the Fate clan. Let Yunhai come over. I will accept him as my personal disciple and pass on the twin soul to him. Really? The Fate clan's leader suddenly raised his head with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Thank you, old ancestor. It was a great honor to be accepted as a disciple by the old ancestor. Even he wasn't qualified. And the twin soul was an extremely terrifying divine ability. This time, he had established a certain connection with the old ancestor, which was equivalent to forming a doppelganger Dharma idol. And it could be moved. The previous 4 doppelganger Dharma idols could only stay in the ancestral hall and couldn't take a step out. There was a huge limitation. That was also the reason why they were destroyed. Because there was no way to escape. But now, if the twin soul was implanted, then his son Yunhai's strength wouldn't be weaker than the doppelganger Dharma idol. His future achievements would be unparalleled. There was even hope to surpass the Saint realm and reach an even more incredible realm. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. Don't worry, old ancestor. I will call Yunhai over. The old ancestor slowly closed his eyes and began to wait patiently. He knew that Lin Wudi couldn't escape. As long as he was still on Yuhing Road, he had a chance to suppress him. After the Fate clan's leader came out, he gave the order and began to mobilize countless people. At the same time, he summoned the Grand Elder and asked him to activate the Fate Adjudication. The Grand Elder was shocked. Was he really going to use that power? The Fate clan's leader nodded and then gave a token to the Grand Elder. This is my clan chief's token. Take it and personally handle this matter. What about you, clan leader? The Grand Elder was shocked. Other than the clan leader, there were no more than 3 elders who knew about a power like the Fate Adjudication. But now, the clan leader wasn't going to do it personally. The Fate clan's leader said that he had more important things to do and that he would leave it to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder took a deep breath. The clan leader was relieved. He took the clan leader token and quickly flew into the depths of the clan. The Fate clan's leader flew in another direction. The Fate clan was extremely powerful. The land they occupied was too vast. It was boundless. There was a mountain range here. There were 2 dragon veins. The dragon veins formed by the yin-yang dragon were abnormally terrifying. It could be said that it was a holy land for cultivation. There was a figure sitting cross-legged in the mountain range. This man's hair was half black and half white. He looked very strange. His aura was also extremely terrifying. At this moment, he opened his eyes and pierced through heaven and earth. Who was it? He stood up. The sky was split in half. A large crack appeared in the distance. It's me. The Fate clan's leader flew over from afar. Father, it's you, the man retracted his power and said in confusion. What happened? He was the clan leader's son, Yunhai. 3,000 years old. He was very close to becoming a saint. Before this, he had been cultivating in this holy land, so he didn't know what happened outside. The Fate clan's leader told him what happened. Yunhai was furious after hearing it. You're saying that someone dared to attack the Fate clan, and Yunhai dared to betray the clan. Yunhai was nothing to be afraid of. The important thing was Lin Wudi. He was a crown king and was as talented as the Arch. More importantly, he had half an extreme-grade weapon, the heaven-swallowing jar. He was very difficult to deal with. Only by suppressing him could the danger be resolved. Father, do you want me to go? Yunhai said, no problem. Give me an inherited saint weapon and I will suppress it. Although the other party was young and had half a heaven-swallowing jar, he was still not afraid. Because he was much older and was only one step away from the late stage of the great sage. Therefore, his strength was also very terrifying. With a legendary weapon, he could sweep through everything. The Destiny clan leader shook his head. Yunhai frowned. Father, don't you believe me? How can I not believe you? But don't be in a hurry to make a move. The Patriarch wants to see you. He wants to accept you as his personal disciple. Is that true? Yunhai's body trembled, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Father, is that really the case? Although he looked like he was looking down on the world, when he heard this news, he was as excited as a child. That's right, I'm here to bring you to see the Patriarch. Come with me. The 2 of them rushed into the sky and turned into streaks of light. On the other side, a huge canyon appeared in the endless land of the earth. The first elder waved the badge in his hand. In the canyon, the surrounding array disappeared and a passage appeared. He walked all the way to the bottom of the canyon. There was a continuous underground palace below and endless array formations flickered around it. Who is it? Stop. A voice sounded. Thunder descended from the sky, blocking the Grand Elder's path. At the same time, 4 black figures appeared around him. The 4 black figures were shining with a terrifying light. The Grand Elder stood there, his body cold. He felt a fatal threat. As long as he moved slightly, these 4 people would be able to tear him to pieces. He was shocked. As expected of the Judgment Clan, they were too terrifying. These people could control the fate of others. He stood there and said, I'm the Grand Elder. I'm here on the orders of the Patriarch. This is the Patriarch's token. As he spoke, he weighed the token in his hand. The eyes of the 4 people in the surroundings flashed. Why didn't the Patriarch come? The Great Elder said that the Patriarch has something more important to discuss. This time, our Fate clan is in danger. The 4 Dharma idols have been destroyed. The Patriarch is furious and is about to activate you. The token is correct. Come in. The 4 figures slowly disappeared. The door to the underground palace slowly opened and the first elder walked in. He discovered that it was like heaven on earth, and there was a throne inside. There was a woman sitting in front of him. This woman wore a holy battle robe and held a heavenly book in her hand. There was a scepter in his right hand. She also had white wings on her back. Untainted by a speck of dust, he looked like a deity. He sat on the throne. When the woman saw the first elder walking over, she raised her head and asked in a deep voice. "What is it?" The great elder recounted what had happened. The woman closed the heavenly book in her hands and stood up. An extremely cold radiance appeared in his eyes. "Assemble." As soon as the order was given, many figures rushed out from the surrounding underground palace. They all came to the front of the main hall and stood there with cold expressions. The patriarch had given the order to suppress Lin Wuti. The radiant woman waved her hand and the wings on her back spread out. She tore the world apart and soared into the sky. 100 powerhouses also followed. These people disappeared into the void like gods and demons. The first elder was shocked. 100 adjudicator powerhouses were now moving out. It was an invincible force. It seemed that a huge storm was about to happen in the Yuhing continent. That Lin Wuti was definitely going to die this time. One day later, the mansion of the 15 elders was in ruins. Many figures appeared there, flickering. They were the sage martial artists of the Yuhing continent who came here to look for opportunities. After all, there were countless powerhouses here before. There might be storage rings and all kinds of treasures left behind. Even some of the broken weapons were endless treasures to them. So they came here to look for treasures. At this moment, a cold force appeared and sealed off the surroundings. In the sky, a pair of white wings covered the sky. A woman wearing a golden sacred armor, holding a heavenly book and a golden scepter, descended from the sky. She stood in midair and looked down like a god. Where was Lin Wuti? The people who were looking for treasures below were stunned. She was so beautiful. Was an angel descending? They were shocked. There were also people who were puzzled. Who was Lin Wuti? They had never heard of him. Were they stupid? He was the person who defeated Bailey Wuck. Oh, you mean the genius who was crowned king in the holy city? Why was he here? A man waved a folding fan and walked out. Lin Wuti wasn't here. How should I address you? I'm Iron Fan Saint. Can we be friends? Such a beautiful woman was very rare. If he could get her, wouldn't it be great? Thinking of this, he laughed. In the sky, the woman in golden armor lowered her gaze and waved her hand. Allah descended and enveloped Iron Fan Saint. Iron Fan Saint screamed miserably. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and even his soul was being torn apart. That scene was terrifying. The woman in the sky said coldly. Punishment. With a bang, Iron Fan Saint was torn into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. The surrounding people were shocked and kept retreating. Who was this person? Iron Fan Saint was also a saint expert and was very strong. But now, he was killed by the other party's voice. It was too inconceivable. Where was Lin Wuti? The woman in the sky spoke again. The surrounding people were frightened. Some were angry. Lin Wuti wasn't here. Go find him somewhere else. The woman in golden armor's eyes were biting cold. This was the territory of the Twins of Destiny. Even if it was destroyed, it wasn't a place where you could come. You trespassed into the territory of the Twins of Destiny. Your crimes are punishable by death. Punishment, a cold voice sounded, and endless black figures appeared in the surroundings. They brought with them a biting cold killing intent. They were like the messengers of hell, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, many people were torn into pieces. Screams sounded. Run. The others were frightened and wanted to escape. A great battle broke out in an instant. In less than half an incense's time, the hundreds of saints who came to look for treasures were all killed. Blood dyed the sky red. The other 100 black-robed figures stood there with blood dripping from their bodies. Erect a monument. Seal it and warn the world. No one is allowed to set foot in it, the woman in golden armor said coldly. The surrounding 100 mysterious experts used the bones of the dead saints to erect a heavenly monument. They used their saint blood to form a barrier that enveloped 15 old Jing's mansions. They also warned the world. Those who crossed the line would be killed without mercy. It wasn't just the 15th Elder's mansion, the 8th Elder's mansion, as well as the other 2 mansions with clones. They killed the people who were searching for treasures there and set up a monument as a warning. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. Who was so terrifying? Could it be that this was the power of the legends? Someone exclaimed. Others asked and were puzzled. An old man from the Tianping race said in a deep voice. The Destiny Twins had an extremely hidden power called the Destiny Judgment. It was said that they existed specifically to punish. Whoever dared to provoke the Destiny Twins would be punished. This group of people was very similar. They should be the Destiny Judgment. They were here to punish. Lin Wudy was finished. This group of people's strength was terrifying to the extreme. They were cold and would definitely not show any mercy. As soon as these words were said, the entire Yuhing continent was stunned. It seemed that the Destiny Twins were completely enraged. They even used such a mysterious power. Lin Wudy would definitely die. For a moment, the wind and clouds were surging. Everyone was talking about this matter. In the Phoenix race, Morong Qingqing was also very nervous when she received the news. I wonder if Lin Xian is in danger. It's just that I can't contact him now. At this moment, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion after obtaining the power of the 4 clones. He found a cave in the mountain range and hid in it. Then, he set up a formation. After that, he entered the sword world and cultivated inside. He wanted to break through and become the great sage as soon as possible. Lin Xian was in seclusion. The outside world was getting more and more terrifying, especially the Destiny Judgment. They were dominating everywhere. The strength that they displayed caused countless people to be terrified. No one would be able to resist such power. The matter here was known by the people of other clans and sections. Even the Yaoguang continent and St. Yuan Ancient City knew about it. In St. Yuan Ancient City, countless people were talking about it. Did you know? Something shocking happened in the Yuhing continent. The Twin of Destiny clan was attacked by someone, and the residences of several core elders were destroyed. Even the 4 clones were destroyed. Heavens, I've heard of this family. This is a very terrifying ancient race. Legend had it that as long as one of the good and evil twins was still alive, they would be immortal and indestructible. It was extremely difficult to kill them. Who was it that was so terrifying? The people of the 3 major orthodoxies and the clan of the ancients were very excited. Who else could it be? I received news that it was Lin Wudy. What? Lin Wudy of the Dao, why did he go to Yuhing Road? How did they become enemies with the Twins of Destiny? Countless people cried out in alarm. The people of St. Origin City were completely dumbfounded. Lin Wudy was a godlike existence here. One had to know that he was a top-notch genius who had been crowned as a king. He was also a supreme youth. He was someone who was very likely to become a great emperor. However, after the other party was crowned, he disappeared. At first, many people thought that Lin Wudy was hiding because he was afraid of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. How could he have imagined that the other party had already left the ancient city and headed to the Alioth continent? Furthermore, in the Jade Horizontal continent, he did not keep a low profile at all. He directly challenged the Twins of Destiny. Not only that. Have you heard? Lin Wudy had also caused a storm in the Jade Horizontal continent. It was said that his Dao companion was a genius of the Phoenix clan. At the same time, Bailey Wuck was pursuing this woman. Lin Wudy and Bailey Wuck had a great battle. Are you talking about the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Rock clan? He had the combat strength of a disciple. He was known as the uncrowned king. Countless people thought highly of him. Yes, that's right, it was him. However, no matter how strong he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Heavens, Lin Wudy was too strong. He had actually defeated another young powerhouse. There were probably not many people who could suppress him now. The Dragon Prince was injured by him. Now, Bailey Wuck was defeated by him. It was said that the genius of the Twins of Destiny, Yunyue, was also defeated by him. These were 3 young powerhouses. Who knew how many more records this guy would create? Countless people were discussing. The people of the Dao were excited. They were cheering wildly. Did you see that? These were the geniuses of their Dao. In particular, the people of the Divine Union were even more excited. They raised their heads proudly. Lin Xian was their boss. Even if he was in other places, he would still be able to defeat everyone. He was definitely someone who could become a great emperor. The people of the Dragon Palace were gnashing their teeth when they heard the news. The Blue Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Thousand Dragon Dynasty and others were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, this guy actually went to other places to defeat everyone. He even created such a record. Could it be that the other party had become even more powerful? The people of the Dragon Sea Clan were also collecting information. Soon, they snorted. Lin Wudy was dead meat. Why did they say that? There were other doubts. The experts of the Dragon Sea Clan said that he had offended the Twins of Destiny. Do you think the Twins of Destiny will let him go? We have already found out that the Twins of Destiny have mobilized a top-notch mysterious force. Destiny Adjudication will punish Lin Wudy. Lin Wudy would definitely not be able to escape death. What was Destiny Adjudication? Many people were puzzled. Soon, some information about Destiny Adjudication appeared. The number of times they appeared was very few. They appeared once 2,000 years ago, and again 5,000 years ago. Both times, there were extremely terrifying experts and even a few clans and sects that joined forces to challenge the Twins of Destiny. This caused the Twins of Destiny to be injured. In the end, when Destiny Adjudication appeared, regardless of whether it was the experts or the top clans, they were all destroyed. No one could escape. They were all killed by Destiny Adjudication. Their souls were suppressed in the 18 levels of hell. Heavens, this Destiny Adjudication was so terrifying. Absolutely. Apart from the Emperor clans, Destiny Adjudication would sweep through everything. No matter how strong Lin Wudy was, could he resist it? In an instant, everyone was shocked. Many people were ready to see a joke. If Lin Wudy fell, it would be an earth-shattering event. The Dao side was also in a heated discussion. The members of the Divine Union were worried. The people of the Divine Union were worried, but the people of the Dragon Palace sneered. Bai Susu was the first to speak. Some people were really naive. After all, Lin Wudy had an extreme weapon. So what if Destiny Adjudication was strong? Didn't you think that Lin Wudy was dangerous? Didn't he kill strong opponents time and time again? Just wait and see. Lin Wudy will definitely kill Destiny Adjudication this time. The people of the Divine Union stood out one after another to support Lin Xian. Even the Dugu clan, Nalan clan, Fire Dragon clan and others supported him. The news spread all over the ancient city. The elders of the older generation, the clan heads and supreme elders of the clans were also discussing with each other. They were also paying special attention to this battle. After all, Lin Xian was a crown king, a youth paragon. Heaven sect. In Yi Wudao's residence. Yi Wudao stood there with his brows tightly knitted. He looked at the information in his hand, and his eyes flickered. Is Destiny Adjudication really so terrifying? Beside him stood a few Yi family elders. They said, it's very terrifying. Destiny Adjudication is very mysterious. It has only appeared twice in the past 6,000 years, but we still got some information. They are made up of 100 people. The leader is wearing a golden saint robe, like an angel, with a holy radiance. The remaining 99 people are wearing black robes, with a hellish aura. Their strength is unfathomable, and they should be at least in the great sage realm. The leader is very likely to be in the sage realm. More importantly, they have good and evil phantoms. As long as they aren't killed instantly, they are immortal. Moreover, their bloodlines are connected, and they can summon even more terrifying existences. So, unless it's someone at the peak of the great sage realm, even a sage would die without a doubt. After Yi Wudao heard this, his brows tightly knitted. This isn't good news. The Yi family elders sighed. Yes, Lin Wudy is strong, but he's only a sage king. Although he's a top genius with a trump card, he can fight above his level. But he's still unable to contend with a sage king. And Destiny Adjudication is an existence that even a sage king can't contend with. More importantly, that little guy shouldn't know anything about Destiny's adjudication. So if he's careless, he'll be in danger. Leaf Dao Denier clenched his fists and looked off into the distance. I wonder if Lin Xian can contend against it this time. This is a great calamity for Lin Xian. Jade Horizontal Continent, a primitive mountain range. Demonic beasts are constantly roaring. There's danger everywhere in the forest. In a cave behind a waterfall, there's a mysterious array flickering. At this moment, a figure flew quickly and landed beside the waterfall. The array erupted, and the figure said, "It's me." The dark red divine dragon flew out and said, "You're back. Come in." The person who came back is none other than Yunyu. And this is the place where the dark red divine dragon and the others rest. After Yunyu came in, she said with a solemn expression, "Where was young Master Lin? I need to see him. He was cultivating when the toad jumped over. He had no time to see you. If you have something to say, tell us." Yunyu shook her head. It was an extremely important matter, so she had to tell him personally. The dark red divine dragon said, "Then wait, at least until tomorrow." He began to transmit his voice through the formation. Inside the sword world, an extremely terrifying black and white aura appeared around Lin Xian's body. The laws of yin and yang on that side were enough to sweep away everything. His cultivation level had also become stronger than before. He sat cross-legged in the Four-Spirit Valley and constantly absorbed the yin and yang laws. There was also an endless supply of power for him. At this moment, the formation beside him flickered and a voice sounded. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. His gaze contained a mysterious power. The next moment, he frowned slightly and walked outside. This was the voice transmission from the dark red divine dragon. Previously, he had said not to disturb him unless it was something very important. The fact that Xianxia had sent him a telepathic message meant that something important had happened. He walked out. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked as soon as he came out. "Young Master Lin, are you out?" Yunyu walked forward. Lin Xian was surprised. "Oh, you're actually back." When they left earlier, they separated from Yunyu. After all, their paths were different, and they were not afraid of Yunyu betraying them. After all, the Destiny clan would definitely not forgive the other party after such a thing happened. But what was going on with the other party now? "Young Master Lin, something bad has happened. Destiny adjudication has been dispatched." Destiny adjudication? What was that? Was it very powerful? Yunyu's expression was solemn. He said that Destiny adjudication was an extremely mysterious power of our Destiny twin clan. They specially prepared it for punishment. Once this power was used, even a sage would die without a doubt. Other than the peak of the great sage who could escape, no one else could. Even a sage was going to die? The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. The toad could also jump up. It was so powerful. Could it be that a peak of the great sage had made a move? The peak of the great sage stood at the top of the sage realm. Such a person was also an ancestor-like existence in the clan of the ancients. He wouldn't make a move so easily, right? If there really was such an existence, then they would have to leave immediately. Yunyu said. It wasn't the peak of the great sage. The judgment of fate was made up of 100 people, including the holy angel and 99 hunters. They were enough to destroy a sage. So it wasn't the peak of the great sage. The dark red divine dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. But their expressions were still solemn. According to Yunyu, they were simply a group of killing gods. Lin Xian said. It was fine. The Yuheng continent was vast. Let's leave here and find another place to hide. They probably wouldn't be able to find it. Wait for me to break through and become the great sage. At that time. I don't care what Destiny adjudication is. You can't do anything to me either. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Next, they secretly moved and left the mountain range. They went to a more distant place and lived in seclusion. Lin Xian stayed in the sword world and didn't come out at all. He cultivated with all his might. Outside. Destiny adjudication was frantically searching. But they were crazy. The Yuheng continent was boundlessly vast. If a person really wanted to hide for 10 years, they really wouldn't be able to find him. Unless they used some extremely mysterious power, such as divining the secrets of the heavens. But they didn't know that kind of power. So they asked their family for help. The Destiny clan leader personally invited an extremely terrifying expert to deduce the secrets of the heavens. This time, they were really crazy. They paid a huge price to invite an expert from the heavenly Dao Valley. The Nine-Finger Saint. The heavenly Tao who could deduce the secrets of the heavens. However, the price to invite them was also very high. This time, the Gemini clan was really going all out. The arrival of the Nine-Finger Saint caused the Gemini clan to be extremely excited. With such an expert, even the peak of the great sage couldn't hide. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Nine-Finger Saint had 9 fingers. His palms were constantly forming seals. Endless heavenly secret talismans appeared around him. In front of him was a tortoise shell. It was extremely huge and engraved with patterns. At this moment, those patterns were constantly interweaving. The Nine-Finger Saint calculated for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood. No, his hair instantly turned white, as if he had aged hundreds of years. The others were all stunned. The Destiny clan leader's expression also changed greatly. What happened? He hurriedly went and shouted angrily. Quickly bring out the healing panacea. The Nine-Finger Saint's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. This person was not in this world. What did he mean? Everyone else was stunned. The Great Elder brought out 2 treasure boxes. The Patriarch opened them and there were extremely precious spirit medicines inside. After Nine-Finger Saint swallowed the elixir, his complexion recovered slightly. The hearts of the other Fate clan members were bleeding. This elixir could definitely bring the dead back to life. The evil good ancestor would definitely kill him. He had to obtain news of the other party at all costs. Only one person took a deep breath and said, I checked and he isn't in Jade Horizontal Continent. The Great Elder gritted his teeth. Damn it, did that kid return to Holy Abyss Ancient City? However, Nine-Finger Saint shook his head. No, you don't understand. Not only is he not in Jade Horizontal Continent, but he is also not in Jade Horizontal Continent. He is also not in Holy Abyss Ancient City. He is not in Buried Emperor Star. What? Not in Buried Emperor Star? The Fate clan leader was also stunned. How long has it been? That kid has already left this star world, then how do we find him? There are countless star worlds in the universe. He needs to find a place to hide. This is really troublesome. Even if he hides to the ends of the world, I can still divine his location. But the space he is in is very mysterious. I tried to divine it forcefully but I was punished by the heavens. That's why I got injured. Heavenly punishment, everyone was even more shocked. Nine-Finger Saint came from Heavenly Tao Valley. How could he be punished by the heavens? There was only one explanation. That's the place he is in. It's not simple and it's impossible to divine it. Did he return to the Phoenix clan? The Fate clan leader frowned. The Phoenix clan is an emperor clan. They might be able to hide from the heavens. Even if it's an emperor clan, I can still divine ordinary places. Unless he uses an extreme weapon or enters the core of the clan. I don't think he can enter with his identity. I'm going to leave. Nine-Finger Saint shook his head and left the Fate clan. The people of the Fate clan sighed. Even Nine-Finger Saint couldn't divine it. Damn it, who can find that kid? Can't they take revenge? Father, I'll go. Yunhai transmitted his voice. The Fate clan leader was stunned. Aren't you accepting the inheritance? Yunhai said. It will be done soon. At that time I will challenge him. Isn't he Lin Wudi, the champion of One Crown? Since he has the identity of Unparalleled, I should be able to openly challenge him. If he doesn't dare to come, he would lose all his face. This can be considered as revenge. Okay. The eyes of the Destiny clan leader shone with a cold light. His son was already very close to becoming a saint, and with the old ancestor's guidance, his son's strength would probably improve by leaps and bounds. No matter how strong the other party was, he was no match for his son. When the time came, they would openly challenge him. His opponent was the champion of the championship. If he did not dare to accept the challenge, his reputation would be completely ruined. This was even worse than killing the other party. Cold smiles appeared on their faces. Soon, the Fate clan sent out another message. This message was sent to the entire Yuhing continent. The young master of the Destiny Gemini clan, Yunhai, wanted to challenge Crown King Lin Wudi. The time was set to be 1 month later. As soon as the news came out, countless people were in an uproar. Lin Wudi had no choice but to accept a public challenge. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. From now on, he was no longer fit to be the young wisdom sovereign. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. The heavenly rock race's flawless 100 miles snorted coldly when he heard the news. This move was truly vicious. If Lin Wudi did not accept the challenge, his reputation would be ruined. If Lin Wudi accepted the challenge, he would not be able to escape and would definitely die. It could be said that whether he advanced or retreated, it would not benefit Lin Xian at all. Do you think he will accept the challenge? Voices of discussion rang out one after another. I guess he definitely won't, someone said. However, there were also people who shook their heads. No, he will definitely come. You don't know how important honor is to him, especially someone like him who wants to reach the top of the great emperor path. He will definitely not miss this stop. Otherwise, his Tao heart will be damaged and his cultivation will stagnate in the future. Then he will definitely die if he comes. Even if he defeats Yunhai, the Destiny clan will set up an inescapable trap to kill him. This is a scene where death is inevitable. The voices of discussion rang out. Morong Qingqing's face instantly changed after hearing it. Damn the Destiny clan, the Gemini clan is too despicable. Others were also discussing. Lin Xian also received the news. The dark red divine dragon and Yun Yu had been secretly investigating. When they heard the news, their brows furrowed tightly. The Cloud Immortal Palace asked if they should tell young Master Lin. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Tell him. After all, this is his challenge." As for the decision, it was up to him. The dark red divine dragon told the news to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also frowned after hearing it. 1 month later, a battle to the death. He sneered. Who does Yunhai think he is? Does he think he is worthy of fighting with me? Spread the news and tell the world that not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge me. If he wants to challenge me, he has to see if he is qualified. Lin Xian continued to cultivate in seclusion. When the dark red divine dragon heard the news, he sneered and quickly spread the news. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Oh heavens, Lin Wudi replied. Do you know? Of course, Lin Wudi replied domineeringly. Who does Yunhai think he is? Does he think he is worthy of fighting with me? He also said that not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could challenge him. Isn't this slapping the Destiny twins in the face? However, someone said, I don't think he's wrong. Lin Wudi has the identity of a crown prince. You don't have the identity and strength of an imperial prince, so you don't have the qualifications to challenge him. Yes, that's right. Lin Wudi wasn't even afraid of an imperial prince, let alone a young master. In an instant, many people supported Lin Xian. There was no choice. Previously, Lin Xian had shown his strength in the battle with Flawless Bailey. He had indeed convinced many people. Many young geniuses regarded Lin Xian as their idol. The Destiny twins were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Is their young master a Tom, Dick, or Harry, not qualified to challenge him? Damn it. After hearing this, Yunhai's eyes bloomed with extremely cold killing intent. Is the other party looking down on me? I'm not qualified. Fine, I'll give him the qualifications. Yunhai stood out. When he was chasing after Lin Wudi, he had already entered the old ancestor's ancestral hall and accepted the twin souls. At this moment, the bloodline in his body had become even more terrifying. It had even reached the atavistic bloodline. His strength had become even stronger than before. As long as he accepted a lightning tribulation, he would be able to break through and become a true saint. Although he hadn't broken through yet, in his opinion, his current strength wasn't any weaker than a saint. Once he burst out with his strongest bloodline, he had the confidence to compete with a saint. It seems like everyone in the world is looking down on me. Then I shall kill a few geniuses and experts and become famous. I want to see who dares to look down on me. 3 days later. Yunhai defeated the top genius of the Divine Fire sect in 30 moves. It shocked the world. The top genius of the Divine Fire sect was an extremely terrifying existence. He was defeated in 30 moves. This Yunhai was too terrifying. 5 days later. The top genius of the Earth Spirit sect was defeated in 50 moves. 10 days later. The elder of the Great Green Mountain was defeated in 100 moves. 15 days later. The famous Jade Cross-Continent Fairy Yu Ling was defeated in 100 moves. The news came one after another. Everyone was shocked. The people who were defeated were all extremely terrifying experts or geniuses on the Jade Cross-Continent. These people were supreme existences that could sweep through everything. But now, they were all defeated. And they were all defeated by Yunhai. Heavens, this Cloud Sea is too powerful. Why didn't they know that he was so terrifying? He was using these brilliant results to prove to the world that he was qualified to challenge Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti, am I qualified? Yunhai shouted loudly. No one replied. On the 20th day, Yunhai challenged the top genius of the Tianping race, Bailey Wuck. Countless people were shocked. However, the Tianping race said coldly, Wuck is already in seclusion. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. An elder of the Tianping race walked out and fought with Yunhai. After 700 moves, the elder was defeated in the end. You're very strong. I've lost. The elder of the Tianping race gritted his teeth. Half of his body was shattered. He had to admit that Yunhai was too strong. That bloodline startled Bailey Wuck. Even Bailey Wuck was not confident of defeating that person. Heavens, even the top-notch expert of the Heavenly Rock race was defeated. Who else could suppress him? Yunhai continued to challenge. This time, the Phoenix race sent out a genius to challenge him. It was not Morong Qingqing or Fengjiu. However, the Phoenix race was equally terrifying. It was a man. He was a fire phoenix. Flames engulfed the 9 heavens as he fought with Yunhai. After 1,000 moves, he was also injured. He won again. Yunhai had never lost. He was too strong, he could definitely compete with the Crown Prince. Although he was older, he was still considered a top-notch expert. He was qualified to fight with Lin Wuti. At this moment, an expert finally stood out and said coldly. Everyone else agreed. Yes, that's right. Although Lin Wuti was a champion, Yunhai was also a top-notch expert. Both sides were qualified to fight. Lin Wuti, are you still not coming out? The people of the Destiny Gemini clan sneered. What one crown king? You dare to call yourself invincible? You are not worthy. Yunhai said in a clear voice. A month's time is almost up. I now have the qualifications to challenge you. If you don't dare to come out, then your title of Crown King will be mine. From now on, you, Lin Wuti, will have to kneel and kowtow to the Fate clan. His loud and clear voice spread in all directions. If this was the case, then Lin Wuti was completely finished this time. Even if he didn't die, his reputation would be ruined. The blow to his opponent's Dao heart was too great. Would Lin Wuti accept the challenge? The news was spread. After Yun Yu and the Dark Red Dragon received the news, they hurried back. Kid, this is bad. That guy is too much. They have informed Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. In order to fight with him, Yunhai had challenged top geniuses and experts in the past month and obtained a dazzling result. Yun Yu frowned. I knew that he couldn't be this strong. Seems like he must have obtained a great opportunity in the past month. I think the old ancestor of fate must have given him some power. Young Master Lin, you have to be careful. When she mentioned the old ancestor of fate, Yun Yu's eyes were filled with fear. Although Lin Xian had killed 4 avatars, compared to the old ancestor at the headquarters, it was not worth mentioning. That old ancestor's strength was terrifying to the extreme. No one could provoke him. That was the true trump card of the Destiny clan. Now that the old ancestor had given Yunhai power, Yunhai was extremely strong. The toad said. Kid, do you want to fight? Why not? Lin Xian stood up. If he wants to die, I will fulfill his wish. But you haven't broken through. The Dark Red Dragon was worried. Besides, the Destiny twins are doing this to let you out. As long as you go out, regardless of the outcome, they will be able to find you. At that time it will definitely be a fierce battle between the Heavenly Network and the people of Destiny Judgment. I know this. I will tell Qingqing and ask her to invite the Phoenix clan to hold the line. So what if I haven't broken through? I can already feel the bottleneck. This battle is the opportunity. Maybe I can break through this battle. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. There were still 5 days before the 1-month deadline. He had to hurry up. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian had made up his mind. He walked out of his home world. The demonic wings on his back opened and he flew into the distance at extreme speed. At the same time, he sent a message to Murong Qingqing, asking her to invite the experts of the Phoenix clan to hold the line for him. After Murong Qingqing received the message, she was worried at first. When she heard that Lin Xian was about to break through, she was worried. When he became the great sage, she was overjoyed. Lin Xian's current strength must have undergone an earth-shattering change. Brother Xian, don't worry. I will go and invite him now. Murong found her master, who was also the grand elder of the Phoenix clan. She was an old phoenix with white hair. She was an old woman. She usually planted flowers and fished. When she saw Murong Qingqing, she said with a smile, "Disciple, you haven't come to see me in a long time." Murong Qingqing said, "Master, you have to help me this time. If you don't help me, I can only look for the Queen Mother of the West." The old phoenix was surprised. "What is it that you have to invite the Queen Mother of the West and the rest? Are you going to use an extreme weapon?" Murong Qingqing said, "No need." She told him about Lin Xian's situation. The old phoenix laughed. "You little girl, so that's what you want. Don't worry. This old man also wants to see just how outstanding this Lin Wudi you mentioned is." His eyes were also shining with colorful light. "That's great." Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. With this old phoenix, even if the Fate clan's patriarch came personally, he wouldn't dare to touch Lin Xian. At the same time, she spread the news that Lin Xian would fight in a month's time. When the news came out, the world was in an uproar. The heavens were really going to fight. I said that Lin Wudi wouldn't be afraid. Cultivators of our generation wouldn't be afraid of a fight. Those who supported Lin Xian were all excited. Just watch, Lin Wudi will use his peerless divine ability to defeat Yunhai. Yes, Lin Wudi could even injure the Dragon Prince, let alone Yunhai. Let's see what true invincibility is. The cheers for Lin Xian were too loud. His appearance excited everyone. However, some people snorted coldly. What an idiot. Who did he think he was? Even if he can defeat Yunhai, can he avoid the judgment of fate? Just wait. This time, he will die without a doubt. He actually wants to fight. The people of the Tianping clan were also shocked. This time even Bailey Watt came out of seclusion. He wanted to watch the battle personally. The people of the Phoenix clan were even more surprised. Those genius elders and even the Phoenix clan leader were going to take action. Even Fengjiu wanted to go this time. For a time, wind and clouds gathered in all directions. This time, the location of the battle was a mountain called the Heaven Battling Peak. It was very famous. Everyone gathered there. After the people of the Gemini clan received the news, they all sneered. Great. This kid is really an idiot. Does he really think he can win this time? Just wait. This is the time of his death. The people of the Gemini clan began to prepare. They were already heading over to gather the judgment of fate. Even Yunhai had arrived at the Heaven Battling Peak ahead of time. He stood there and looked down at the surroundings. Lin Wudi, I will use your blood to become famous in the world. On the last day of a month. At this moment, the winds and clouds in all directions gathered. Countless experts and geniuses of the great sects and clans of the remote antiquity had gathered. They had already found a place to watch the battle. There was only one figure standing on the mountain in front of him. Is that Yunhai? It is said that he is already 3,000 years old. It is unbelievable. He is so young. I can't tell at all. Discussions broke out one after another. The Divine Fire sect, Great Qing Peak, and the other sects that lost to him also had solemn expressions. They had fought with him before and naturally knew how terrifying he was. Bailey Wuck stood there and looked at him with a solemn expression. His opponent was indeed very strong, but he was not afraid. The people of the Phoenix clan also came. The Phoenix clan leader, Feng Jiao, Murong Qingqing, and even a grand elder, the old Phoenix, came. His appearance greatly surprised the Phoenix clan leader. Even Feng Jiao went to greet the grand elder. The old Phoenix said with a smile. There is no need to be so polite. I just came to see the rising invincible genius. The people of the Twin of Destiny clan had also come. On the surface, there weren't many of them. Only the Fate clan leader, some elders, and geniuses were present. In truth, they had hidden most of the army and the judgment of fate, waiting for the critical moment to kill with a single strike. Looking at the sun rising high in the sky, the Fate clan's leader sneered. Still not here? I think you don't dare to come. The genius of the Destiny Gemini clan snorted. Coward. What Lin Wudi? His title of Crown King belongs to our Yunhai. Cold snorts could be heard one after another. At the heaven battling peak, Yunhai was expressionless as he waited patiently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. The other elders and experts also looked into the distance. They could feel a powerful force coming towards them. In the next moment, they saw a few black dots in the sky, streaking across like lightning. Lin Wudi. Bailey Wuck clenched his fists. Feng Jiao smiled. Murong Qingqing also became nervous. Is Big Brother Xian alright? When she saw Lin Xian descending like a god, she smiled happily. Lin Xian had arrived. Not only that, the toad, the dark red dragon, and Little White had also arrived. Beside him was a woman in a red robe. Her face was covered with a veil that concealed her appearance. It was Yunyu. Go and meet up with Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian said a few words. The dark red dragon and the others came to Murong Qingqing's side. If a battle really broke out, the Destiny Gemini clan wouldn't dare to attack these people. You are Lin Wudi? On the heaven battling peak, Yunhai looked at the young man in front of him and asked in a deep voice. That's right, I am. I heard that you dared to challenge me? I don't know where your courage came from. Lin Xian stepped in the air and descended. He also came to the peak and said indifferently. I am a merciful person and will give you a chance. Disappear in front of me immediately and I will spare your life. Spare my life? Ha 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 ha. Yunhai sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if you are strong and have the Emperor's talent, so what? I will tell you that the gap between the realms is insurmountable. Right now, I am very close to the Great Sage realm and even have the battle strength of a Great Sage. Will you be able to withstand it? Speaking until here, he snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. It was vast and mighty, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. When the spectators felt this power, their bodies trembled and their scalps went numb. Heavens, this power! How could he have such a terrifying aura? He was actually hiding it before this. The experts from the Divine Fire sect and the Great Green Peak were also shocked. They realized that this was even more terrifying than when they were fighting. Bailey Wuck's face was gloomy. This power also shocked him. Even he didn't have much chance of winning. The Destiny clan's patriarch also stood out and said loudly. Lin Wudi, this time, you are purely competing with your own strength. You are not allowed to use other weapons. We know that you have the heaven-devouring jar. Do you dare not use it, competing with your own strength? Fine, then I won't use any weapons, including the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian said indifferently. Very good. The Destiny clan's patriarch smiled. Yunhai shook his head. You are courting death. To be honest, even if you use the heaven-devouring jar, I still have a way to suppress you. Now, it is even simpler. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. The others were shocked. Is he really not going to use any weapons? They knew that Lin Xian's greatest reliance was the extreme-grade weapon, the heaven-devouring jar. Once that item was used, even if he couldn't win, he would at least have no problem keeping himself alive. Now that Lin Xian had lost his greatest reliance, would he be able to contend with Yunhai? Some of Lin Xian's supporters were angry. This is too despicable. Weapons are also part of one's strength, that's right, take out your weapon if you have the ability, however, no matter what, all of this couldn't be changed. You want me to make the first move? That's fine too. Lin Xian struck out with his palm. Overflowing divine flames engulfed the 9 heavens. The flames of extreme yang turned into a golden crow, covering the sky and the earth. Flames? Humph, let me show you what is divine, Yun Hai snorted coldly. Endless golden light appeared on his body, illuminating the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were so dazzled that they couldn't open their eyes. In the next moment, they saw a boundless golden palm descending from the sky. It was too terrifying. It was a divine palm. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They naturally knew the ultimate theurgy of the Destiny Twins. However, they didn't expect that it would be so powerful when used by the other party. The people of the Destiny Twins were also surprised when they saw it. Looking at this terrifying palm, even Morong Qingqing, Yun Yu, and the dark red divine dragon's expressions changed. Because this attack was really too terrifying, especially Yun Yu. Yun Yu was especially shocked. It seemed that Yun Hai must have obtained an extremely powerful trump card. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have become so terrifying. Between heaven and earth, the divine palm grabbed forward with the radiance of the great Tao. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He roared angrily and took a step forward. His body was surrounded by extremely terrifying flames. He was like the god of the sun that wanted to burn the 9 heavens. The flames that filled the sky rushed toward the divine palm. The two collided with a shocking sound. Suppress him, seeing that the other party had blocked his palm. Yun Hai roared angrily, and the divine palm erupted with light again. A mysterious talisman appeared between the 5 fingers. It was an ancient primordial talisman that was abnormally terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the power of this divine ability increased exponentially. The 5 fingers seemed to have turned into divine arrows that pierced through the 9 heavens. It pierced through the divine flames, and then the huge palm wanted to refine Lin Xian. Light of purification. The primordial talisman in the palm erupted with a bright light that purified everything. Not good. Many people exclaimed. If they were enveloped by the light of purification, they would probably turn into a pile of bones. It's over, the corners of the Twins of Destiny's lips curled up. It seemed that they didn't need to use the judgment of destiny. The other party couldn't resist. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. 6-path fist. He punched out, and around his fist, the illusion of 6 worlds was enveloped. Mysterious. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone was shocked. What kind of fist technique was this? It seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It was too terrifying. As soon as the 6-path fist was punched out, it swept in all directions with an indomitable spirit and the power of the divine body. It collided with the other party's light of evolution. There was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth, and the endless void shattered. The blood of the surrounding people also surged. As expected of a top expert. These 2 people were fighting fiercely. The light of evolution was shattered by the 6-path fist, and even the 5 fingers shook violently. Devil's Fang. At this moment, Yun Hai roared again. He would never give up on the advantage he had gained. 5 demon heads appeared on the sacred finger. Its fangs were exceptionally sharp and terrifying. The demon head bit at Lin Xian, wanting to tear him into pieces. This time, the power of the good and evil children erupted at the same time. The 2 opposing forces were perfectly fused together. His power had increased again. As expected of the young patriarch. This time, how was that Lin Wudi going to defend himself? The people of Fate Clan sneered. They had never seen Lin Xian in action before. Therefore, they thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. However, the other experts had grave expressions on their faces. Lin Xian had defeated Flawless 100 miles before. Would he fall so easily? Looking at the 5 demon heads, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, endless devil chi gathered in his left hand and formed the devil god seal. He slammed his palm forward. With one strike, one of the demon heads was smashed into pieces, turning into an aura of death that lingered between heaven and earth. A miserable cry was heard, causing Yun Hai's expression to change. Damn it. The other 4 demon heads rushed over in a frenzy. Lin Xian continuously waved the devil god seal and smashed the other 4 demon heads. For a moment, Lin Xian was unstoppable. He swept in all directions, causing his opponent's palm to shake non-stop. Yunhai roared and suddenly closed his palm. At this moment, the void within his palm was completely shattered. Lin Wuti was hit. Seeing this scene, countless exclamations sounded. They were suppressed by this force. His body should have turned into a bloody mist long ago. Although he didn't die, he was still seriously injured. Kid, let's see how you die. I will refine you. Yunhai's lips curled into a smile again. However, not long after, the smile disappeared. Because a sonorous sound came from his palm. A huge force rushed towards his palm. Then, one of his fingers was broken. Lin Xian used the 6 Paths Divine Fist. After waving it millions of times in a row, he directly broke one of his fingers. Then, he charged out forcefully. The laws of his body surrounded him and he was extremely powerful. Kill for me, he clasped his hands together and slashed out. A sharp sword chi descended and split the remaining palm into 2. How is this possible? The people of the Twin of Destiny race roared crazily. Such a terrifying divine ability was actually broken by the other party. What kind of power is this? The expressions of the other people changed drastically. It was too terrifying. It was indeed Lin Wuti. Bailey Wuck and the others had solemn expressions. They knew that the other party wouldn't be defeated so easily. After Lin Xian came out, sword chi surrounded his body. He smiled and said, "Is this all you have? You really disappoint me. If this is all you have, then it's over. This sharp-tongued kid has some strength. No wonder he can be conferred the title of king. Unfortunately, my trump card is not something you can imagine. Next, you have already angered me. Suffer my anger." Yunhai's eyes emitted an extremely terrifying light. His aura also changed. It was no longer divine. Instead, it became sinister and terrifying. It was as if he had transformed into the death god of hell. When his palm opened and closed, it was no longer the light of purification. Instead, it formed the 18 levels of hell. Each level was surrounded by evil spirits. It was abnormally sinister and terrifying. That aura caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Their souls trembled. The moment the 18 levels of hell appeared, the sky trembled and the void shattered. Kill, Yunhai roared angrily. His palm descended and the 18 levels of hell shattered. The void once again enveloped Lin Xian. This was not a weapon, but a manifestation of a great divine ability. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian raised his fist to resist. With a clang, the 6 Paths fist smashed into the 18 levels of hell. The sky trembled. Endless sounds caused the ears of the surrounding people to bleed. The 18 levels of hell didn't move at all. They directly pressed down. Everyone was shocked. Was it so terrifying? They had witnessed how terrifying Lin Xian's fist was. But even so, there was nothing they could do. What kind of power was the 18 levels of hell? The people of the Twins of Destiny laughed again. This kid was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was really courting death. Yunhai snorted coldly. It's useless. You can't escape. Enter the 18 levels of hell and accept the punishment of death. Boom, the 18 levels of hell descended, enveloping Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, a phantom appeared behind Yunhai. Then, a sword stabbed out. Between heaven and earth, everyone was shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? Even the powerhouses of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. Because they realized that under this sword, they couldn't dodge at all. Who was it? He actually made a move at this time. Even the people of the Twin of Destiny clan shouted angrily. They wanted to help. However, at this time, they were stunned. They found that the one who made the move was actually Lin Xian. Impossible, wasn't this kid suppressed in the 18 levels of hell? How could he still come out? An illusion. That was his afterimage just now. His speed was too fast. The people of the Thunder clan roared. They had fought with Lin Xian before, so they naturally knew his speed. It was even more terrifying than their thunderous footwork. Yunhai's pupils constricted. He felt a fatal danger coming from behind. He didn't know who it was, and he didn't have the chance to listen to the discussions of the people around him. At this moment, he roared and his body swayed, dodging the fatal danger. This sword pierced his shoulder, tearing a wound on his shoulder. He roared like an injured beast, turned around, and slapped out. The terrifying aura turned his back into a black hole. However, he didn't hit Lin Xian. Instead, he appeared in another direction. Another sword. Azura sword technique, second sword. The shocking sword light was even more terrifying. Yunhai roared. This time, it pierced through his body, but it didn't pierce his heart. After the second sword, the third sword came again. This time, it was aimed at his glabella. He roared crazily, blocked with both hands, and struck out with terrifying power. Half of his body was holy, and the other half was dark. However, under this sword, his arms were cut off, and his whole body retreated. There was a crack between his eyebrows. It almost split his head in half. 3 sword strikes in a row happened in an instant. When the crowd reacted, they saw Yunhai retreating and was seriously injured. It was too fast. Everyone was in an uproar. What kind of speed was this? What kind of sword technique was this? It was a one-hit kill. It was terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, the people of the Phoenix clan were also amazed. This Yunhai was truly extraordinary. Even the experts of the older generation had died several times in his killing spree. Moreover, this Yunhai was not ordinary at all. Yunhai was only injured, and his life wasn't in danger. They had to admit that the opponent was indeed very strong. Yunhai felt the pain coming from his body. He roared crazily. The blood in his body burned, quickly healing his injuries. He found that these injuries had an indestructible power that was difficult to erase. Damn it, an extremely powerful talisman appeared in the land of bloodline, forcibly healing his shattered body. His face turned pale. He didn't expect that healing his injured body would consume so much of his energy. This was too inconceivable. Even if he was severely injured by a saint, it shouldn't be so difficult for him to recover. There was a problem with this person's swordsmanship. In fact, each and every one of his moves carried an aura of invincibility. Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Yunhai formed a seal with his hands, and the phantoms of good and evil that he had summoned circled around him. At this moment, the entire sky was split into 2. Half of it was as dark as the devil, while the other half was as holy as the heavens. Everyone was terrified. They knew that Yunhai was completely enraged and was about to unleash his true ultimate skill. Countless people gasped in surprise. They didn't expect that the 2 sides would be able to fight for less than 100 moves. Was the victor going to be decided? The members of the Fate clan were excited. The Fate clan leader's eyes shone brightly. Yunhai, go ahead and let these people see your new ancestor's inheritance. Yunyu was shocked. The dark red divine dragon asked. What's wrong? Yunyu said that the good and evil that we summon through cultivation are all illusions. But look, the one that Yunhai summoned is about to materialize. This meant that his bloodline had become very terrifying. His strength would probably increase a lot in the future. When the Crimson Divine Dragon and the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that if the good and evil phantoms weren't destroyed at the same time, it would be very difficult for Yunhai to fall. This was a very difficult battle. Kill, with a roar, Yunhai moved and punched out. The evil sun behind him also flew out. The fist turned into a hell dragon that covered the sky and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. It turned into a black dragon that danced between heaven and earth. The 2 dragons clashed like 2 giant dragons, and a sonorous sound rang out. Between heaven and earth, the void shattered like a mirror. At this moment, the second move came. With a palm strike, it seemed to have turned into heaven. Yunhai suppressed down with a supreme power. On the other side, the black dragon turned into a black mist. It condensed again and formed the 18 layers of hell. At this moment, Yunhai carried the power of heaven and hell and charged toward Lin Xian. He cut off his opponent's path. Kid, I've evolved 2 worlds. So what if you're fast? Can you escape? Oh no, this time Lin Wudi is in danger. The people of the Phoenix clan frowned, and the people of the Thunder clan also laughed. It seemed that Yun Hai was restraining the opponent's speed. Without speed, Lin Xian couldn't resist this power at all. Flawless 100 miles of the Heavenly Rock clan's eyes shone. Lin Wudi, how are you going to resist? He knew that weapons were not allowed in this battle, which also meant that Lin Xian couldn't use the heaven-devouring jar. Therefore, he wanted to see what other trump cards Lin Wudi had. Looking at heaven and hell, he charged. Lin Xian stood there without moving. His expression was cold. His palms formed a seal, and a black and white aura rotated in his hands. Then, they turned into a Tai Chi diagram and rushed forward. Tai Chi turned into yin and yang, colliding with heaven and hell. Millions of thunder sounded. A storm formed between heaven and earth, and countless people retreated frantically. At the same time, they widened their eyes. Did he block it? How was this possible? The people of the Twin of Destiny clan were stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The people of the Thunder clan were also stunned. This time, Lin Xian didn't escape. The people of the Phoenix clan and the Heavenly Rock clan were also shocked. What was that? The power of yin and yang, he actually condensed it. The yin-yang diagram, they were too shocked. The power of yin and yang, the original power of heaven and earth turned into yin and yang. Shouldn't the diagram be Kuan Peng Zi? Why was it Lin Xian? This guy actually had such a unique skill. Flawless 100 miles gritted his teeth. This kind of power, when he fought with him before, the other party didn't use it at all. In other words, the other party didn't use all his strength before. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, Feng Jiao's eyes also burst out with a cold light. Had another super powerful trump card appeared? This Lin Wudi not only had the aura of the dragon, but also the power of yin and yang. The Phoenix clan leader also narrowed her eyes, shocked. Now she understood why Lin Xian wanted to attack the 4 Dharma Laksana avatars. He wanted to use the power of the good and evil twins to improve his yin-yang diagram. Between heaven and earth, hell and heaven were blocked. The yin-yang diagram kept spinning with a mysterious aura. Although it was small, the light it emitted was terrifying. I've said it before, you can't do anything to me. Lin Xian's indifferent voice sounded. Damn it, the power of yin and yang. Yun Hai was ferocious. He couldn't understand how his opponent could control such power. I can't accept this. His crazy anger and bloodline power erupted, enveloping heaven and hell. Heaven gradually condensed and turned into an angel, grabbing at the front. On the other side, hell also turned into a grim reaper, moving quickly. The angel's palm and the grim reaper's palm grabbed the yin-yang diagram, trying to tear it apart. The Fate clan is the ancestor of this power of yin and yang. What do you have to fight me? I will prove to you that you are vulnerable in front of me. Break for me, Yun Hai roared crazily, and his terrifying aura tore the whole world apart. The yin-yang diagram also shook violently, as if it would break at any time. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Well, I will let you see my true means today. Lin Xian circulated the dragon soul's aura in his body. Open, with an angry roar, the yin-yang diagram slowly opened. Great, it was torn apart, the twins of fate sneered. This time, the opponent's foundation was damaged. The other scalps went numb. Could it be that Lin Wudi was defeated in the battle of yin and yang? It seemed to be the case. The people of the Tianping clan shook their heads and sighed. If they wanted to compete with the power of yin and yang, only the real Kuanping clan could compete with the Fate clan. Unless Kuanping Zi came, he would be able to suppress Yun Hai. Feng Jiao frowned, and Morong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. However, at this time, Morong Qingqing laughed, and the others widened their eyes. They found that Lin Xian was not injured, and the yin-yang diagram was not broken. Instead, there was a shocking change. On one side, endless light bloomed, turning into flames of the 9 heavens and condensing into a figure. Wearing golden armor and holding a golden divine sword, he turned into a young god. On the other side, the aura of death was monstrous, condensing into a black spear. He turned into a yin god. Kill, Lin Xian formed a seal behind him. The Yang god roared, holding the 9-yang divine sword, and attacked the archangel. On the other side, Xianxia wielded the spear of death and charged towards Death God. The four phantoms fought fiercely between heaven and earth. The power of yin and yang erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. All sorts of laws danced in the air, and the terrifying radiance caused the world to tumble. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. How was this possible? The people of the Destiny Gemini clan didn't dare to believe it, even their patriarch had gone crazy. The only reason they could do this was because they had the good and evil twins. What right does the other party have? Could it be that the other party also had this bloodline? Yunyu was also dumbfounded. At this moment, fear emerged in his heart. The more time she spent with Lin Xian, the more she found him to be unfathomable. It was as if even gods could not contend against him. Damn it, Yunhai urged the Archangel and the Grim Reaper to attack wildly. However, the Yang God and the Yin God were even more terrifying. Lin Xian had devoured the power of the 4 Dharma manifestations, and the laws of Yin and Yang were terrifying. In addition to the Yang God and the Yin God, which were originally created by using the power of the great dragon sword soul. His every move was filled with boundless power. The two sides exchanged 100 moves, and the 9-yang divine sword split the archangel apart with a single slash. On the other side, the spear of death also pierced through the Grim Reaper. Was the victor decided? Countless people exclaimed. Yunhai kept vomiting blood, her face became pale, and cracks appeared on her body. Was she defeated? Damn it, Lin Xian strode over and slapped her away, saying coldly. You're not my opponent at all. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you have the qualifications to challenge me? As he spoke, he continuously punched. The 6-path fist forced her to retreat. Damn it. How dare you? The Destiny clan's patriarch roared crazily when he saw this scene. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down. As the patriarch of a clan, his strength was terrifying. At this moment, the surrounding spectators couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Not good, is the Destiny clan going to attack? Countless terrified voices could be heard. On the Phoenix clan's side, Morong Qingqing hurriedly looked at the Old Phoenix. Old Phoenix sighed, it's best that you don't interfere in the battle of the young. His voice carried a terrifying aura, causing the pressure in the sky to disappear. Who dares to interfere with me? The Destiny clan's patriarch roared and turned around. The next moment, he saw an old man, and his soul shook. It's you, damn it, the other party actually invited the Old Phoenix of the Phoenix clan. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. The dark red divine dragon also jumped out. Destiny clan, you're the one who set the challenge, why are you slapping your own face now? The toad also sneered, it's a one-on-one battle, if the young can't do it, the old will come out, do you think we're not prepared? A cold laugh sounded. The Destiny twins were about to vomit blood, and Yunhai also roared. Father, don't interfere, I'll do it myself, I haven't lost yet. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Haven't lost yet, Yunhai? Do you still have the strength to fight? Yunhai roared, and the good and evil phantom condensed again. The others were also amazed. It was too terrifying. Only the twins of Destiny had such combat prowess. You're still not dead after suffering such heavy injuries. The Thunder Clan's people shook their heads, the Destiny twins will only die when they both die, otherwise, they are immortal. It's impossible for Lin Wudi to kill the other party. On the contrary, if Yunhai is really determined to exhaust Lin Xian, he might really be able to turn the tables. Lin Xian coldly snorted, what, you're not going to admit defeat? Then I'll kill you until you admit defeat. He continued to urge the Yin God and Yang God to kill. Damn it, I don't believe you're stronger than me, Yunhai gritted his teeth. The other party is only a holy king, and he is a great sage, the combat strength of both sides is about the same. But the difference in cultivation is much, and this difference in cultivation. That's the difference in strength. The other party's combat strength is strong, but the time he can last is definitely too much. This is the difference in cultivation, he can exhaust the other party to death. But this time he was really wrong, he didn't know that Lin Xian has a powerful world in his body that provides resources. It can be said that his strength will never be exhausted. In this way, Yunhai was chased for 3 days, and the good and evil ones have been destroyed hundreds of times. The aura of Lin Xianxiang God and Yin God didn't weaken at all. Yunhai went crazy. Damn it, how is this possible? How can the other party have so much strength? Not to mention him, the surrounding experts also couldn't believe it. Bailey Wuck and Fengjiu also frowned. Did Lin Wudi secretly eat a pill? They carefully observed every detail, but they didn't find anything. It seems that you have no more trump cards, then I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely terrifying light. He was ready to end this battle. Damn it. Twin souls. Yunhai's body was stained with blood, but his eyes were unusually cold. A terrifying bloodline power surged out. The good and evil twins had completely materialized at this moment. Oh heavens, what did he summon? Countless people were shocked. Twin souls. In the distance, Yun Yu also exclaimed. He actually obtained such an inheritance, Morong Qingqing said. Is it very powerful? Yun Yu's expression was cold. This was the method of the Fate Ancestor. It was equivalent to borrowing the power of the Fate Ancestor through space. As soon as these words came out, Morong Qingqing's face became solemn. The dark red dragon and the toad next to her also had cold expressions. This was already very dangerous. One had to know that they couldn't use weapons now, which was equivalent to not being able to use many of their trump cards. Now that the other party had used such a powerful technique, it was really dangerous. Why do I feel that the good and evil statue seems to have been resurrected? It actually has the aura of a soul. The surrounding experts were also shocked. The experts of the Heavenly Rock clan and the Phoenix clan also gasped. This method was too incredible. The Destiny twins were so excited that they were about to kneel on the ground. Great, they felt the message of the Fate Ancestor. The Fate Ancestor had descended through space. Yunhai also felt a powerful force. This force had completely surpassed his own. He laughed wildly. Kid, go to hell, he slapped out with his palm. Monstrous power swept through heaven and earth. The two figures that were summoned behind him were like two real great sage. They were extremely powerful. They soared into the sky and charged forward. In an instant, Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backward. Even the yin and yang spirits that he had summoned were instantly torn apart. He was injured. Lin Wudi was actually injured. Countless voices of discussion sounded. Morong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. Brat, did you see that? Do you think you can withstand my true trump card? Now go to hell for me. Yunhai struck out with his palm once again. Monstrous laws raged within his palm. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. The place where he was originally standing was instantly shattered, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. It was over. This time, Lin Wudi was really in danger. The surrounding people could see that after using the Gemini souls, they were all shocked. Yunhai had already used a powerful force from the alternate dimension. Although it wasn't his own power, it didn't violate the rules. The rules only said that weapons could not be used. They did not say that the power of summoning could not be used. Just like that, Yunhai continued to attack, chasing after Lin Xian. He laughed out loud like a victor. The members of the Twin of Destiny clan also laughed. It was only a matter of time before Lin Wudi fell. Yunhai was just playing a game of cat and mouse. Another palm shot out. It was like a raging wave crashing against the shore. The rumbling sound spread out for a long time. Lin Xian retreated. The longevity indestructible war armor appeared on his body to repair itself. It's useless, kid. Stop resisting. You're no match for me. Kneel down obediently and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian's expression was cold, but then he smiled. Twin souls? It's not your power at all. So what? I can summon this power. He's mine. If you have the ability, you can summon him too. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Do you think I won't? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Next, I'll let you experience what a real summon is. He formed a seal with his palms, and the demonic chi on his body quickly swept out. Yunhai was stunned, then he laughed. Out loud. Who do you think you are? You don't have a powerful family. You don't have an ancestor. Where can you summon power? The others were also puzzled. What was this guy trying to do? The members of the Twin of Destiny clan also snorted disdainfully. In their opinion, no matter what the other party did, he couldn't escape death. The demonic chi on Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. It condensed behind him, forming a shadow. The shadow was very blurry, but as soon as it appeared, it erupted with an ancient and mysterious aura. It caused the surrounding sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Even the virtuous one and the evil one let out a roar. Their expressions became extremely uneasy. What kind of power was this? The members of the Twin of Destiny clan roared crazily. They felt that something was wrong. Yunhai's pupils also shrank. Damn it, he knew that he had underestimated the other party. The other party could actually summon a mysterious existence. He definitely wouldn't allow the other party to use this power. With a furious roar, it rushed over like a bolt of lightning. The good twin's body bloomed with light, causing the sun in the sky to lose its brilliance. He held the scepter in his hand and struck out a shocking blow. On the other side, the evil twin also charged over. The aura on the other side made people's hearts tremble. The terrifying power made people despair. The strongest attack, destroy for me, Yunhai roared angrily. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Two kinds of power enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the demonic shadow behind him moved. He extended a finger and pointed in front of him. That finger instantly materialized. Boom, with a point of his finger, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A heaven-shaking sound rang out, and the void in front and around instantly shattered. It turned into darkness. The good twin and the evil twin were sent flying, and endless cracks appeared on their bodies. Then, they collapsed. Yunhai was pierced through by the finger, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. He kept screaming in the air. The surrounding spectators were shocked when they saw this scene, especially the Destiny clan. They couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Yunhai Dong was using the power of the Destiny clan's ancestor. Although there was only a little, the twin souls were extremely terrifying. Even a saint couldn't resist it. However, the other party had managed to block it and even managed to shatter it. How did he do it? The Destiny clan leader gritted his teeth and roared. Impossible. What was that demonic shadow behind the other party? No. I don't believe it. I won't lose, Yunhai roared. His expression was ferocious. Could it be that he was still defeated after using his strongest trump card? He attacked again. The demonic shadow behind Lin Xian attacked again. Demonic God Seal. A huge seal attacked and completely suppressed him. He was pressed down in the sky by a huge black mountain. He roared crazily, trying to escape. However, Lin Xian attacked again. The demonic shadow behind him struck out the demonic god finger again and pointed at his glabella. This demonic shadow was too terrifying. Yunhai was summoned by force, and it was the power of the Destiny clan's ancestor. But Lin Xian's demon summoning scripture was even more mysterious. No matter how powerful the Destiny clan's ancestor was, he wasn't a great emperor. And the demon summoning scripture was created by a great emperor. Lin Xian guessed that the demonic shadow behind him was most likely the phantom of a great emperor. The power of a great emperor was definitely supreme, so under this finger, Yunhai was completely killed. His body fell from the sky. Lin Xian took the other party's storage ring. Everyone was shocked when Yunhai was destroyed. The Twin of Destiny clan went crazy. They couldn't accept this result. Yunhai had received the inheritance of the ancestor and possessed the twin souls, but he still died. What exactly was this Lin Wudi summoned? Damn it, was he already so terrifying? The people of the Thunder clan went crazy. The people of the Heavenly Pun clan sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the Phoenix clan had solemn expressions. The dark red divine dragon and the others laughed out loud. The toad jumped out and said, "How is it? Weren't you very arrogant before? You even dared to challenge us, now continue." The dark red divine dragon sneered. An ant was an ant. Even if it was summoned, the power that didn't belong to it was still unable to withstand a single blow. A smile appeared on Morongqingqing's face. Great! Brother Xian was fine. She was relieved. Yunyu was shocked. Even the twin souls couldn't do anything to the other party. This time, he felt despair. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party even if he cultivated for the rest of his life. Damn it, you dared to hurt our young patriarch. On the side of the Twin of Destiny clan, a few elders were instantly enraged. They rushed over. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The demonic shadow behind him had yet to disappear. He pointed out a finger. It was as if a demonic sword had descended. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two elders vomited blood and flew out. Their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold voice sounded. The people of the Destiny clan trembled in despair. Were their elders unable to withstand a single blow? The two elders were even more alarmed. Previously, they had only seen this finger. Now that they had personally experienced it, they trembled in fear. However, the Destiny clan's patriarch stood out. Lin Wudi, you dare to kill my son? Go to hell for me. He was really crazy. The previous attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Moreover, he never thought that Yunhai would actually die. One had to know that even if Yunhai was defeated, it was impossible for him to die with the twin souls. So now that Yunhai had died, he couldn't bear it. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He could only kill the brat in front of him to avenge Yunhai. Stepping forward, the power inside his body exploded and swept across all 9 heavens and all 10 hells. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Their heads were about to split open. They were terrified. Was the Fate clan leader going to make a move himself? That was the head of a clan. His strength far surpassed Yunhai's. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he had the devil shadow behind him, he still wouldn't be able to compete with the Fate tribe's appearance. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. He looked at the old phoenix. The old phoenix walked out and waved her hand. A simple and unadorned phoenix phantom covered the sky and blocked the other party's aura of destiny. He said coldly. As the leader of a clan, how could you be so despicable? The previous duel had been a fair one. Yunhai's death could only be attributed to his inferior skills. If you want to make a move and break the rules, you have to ask for my permission first. The old phoenix's voice was abnormally terrifying. The Fate clan leader was instantly frozen. He gritted his teeth. Humph, if I don't make a move, do you think it won't die? He was definitely going to die today. The Fate clan leader waved his hand. In all directions, the wind and clouds shattered, and 100 figures appeared. A holy angel and 99 hunters surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. Feeling the terrifying aura around them, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They really didn't expect such a terrifying existence to exist. The people of the Heavenly Rock clan exclaimed. Fate adjudication, they really came. The others were shocked. Previously, they had guessed that the Fate clan would definitely not let this go. Now, they even brought along Fate adjudication. This was an invincible force. Even a sage would not be able to escape death. Now that Fate adjudication had made its move, could Lin Xian withstand it? How dare you? The phoenix roared and was about to make a move. However, the Fate clan leader said. I respect you as a senior. Since you're holding me back, I'm your opponent. He shot out an extremely terrifying phantom and blocked the old phoenix. Fate adjudication's move was too fast. It made its move in an instant. A holy angel's light and 99 death sides covered the sky and the earth. Everyone was stunned. It's over. This Lin Wudi is definitely going to die. Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. 3 vortexes appeared around him and surrounded him to absorb the power. However, he was still forced back, his blood and chi churning. It's useless. Lin Wudi, even if you have the heaven-devouring jar, you won't be able to escape death today. The scepter in the holy angel's hand was a legendary holy weapon. At this moment, after it was activated, it carried a mysterious power. The 99 hunters used their bloodline power to wield another saint artifact. They condensed into a terrifying death scythe. Lin Xian's situation was extremely dangerous. Vortexes appeared around Lin Xian. They slowly disappeared. He stood in the void. Everyone looked at this scene with great excitement. What's going on? Did Lin Wuti give up on using the heaven-devouring jar? Could it be that he knew that he was going to die? Ha 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 ha. The people of the Fate clan sneered. This time, they must tear him into pieces. The heaven-devouring jar was theirs. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Fate's judgment, punishing others, controlling their fate. I want to see if you can control my fate. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. A Tai Chi diagram appeared around him and kept spinning. The good and evil aura of the Sea of Clouds was also absorbed by the Tai Chi diagram. Lin Xian felt that his law of yin and yang had reached a limit. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power appeared in his body. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. They looked up at the sky. Flawless Bailey exclaimed. He was going to break through and become the great sage. Fengjiu was also shocked. Top geniuses like them were all at the peak of the Holy King realm. No one had entered the great sage yet. Could it be that Lin Wuti was going to be the first to become the great sage? If that was the case, then he would be above everything. Damn it, stop him. When the Fate clan's leader saw this, he roared crazily. The holy angel waved his hand and activated the powerful holy scepter. The other people crazily activated the death scythe and slashed down mercilessly. At this moment, a bolt of thunder streaked across the sky and directly sent the holy scepter and death scythe flying. The holy angel and 99 hunters were also sent flying while vomiting blood. The other people's blood was boiling. Many of them directly knelt on the ground. What's going on? At this moment, even the Heavenly Rock clan's leader and the Phoenix clan's leader's expression changed drastically. They felt a fatal threat. There was an extremely terrifying power between heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient beast had been resurrected. The terrifying aura made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, they looked up at the sky and saw thunder condensing. Not good, he was about to break through, someone was about to undergo tribulation. Angry roars came one after another. It was definitely not someone else. It was Lin Xian. Was this Lin Wuti going to undergo tribulation at this time? Stop him quickly. The Destiny clan leader roared. The Holy Angel and 99 hunters attacked crazily. They used their ultimate killing moves. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly turned red like a sea of blood. A red thunder fell directly. Everyone vomited blood and flew out. There were even more than a dozen hunters who instantly turned into blood mist. What happened? Everyone was stunned. The Phoenix clan leader's face changed drastically. The red thunder was heaven's punishment. Damn it, let's go. He waved his hand and led the Phoenix clan to retreat crazily. Not only him. The Skyrock clan leader and other experts who were watching the battle all retreated. Thunder tribulation and heaven's punishment were two different things. Thunder tribulation was a heaven's punishment that was produced when one was undergoing tribulation. It was produced by the heavenly Tao. It was the strongest punishment in the entire universe. Those who attracted heaven's punishment would definitely die. It was a person that heaven and earth could not tolerate. Damn it, how could it be heaven's punishment? The Destiny clan leader was also dumbfounded. He no longer dared to fight against the old Phoenix. He frantically led his people to retreat. The old Phoenix also retreated far away, his brows tightly knitted together. He really could not understand. How could a top genius like Lin Wuti, a young great emperor, attract heaven's punishment? Damn it, he was about to break through. The dark red divine dragon and the others' faces also changed. They were all worried for Lin Xian because they knew that Lin Xian was an abandoned immortal. Every time he broke through, he would have to accept heaven's punishment unless he entered the sword world. But now, he seemed to want to borrow the power of heaven's punishment to fight against the enemy. The old Phoenix came here and asked Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing simply said a few words. The old Phoenix was surprised. It was an abandoned immortal. That was too unbelievable. A person who had been abandoned by immortals was actually able to reach this step. The Phoenix clan leader was not in the mood to care about these things right now. She quickly left with her people. Morong Qingqing was worried. The old Phoenix said, "You said that he has a way. If you stay here, you will attract God's punishment. Leave quickly." Morong Qingqing nodded. She knew that Lin Xian had a way to deal with sky law. Therefore, he also retreated and left. At this moment, everyone around the heaven battling peak had disappeared. Within 10 million miles, not a single human figure could be seen. Those demonic beasts also fled one after another. Everyone was watching from afar. However, what was surprising was that after the initial explosion of the heavenly punishment's terrifying power, it gradually weakened. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Wudi was killed by a heavenly punishment? They didn't understand, but no one dared to go. There were still remnants of thunderclouds in the sky, as if they were searching for a target. If they went over at this time, they would immediately be beaten to death. Therefore, everyone was waiting. In the void below the heavenly punishment, Lin Xian had already disappeared. A black vortex swallowed him. Lin Xian entered the sword world and dodged the heavenly punishment's attack. After entering, he began to break through with all his might. This time, there was no thunder in the sky. Instead, flames appeared in all directions. It appeared out of nowhere and set him ablaze. Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? What were these flames? He felt that his 9-yang divine fire was countless times stronger. It caused his 9-yang divine body to crack in an instant. The Hellfire Dragon saw this and quickly retreated. He shouted from afar, "Brat, hold on. This is called tribulation fire." It was the same as lightning tribulation. Why was there no lightning tribulation? Lin Xian was puzzled. He resisted and asked, "What do you know?" The Hellfire Dragon said, "It has something to do with the world you are in. The specific explanation is too long. I guess you don't have the patience to listen. You know, when you reach the level of the great sage and enter this world, after breaking through, it will be tribulation fire." Lin Xian could no longer hear anything because the pain from the flames was so intense that he was about to faint. Damn it. He didn't expect that breaking through to the great sage would be such a terrifying tribulation. He roared crazily and blocked with all his might. One moment, the law was overflowing, and the next moment, a terrifying demonic aura swept through. At this moment, the sword world was truly filled with a myriad of changes. The last flame completely enveloped Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was shattered. However, when a new body was condensed, it emitted a crystal-clear radiance. An even more terrifying flame aura filled the air. This shocked Lin Xian. This tribulation fire lasted for half a year. Lin Xian's body experienced countless shattering. Finally, on this day, the tribulation fire that filled the sky disappeared, and his body completely recovered. The aura around his body became terrifying. He broke through. In such a short time, the Hellfire Dragon was surprised. Originally, he thought that it would take at least 3 years. But now, it was completed in just half a year? The 4 spirit beasts of the 4 Spirit Valley were even more shocked. What a terrifying aura. Why do I feel a wave of divine might? Their bodies began to sway. Lin Xian also raised the corner of his mouth. He now felt that he had unlimited power with just a raise of his hand. Right now, his fighting strength was 10 times stronger than before. In other words, his previous opponents, such as Yun Hai and Bailey Wuck, if they did not improve, they would not be his opponent at all. He could easily kill them. He could even fight against the Holy Lord without any problems. This was the increase in strength brought to him by breaking through. Great, Lin Xian was overjoyed. It seemed that he could return to the sacred origin ancient city. Long Huangzi, just you wait. I will personally take care of you. If the Dragon Prince did not break through, then he would have already surpassed the Dragon Prince. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and walked out of the sword world. When he came out, the aura around his body changed. It was no longer so terrifying. On the contrary, it had weakened a lot. It seemed that the average great sage was weaker. What was going on? Lin Xian was surprised. The Hellfire Dragon's voice came out. It's normal. The outside world is a lightning tribulation. You are going through a fire tribulation. These are two different paths. Therefore, your aura in the outside world will become different. What about strength? Lin Xian asked. His strength would not be suppressed, right? The Hellfire Dragon said. Don't worry, his strength was not suppressed at all. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His strength did not change. It was just a change in aura. There was no problem at all. Let's go. His figure flashed and he flew towards the Phoenix clan. Now, he was going to meet up with Morong Qingqing and the others. The sky punishment in the sky also slowly disappeared. Those people thousands of miles away were shocked. Half a year had passed. The experts and patriarchs of the various sects had all returned. However, every clan and sect had sent some people to investigate. Once there was a change here, they would immediately report it. Now, these people in charge of investigating were shocked. What? Someone came out, heavens, who is it? They looked carefully and were shocked. It's Lin Wudy, he didn't die. He actually came back alive, quickly report to the family. These people were shocked and quickly left. They wanted to personally report this news to the family. Half a year ago, Yunhai and Lin Wudy fought at the pinnacle. Lin Wudy killed Yunhai, but immediately after, he attracted heaven's punishment. Then, millions of miles of space became a forbidden area. No one dared to cross the line. This news naturally spread. In half a year, the entire Yuhing continent knew about it. Even the Holy Abyss ancient city knew about the situation. They were not worried. Some people sneered. Encountering heaven's punishment meant certain death. People like the Dragon Palace and the Blue Race heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Wudy finally fell. On the Yuhing continent side, the people of the Thunder clan sneered. The people of the Destiny clan gritted their teeth. Although Lin Wudy fell, they also lost Yunhai. He was the young master. More importantly, Lin Wudy's fall had nothing to do with them. They could not get anything from Lin Xian. Especially the extreme weapon and cultivation technique inheritance. Those were all things that made them jealous. But now, they were all buried in heaven's punishment. No one dared to take them. They constantly sent people to investigate. As long as heaven's punishment disappeared, they would send their strongest forces to snatch the extreme weapon, heaven-devouring jar. In fact, it was not only them. The other families also had their eyes on the heaven-devouring jar. Once they got the extreme weapon, they would have the qualifications to challenge the Emperor clans and become the true overlords of the universe. On this day, news finally came back. The people who went to investigate came back personally. Patriarch, there's news. Someone from the Destiny clan landed and roared. The Destiny clan's patriarch came out with a group of elders. Did heaven's punishment disappear? The saint nodded frantically and disappeared. Heaven's punishment disappeared. That's great. The Destiny clan's patriarch's eyes burst out with a sharp light. Let's go. This time, I want to snatch the heaven-devouring jar personally. The surrounding elders quickly formed hand seals to summon their experts. However, the saint shook his head. No, Patriarch, you can't go, what's wrong? Has it already been taken by someone else? The Fate clan leader frowned. Who was it that moved so quickly? The saint said that the heavenly punishment had disappeared, but Lin Wudy had not died. He had walked out alive. What did you say? The Fate clan leader was stunned, and so were the others. Lin Wudy didn't die? How was this possible? The Fate clan's clan leader grabbed the saint's neck and roared madly. He attracted the wrath of the heavens, and you say he didn't die? The saint was so scared that he started crying. He said in a trembling voice, I don't know either. But the people we left there to investigate all saw Lin Wudy come out alive. The other families should have received the news by now. Damn it, how could it be like this? The Fate clan leader roared crazily as the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. He was furious. His son had fallen, but the other party was still alive. Not only the Fate clan, but the Thunder clan and the Divine Fire clan were also shocked when they heard the news. None of them believed it. When the heavenly rock race received the news, they were even more shocked. Bailiwick's eyes shone with a positive light. The other party was still alive. How did he avoid the wrath of the heavens, damn it? Did he break through and become the great sage? The heavenly rock guard said. He wasn't sure as he was too far away. However, he didn't feel a strong aura. Maybe he didn't break through. The heavenly rock race leader also said that if he didn't break through, then he might really be able to avoid the wrath of the heavens. However, if that was the case, he wouldn't be able to advance for the rest of his life. Wuck, you are different from him. Although you lost to him this time, your future is bright. As long as you are given some time, you can break through and become the great sage. You can even become the peak of the late stage of the great sage. As for him, he would always be a saint king. The gap between you two will only get bigger and bigger. Soon, you will be able to trample him under your feet. That's right. Hearing this, Bailiwick clenched his fists. Yes, the other party couldn't break through anymore, but he could continue to advance. The gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. Just wait, he would use the fastest speed to break through and become the great sage. When the Phoenix clan received the news, they also couldn't believe it. Are you sure he came back alive? The Phoenix clan leader was surprised. That's right. The guard who came to report nodded. What else did the Phoenix clan leader want to say? At this moment, the guard who was guarding the mountain gate rushed over and said. Reporting to the patriarch, someone has come. Who is it? The Phoenix clan leader asked. The guard said that it was Lin Wudi. What? Did you say that he came? The Phoenix clan leader was shocked. Quickly go and invite him over. At the same time, he quickly sent out a notice. The elders who informed him, Feng Jiao, and even Morong Qingqing and the old Phoenix. These people all knew. Feng Jiao was stunned when she heard about it. Really? She hurried over. Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. She was so excited that she was about to cry. Great, Brother Xian was fine. The old Phoenix also felt that it was unbelievable. Was there really a way to avoid the wrath of the heavens? He also wanted to see it with his own eyes. In an instant, everyone gathered in the Phoenix Hall. While they were waiting anxiously, a figure walked over. He was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. His expression was calm and there was a confident smile on his face. That's right, Lin Wudi. It was this guy. Countless powerhouses of the Phoenix clan were in an uproar. The roof of the hall was about to be overturned. The old Phoenix arrived in front of Lin Xian like lightning. She grabbed Lin Xian and looked at him carefully. Are you really still alive? The Phoenix clan leader also came personally. An extremely cold aura erupted from his eyes. How did you avoid the wrath of the heavens? Wait, that's not right. Your aura isn't that of the great sage. Could it be that you haven't broken through? When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They had been so shocked by the fact that Lin Xian was still alive that they had forgotten to check his cultivation level. Now that they looked carefully, they realized that his cultivation was very strange. It was a little mysterious, but it was completely different from the great sage's aura that they knew. After thinking about it, they realized that he hadn't broken through to the great sage. Could it be that he hadn't broken through to avoid the wrath of the heavens? Feng Jiao also walked over. Lin Xian looked at these people and said. It's a long story. You can think of it that way too. He couldn't explain it. What could he say? He had already broken through to the great sage? If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to explain. So he hadn't broken through. Feng Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. The Phoenix clan leader and the others also felt relieved. If he had broken through and avoided the wrath of the heavens, it would be too terrifying. If he hadn't broken through, it would be understandable. At the same time, they also frowned slightly. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he would only be a sage ruler for the rest of his life and would never be able to break through? It seemed that this was the end of the road for this genius. Thinking of this, many people shook their heads. Even Feng Yu's eyes lit up. The Phoenix clan leader's eyes were also filled with disappointment. This was the end of the young supreme being with no future. He didn't need to pay too much attention to him. Hence, the gathering ended quickly and everyone left the Phoenix main hall. Lin Xian didn't care. He followed Morong Qingqing and the rest back to his territory. Morong Qingqing threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian smiled and comforted her. Didn't I come back safely, young master? Did you really not break through? You can't break through in the future? Yunyu asked. She had been here all this time. The dark red dragon said. How could it be? If this kid didn't break through, he wouldn't be smiling so happily. The toad also said, show us your strength and let us see. The old phoenix was also there. She looked at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. Qingqing said, you have a way. Do you really have a way? Lin Xian looked at the old phoenix with a complicated expression. Morong Qingqing said, it's okay. Master is on our side. Lin Xian nodded and said, I did break through to the great sage. It was just that there were some changes in my aura. As for the specifics, he couldn't explain it. He broke through. Hearing this, Yunyu was shocked. The old phoenix was also surprised. Why, you don't believe it? Lin Xian looked at Yunyu and said, attack me with all your strength. Yunyu said, really? Lin Xian said, don't worry. Alright, I won't hold back then. Yunyu shouted and attacked with both palms. One side was sacred while the other was demonic. This was an all-out attack. Even a great sage wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian stood there unmoved. With a clang, Yunyu was pushed back. Her arms were numb. However, Lin Xian's body didn't have any cracks at all. How could it be? Yunyu couldn't believe it. The old phoenix's pupils shrank. What a strong physique. You did break through. That's right. Lin Xian laughed. With a wave of his hand, the yin-yang image appeared and shrouded Yunyu. Yunyu was instantly enveloped, unable to resist at all. How could this be? She felt despair. Previously, although she had lost to Lin Xian, she had only been suppressed after exchanging 1,000 blows. But now, her opponent was able to suppress her with a single move. If the other party wanted to kill her, wouldn't he be able to do it with just a finger? The other party had really broken through. It was too terrifying. Yunyu lowered her head. From now on, she would respect young master. Although she was also a top-notch genius, she was nothing more than an ant in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew the yin-yang diagram and nodded. Old Phoenix also sighed. It seems that they have underestimated you. Even I have underestimated you, young master. I don't have any other requests now. I just hope that in the future, even if you and Fengjiu become enemies, you can show mercy and spare her life in the end. Lin Xian nodded. Senior, don't worry. I won't kill Fengjiu. That's good. Old Phoenix also heaved a sigh of relief. She could already foresee the expressions of those top-notch geniuses and princesses when Lin Xian displayed his true strength. She had previously guessed which disciple had entered the great sage realm in advance. But she didn't expect it to be this young man in front of her. Senior, I hope you can keep the matter of my breakthrough a secret because I have to return to deal with a powerful enemy. I don't want him to get the news in advance and escape. Don't worry, I understand. We won't interfere too much in the affairs of you youngsters. Then, Old Phoenix left. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing gathered together. The two of them had endless things to talk about. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing outside. Did you hear? Lin Wuti didn't die. He came back alive, what? The final victor was still Lin Wuti. That's right. He was really too powerful. Had he broken through to become the great sage, who in the younger generation could be his opponent? No. According to reliable sources, Lin Wuti's aura is still that of a sage king. He didn't break through. No wonder. I was wondering how he could avoid Sky's punishment. It turns out that he didn't break through. Can he still break through in the future? It's difficult. It's said that his path has come to an end. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. The news spread throughout the Yuhing continent. Countless people were discussing it. Some people sighed. Lin Wuti would probably become history. When this news spread to wholly distant ancient city, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it. This kid didn't die. But soon, they sneered. He was abandoned by an immortal. With the threat of Sky's punishment, he could forget about breaking through in this lifetime. Ha 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 ha. The people of Blue Race laughed. They saw hope. As long as the Dragon Prince broke through and became the Great Sage, killing Lin Wudi would be as easy as flipping his hand. The people of Golden Crow Tribe and Zifu Tribe sneered. It wouldn't be long before they could get rid of a peerless enemy. On the other side, the people of Nalan family, Dugu family, and Fire Dragon Tribe frowned. Was Lin Xian really stagnant? This was very bad news for them. The people of Divine Union shook their heads frantically. It was impossible. Boss Lin must have a way, yes, so what if he was from the immortal graveyard? Boss Lin had cultivated to the Sage King realm. He definitely had a way to break through. Cultivation, these people clenched their fists. No matter what, they would advance and retreat together with Lin Xian. In a sacred mountain range. Hundreds of people were farming there. They were cultivating spiritual herbs. Those spiritual herbs were crystal clear and each of them was priceless. If they could be taken outside, one of them would be enough to make countless great sage go crazy. Beside the herb field, there was a lake. A lady was sitting beside the lake. She was wearing a white robe and looked like a fairy. At this moment, she was holding a scroll and her eyes were shining. He avoided the heavenly punishment and didn't break through. This guy, he actually managed to deceive everyone in the world. This lady was none other than Yan Ruyu. The news she had was about Lin Xian's deeds in the Yuhing continent. She knew that Lin Xian was someone who had been abandoned by the immortal realm. However, she didn't believe that he hadn't broken through. It was just that the people outside didn't know. Then, Yan Ruyu looked at the people who were working in the distance. These people were the only people left in the spirit region. Yan Ruyu's eyes were shining. Their ancestor was a great emperor who had received help from the spirit region. However, they had been unable to protect the spirit region and let it be destroyed. She had sworn that she would take revenge. The 10,000 Dragons Court. The Dragon Prince. He wouldn't let him go. Yan Ruyu stood up and her eyes were shining. It seemed like it was time to make a trip. She knew that there would be a battle between Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince. In addition, there was the enmity between the Black Sea Dragons and the 10,000 Dragons Court. Lin Xian would definitely kill the Dragon Prince. Even if Lin Xian could defeat the Dragon Prince after breaking through, it would be too difficult for him to kill the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian had half an extreme Dao weapon, the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. She also had an extreme Dao weapon. If the two of them worked together, they might have a chance of killing the Dragon Prince. According to the intel, that kid is returning. It seems like I have to hurry up and prepare. Yan Ruyu turned around to prepare endless resources. She wanted to fully awaken the extreme Dao weapon and deal a shocking blow. The Destiny Twins race also received the news. The other party didn't break through. You think you can keep your life if you don't break through? Too naive. Activate Destiny Judgment again to kill that kid. The Destiny Clan leader gave the order. Destiny Judgment was activated again. This time, it wasn't 100 people. Previously, Destiny Judgment was struck by Heaven's punishment and 20 people fell. Now, there were only 80 people left. But even so, it was still a super strong force. Killing a Saint King was as easy as flipping one's hand. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to attract Heaven's punishment this time. Destiny Judgment quickly moved out. On the other side, Lin Xian was living a very leisurely life. After breaking through, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate or fight. The most important thing was to consolidate his realm, including his cultivation realm and mental state. Morong Qingqing had been by his side, living a carefree and happy life. The dark red dragon and the toad flew over. Kid, the world is talking about you now. Lin Xian put down the spirit wine and smiled. Is that so? They all think that I didn't break through. Thinking about it, this news should have spread to Holy Abyss City. The Dragon Prince didn't have to run anymore. Just wait, I'll give her a huge gift when I get back. The dark red dragon was excited. I thought about how the Dragon Prince was slapped to the ground by you. I can't even sleep. Let's hurry back. The toad also roared at the side. Haha, if the emperor was easily knocked to the ground, the eyeballs of those people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would probably fall to the ground. I really want to see this scene. Morong Qingqing rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, Brother Xian, if you only defeat the Dragon Prince. That's simple. But if you want to kill him, it will be difficult. Morong Qingqing was often with Feng Jiao and the two of them had sparred before. She naturally knew how difficult it was to kill an emperor-level character. Feng Jiao could summon an extreme weapon now, so could the Dragon Prince. With the supreme weapon, no one could kill the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. This time, he would beat him up viciously to get his revenge. As for killing him, he would have to plan it well. Right now, I only have half an extreme grade weapon, and that's not enough. I'm going to borrow another one. Leaf Dao Denier? Morong Qingqing was shocked. The Yi family probably wouldn't join hands with you. Once the Dragon Prince fell, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would attack like crazy. The Yi family was not willing to offend such an emperor clan. Morong Qingqing was also worried. Did they have to kill him? One had to know that Lin Xian would be hunted down endlessly if the Dragon Prince died. The 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court was determined to hunt him down. Lin Xian said. You think that if I don't kill him, he won't kill me. Once the Dragon Prince breaks through and becomes the Great Sage, he will be the first to kill me. Therefore, only one of us can survive. As for the 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court's hunt, let them come. Anyway, I have to step on countless bones on the path of Emperor. If the 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court wants to be a stepping stone, I'll fulfill their wish. I'll go back with you. Morong Qingqing was worried. Don't attack first. I'll go back to Jade Lake and see if I can borrow the Desolate Tower. Lin Xian was delighted. Really? If he had the Desolate Tower, his chances of winning would be higher. But before that? There were still some people to deal with. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Morong Qingqing was stunned. Then, she said, Destiny Clan, do you think they will attack again? Lin Xian said that this group of people would definitely not let the matter rest. I think destiny ruling is already on the way. This time, I'll destroy them completely. As for the Destiny Clan, I'll personally visit them in the future. I'll kill them. Next, Lin Xian let the Dark Red Dragon and the Toad release the news. Even the route of their departure had been released. What he wanted was for destiny ruling to find them. This was a very terrifying group of people. Taking advantage of the fact that they didn't know that he had broken through, he could catch them off guard. After staying for about half a month, Lin Xian and the others set off. The news of their departure and the route had already been released. Therefore, along the way, Lin Xian and the others were always preparing. The previous few days had been peaceful because they were in the territory of the Phoenix clan. After leaving, about 10 days later, their surroundings instantly became cold and gloomy. Countless demonic auras appeared, and the entire world seemed to have turned into Azura hell. They're here. Morong Qingqing frowned. Now that they were far away from the Phoenix clan, these people finally couldn't help but make a move. The Toad snorted coldly. Who are you? Come out, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Stupid ants, you will all go to hell today. 80 dark figures appeared. Their auras were abnormally cold. They were like the god of death, covering the sky and earth. A holy angel descended from the sky, holding a scepter in his hand and speaking coldly. Kneel down and accept your punishment. Destiny adjudication. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. You guys really came out. His eyes were golden as he looked around. Then, he said, only you guys, only we are enough to deal with you. There's no need for others to do it. The holy angel spoke coldly. You guys should be from the Destiny clan, a powerful and mysterious force. If all of you fall, I wonder how the Destiny clan will react. Lin Xian's voice sounded with a trace of cold killing intent. The people of Destiny Adjudication were stunned when they heard this. Then, they burst into laughter. Stupid thing, who do you think you are? You want to fight against us, Destiny Adjudication, even if you can kill the young master, you are not our match. Even if it was a saint, they would still die in front of us, let alone you. Cut the crap, let's do it. The holy angel waved his scepter. The surrounding people rushed over crazily. Yunyu's face became serious. This was the mysterious force of the clan. At this moment, he was going all out, making her hair stand on end. If it was her, she would probably be killed in an instant. The toad and the dark red dragon also felt their scalps go numb. They didn't have the strength to fight against a sage. Therefore, they naturally couldn't resist. Morong Qingqing's expression was serious. Her body was flickering with seven-colored radiance. However, Lin Xian didn't let her make a move. Now that he had broken through, it was a good time to test how strong he was. Come, I hope you guys won't disappoint me. Lin Xian walked out and looked disdainfully in all directions. Stupid thing, 80 hunters rushed over. They turned into 80 peerless abilities and attacked Lin Xian. It was over in one move. The holy angel sneered. The remaining hunters also had cold expressions. Their attacks were foolproof. In the sky, a huge hand tore everything apart. Lin Xian walked out. It's useless. Is this all you've got? How is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. The holy angel was also shocked. The other party's physique was so strong that it had surpassed that of a sage king. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw their shocked expressions. The next moment, he punched out. Six-path fist. It carried an aura of indomitable will. However, its power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Feeling this power, the pupils of Destiny Adjudication's people constricted. They had seen this fist technique before. Lin Xian had used many trump cards in his battle with Yunhai. They were all very familiar with it. But what was with this power? The other party's power was much stronger than before. It was as if he was a different person. Boom, a heaven-shaking sound rang out. Dozens of hunters were sent flying while vomiting blood. Many of their bodies were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The remaining people were also terrified. Damn it, impossible. How did you become so strong? They roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. Another palm strike came at him. The next moment, his palm carried boundless demonic chi and turned into a demon god's seal. It descended from the sky. Boom boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, dozens of hunters were sent flying while vomiting blood. This time, more than 20 hunters were directly annihilated in body and soul. They were stunned. The people of Destiny Adjudication couldn't believe it. The holy angel's pupils constricted. He roared crazily. Damn it, he was no longer a sage king, he had broken through. He really couldn't explain how the other party had changed so much in just half a year. The only explanation was that the other party had broken through and become a great sage. That was impossible. They had carefully checked the other party's aura. It was very weak. It definitely wasn't the aura of a great sage. Lin Xian laughed. If you can't figure it out, then go to hell to figure it out. He took out the great spear of destruction and moved quickly. The light carried a destructive aura and turned into the light of the demon god, covering the sky and earth. The hunter screamed crazily and fled quickly. They quickly fled. If the other party really broke through and became a great sage, they would be able to escape. In that case, his strength would be greatly increased and might even be more terrifying than a sage. After all, the other party had an extreme weapon. Their information was wrong. They had to hurry back to the clan and tell the news to the clan leader and the old ancestor. They sent out even more terrifying existences. Perhaps this time, they would have to send out the peak of the great sage to kill him. Do you want to leave? Don't you think it's already too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The power in his body exploded. Endless devil chi surrounded him. The power of the great dragon sword spirit also surged out and transformed into a demonic bow. Arching the bow, demonic arrows flew out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. With a boom, several hunters were pierced by the demonic swords and nailed to death in the void. No matter where they fled, Lin Xian's Tianji god eyes could lock onto them. Then, he used the demonic swords to pierce through them. In an instant, a large number of hunters fell. damn it. The sacred angel was really angry. He used all his strength and slashed down with the holy heaven scepter in his hand. It was as if he was splitting the sky and earth. The demonic swords were shattered. Lin Xian was also forced to take a step back. His arm was numb, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. It seemed that the sacred angel was the strongest among these people. But so what, kill. He waved the great spear of destruction and quickly killed his way out. At the same time, he also used the Hellfire Dragon Sword. The Shura Sword technique appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The Absolute Kill Sword technique caused the sacred angel to keep retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. As a powerful sacred angel, when had he ever been threatened by others, but now? The other party gave him a fatal sense of danger. He didn't dare to be careless. Shura Sword technique, fourth sword. At this time, Lin Xian finally used the fourth sword technique. Between heaven and earth, a stream of light streaked across, followed by the sacred angel's scream. Half of his body was split open, and saint blood dripped from the sky. No, the remaining dozens of hunters were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even their leader was seriously injured. This was a huge blow to them. Yunyue, who was behind, looked at this scene and was also shocked. It was so terrifying. She had previously experienced Lin Xian's strength after his breakthrough. But at that time it was only one move. He suppressed her with one move. Now that Lin Xian had used this kind of strength consecutively, she was shocked. One had to know that Lin Xian hadn't used the power of an extreme weapon yet. He was already able to sweep through everything. Even if the entire Destiny Adjudicator joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. At this point, the sacred angel wouldn't die so easily. But in the next moment, her face changed. Her body, which had just healed, cracked in half. The crack couldn't heal at all. What's going on? The sacred angel was really panicking this time. His opponent's sword energy seemed to contain an indestructible power. Damn it, how did he have so many super trump cards? Lin Xian sneered. Not only did he use the Azura sword technique, but he also used the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was impossible for the sacred angel to completely heal her body. Damn it, run, every single one of us can escape. The holy angel knew that they were finished this time, but as long as one of them could escape, if one person could escape, they would be able to send the news to the patriarch. There were more than 20 hunters left. When they heard this, they ran like crazy. The blood in their bodies burned. They wanted to escape at all costs. Stupid things, do you think you can escape? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He attacked the sacred angel. The hunters were overjoyed. No one cared about them. They increased their speed. The holy angel roared, and holy light began to burn from his body. He wanted to give the others more time. Boom, his wish was good, but the moment they exchanged blows, he was beaten until he vomited blood. The demonic god seal descended from the sky like a primordial demon mountain, turning half of his body into a bloody mist. Then, the demonic god pointed at his head, splitting it open. He roared crazily. But at this moment, a pair of godlike eyes appeared in the sky, severely injuring his soul. How could this be? He was completely suppressed, the other party was completely beating him. It was over. At this moment, another angry roar sounded. The Hellfire Dragon sword carried an indestructible power. It turned into sword energy that filled the sky. There were millions of sword energy, like a sea of swords, enveloping the sacred angel. The sacred angel was cut into a bloody mist, unable to revive. Was he dead? Yunyue looked at the scene in disbelief. That was the sacred angel, the leader of Destiny Adjudication. Now, he was gone. Leader, the 20 hunters who escaped also felt this scene. They roared crazily, their eyes red. But no one dared to go back. They could only speed up and escape. The rest of the hunters fled in different directions. Coupled with the burning of their bloodline, their speed was extremely fast. Even if everyone attacked together, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. When Yinyu saw this scene, she exclaimed. Not good, young master. It's over. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, the family will send even more terrifying experts over. Maybe at that time, the peak great sage would appear. She was really too worried. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, his lips curled up. Don't worry. None of them could escape. He formed a seal with his palms and the demon god wings appeared on his back. The black wings flapped and instantly disappeared. The demon god wings allowed one to travel extremely fast in a straight line. Very quickly, he caught up to one of the hunters. That hunter sensed the sound of air being torn apart behind him and turned his head in confusion. When he saw Lin Xian, he was scared out of his wits. Impossible, he roared crazily. How did you catch up? However, what answered him was only a palm. Demon god seal, he was beaten to the point where his soul was completely destroyed. The first one. Lin Xian grabbed the other party's storage ring and chased after him. The second one, the third one. Gradually, those hunters who escaped fell one after another. When the last hunter saw Lin Xian, he was really in despair. No. He was slapped into a blood mist. Even when he died, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could catch up to all of them. This kind of speed was beyond their understanding. When Lin Xian returned with 20 storage rings, Yunyu was also stunned. 20 top experts burned their bloodlines and fled in different directions. But no one was able to escape. This speed was shocking. He looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, he treated him as a god. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone away. The Destiny Twins race. The Destiny clan leader was anxiously waiting. This time, if they brought him back, the extreme weapon would be theirs. He even suspected that Lin Xian had the Emperor's ancient scripture. As long as they could learn it, their Destiny Twins race would become even more terrifying. At that time, they might even be able to compete with the Emperor clans. At this moment, the news spread. Clan leader, this is bad. The elders all started crying. When they arrived, they knelt on the ground. What's going on? The Fate clan leader's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? He stood up and spoke. Those elders, however, knelt on the ground and roared crazily. Dead, they were all dead. Everyone from Fate Adjudication had died, and their soul jade tablets had all shattered. What? The Destiny clan leader went crazy upon hearing this. What did you say? All dead, how was this possible? He roared madly. He couldn't believe it. That was the judgment of fate. 80 top-tier experts and a holy angel had actually fallen. Damn it, who is it? Was it that kid who did it? Impossible? Could it be that the Phoenix clan had secretly helped him? Most likely, he was the only one capable of destroying Fate Adjudicator. However, when another group of people returned, they brought back news that made the Fate clan leader despair. Previously, they had sent people to keep an eye on the Phoenix clan to see if there were any experts. If they did, they would quickly pass on the message. They would also send experts to intercept them. However, these people said that the Phoenix clan didn't send out any experts. This made the Fate clan leader dumbfounded. If it wasn't the old Phoenix who did it, then who? Damn it, could it be that there was a terrifying existence behind Lin Wudi? He couldn't imagine. This time, the Fate clan leader sent out a supreme elder. This was a great sage at the pinnacle. His strength was extremely terrifying. His appearance directly alarmed the entire Yuhing continent. There were no great emperors at the moment. A great sage at the pinnacle was the strongest existence. He could sweep through the 9 heavens. Now that such a person had appeared, countless people were terrified. What was the reason? Why did the great sage of the Fate clan appear? Heavens, are they going to kill Lin Wudi? Countless people were shocked. The members of the Thunder clan and the Tianping clan also received the news. Their brows furrowed tightly. This shouldn't be. A great sage at the pinnacle was too terrifying. It would definitely cause a commotion. Even if the Fate clan wanted to kill him, they should have sent Fate Adjudicator. Could it be that there was an accident with Fate Adjudicator? They all began to investigate. When they learned that Fate and Fate Adjudicator had all fallen, everyone was stunned. They had seen that power before. It could sweep through everything. Even a great sage would die without a doubt. But now, it had fallen. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudi? coupled with the great sage's impulse, they guessed that it was most likely Lin Wudi who destroyed Fate Adjudicator. No way, could it be that this Lin Wudi already had the strength of a great sage? I think he was even stronger. How could this be? Even if he had the talent of a great emperor, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. It seemed that there was an expert behind him who had made a move. Voices of discussion sounded one after another. When the Phoenix clan received the news, they were also shocked. The Phoenix clan leader, Feng Jiao, and the others narrowed their eyes. It seemed that even if this Lin Wudi was abandoned by an immortal, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. However, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Phoenix Mountain. The old Phoenix stood there and looked into the distance. As expected, he had broken through. The young Supreme had broken through to become the great sage. Was his strength so terrifying? It seemed that there would be a storm in Saint Origin Ancient City. The great sage of the Fate clan swept in all directions, but they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian at all. This made them go crazy with anger. This punch really hit the air. It didn't cause any threat to the other party. At this moment, Saint Origin Ancient City still didn't know about this news. In their opinion, Lin Xian had already fallen in the heavenly punishment. At this moment, at the edge of the Yuhing continent, there was a huge ship flying quickly. Countless figures stood on the dragon ship, including Lin Xian and the others. When they came, Lin Xian and the others left using the super teleportation array. However, when they left, Lin Xian didn't use the Phoenix clan's teleportation array to deal with Fate Adjudicator. So when they returned, they would leave by dragon ship. The sea between the Yuhing continent and Yuanguang continent was a part of Longhai. It was very difficult to fly over. Only by taking Longhai's ship could it be fast. On the way, the dark red dragon and the toad were also on tenterhooks. Longhai was Long Ao's clan and stood on the side of the Thousand Dragons court. If they were discovered, the powerhouses of Longhai's dragons would probably rush over in an instant. Lin Xian was very calm. He wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, the Lord of Longhai definitely didn't expect him to sit on Longhai's ship. Longhai's ship was very big. It was like a dragon soaring above the sea. Its speed was even faster than a sage. This was specially made by Longhai. Of course, the boarding fee was also very high. It was enough to make a sage's heart ache. On the dragon boat, Lin Xian and the others were very relaxed. They enjoyed the sea breeze and sun when they had nothing to do. Their days were very leisurely. Yunyu also felt like a lifetime had passed. A few days ago, they were still being chased by fate. Now, they had to live like gods. It was like a dream. Yunyu, it's you. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Yunyu turned her head and looked over. Then, she was stunned. A woman walked over from the front. She was extremely beautiful and had an elegant aura. There were many young warriors beside her with fawning looks on their faces. Yu Xianxia, it's you. Yunyu was also surprised. Why are you here? Both of them asked the same question, and then they both laughed. You know her? Toad jumped over, startling the beautiful woman in front of him. Yunyu said, let me introduce you. This is the princess of the Moon Shadow clan, Yu Xianxia. She's my good friend. These are also my friends. Yunyu pointed at Toad, Lin Xian, and the others. As for the specifics, she didn't dare to explain. After all, if these people found out about Lin Xian's identity, it would probably cause an earth-shattering storm. Yu Xianxia looked ahead. When she saw Lin Xian, she was also stunned. This was because she had rarely seen such a calm and composed young man. But soon, she shifted her gaze to Murong Qingqing, who was standing to the side. She was stunned. As the princess of the Moon Shadow clan, she thought that her appearance was unparalleled and her temperament was outstanding. However, compared to the purple-robed woman in front of her, she seemed a little dull. Who is she? She was very confused. The eyes of the young geniuses beside Yu Xianxia also lit up as they stared at Murong Qingqing. She's so beautiful. Could it be that a fairy has descended? Their faces were filled with shock. However, Yunyu said, why are you here? Yu Xianxia said, don't mention it. There are some things about the clan that annoy me. This time, I have to go to the Yaoguang continent to buy some resources for the clan. Oh right, Yun Yu, you're from the Yuhing continent, right? Do you know what happened before? What happened? Yun Yu was nervous. Naturally, it was about that Lin Wudi. Rumor had it that he was too powerful. He had swept through the 8 wastelands and defeated countless experts. Even Bailey Wuck had been defeated by him. After Yunue heard this, her expression became strange. Logically speaking, Bailey Wuck shouldn't have mentioned this matter, because Bailey Wuck wasn't the only one who was defeated. Even the young lord of the Fate clan was slain. Could it be that the other party did not know? She asked tentatively. Yu Xianxia said, what a pity, I've only heard about that battle. After that, I went to carry out my family's mission. I don't know what's going to happen next. Did Flawless 100 Miles retaliate? That's right, the Heavenly Pung race won't let this matter go, right? It turned out that the other party didn't know what was going to happen next. No wonder. Yun Yu heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a group of people walked over from afar. One of them walked over and said, Fairy Yu, our young master has feelings for you. The physiques of these people were very strong. Just by standing there, they seemed to be able to suppress everything. It's you, Yu Xianxia frowned. She said, I don't have time. Go back and tell your young master to stop bothering me. The people in front didn't leave. Instead, their expressions darkened. Our young master has said that we must bring Fairy Yu over. Please don't make things difficult for us, Fairy Yu. What if I refuse? Yu Xianxia snorted coldly. Those experts were emitting a terrifying aura. Don't blame us for making a move. Even if we want to suppress you today, we'll make sure you bring her over. How dare you, Yu Xianxia shouted angrily. The people of the Moon Shadow clan were also furious. In fact, the young geniuses in the surroundings even snorted coldly. If you want to take Yu Xianxia away, you'll have to ask for our permission first. You're courting death. One of the experts waved his hand. It was as if an ancient mountain had swept out in all directions. Several young geniuses were sent flying. Their bones were shattered, and they were bleeding profusely. The other people were also in an uproar. Someone dared to make a move on the Dragon Sea ship? Did they want to die? Damn it, how dare you make a move? The injured young geniuses roared crazily. They originally wanted to show off their strength in front of Yu Xianxia. They didn't expect to end up in such a sorry state. So what if they made a move? Another expert walked out and threw out a punch. Several young geniuses were sent flying while vomiting blood. A man from the Moon Shadow clan frowned. You've already broken the ship's rules. Let's see what you're going to do about it. Who dares to cause trouble on our ship? Sure enough, the ship's guards walked over and shouted coldly. However, when they saw the tall men, they smiled. So it's our fellow Taoists from the Tyrants. These people don't know what's good for them, so we'll teach them a lesson. We're here to invite Fairy Yu. Understood. The guards nodded and smiled. Then, they looked at the young geniuses. Behave, or we'll throw you into the Dragon Sea to feed the fish. Why? The young geniuses roared crazily. They were indignant. The other party was the one who broke the rules. You're really stupid. A man walked over with his hands behind his back. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. He said loudly, because we're from the Tyrants, and because our young master is good friends with the geniuses of the Dragon Sea. Do you understand now that I've explained it this way? Offending us is the same as offending the Dragon Sea clan. The young geniuses were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. This ship belonged to the Dragon Sea clan. The others were also shocked. It seemed like they had kicked an iron plate. The Tyrants snorted. Since you know who we are, get lost. With an angry shout, the group of young geniuses around Fairy Ewing retreated. No one dared to offend them. Fairy Yu, come with us. The tall man snorted. The young geniuses from the Tyrants, Overlord Tianlang, narrowed his eyes. These people should be Fairy Yu's friends. Why don't we go together? He stared at Yunue and his eyes lit up. When he saw Morong Qingqing, he was so excited that he trembled. His luck was really good this time. There were so many peerless beauties here. Please. The tyrants came to ferry Yu and Yunyu aside. Some of them even walked towards Murong Qingqing. Yunyue was also angry, but she didn't dare to cause trouble now. She could only look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face also darkened. To be honest, he didn't intend to care about the previous incident. However, these people actually had their eyes on Murong Qingqing. That made him unhappy. He swirled the spirit wine in his hand and said calmly, "I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost. Disappear from my sight or bear the consequences." As soon as he said that, everyone on the deck was stunned. For a moment, the air became silent. No one dared to believe it. The people from the tyrants frowned. Who was so reckless? They snorted coldly, and the void around them began to shatter. In the next moment, they stared at a figure. It was a young figure. "Kid, were you the one who said that?" The others also looked at Lin Xian and began to discuss. "Who is this kid? He seems to have a powerful background. His aura doesn't seem to be anything special. He isn't even the great sage. How dare he challenge the tyrants? What a fool. He probably doesn't know how to spell the word death." Yu Xianzi's expression changed when she heard this. Although she was very dissatisfied with the tyrants, she didn't dare to challenge them. Would this young man be able to withstand it? She asked softly. "Yunyu, who is he?" Yunyu smiled bitterly. She thought that she had to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Who would have thought that Lin Xian didn't care about this at all? She looked at Yu Xianzi and said. He was a godlike figure. Yu Xianzi was stunned. Godlike figure? Was he that powerful? What about Bailey Wuck? Yunyu wanted to say something, but Overlord Sky Wolf walked over. He said coldly, "Kid, kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be dismembered." He was really angry. Who was this kid? How dare he challenge their family? Who are you? How dare you ask us to kneel? Can you bear it? The dark red dragon snorted. The toad sneered. You're the ones who don't know what's good for you. If you obediently kneel down in front of me now, I can spare your dog life. Countless people were in an uproar. This group of people was too reckless. A snake and a toad dared to challenge the tyrants. You're courting death. A tall man from the tyrants slapped out his palm and grabbed the toad. Countless people exclaimed. This toad would probably be turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The void shattered, and a terrifying aura pierced through all directions. The toad was also angry. Damn, you're underestimating me, aren't you? Go to hell. He shot out poison that filled the sky and quickly retreated at the same time. His attack missed and landed in the air. However, the poison was able to fly over. The tall man retracted his hand, his face cold. One of his hands had already turned black and was trembling non-stop. It was too poisonous. No way, he actually dodged it. He could even hurt the tyrants. This toad was not ordinary. Judging from its ugly appearance, could it be a strange beast of heaven and earth? Countless cries of surprise rang out. The toad turned its head and roared with its teeth clenched. Who dares to call me ugly? She had never seen such a handsome toad. Damn it, who was it that said that? Come out, I'll make that person's face bloom. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They now knew that the toad's poison was very powerful. It could even hurt the tyrants. However, the tyrants were completely enraged. You actually dared to injure me? Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. The injured man punched again. This time, it was the other hand. It turned into a terrifying ray of light and shot towards the toad. The toad was furious and quickly dodged. The dark red dragon struck out with its claw and collided with the opponent's fist. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The dark red dragon retreated and its arm went numb. Damn, he was so strong. The tyrants were not ordinary. The others were even more shocked. This snake was not ordinary either. It could actually compete with the tyrants in terms of physique. Who exactly are you people? The tyrants gritted their teeth and asked. Two strange beasts of heaven and earth. The dark red dragon turned its head and said. Kid, these tyrants are quite strong. Do you want to compete with them in terms of physique? Lin Xian shook his head and said, I'm not interested. They're too weak. They can't even block one of my fingers. The surrounding people were stunned. What did they just hear? Someone said that the tyrants were weak. Oh my god, are you kidding me? The tyrants were the legendary existence of the tyrant body. They were famous for their close combat physique and their immense strength. Now, someone actually dared to look down on the physique of the tyrants. He must be out of his mind. They looked carefully and were speechless when they realized that it was Lin Xian again. Why was it this kid again? The tyrants were also angry and stared at Lin Xian. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I think you're really courting death. At this moment, some of the geniuses at the side had already started to persuade her. Xianxia, I think you should agree with the tyrants. That's right, Xianxia. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Not to mention this kid. You'll be implicated to death by him. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. Xianxia also frowned. She really did not know where Lin Xian got the strength to say such words. She looked at Yunyu. However, Yunyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. To be honest, she was really not worried. She had already seen Lin Xian's strength. It would be difficult for these people to hurt Lin Xian. Xianxia sighed and said, Yunyu, why don't we go and take a look? The tyrants are sincerely inviting us. Also, tell your friends not to fight with the tyrants. It was obvious that Xianxia was starting to feel afraid. However, Yunyu shook her head. I know Sir's strength. This time, the tyrants must apologize. Otherwise, this matter will not end here. Xianxia was stunned. What kind of joke was this? She said. This is not your Fate clan's territory. This is the Dragon Sea. If you offend them, you will be buried in the sea. However, Yunyu shook her head. I can't make the decision for Sir. Xianxia was stunned. No matter how she looked at it, Yunyu seemed to be the other party's follower. But how was this possible? She knew Yunyu's strength. She was the pride of the Fate clan and had a terrifying status. However, she was so afraid of this young man. Could it be that this young man had a powerful background? Overlord Sky Wolf snorted coldly. No matter who you are, we have the final say here. Someone come and take them away. Someone walked towards Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian's face darkened and he threw the wine cup in his hand. The wine in the cup turned into a murderous arrow and pierced through the sky. One of the tyrants screamed and flew back. His body was pierced by the sword aura. He was injured. Countless people were shocked and could not believe that the person who was injured was from the tyrants. Was this young man really so powerful? Could he be a top-notch swordsman? Countless people exclaimed. The members of the tyrants were enraged. This time, two of them walked over and reached out to grab Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. I've said it before. You can't even withstand one finger of mine. He flicked his finger and pointed in front of him. Demon God's finger. With this point, heaven and earth shattered and the bodies of the two tyrants were torn apart. Then, they turned into a bloody mist and scattered between heaven and earth. It was a one-hit kill. The people around them were dumbfounded. Dead. Two powerful cultivators from the tyrants had fallen. And they were killed with one finger. They felt like they were dreaming. Oh God, who was this young man? He actually did it. Previously, Lin Xian said that the tyrants could not defeat him with one finger. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was bragging. But now, it really happened. They knew that the other party really had such strength. Who are you? Overlord Skywolf roared. The tyrants were also shocked. Lin Xian stood up. He took a step forward and stood in front of a tyrant. Then, he slapped him. You're courting death, the tyrant roared. Sky Tyrant Divine Fist. His fist danced and could shatter the galaxy, but he could not defeat Lin Xian's palm. Under this palm, his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He no longer existed. Another one died. Countless people were horrified. This guy could kill a tyrant with one move. It was too unbelievable. Xianxia was also stunned. How was this possible? Previously, she had persuaded the other party to lower his head and admit his mistake. But now, she realized that it was her. She was so wrong. now she finally understood. No wonder Yunue was so respectful. The young man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was a young powerhouse. Kid, tell me where you're from. Otherwise, if you dare to kill me, tyrants, you're dead meat. Overlord Sky Wolf roared crazily. He really wanted to know who the other party was. How dare you scold me? Slap him. After saying that, Lin Xian slapped him. With a smack, Overlord Sky Wolf was sent flying. Half of his face was smashed. He spun in the air and fell on the deck. Countless arrays flashed. If it weren't for the fact that this dragon boat was meticulously built, it would have sunk long ago. But even so, it shocked countless people. The other party dared to hit Overlord Sky Wolf. Overlord Sky Wolf was also stunned. In the next moment, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Damn it, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. I'll make you wish you were dead. He was different from the ordinary warriors of the tyrants. He was a genius of a large clan, and his status was extraordinary. He had always been the one hitting others. No one had dared to lay a finger on her. But now, the other party had actually slapped him in the face, his handsome face. Furthermore, it was done in public. How was he supposed to conduct himself in the future? He wanted to grab the other party and break the bones in his body one by one. Then, he would cut him up piece by piece to relieve the hatred in his heart. Give it to me. Overlord Sky Wolf covered his face and roared. There were 4 other tyrants around him. Hearing these words, they also rushed over. The 4 of them attacked together, and their powerful strength was enough to shatter everything. On the surface of the dragon boat, formations flickered, defending against everything. However, the surrounding dragon sea was swept up by a monstrous storm, as if it was going to engulf everything. Lin Xian did not dodge the attacks of these 4 people. Instead, he waved his hand. Like an iron chain crossing the river, a crescent moon was drawn, and the 4 palms were all smashed into pieces. He screamed as he was sent flying. Then, Lin Xian waved his sleeves and threw the 4 of them into the dragon sea. F***ck, this guy is too crazy. He had completely offended the tyrants. Seeing that another 4 martial artists had disappeared, countless people exclaimed. Overlord Sky Wolf was also scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape, but in the next moment, he was slapped to the ground. The other half of his face was also smashed. The dark red dragon jumped over and stepped on him. He sneered. Why? Weren't you very arrogant before? You're arrogant now. Damn it, I'll trample you to death. The 2 of them stepped on his face crazily and cursed at him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was this really Overlord Sky Wolf, the young master of the tyrants, a powerful genius? Why did he feel so miserable? Damn it, save me. They looked at the dragon's guards. The dragon's guards snorted. Enough, stop. With a roar, the world shook. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons appeared, and even the surrounding formations flickered nonstop. The toad and the dark red dragon stopped, looked ahead, and sneered. Who do you think you are? Stop when you say so. If I don't stop, what can you do? The 2 of them continued to slap faces crazily. The Dragon Palace guards were dumbfounded. The other party didn't even dare to listen to their orders. How preposterous. After all, this was their territory. They were courting death. Men, suppress them. They shouted angrily. The 2 Dragon Palace guards next to them formed seals with their palms, and the surrounding formations immediately formed chains. They shrouded the toad and the dark red dragon. Damn it, they still dare to attack? The 2 of them retreated. Lin Xian grabbed the chains and tore them apart. Then, he slapped the 2 guards of the Dragon Palace. Before the 2 Dragon Palace guards could react, they were slapped to the ground and screamed in pain. Half of their bodies were also smashed. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Where did this ruthless person come from? He even dared to hit the Dragon Palace guards. Yu Xianzi's mind was blank, and she was as stunned as a statue. The leader of the guards shouted angrily. You're courting death. Do you believe that I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish? As he spoke, he took out a small flag and kept waving it. The 6 formations around him flickered as if they were going to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the leader of the guards. He grabbed the leader with one hand. "How dare you?" The leader of the guards frantically tried to resist. However, in an instant, his neck was gripped and he was nailed in the air. He felt that he couldn't use the strength in his body. The other party's strength was too terrifying. Why couldn't he resist at all? "How dare you touch me? Try it." He gritted his teeth with difficulty. He still didn't believe that the other party would dare to attack him in his territory. Lin Xian sneered. "I'll grant you your wish." He waved his hand and broke one of the leader's arms. The leader screamed in pain as the arm was completely deformed. The leader of the guards let out a miserable cry. He gritted his teeth and was about to shout angrily. However, his other arm was also broken. Cold sweat flowed down his face. This was a misunderstanding. "Let me go, and I won't pursue the matter." "How about it?" Faced with this situation, she had no choice but to beg for mercy. The surrounding people were also shocked. Heavens, is the people of the Dragon Palace also begging for mercy? She's the master of the dragon boat. Is someone trying to turn the tables? The other guards of the Dragon Palace also rushed over, gritting their teeth and roaring. "Damned kid, let go of our leader. Otherwise, you're dead meat." Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a golden light flickering in his eyes. "You're pretending to beg for mercy so that I'll let you go, and then you'll mobilize more formations and powerhouses to suppress me, right?" "No, how could that be?" The leader of the guards' face turned pale. "Have I been discovered?" However, he would never admit it even if he died. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes bloomed again. "I'll ask you one last time, right?" "Yes." This time, Longhai's guard nodded and admitted it. His eyes shone with a golden light. The next moment, he half knelt in the void. "I was blind and should not have offended you. Please punish me." The surrounding people were stunned. Even the guard leader had knelt down. Did this mean that Dragon Palace had bowed down? Damn it, what was going on? "Quickly report this to young master." The surrounding guards went crazy when they saw this scene and quickly reported it. At this moment, in the main hall of the dragon boat, it was very lively. All kinds of palace maids were dancing and there was good wine and food in the surroundings. There were a few figures sitting in front of them. They were all young men with extraordinary auras. Some of them had powerful strength as if they were peerless gods of war. Some of them had the aura of dragons. At this moment, they were drinking and chatting. However, at this moment, the door of the palace was opened. A few figures hurried in and knelt on the ground. "Young master, this is bad. Something big has happened." The surrounding palace maids all stopped. There were two men sitting in front of them. One of them frowned. "I told you not to disturb me no matter what. Don't you understand?" Terrifying dragon shadows appeared around them as if they were going to tear the sky apart. That guard was trembling in fear. "Something has happened. Someone has attacked us on the dragon boat and injured our guards." They even suppressed the guard leader. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the main hall. The man from Dragon Palace frowned. Who was it? Who was so reckless? "Brother Xianxia, please wait for a moment. I'll deal with it." Long Qianshan stood up with a cold expression. Who dared to behave atrociously in the Dragon Sea clan? He would never let that person go. However, at this moment, the guard said again. He asked young master Xianxia to go as well because that person had already killed many warriors of the tyrants. What? This time, the other man was also angry. He stood up with a bang. The surrounding void kept shattering and turning into many black holes. Did he hear wrongly? Someone from the tyrants had died. And there were a few of them. Let's go. He took a step forward and tore the void apart. On the other side, Long Qianshan also followed. They all wanted to see who was so bold. On the deck outside, countless people were watching. Suddenly, the void split open and a few figures descended. They suppressed all directions. Someone cried out in alarm. Oh heavens, it's actually Ba Tianxue and Long Qianshan. These two were top-notch geniuses. This kid was dead meat. They all looked at Lin Xian. "Young master, save me!" The guard leader of Dragon Palace exclaimed when he saw Long Qianshan. He wanted to ask for help. However, the toad slapped him and shut him up, causing his teeth to fly all over the place. Long Qianshan's face turned cold when he saw this. A damned toad dared to be so arrogant in front of their dragons? Men, take him down. Long Qianshan waved his hand and a middle-aged man with the appearance of dragons walked out from behind him. His strength was extremely terrifying. He suddenly attacked. Like lightning, he punched towards the toad's head. The toad retreated in fright, while Lin Xian made his move. He struck out with his palm and collided with his opponent's fist. A heaven-shaking sound rang out as that man was sent flying, one of his arms broken. He was stunned. "Who are you?" He stared at Lin Xian. "Are you the one who led this?" Long Qianshan's eyes flickered. On the other side, Ba Tianxua's expression was also cold. "Who are you? Tell me where you came from." Lin Xian looked at the two of them and sneered. "You two don't have the right to know. You're courting death." Long Qianshan was completely enraged. He snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. His dragon claw brought along terrifying thunder and exploded with dazzling light. It formed a field of lightning that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the field of thunder without fear. The lightning that struck his body could not break through his defense. How is this possible? Long Qianshan could not believe that his attack could not break through Lin Xian's defense. Who is this person? The others were also shocked. Ba Tianxua's expression was solemn. At this moment, he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. "Young master, may I know who you are? We want to know who you are before we die." "My name is Lin Xian." A faint voice sounded. The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of this name. However, Ba Tianxua's pupils shrank. "What? It's you, you are." He did not dare to say anything else. His eyes were wide open. He finally knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Others might not know who Lin Xian was, but he knew. Someone from the tyrants was cultivating in Saint Source ancient city. Moreover, he was a genius from the Earth sect. He had heard of Lin Xian's legend. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would appear here. Moreover, he appeared in Long Hai. He had heard that Lin Xian and Long Hai were rivals. "So it's young master. We were blind and offended, young master. Those who died deserved it. The tyrants will not seek revenge from young master." The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, who is this young man? How could he make Ba Tianxue so fearful? Long Qianshan was also stunned. Who is brother Qianxue? He knew that Ba Tianxue's strength was on par with his. However, Ba Tianxue was so fearful. Could he be a crown prince? Ba Tianxue shook his head. What could he say? If he revealed Lin Xian's identity, Lin Xian would probably kill him on the spot. Therefore, he could only say, "I'll leave now." As he spoke, he soared into the sky, wanting to leave the dragon boat. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Stop. You can just stay at the side." Ba Tianxue's body had already reached the 9 heavens. When he heard this, he immediately descended. He stood on the other side of the deck and did not dare to move. The surrounding spectators were also shocked. Which one of them who could board the dragon boat was weak? However, when they saw Ba Tianxue's actions, they felt their scalps go numb. Just what kind of person could make Ba Tianxue submit so wholeheartedly? The young geniuses were even more shocked. Ba Tianxue's strength was far above theirs. They had to be respectful when they saw him. The only people who could make Ba Tianxue afraid were those few princes. However, was the person in front of them a crown prince? Why had they not heard of him? The people from Long Hai were also stunned. Their faces became unsightly. This was their territory. Ba Tianxue could be fearful, but they could not. If they were afraid of others in their own territory, they would not be able to raise their heads in the future. Long Qianshan snorted coldly. "Whoever dares to make a move on the dragon boat, you're dead meat. Kneel down and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll destroy your soul." "You?" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He stretched out a finger and pointed it forward. damn it, how dare you look down on me? Do you think you can kill me with a finger? Long Qianshan roared, and a terrifying light burst out. He punched out with his dragon fist, suppressing heaven and earth. The two collided as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. How is this possible? Long Qianshan retreated and vomited blood. He was injured in the collision. The other party's finger was more terrifying than his unique skill. What's wrong? Are you surprised and unable to accept it? Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and pointed at Long Qianshan again. The black finger carried a terrifying demonic aura that could pierce through heaven and earth. Long Qianshan tried his best to block it, but he was still sent flying. Another bloody hole appeared on his body. Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think you are? A supreme genius? A peerless expert who can sweep through everything? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You don't even know who I am. Do you have the right to be arrogant? Lin Xian kicked Long Qianshan like a coiling dragon and sent him flying again. Long Qianshan's bones were shattered. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. He's too powerful. The surrounding people were stunned. That was Long Qianshan, the owner of this ship. But now, he was being beaten up. Who is this young man? He defeated Ba Tianxue with just one sentence. He injured Long Qianshan with just one finger. Perhaps even a young great emperor was no match for him. Damn brat, I want you dead. Long Qianshan roared. Dragon blood surged in his body. Endless laws surrounded him and his broken body reformed. Then, a pagoda flew out from his forehead. It was a dragon pagoda. There were dragon patterns on it. It was abnormally terrifying. The moment it appeared, it let out a series of dragon roars. The dragon shadows on the pagoda emitted an unparalleled power. The dragon pagoda pressed down on Lin Xian. It was a terrifying sacred artifact. Countless people exclaimed when it appeared. The people of Longhai sneered again. This time, they would definitely be able to suppress Long Qianshan. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He circulated his strength. His powerful physique shook the world. Then, he struck out with his palm. A huge seal appeared on his palm. It was the demon god seal. With a clang, the attack landed on the surface of the dragon pagoda, causing it to shake violently. A part of the pagoda caved in. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out. Especially the people of Longhai. They could not believe it. How powerful was this saint tool? How could it have been broken by someone? How terrifying is this guy's physique? Long Qianshan felt as if he was struck by lightning as he vomited blood. Lin Xian's figure flickered again, and he arrived in front of his opponent. His fingers were like swords as he drew out several sword qi. His opponent's body was cut into pieces. Can't even withstand a single blow? Is there no one in Longhai who can fight? Lin Xian's voice rang out. The other guards were stunned. Uncle, save me! Long Qianshan's soul roared. In the depths of the dragon boat, an angry roar sounded. Immediately after, the phantom of a black dragon appeared and enveloped the world. A terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens. In the next moment, everyone discovered that a man in a black robe had appeared in the sky. Terrifying dragon wings flickered on his back. A vast aura descended, piercing through heaven and earth. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. A saint was a true unrivaled expert. The Black Dragon Lord was also the helmsman of the dragon boat. His appearance. Countless people were terrified. The Black Dragon Lord frowned as he looked down. Long Qianshan was seriously injured. To be honest, he did not dare to believe it. He stared at Lin Xian and shouted coldly. Who are you? In his opinion, Lin Xian was definitely not a nobody. Since he was so strong, he probably had a great background. A saint? Interesting. Let's see if you have the qualifications to know my identity. Lin Xian said indifferently. He was not afraid of a saint. Ant. The Black Dragon Lord stretched out his palm and attacked like a dragon. Instantly, the sky darkened, and the surrounding people quickly retreated. They had already reached the edge of the deck, and no one dared to take the attack head-on. Morong Qingqing and the others also retreated. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Good one. The people before were too useless. They could not make me use my full strength. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Xian punched out in all directions. Now that he had broken through to become a great sage, he wanted to use a saint to test his combat strength. The Six Paths fist pressed forward and collided with the barbaric dragon palm. A cracking sound rang out, and the two of them retreated. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. In the next moment, his strength surged, and his arm recovered. Good, the power of a saint is not bad. He laughed and attacked. The Black Dragon Lord was completely stunned. Who is this person? Is this a young man? To be honest, he did not dare to believe it. He had never seen such a terrifying young man. Looking at the other party's aura, he should be a saint king. Even an emperor's son would not have such a terrifying physique. After all, there was a difference of several realms between a saint king and a saint. A saint was a late-stage great god. How could the other party surpass so many realms? He could not believe it. Damn it. This is definitely an old monster pretending to be weak. The Black Dragon Lord gritted his teeth. He felt that the other party only looked young. Humph. No matter which old monster you are, I will let you show your true form today. Black Dragon Storm, thinking of this, he shouted angrily. The black dragon law on his body exploded, turning into a black fog that enveloped the entire dragon ship. Illusions of black dragons appeared between heaven and earth, and they attacked. There were a total of 81 of them. Each of them was like an ancient divine beast that could sweep through the 9 heavens. It was too terrifying. Countless people were terrified. This was the power of a saint. No matter how strong the other young geniuses were, they would not be able to do it. Long Qianshan and the others gritted their teeth. This kid would definitely not be able to withstand it. He would definitely die. They wanted to see him die with their own eyes. Morom Qingqing and the others were also nervous. Although Lin Xian had broken through, this was still the first time he was facing a saint. Looking at the black dragon illusions that were rushing down, Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian scoffed coldly and waved his hand, causing a sharp sword aura to appear. The moment the sword chi appeared, it released a sharp aura. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god. With a slash of his sword, the void shattered. It carried a vast divine might. With a boom, the sword light slashed at a black dragon, splitting it in half. It let out an unwilling roar. Then, it disappeared. Immediately after, Lin Xian's second slash was released. With another slash, heaven and earth were split apart. The second black dragon was split apart again. Its huge body collapsed like a mountain. The third slash. It was even more terrifying. It was like a peerless divine sword that swept through the 9 heavens. This time, 3 dragon shadows were shattered. Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. The long sword in his hand was wide open, carrying a supreme power. He killed all 81 black dragons. Between heaven and earth, dragon blood dripped down. The dragons roared as if they were about to destroy the world. The people on the dragon ship looked up at the sky. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Was he going to slay the dragons? Impossible. Long Qianshan and the others from Long Hai were scared silly. This was not an ordinary divine ability. This was a super divine ability that a saint had unleashed. The other party was actually dealing with it calmly as if he was cutting vegetables. The black dragon sage was stunned. Although this wasn't his strongest ability, it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Even if it was an expert of the same cultivation level, it shouldn't have been like this. His opponent's sword chi was too sharp. It was something he had never seen before. He even thought that Lin Fan had taken out a legendary saint weapon. However, he realized that it was just sword light. Lin Fan had used his arm to shoot out sword light. Damn it, could it be? Lin Fan's arm had fused with a super saint weapon. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the clouds and said coldly. As a saint, you only have this little trick up your sleeve, how disappointing. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The black dragon sage was enraged. He shouted coldly as a terrifying vessel erupted from his body. Then, he spread his wings. the black dragon wings covered the sky. There were frightening dragon scales on them that flickered. Each of them was like a black divine sword. At this moment, there were tens of millions of them. As the wings flapped, the dragon scales fell. They pierced through the clouds and formed a sword array. They fell crazily. No matter how strong your sword chi is, can it touch my dragon scales? He sneered. So many, seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. They realized that they couldn't even block a single dragon scale, let alone tens of millions of them. No one could block it unless Lin Fan could completely dodge it. Or he had a super powerful defensive weapon. Otherwise, he would definitely die. No one doubted the power of a saint. Moron Qingqing and the others' eyes flickered. They were nervous. Yu Xianxi's scalp went numb. She looked at Yunyue and the others and said, "Can he block it? If he dies, all of us will die." Yunyue looked up at the sky with admiration. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master is not afraid of anything." On the other side, Ba Tianxue's expression was grave. The previous battle had shocked him. Fortunately, he didn't provoke Lin Fan. Otherwise, he would probably end up as miserable as Long Qianshan. Lin Fan was indeed Lin Wuti. At the same time, he was shocked. Lin Wuti was so terrifying that he could fight against a saint. Could it be that Lin Fan had broken through? Thinking of this possibility, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Long Qianshan and the others gritted their teeth. This time, the other party should be dead. Lin Xian had no intention of dodging as he looked at the countless black swords descending from the sky. Sword chi? He formed a seal with his palms, and black and white auras appeared in his palms. Then, it turned into a Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram spun continuously, releasing a terrifying yin and yang aura. Then, countless yin and yang sword chi flew out from it and soared into the sky. These yin and yang sword chis carried the power of yin and yang and an indestructible aura. Similarly, there were tens of millions of them. The sword chi from the two sides collided with each other, creating a deafening sound. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had struck, shattering everything between heaven and earth. On the dragon boat, countless large cracks appeared, turning into black holes one after another, bobbing up and down. Heavens, he actually blocked it. Countless people were shocked. Long Qianshan was dumbfounded. How could this be? This was yin and yang qi. Could it be that he was from the Kunping race? Ba Tianxue was also shocked. This was different from the Lin Wuti he knew. Legend had it that Lin Wuti had the 9-yang divine body, and his fists could sweep through everything. At the same time, he was also a peerless swordsman. However, he had never heard that Lin Xian knew the laws of yin and yang. Moreover, it seemed that the laws of yin and yang were not something that he had just cultivated. It was too terrifying. It was enough to block the peerless divine ability of a great sage. Could it be that Lin Wuti had not used his full strength before? Thinking of this possibility, Ba Tianxue was so scared that he almost fainted. At this moment, the experts of the dragons on the dragon boat all moved out. They looked ahead with shock on their faces. Someone was fighting here, and it was against the Black Dragon Sage. Damn it, who was that kid? They could not see clearly. The sword light that filled the sky seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even the soul could not be seen. Everyone could only wait for the Black Dragon Sage to win to know the situation. The yin and yang sword chi collided with the black swords, blocking the divine ability of the great sage. This time, the Black Dragon Sage was completely stunned. There was yin and yang chi? Damn it. He roared angrily, and the black wings on his back slashed down. This was his main body's physique. He wanted to use this pair of dragon wings to split his opponent in half. The two dragon wings were extremely sharp and emitted a cold light. They were like two peerless heavenly swords that descended from the sky. This time, the yin and yang sword chi was split apart. Many of them turned into fragments of laws that danced in the air. He was angry. Everyone exclaimed. Long Qianshan was also happy. Haha, this is great. The physique of a great sage was extremely powerful. The black dragon wings were the hardest part of the black dragon sage's body. They were enough to break everything. As expected, the yin and yang sword chi could not block it. Was the victor going to be decided this time? Countless people were looking forward to it. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. Humph. He sneered and formed a hand seal again. The Tai Chi diagram separated. On one side, it turned into a Yang spirit. On the other side, it turned into a Yin spirit. It carried an extremely terrifying aura of death. The Yin and Yang spirits exploded together as if two gods had been resurrected. They were as tall as the 9 heavens. They roared and stretched out their flame-like hands to grab one of the black dragon wings. The Yin spirit grabbed the other one. In the next instant, a heaven-shaking sound rang out. The Yin and Yang spirits grabbed the 2 black dragon wings. Roar! The black dragon sage was stunned. He did not expect his opponent's Tai Chi diagram to have such a shocking transformation. Fool, you want to compete with my physique? Can you do it? He activated his power and endless great chaos appeared around him. The black dragon wings exploded and danced continuously. However, he had underestimated the Yin and Yang spirits. The laws of Yin and Yang were already so terrifying. As for the Yin and Yang spirits, Lin Xian had comprehended the good and evil spirits. Thus, they formed a super powerful divine ability. That was why their power was so terrifying. In addition to the power of the dragon sword soul, they were invincible. Make your move. Lin Xian also took a step forward. Endless light bloomed from his body. The Yin and Yang spirits were supported by a powerful force. They roared at the sky. Both of them exerted their strength and waved their arms. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The 2 black dragon wings were broken. Ah! The black dragon's sage let out a crazy roar. He was actually injured. The toughest part of his physique had been broken by the other party. That was impossible. Long Qianshan and the others were terrified. Many of the dragon's martial artists were already kneeling on the ground in fear. The other dragons were even more shocked. Which old monster had come? Ba Tianxue and the others were completely stunned. Lin Xian's combat power had exceeded their expectations. He was like a different person compared to when he was crowned. Despicable ant, you dare to hurt me? I won't let you go. I will make you fall into hell for all eternity, the black dragon sage's cold voice rang out. He was really angry. You? Lin Xian sneered. Do you have the right to say that? He waved his arm and merged his power into the Yin and Yang spirits. The Yin and Yang spirits used their divine power and waved their arms again. At this moment, heaven and earth were torn into 2. Blood dyed the sky red. The huge black dragon wings were shattered. The bones on the wings made one's scalp go numb. Everyone on the dragon boat was stunned. This scene was like a myth. This was the power of a god. No, I don't believe it. Long Qianshan's body has recovered. Although Long Qianshan's body had recovered, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and trembled. Did he challenge the other party just now? This was an existence that could injure a great sage. Great. The dark red divine dragon and the others were delighted. As expected of the power after breaking through. It was much stronger than before. Lin Xian did not use his legendary sacred weapon, nor did he use any extreme weapons. Even so, he still seriously injured a great sage. This was enough to show how powerful he was. More importantly, Lin Xian had just become a great sage. A great sage was a late-stage great sage. Both sides could fight to such an extent. If Lin Xian became a late-stage great sage, his strength would be unimaginable. It would probably be enough to sweep through everything. The black dragon wings are not bad. I'll roast them later. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the 2 broken black dragon wings. The black dragon lord heard this and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. He was really crazy. He did not expect that he would suffer a loss in the other party's hands. And it was a serious injury. Although he could recover, the black dragon wings were his most powerful weapon. However, there were 2 bloody holes on his back that kept splitting open. The pain drove him crazy. He gathered his laws to heal his wounds. His face was cold. No matter who you are, you have angered me. Now, accept my punishment. He took out a black sledgehammer from his storage ring. Thunder surrounded it. The black dragon hammer was a terrifying sacred weapon. It could shatter the sky with a light wave. Are you sure about this weapon? Lin Xian took out the Hellfire Dragon sword. It bloomed with terrifying black flames that swept through the 9 heavens. Then, he attacked. In the next moment, the two fought again. It was like two gods fighting. Every time the weapons clashed, a godlike radiance would erupt. After 100 moves, the black dragon's sage let out a miserable shriek as one of his arms was chopped off. It's useless. You're no match for me. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too weak. Is there anyone else who can fight? He looked around. Damn it, you dare to look down on me? The black dragon sage was furious. He was a dignified saint, an overlord of a region. Who would dare to underestimate him? But now, the other party was actually so arrogant. The other members of the dragons were also shocked. At this moment, a woman flew over. Sage, something's not right. There's something wrong with this kid. Of course I knew there was something wrong with him. The black dragon sage roared in anger. How could an ordinary person injure him so severely? However, the woman shook her head. Look at the sword he's using. Doesn't it look like Lin Wudi's sword? Hearing this, the black dragon saint was stunned. The others were also stunned and looked up at the sky. Lin Wudi? What a familiar name. Someone cried out in alarm. Wasn't that the exceptional genius who was crowned a king? Yes, that's right. It's him. Could it be that he's here? He's Lin Wudi? Countless exclamations rang out as they looked at Lin Xian. But soon, someone shook his head. Impossible. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was just a saint king. Could he fight against a saint? Even if he could, he would have to use his trump card. He couldn't do it with his own strength. The others were all confused. However, the black dragon sage's pupils contracted. You're Lin Wudi? He didn't dare to believe it. He dared to appear here? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled. Only now did you guys realize my identity. You guys are really stupid. That's right. I'm Lin Wudi. As soon as these words came out, everyone went crazy. He's really Lin Wudi. Previously, they were still guessing. But now, he actually admitted it. Didn't Lin Wudi kill Long Hai's young master, Long Ao? Why did he still dare to appear in Long Hai? Could it be that he wanted to challenge Long Hai? Impossible. He would be suppressed by the countless Long Hai experts. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to fight against an ancient family, especially a top ancient family. Countless exclamations rang out. The black dragon sage also laughed. Stupid thing. We've been looking for you for a long time, but we couldn't find any clues. We didn't expect you to come here yourself. Since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. Men, with a wave of his hand, the surrounding dragon's experts swarmed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palms, and an endless black vortex appeared around him. Swallowing the sky and earth, the entire dragon boat was enveloped. Seeing this scene, countless people were terrified. Their scalps went numb. They knew that there would be an earth-shattering battle next. So many people wanted to escape from the dragon boat. But now, they didn't dare to. That black vortex cut off everyone's path. Some people went crazy and wanted to try, but they were swallowed. They never appeared again. The other scalps went numb. The black dragon sage sneered. Why? Do you think we'll escape? What a joke. This time, we'll use all of our power to kill you. You won't be able to escape. Is that so? Who's the stupid one? We'll know soon enough. Lin Xian was unmoved. He was naturally afraid that these people would escape. He wasn't afraid of the people on the dragon boat, but if the Dragon Sea Lord brought supreme experts over, it would be dangerous. So, he first used the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow and isolate everything. Next was the battle. He wouldn't let any of these people from the Dragon Sea clan go. Attack together. Activate the array and kill this kid. The black dragon sage gave the order. The others all fled. They hid as far away as they could to watch the battle. Lin Xian snorted. Since the Black Dragon Sage recognized him, he didn't plan to hold back. His figure flashed, and he charged towards the Black Dragon Sage. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Black Dragon Sage. He slashed down, and a hell dragon roared crazily. The despicable Black Dragon Sage waved his Black Dragon hammer to fight back. With a clang, the void shattered. The Black Dragon Sage flew out and vomited blood. "Damn it, give it to me," the surrounding experts charged over. There were 4 people who were in the Great Sage realm. They were very strong and were very close to the late stage of the Great Sage realm. They were equivalent to Yun Hai's strength. These were 4 experts of the older generation. When they attacked together, they could destroy the world. If it was before, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he had used all of his strength to kill Yun Hai. But it was different now. Lin Xian had broken through. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. So, even if the 4 Yun Hai attacked together, he could still deal with them. His figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. Then, he appeared behind an elder and punched out. Boom, the punch, which carried the illusion of 6 worlds, directly smashed the Dragon Clan elder into pieces. The 6-path fist was extremely terrifying. Not only did it have an indomitable force, but it also had the power to press forward. Not only did it have the power to push it to the extreme, it could form the 6-path world to suppress the enemy. At this moment, Lin Xian had suppressed the old man from the dragons into the 6-path world. The old man screamed in pain. Although he didn't die, he couldn't form another attack in a short period of time. He couldn't threaten Lin Xian anymore. Seeing that a single punch had heavily injured a dragon's expert, the surrounding people were shocked. The Black Dragon Lord roared in anger. Damn it, his killing intent surged as he attacked again. Lin Xian used the Hellfire Dragon Sword to fight with him. At the same time, he summoned the Yin Yang God to kill. The ones fighting with Lin Xian were the 5 dragons experts. The others activated the array to attack. Some even wanted to attack. The dark red mystical dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others made Lin Xian hesitate. However, the dark red mystical dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also top experts. They weren't afraid of these attacks. Together with the Yin Yang God that Lin Xian had formed, the 2 godlike figures started attacking the array. The battle had completely erupted. Seeing that Lin Xian was being held back by the Black Dragon Lord, another person attacked. It was the woman from before. She transformed into a terrifying dragon shadow that covered the sky. Then, she opened her dragon head and bit Lin Xian, wanting to swallow him. On the other side, it was a bald man. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Eyes of the green dragon. The green light flashed and pierced through everything as it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian forced the Black Dragon Lord back with a sword. Then, he slapped the head of the woman dragons. He sent her flying. The woman's pretty face was instantly smashed as she screamed and flew back. Facing the eyes of the green dragon, Lin Xian's face was cold. His figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. He could feel that the pair of eyes contained an extremely powerful force. When the bald dragon saw this, he sneered coldly and charged over. Lin Xian was furious. Stupid thing. His eyes were also shining with a golden light. The Reincarnation Mountain. Endless reincarnation energy formed a mountain and pressed down. Boom, both of their gazes collided. There was a clang. Then, there were screams of pain. The bald dragon's eyes were bleeding as he flew back. His eye technique was severely injured. He was too powerful. The people in the distance were terrified. With so many Dragon Clan experts besieging Lin Xian alone, they were still unable to do anything to him. Instead, they were beaten by Lin Xian. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he charged over again. The Reincarnation Mountain. The bald dragon screamed. His injuries had worsened. Hurry up and save me, the Black Dragon Sage roared and charged over with the Black Dragon Hammer. Endless thunder blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian didn't attack the bald dragons. Instead, he turned around and attacked the female dragons. The female's face had just recovered when she was sent flying by the sword. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian reach out with his palm. The power of yin and yang enveloped her. The power of death exploded. Her life force quickly disappeared. No. With a wail, she turned into white bones. Dead. A peak character had fallen. This made the dragons go crazy. It was only a matter of time before these people became sages. But now, one of them had fallen. This made their hearts bleed. But they realized that this was just the beginning. Next, Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. In 3 moves, he killed the bald dragons. Another peak character had fallen. The Black Dragon Lord was furious. He chased after Lin Xian relentlessly, but Lin Xian used Shadowless, and Heavenly Net appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The Black Dragon Lord was helpless. At this moment, the old man that was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation flew out. His face was pale. After he came out, he gritted his teeth. Damn brat, I will gather all my strength and kill you. However, when he came out, he was stunned. His companions, 2 people, had actually disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was a sea of blood. Could it be that the 2 of them had fallen? The dragon's old man's scalp went numb. The strength of the 2 wasn't any weaker than his. He didn't even have the strength to fight back, he was terrified. He turned around and fled. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? Lin Xian waved his hand. 9 yang divine fire flew out and turned into countless golden crows. They covered the sky and enveloped the old man. The old man was burned to ashes. The 3rd peak expert had fallen. The Black Dragon Lord's face became unsightly. He looked at the 4th person. That person looked younger and had a scar on his face. The Black Dragon Lord said to that person, "Go control the dragon ship and launch an apocalyptic attack. I will restrain him." The 4th person, Scarface Dragon, nodded. He said, "Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely complete the mission." As he spoke, he flew downwards. This time, they were going to use the most terrifying power of the dragon ship. Even if they had to destroy the entire dragon ship, they had to kill the other party. Lin Xian frowned and flew forward. However, the Black Dragon Sage stopped him. "Your opponent is me." He waved the Black Dragon Hammer and swept it in all directions. Lin Xian's face was cold. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." He was completely furious. He knew that the dragon ship must have a terrifying trump card. But it needed time to activate. He wouldn't give the other party a chance. He turned into the shadow of a demon god and charged forward. The Black Dragon Lord roared. His body emitted a terrifying light. His bloodline was burning. "Today, I will let you see my most terrifying ultimate technique." Black Dragon World-Destroying Fist. A destructive aura appeared between the Black Dragon Lord's fists. With a punch, the flesh and blood on his fist turned into nothingness. Clearly, this was a destructive power. If he wanted to kill someone, he would also suffer a great impact. It was a fighting style that would cause both sides to suffer. But the power was really terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. For the first time, he didn't take it head-on. With a punch, the endless void shattered, and the entire dragon boat was shaken by the impact. Many of the needles on the ship dimmed. Nothing could block this punch. "Why? You don't dare to fight back? Then go to hell." The Black Dragon Sage punched out once again. His other fist had also turned into white bones. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was cold. "You don't dare to fight back? You think too highly of yourself. I will let you see my strength." Lin Xian stood there. Demonic energy overflowed from his body. A demonic shadow appeared behind him. It slowly raised its palm. Its 5 fingers clenched into a fist and punched out. The demonic figure's entire body was an illusion, but its fist was undeniably real. The materialized fist rushed over and fought against the Black Dragon World-Destroying Fist. "It's useless. You can't block it." The Black Dragon Lord snorted. His fist technique was enough to destroy several worlds in the universe. It was over. Some people from the dragon clan laughed. Under this kind of contemptuous fist technique, all resistance was futile. However, the dark red divine dragon and the others laughed as well. They knew that the demonic shadow behind Lin Xian was very terrifying. The demonic shadow from before could only condense a single finger, and that was enough to sweep everything away. Now that it could condense a fist, how terrifying was its power! The demonic god fist and the world-exterminating fist collided in the sky. The power that could destroy heaven and earth exploded. Countless arrays were shattered at this moment. Some people turned into blood mist. The surrounding black holes in the heaven-devouring jar were constantly moving up and down. Cracks appeared on the black dragon ship. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. After the attack, a shattering sound could be heard. The black dragon sage widened his eyes in disbelief. He realized that his black dragon world-exterminating fist was shattered. How was this possible? This fist that could destroy thousands of worlds was actually unable to block it? No, at this moment, he was finally terrified. He turned around and fled into the distance. He wanted to tear open the whirlpool and escape. However, how could Lin Xian allow him to escape? The demonic god fist was broken. The world-exterminating fist attacked the opponent. The overflowing demonic aura enveloped the opponent. Damn it, you can't kill me. The black dragon sage roared crazily. However, no matter how he roared, he couldn't use this fist to penetrate the black dragon sage. His body shattered and turned into blood mist. He flew between heaven and earth. Was he dead? Countless people were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. That was a sage, a late-stage great sage. Now, he had actually fallen. What kind of fist was this? Everyone looked at the fist with fear. Those from the Dragon Sea race who were still alive were in despair. Their sage had fallen. Who else could contend against Lin Xian? When they thought of the hatred between them, they were nearly scared to death. He was actually so powerful. Ba Tianxue and the others were also terrified. The current Lin Wudi had the divine might of guise. He was no longer a young prodigy but an exceptional expert. A supreme existence that could kill a sage. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Lin Xian should be returning to the Alcade continent. Was he planning to return to Saint Source Ancient City? What kind of storm would that set off? If the other princes did not break through, wouldn't they all be trampled under the others' feet? That's great. The dark red divine dragon and the others cheered excitedly. This punch was really too terrifying. Morong Qingqing and the others also laughed. Yu Xianzi was dumbfounded. He didn't believe Yunyue when she said that the young master was fearless. But now, he completely believed it. No wonder Yunyue was so respectful. It turned out that the other party was a godlike existence. In the sky, Lin Xian's face was pale. The power of this punch was beyond his imagination. He didn't even use an extreme Dao weapon and was able to kill a saint, which was truly surprising. However, at the same time, he was frowning. That was because that punch had consumed too much power. In particular, he had consumed too much devil qi. Now, there was only half of his strength left in his body. From the looks of it, this ultimate move could only be used 2 to 3 times at most. What kind of existence was the demonic shadow summoned by the demon summoning scripture? Just a fist was enough to sweep through everything. If the entire demonic shadow was summoned, how terrifying would it be? Lin Xian had a lot of guesses about this demonic shadow, but now was not the time to think about it. He still had things to do. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. A pair of eyes of a god appeared and enveloped the entire dragon boat. Previously, a top-notch expert had escaped. He should have activated his trump card array. He had to find the other party and kill him. At this moment, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He found it. He was about to make a move. A rumbling sound came from heaven and earth, and the entire dragon boat shook violently. Then, 10,000 dragons roared. The people on the dragon boat were horrified. What happened? They felt the dragons rolling. Was the dragon boat alive? Some people were horrified. The dragon boat was made of the bones of countless dragons after they died. It was abnormally terrifying. At this moment, the dragon soul on the dragon boat must have awakened. There was actually such a thing? Countless people were shocked. The dark red divine dragon's expression also changed. Oh no, I didn't expect them to have a trump card. What's wrong? The toad was surprised. The dark red divine dragon said, "We thought that the strongest was the black dragon sage. Actually, it wasn't. The strongest was this dragon boat." This was a dragon boat that contained endless power and had been sleeping all this time. Usually, it would take a long time to activate it. Previously, the black dragon sage was buying time for his people. Now, the sleeping power of the dragon boat had awakened. What should they do? Morong Qingqing also frowned. He also felt a sense of horror. It could be imagined that once the sleeping power erupted, it would destroy everything. Between heaven and earth, there was still the shadow of a dragon. The entire ship had completely come to life. The destructive power above was aimed at Lin Xian. Go to hell. In the depths of the dragon boat, the scarred dragons roared ferociously. Even the black dragon sage had fallen. He couldn't believe it. But fortunately, he had finally succeeded in activating the sleeping power. The other party couldn't resist this attack at all. In all directions, 4 dragon heads appeared. They released a terrifying light of destruction. This power was countless times more terrifying than the black dragon world-destroying fist from before. Even the black dragon sage would not be able to withstand a dragon head. Now that there were 4 dragon heads, could Lin Xian block them? Lin Xian also felt his hair stand on end. At this moment, a dragon head shot out a light of destruction and attacked. Lin Xian quickly dodged and turned into an afterimage. However, after the light of destruction pierced through the afterimage, it still didn't give up. It attacked him. Lin Xian shouted angrily and released the yin-yang god, but it was also torn apart by the light of destruction. He knew that he had to use a powerful trump card. This was the soul power formed by 10,000 dragons. It was abnormally terrifying. Taking a deep breath, the demonic shadow behind him moved again. Demonic God Fist. A black fist punched out, destroying heaven and earth, blocking the light of destruction. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. The light of destruction in front of him disappeared. He actually blocked it. Countless people were shocked. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. The dark red divine dragon and the others had ugly expressions. They could see that the danger hadn't disappeared. Sure enough, in the depths of the dragon boat, the scarred man gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's see how many times you can block it. The other 3 dragon heads once again erupted with endless power. They were condensing the light of destruction. Not good, the others were in despair. When these 3 lights of destruction exploded together, everyone's soul would be destroyed. Were the people of Longhai crazy? Lin Xian's face was pale. The demonic shadow behind him slowly disappeared. It was obvious that the previous 2 demonic god fists had consumed most of his power. In addition, he had killed so many experts before this, so the power in his body was already gone. Haha, let's see how you die this time. Lin Xian was indeed powerless now, but he still had the sword world. Feeling the power of the 3 destructive lights, he soared into the sky. The 3 dragon heads also faced the sky and aimed at Lin Xian. Everyone also looked up. This attack should be enough to determine the winner. Boom, 3 beams of destructive light erupted and shot up into the sky. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering, and Lin Xian also felt a huge force. It was as if a hammer had smashed into his body. Destroy, the dragons of the dragon sea sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He took a deep breath. In the next moment, a sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian grabbed it and raised it above his head. He held the sword hilt with both hands and slashed down. What was this kid trying to do? Was he going to resist instead of running away? When countless people saw this scene, they were all stunned. What kind of joke was this? They could already see that Lin Xian was powerless. Even if he had the power, the demonic shadow behind him had disappeared. Could he block these 3 destructive lights? And, reckless. The dragons of the dragon sea sneered. Slash, Lin Xian roared and the great dragon sword soul slashed down. At the same time, the power of the sword world also rushed out. At this moment, the great dragon sword's soul seemed to have been revived. A sword slash could destroy heaven and earth. Roar! Roar! Roars of dragons resounded through the 9 heavens. Countless people were shocked. Their faces were pale and they quickly sealed their hearing. This power was enough to make their ears bleed. The dragons of the Dragon Sea were also excited. Great, the destructive lights were too powerful. However, the scarred man who was controlling the array had a change in expression. That was not right. This was not the roar of the 3 dragon heads. What was it? Was it from the other party? How could it be like this? In the next moment, he saw a sword light slashing down like a peerless divine sword, cutting through the 9 heavens. It collided with the 3 destructive lights. Boom, boom, a dazzling light exploded in the sky as a destructive force swept through the 9 heavens. Fortunately, Lin Xian had arrived above the 9 heavens. Otherwise, this attack would have been enough to shatter the entire dragon boat. Even so, the dragon boat continued to roll, and the entire dragon sea was surging. The boundless sea was torn apart as if the end of the world was coming. Those people on the dragon boat felt their scalps go numb. They closed their eyes tightly. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of someone else. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard as countless people waited. Had Lin Wude fallen, the storm would probably last for a long time. Everyone was terrified. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder sounded between heaven and earth, and all of the destructive power was split apart by the sword. The sword light between heaven and earth became the only thing in the world. Everyone opened their eyes. What had happened? What is that? They saw Lin Xian wielding the divine sword and slicing the light of destruction into 2 halves. The terrifying storm of destruction was also torn apart by the sword. It was broken. They were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the resurrection of the sword god. Lin Xian had the 4 forces that could sweep across all directions. With one sword strike, he destroyed the light of destruction. He stood in the 9 heavens. With a stomp of his feet, the void in the sky shattered. The devouring vortex swallowed all of the energy. Lin Xian stepped into the air and walked towards the depths of the dragon boat. How was that possible? The people of the Dragon Sea clan were in despair. In the depths of the dragon boat, the scarred man also couldn't believe it. Didn't the other party have no power? How could he block the 3 light of destruction? In the next moment, she retreated in fear. She found that Lin Xian had already appeared in front of her. Damn kid, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me. Dragon Sea won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, his head flew up. The sword was drawn, and the man was killed. The scarred man's eyes widened. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed in one move. Turning around, Lin Xian left. In the next moment, he arrived on the deck. Countless people watched in horror. Lin Xian walked towards Long Qianshan and the others. Long Qianshan and the others were in despair. They knelt on the ground. Spare us, we won't dare to do it again. Go to hell and say that. Lin Xian waved his hand, condensed the sword of death, and slashed at Long Qianshan. Long Qianshan wanted to escape, but he instantly turned into white bones. The other powerhouses of the Dragon Sea clan were also killed by him with the power of death. Dead, they were all dead. On the dragon boat, the people of the Dragon Sea clan were all killed. The others were also terrified. They had seen it with their own eyes. Would the other party kill them to silence them? Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, the surrounding people lowered their heads. Young master, please have mercy. We didn't see anything. We swear that we won't say a word about what happened today. Otherwise, our souls will be destroyed. Ba Tianxue and the others also lowered their heads and begged for mercy. With the other party's strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. Lin Xian said. I can spare your lives, but you can't leave the dragon boat for the time being. I have something important to do. Stay here obediently and be safe. If anyone wants to escape, don't blame me for sending them to hell. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and walked towards the palace inside. He wanted to go into seclusion to recover. The previous battle had consumed too much energy. The last sword strike had even used the power of the sword world. He had to recover quickly. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon, telling him to take control of the ship as quickly as possible. Because he knew that although Long Hai didn't know about what happened here, Long Hai definitely knew about the deaths of so many powerhouses. At that time, the other party would also send experts to investigate, so they had to take control of the dragon boat. They had to speed up and avoid the other party's investigation and pursuit. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dark red dragon flew in and prepared to take control of the dragon boat. He was also a member of the dragons and an array master. Lin Xian wasn't too worried. The others stayed obediently. No one dared to escape. As expected, the Dragon Sea clan received the news. The death of a holy lord was such a big matter, so they naturally knew who had died. The Dragon Sea Lord was furious. Ever since Lin Wudi disappeared, their Dragon Sea clan had been peaceful for a long time. Why was there another accident today? Reporting to the Patriarch, it was the Black Dragon Lord. His soul jade tablet shattered and he died. The Black Dragon Lord. Patriarch Long Hai's expression changed. Wasn't he on the dragon boat? Could it be that there was a problem with the dragon boat? Quickly go and investigate. Inform the people nearby to investigate clearly. Patriarch Long Hai felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen. There were 2 dragon boats near the Dragon Sea. After receiving the news, they quickly searched. They were looking for the Black Dragon boat. The dark red dragon had already taken control of the Black Dragon boat. It used the power of the array formation on the boat to accelerate forward. Its speed was twice as fast as before, turning into a bolt of lightning between heaven and earth. It was too dangerous. The toad also said. It was almost detected by the other party. However, it still had to speed up. The other party was catching up. Under the control of the dark red divine dragon, the black dragon ship sped up again. Finally, they left the area of investigation. Although the 2 ships behind them were still chasing after them, they were no longer in danger. They were able to successfully reach the shore before the other party could investigate. Lin Xian cultivated and recovered in the sword world, and 2 days later, he came out. The strength in his body had also recovered. He found the dark red divine dragon and asked. How is it? The dark red divine dragon said that the array formation above had been broken, but there was a problem. That was the sleeping power of the black dragon ship. There were 4 dragon heads on it. The 4 that attacked you before, I can't deal with them. I'll give it a try. Lin Xian decided to negotiate with the 4 dragon heads. After all, the 4 dragon heads were too dangerous. If they self-destructed, they would probably be caught up in an instant. But, would it be dangerous? Morong Qingqing was worried. Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, I can be considered half a dragon, and I have the great dragon sword spirit, they will recognize me. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by the aura of the dragon soul, and he flew towards the depths of the black dragon ship. Finally, he arrived at the core, where there was a secret room. Inside the secret room, there were 4 dragon heads in 4 directions. They emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. After Lin Xian arrived, the 4 dragon heads bloomed with an extremely terrifying radiance. Their gazes carried an aura of destruction. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the terrifying power of the great dragon sword spirit surged out from his body. A dragon shadow swept across the 9 heavens. Feeling the power of the dragon soul, the 4 dragon heads shook violently. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly. I am this generation's successor of the great dragon. I had no choice but to make a move against Long Hai. After you submit, I will bring the dragons to the peak. Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. The 4 dragon heads quieted down, and the destructive aura on their bodies disappeared. The entire secret room became incomparably quiet. Very good, I'll take it as your agreement. Lin Xian turned and left. After settling the 4 dragon heads, the black dragon ship's speed became even faster. Half a month later, a continuous mountain range appeared in front of them. Morong Qingqing and the others all smiled. They could finally see the Yaoguang continent. Yunyu was also surprised. This speed was 5 times faster than before. Lin Xian summoned everyone on the Black Dragon ship and gathered them on the deck. He looked at these people and said. They were already about to reach Yaoguang continent. However, I can't let you go yet. You will have to cultivate on the dragon boat. With that, Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Yunyu away. Their group rose into the air. The heaven-swallowing jar glowed brightly and swallowed the dragon boat. Lin Xian's group flew towards the Yuanguang continent. 10 days after they left, 2 more dragon boats arrived. Dragon Sea experts were descending from above. Damn it, the aura of the Black Dragon legend had actually disappeared. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that he went to the Yaoguang continent? Damn it, who was it? They actually dared to steal our Black Dragon ship. These people roared crazily. They didn't even have a clue. Holy Abyss Ancient City, Dao Sect, Divine Union. At this moment, the Dao Sect had also calmed down. Those Emperor-level figures were all cultivating. Nothing shocking had happened. There was only some news from the Yuhing continent. As for Lin Xian's matters, there was also less and less news. Therefore, it was exceptionally calm. The people of the Divine Union were anxiously investigating. Rumor had it that their boss Lin had encountered divine punishment and fallen. They didn't believe it. They even decided to head to the Yuhing continent to search for news about Lin Xian. However, before they could set off, a few figures had already returned. Boss, it's you. Nailin Liang, Yu Ren, and the others were stunned. Bai Susu's eyes were also red. You didn't die. That's great. I knew that you wouldn't agree so easily. The entire Divine Union was extremely shocked. The Crimson Dragon set up an array and isolated all news. Then, he said, how could we have fallen? We still have to deal with the Dragon Prince when we return. The people of the Divine Union were extremely happy. Everyone held a banquet and it was very lively. Of course, everything was isolated by the array. The people outside didn't know that Lin Xian had returned. A few days later, everyone gradually calmed down. Bai Susu found Lin Xian and said, Kid, what do you plan to do next? Are you really going to make a move on the Dragon Prince? Although your strength has increased during this period, the Dragon Prince isn't weak either. His strength must have increased during this period. It was said that he was very close to becoming a great sage. He was only a step away. Lin Xian smiled. Is that so? He hadn't broken through to become a great sage. What about Kuan Pengzi? Bai Susu shook his head. No. Although they hadn't broken through to become a great sage, their strength was equivalent to a great sage. One had to know that they had the bloodline of an emperor. It was 10 times harder for them to break through to become a top genius. How could it be so easy to break through? Lin Xian smiled. But I broke through. Bai Susu was shocked. What? What did you break through? In the next moment, she sucked in a cold breath. Don't tell me you broke through to become a great sage? She didn't dare to believe it. Lin Xian smiled. That's right. I did break through to become a great sage. Lin Xian released his law power. Bai Susu felt a sense of horror. You really broke through. It was too unbelievable. Only now did he understand why the other party dared to make a move on the Dragon Prince. This guy actually broke through before the Emperor. It could be said that he was above the Emperor. He was extremely excited. I also want to see the situation of the Emperor being suppressed. That's right. Kid, you have to hurry because the Dragon Prince is going to call for a battle of the young titans. One of them will be a young paragon. A battle of the young paragons? Lin Xian was shocked. Bai Susu said, that's right. It seems that he wants to use this battle to break through the shackles and become a great sage. Kuan Pengzi also had the same intention, so he agreed to participate. With the 2 princes taking the lead, all the top geniuses and experts of the entire Alcade continent were paying attention. Other than them, there were many people who were preparing to participate. For example, Yi Wudao and Gu Feng. Although they were not princes, they had cultivated the great emperor's ancient scriptures, their strength was also unfathomable. Other than them, the top geniuses of the 3 great orthodoxies would also participate. For example, the Earth sex overlord. Other than that, the other great orthodoxies and ancient families might also send their most outstanding geniuses to participate in the battle of the young paragons. It could be said that a storm was brewing. If you want to make a move, you can trample the Dragon Prince under your feet on this battlefield in front of the world. I don't think he will be able to break through. His Dao heart will probably collapse. Very good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. First, he would shatter the Dragon Prince's Dao heart. Next, he would unite the power of the Desolate Tower and kill him together. He asked, when will the battle of the young paragons begin? 3 months later. 3 months was very fast. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, I will participate in this battle. Oh right, the news of my return must not be spread. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't dare to come. The Battle of the Young Titans, the Dragon Prince initiated a battle that gathered all the young geniuses. Countless people were shocked. Those who thought they were top geniuses were ready to participate. Those who weren't qualified were also ready to watch. This was probably the most intense battle of all the top geniuses in the Yaoguang continent. Sure enough, more and more people gathered at the Saint Origin battlefield. That was the ancient battlefield, where countless super mighty figures and peerless powerhouses had fought. It was enough for the young titans to have a good fight there. Countless families and sects, as well as the older generation powerhouses, were ready to watch. Perhaps a young supreme being would emerge from this battle. The 2 princes who had been confirmed to participate in the battle became 2 mountains in everyone's heart. The Dragon Prince and the Kuanping child. These 2 were incomparably terrifying. Perhaps their existence could crush everything. However, there were also people who were confident. For example, Yi Wudao, Gu Feng, and the others were ready to participate. Among them, the ancient wind began to sweep in all directions. Previously, it was the Dragon Prince, Lin Xian, and the others who stood out. He had been unknown. But now, he had cultivated the ancient void scripture to a terrifying level. Therefore, he challenged all the geniuses. One after another, the top powerhouses of the families and sects were defeated by him in less than 10 moves. Countless people were shocked. Another peerless expert had appeared. Yi Wudao didn't challenge anyone, but someone else challenged him. In the end, he couldn't even block a punch from Yi Wudao. Countless people were shocked. They knew that these 2 were peerless geniuses who cultivated the ancient earth scripture. In addition to them, the overlord of the tyrants and the powerhouses of the Golden Crows. Even the experts of the Purple Mansion realm walked out one after another. These people swept the world and made a name for themselves. They were preparing for the final battle. There was another person who took action, and that was Yao Guang. However, he was very low-key and didn't attack anyone. However, his figure was present in every battle. Among those who lost, there would always be people who would mysteriously disappear. He was the one who assassinated them and swallowed their corpses. He cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring art, and no one knew what level he had reached. The time was getting closer and closer, and there were many experts in the ancient city. There were already figures flickering on the battlefield. Those who had attacked before didn't take action. Instead, they began to cultivate in seclusion. They adjusted their physique to the peak and prepared for the strongest battle. In the last few days, these experts began to appear. They all headed to the Saint Origin battlefield. The Saint Origin battlefield was an ancient battlefield inside the ancient city. It was incomparably vast. Moreover, this place was very hard, so there was no need to worry about it being broken. Outside the battlefield, there was a sea of people. Countless experts had gathered. They were looking forward to it. Look, that's the Dragon Prince. They saw a figure standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Tens of thousands of dragons circled around him, making him look like a peerless dragon god. He was the Dragon Prince. He was too powerful. Sensing the bloodline aura of the other party, countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were delighted. The young paragon is definitely our Dragon Prince. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. The people of the Sky sect laughed. It was too early to speak. Dragon Prince is not invincible. Our Kunpengzi is the strongest. As he spoke, everyone looked over again. A man surrounded by a black and white aura descended. He was like a heavenly deity, his might overwhelming the surroundings. His aura was no weaker than the dragon prince's. In fact, it was even more terrifying. Its appearance made the dragon prince's eyes shine fiercely. The gazes of the two princes clashed and swept across the 9 heavens. Everyone was excited. They were finally going to witness the battle between the two princes. In addition to them, there was also a figure who was emitting purple light. Like a purple god of war, it was the Yi family's sage physique, Yi Wudao. With a stomp of his foot, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A terrifying aura rushed toward the two princes. Obviously, Yi Wudao was going to take out his true battle strength to challenge the princes. The void shattered, and a figure suddenly appeared. Countless people exclaimed, and even the pupils of the older generation shrank. Because before this, they had not sensed anyone at all. It was the top genius of the Gu family, Gu Feng. The ancient void scripture, the power of space, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Countless people were shocked. The dragon prince and Kunpengzi also frowned. The sage physique was very terrifying and had infinite strength. The ancient void scripture had the legend that space was king. These two people could not be underestimated. Of course, they were very confident and fearless. In addition to them, the other powerhouses and geniuses also went up one after another. Standing on the holy abyss battlefield, one figure after another was like a god fiend. Look, that's the overlord. That's the genius of the Golden Crow clan. That's the elite of the Purple Mansion realm. The 9 successors of the Purple Mansion realm this time were all very mysterious. Countless people exclaimed. A figure stood in the crowd, his eyes flickering. He was wearing a white robe and had a handsome face. It was Yao Guang. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Fight, it would be best if you all turned the world upside down and died. At that time I'll devour all of you. Up until now, he had devoured many geniuses, but he had not devoured any princes. He wanted to have a taste of the princes. Who do you think will win in the end? I think there are a few people who have a chance. It's useless. I think the two princes are still the strongest. No one else can challenge the princes. As soon as these words came out, some people were unhappy. Who said that? Have you forgotten about Lin Wudi? Many people's faces changed when they heard this name. How could they forget this name? However, this name had become a taboo. Who dared to mention it at this time? Who was so reckless? They turned their heads. It was the people of the Divine Union. Countless people were shocked. Bai Susu and the others also came. Who said that the princes were undefeatable? Back then, Lin Wudi defeated the dragon prince with his own strength. Nothing is absolute in this world. I think Yi Wudao has a chance too. The others were silent. That was indeed the case. Some people said that it was a pity that Lin Wudi no longer existed. Many experts of the older generation sighed. Such a genius who had been crowned as a king had actually fallen. They had heard that he had encountered divine punishment in the Yuhing continent. His body and soul had been completely destroyed. What a pity. If he was still alive, this battle would be even more exciting. Indeed, a champion could definitely sweep across the continent of the 9 clouds. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not resist divine punishment. The people of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty snorted coldly. A dead person was not qualified to be compared to the Dragon Prince. On the ancient battlefield, the Dragon Prince sneered when he heard this. Regardless of whether he is dead or not, if he dares to appear again, I can suppress him with one hand. There was a terrifying light in the Dragon Prince's eyes. He was now only a step away from the great sage. Presumably, after the primeval war, he would immediately break through to become a great sage. At that time, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Kunpengzi shook his head and sighed. Lin Wudi was very strong, but it was a pity that he couldn't fight with him. To be honest, he also wanted to fight with Lin Xian after he was crowned king. It was a pity that Lin Xian had died. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. He believed in brother Lin. He had always felt that Lin Xian wouldn't die so easily. On the other side, Gu Feng snorted. Dead? He deserved it. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Had he died? On the Z Mansion's side, Xianxia sighed. She didn't expect that Lin Xian had already died when they met again. Disappointment appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the Dragon Prince shouted coldly. Alright, there's no need to waste time on a dead person. The battle of the young paragons could begin. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people became excited. Who would be the first to attack? The battle between the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi would probably be the last. Indeed, it wouldn't be easy for the two princes to decide the winner. I'll go first. Xianxia walked out. She was dressed in red, and her face was so beautiful that it would shock anyone who saw her. A long sword appeared in her hand. The sword light was like water and carried a biting cold aura. She was so beautiful. Countless people exclaimed when they saw the scene. She was one of the successors of the Z Mansion. Who was she going to challenge? Xianxia stared at Gu Feng with a cold light in her eyes. Previously, some people had sighed at Lin Xian. However, Gu Feng had mocked and said that it was good that Lin Xian had died. Xianxia couldn't stand it. Hence, at this moment, she attacked Gu Feng. She pointed her sword forward. Countless people exclaimed. It was Gu Feng. Gu Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Fairy wants to challenge me? Come on then. He stood in the void and his figure swayed. He seemed to be independent of heaven and earth. To be honest, Gu Feng's target this time was the two princes. Hence, even if Xianxia was one of the successors of the magistrate, he didn't care at all. Xianxia's expression was cold. She stomped her feet and flew out like lightning. The autumn water sword in her hand slashed down and the sword light turned into the only thing in the world. What a fast and terrifying sword technique. Countless people were shocked. Previously, they felt that Xianxia was overestimating herself by challenging Gu Feng. But from the looks of it now, the other party definitely had the strength to do so. Probably not many people would be able to withstand this sword strike. As expected of a top genius, the successor of the Purple Mansion. No one who had come to the Holy Gulf battlefield was weak. Countless cries of surprise could be heard. Ancient Wind was also stunned. A terrifying sword technique? His figure flickered and instantly disappeared. The place where he had been standing had been torn apart by the sword chi. He appeared in another location. Xianxia attacked again, her sword chi sweeping across the land. Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Suddenly, Xianxia became one with her sword. The sword stabbed out at an extremely fast speed. This time, Gu Feng did not dodge, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. Could it be that he could not dodge? The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. That was because she saw Gu Feng forming a seal. A crack appeared in front of him. It was a spatial crack that severed the heaven and earth. However, she felt as if she had entered a swamp, and her movements became difficult. She was actually unable to stab her opponent with her sword. What was going on? She was clearly very close. Why couldn't she hurt him? The surrounding young dancers were all stunned. So close, yet worlds apart. One of the older generation experts said in a deep voice. Although it was only a meter away, the ancient wind had formed a folded space. The real distance was probably millions of miles away, so Xianxia could not hurt him at all. What? So terrifying. Folded space, what kind of technique was this? Countless people were shocked. Was this a spatial god art? It was too unbelievable. Xianxia also frowned. What a strange spatial god art. She formed a seal with her left hand and stretched out her fingers. Petals danced on her fingertips and charged forward. The void kept shattering. Peerless god art, void-shattering finger, specialized in shattering the void. It's useless. You are not my opponent at all. Gu Feng smiled in disdain and formed a seal again, forming a spatial barrier that directly enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia felt an invisible force that wanted to tear her body apart. She retreated. How could he be so strong? Xianxia's face turned pale. Although she was at the same level as him, his technique was too strange. Was this the inheritance of the great emperor? She suddenly felt a sense of despair. One had to know that as the successor of the Purple Mansion sect, she cultivated the ancient sage's god arts. She was a top genius. Even if 10 of the other geniuses joined forces, they could not block one of her attacks. However, even after learning so many god arts, compared to the inheritance of the great emperor, they were still too far away. The difference was like heaven and earth. Was the great emperor so terrifying? Xianxia's eyes were filled with loneliness. She did not attack again. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Gufeng was too strong. This Gufeng was unbelievably strong. The young geniuses were filled with despair. Some of them even shook their heads immediately. Previously, they still thought that they could attack Gufeng. Now, they did not dare to even if they were beaten to death. Gufeng stood there with his hands behind his back and said loudly. It's useless. You are not my opponent at all. Countless experts of the remote antiquity family and peerless sect frowned. There were probably no more than 5 people who could fight Gufeng. On a mountain peak in the distance, a mysterious figure stood there, looking forward with flickering eyes. The ancient void scripture was indeed powerful. Then, she looked around and frowned slightly. Why was Lin Xian not here yet? Was he going to miss this battle? She was Yan Ruyu. She came here to watch the battle of the Dragon Prince. After all, her enemy was the Dragon Prince. She wanted to see how powerful the Dragon Prince was. At the same time, she came here to wait for Lin Xian and prepare to meet him. Then, they would work together to discuss a plan to kill the Dragon Prince. However, it seemed that Lin Xian had not shown up yet. Lin Xian was already here. He just did not show up. He was waiting. He wanted to see how powerful these people were. Seeing Xianxia stand up for him, Lin Xian felt warmth in his heart. Then, his face darkened. Gufeng, he would not let him go later. At this moment, another person walked over. It was the Overlord. He looked at Yu Wudao and said in a deep voice. I want to see how powerful your unparalleled saint body is. Please enlighten me. Yu Wudao strode over, his body exuding an extremely terrifying light. The Overlord's expression was solemn. He took a step forward and punched out. The Overlord's divine fist. An extremely heavy power swept through the 9 heavens like a boundless sea. The entire space was shattered into pieces. The people around felt their scalps go numb. This punch seemed to be able to tear any great sage into pieces. No one could resist it. In response, Leaf Dao Denier laughed heartily. He also punched out, turning into a 9 heavens immortal king and descending from the sky. The collision between the immortal king and the Overlord caused an earth-shattering sound. Then, a figure was pushed back. The Overlord pushed back, causing the ground to shake. One of his arms was hanging down, and he could no longer feel it. He was too strong. Although he was a top genius of the Overlord tribe and a terrifying Overlord body. He could even kill a mid-stage great sage with one punch. But he was suppressed by the other party. In the next moment, he stretched out his left hand and said again. At this moment, endless blood energy surged from his body, and the wind and clouds changed. Rays of light fell from the sky and landed on the Overlord's body. The Overlord roared, and his aura was powerful. His body kept growing, as if he had turned into a giant. Barbarian God Palm. This attack was like the resurrection of the barbarian god. Its power was several times stronger than before. Countless people were shocked. The Overlord was so terrifying, and his power was probably very close to that of a sage. Sure enough, the older generation people also looked serious. These people were only at the peak of the Sage King realm, and they were already so terrifying. Lin Xian was also shocked. He knew how powerful Yu Wudao was. He had met the Overlord tribe before, and he had even fought with the Overlord. He didn't expect the Overlord tribe to be able to unleash such terrifying power. It was really shocking. But he believed that Yu Wudao could handle it. The Overlord tribe cultivated the ancient scripture of earth. At this moment, the Hellfire Dragon's voice rang in his mind. The Overlord tribe was fighting with a sage body again, but unfortunately, it was just an ordinary Overlord body. Ordinary Overlord body, what did that mean? Lin Xian was confused. The Hellfire Dragon said, "Do you know that sage bodies have an enemy, and that is the Overlord body?" But it was not an ordinary Overlord body, but the Overlord body of the heavens. Lin Xian was shocked. "Was it very powerful?" The Hellfire Dragon said, "Very powerful. I remember that the Overlord body of the heavens once killed a sage body." Lin Xian was shocked. A sage body of the heavens could fight against a great emperor, but it was killed by the Overlord body of the heavens. That kind of body must be extremely terrifying. The Overlord tribe was not to be underestimated. Boom, as he spoke, another earth-shattering sound came from the front. The Overlord used the barbarian god's palm, while Leaf Dao Denier opened his palm. Behind him was the phantom of an immortal king. This palm strike was even more powerful than before. Immortal kings descended from the 9 heavens, sweeping through the mortal world. The barbaric god's fist was suppressed once again. This time, the Overlord retreated. His blood and chi churned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Were the members of the tyrants injured? It was still too difficult. The elder of the Earth sect shook his head and sighed. Even though the Overlord's physique was extraordinary, he did not possess the ancient Great Earth scripture after all. "I actually lost, Overlord. My hands are numb, and I can't punch for a while." He laughed bitterly. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. Thank you for letting me win," Yi Dao Denier said coolly. The illusions of the 9 heavens disappeared. The Overlord took a deep breath. He said that although he had lost, it did not mean that the tyrants had lost. The surrounding people were shocked. What did that mean? Could it be that there was an even more terrifying genius in the tyrants? If they remembered correctly, the tyrant was the number 1 genius of the tyrants. Even Leaf Dao Denier was taken aback. Kuanpingzi frowned. "Could it be?" The Overlord laughed. "That's right, I'm not the number 1 genius of the tyrants. We have an even more terrifying genius in the tyrants. He's the tyrant body of the heavens." Kuanpingzi was shocked. The other elders also exclaimed. The tyrant body of the heavens was such an ancient name. However, no one dared to underestimate him. These words were as heavy as a mountain, causing everyone to be terrified. The young geniuses did not understand. What was the tyrant body of the heavens? Was it very powerful? When the elders said that the tyrant body of the heavens had killed a sage physique, the young geniuses were stunned. A short sentence was enough to explain the terror of the tyrant body of the heavens. The members of the Yi family also frowned. That kind of physique had appeared again. 50,000 years ago, a sage physique had appeared in the Yi family. In the end, he was killed by the tyrant body of the heavens. How could they forget this matter? They did not expect that such a bloodline would appear in the tyrants again. Yi Dao Denier took a deep breath and said coldly. "Is he here yet? I'll fight him." His eyes were filled with a fierce battle intent. The Overlord said. He was still cultivating in seclusion at the moment. "However, don't worry, he will come out soon." "Alright, I'll wait for him." Yi Dao Denier was also very confident. He was not afraid of anything. Yi Dao Denier and Gu Feng showed their strength one after another. Everyone was shocked. These few people probably had the qualifications to challenge the Emperor's son. The others were no match for them at all. For a moment, no one dared to challenge them. However, they all attacked each other. Among them, a few dazzling figures appeared. For example, a powerful genius from the Golden Crow tribe walked out. It was a woman. She was the Golden Crow princess. Her strength and physique were also very strong. Her flames were even more terrifying. They could melt everything. Apart from the Dragon Prince, a few other top geniuses from the Thousand Dragon Court stepped out. Among them was a person called Long Lei. Terrifying lightning circled around his body as he looked down on the Divine Union. Lin Wudi is dead. Is there no one in the Divine Union who can fight? I think you should disband as soon as possible. A cold voice was heard, causing the members of the Dragon Palace to laugh. How could the Divine Union be compared to the dragons? The members of the Divine Union gnashed their teeth in anger. Everyone else had strange expressions on their faces. They looked like they were watching a show. Both the Dragon Palace and the Divine Union were factions of the True Path sect. Had the battle between them not ended yet, it seemed like it would continue. On the Divine Union's side, Baisusu gritted her teeth. What was there to be arrogant about? She walked out. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. After Baisusu came out, she formed a seal with her palms and formed 4 clones that covered the sky. An earth-shattering power swept through the 9 heavens. Countless people were shocked. These were clones, right? Each one was extremely terrifying. She could actually form 4 clones in an instant. How extraordinary. It seemed like the Divine Union had other top experts besides Lin Xian. Long Lei sneered. He was unmoved. Look at me. 10,000 thunder palm. He raised his palm and waved his dragon claw. Lightning gathered on it, forming a lightning net that covered the sky. The battle with Baisusu was very intense. However, after 100 moves, a tail suddenly appeared behind Long Lei and struck Baisusu's shoulder. It sent Baisusu flying. A crack appeared on Baisusu's shoulder and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured. Countless people were shocked. The members of the Divine Union were also shocked. Damn it. Was that a hidden weapon? He actually had a tail. Those people gritted their teeth. The other party had hidden it too well. Long Lei was unusually arrogant. However, his opponent's strength was terrifying. Even Baisusu had been defeated. Even the other members of the Divine Union had no chance of winning. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the void. Susu, come back. I'll avenge you. Baisusu walked back. The people of the Divine Union hurriedly asked, Senior Sister Bai, are you alright? She was fine, just a little injured. They had not expected this guy to be hiding a tail. Baisusu gritted her teeth and swallowed an elixir. The people of the Dragon Palace sneered. Without Lin Wudi, you are nothing. Surrender obediently as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will all die without a burial ground. The people of the Dragon Palace started to show off. Long Lei continued to clamor. Come on, if one of you is not a match, I'll allow 2 of you to come at me together. If all 10 of you can come at me together, I can suppress all of you with one hand. As long as you are from the Divine Union, I will accept your challenge. Baisusu gritted her teeth. This was too arrogant. Nalan Liang snorted. You said that when the people of the Divine Union came, you had to accept the challenge. Of course, no problem. I'm just afraid you don't have any experts. Baisusu sneered. Just you. Wait. They knew that Lin Xian was nearby. When the time came, they would see how Lin Xian would die. Long Lei did not care. After ruthlessly suppressing the divine dragon, he turned and left smugly. Next, the geniuses of the Blue Tribe and the powerhouses of the Dragon Sea also challenged the Divine Union. They were immensely pleased. In an instant, everyone thought that the Divine Union was finished. After Lin Wudi's death and being targeted by so many powerhouses, the outcome would probably be miserable. Next, the battles continued. Some powerhouses and geniuses tried to challenge the Emperor's son. In the end, the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi simply ignored them. Their opponents were too weak and did not qualify to challenge them. Those people could only challenge Yi Wudao and Gu Feng. In the end, they were defeated within 10 moves. After the great conqueror recovered his strength, he looked ahead. He looked at Kuan Pengzi and said, I want to fight the Emperor's son. Please give me a chance. Kuan Pengzi nodded. As you wish, use your strongest move. Although the great conqueror had been defeated, he was still a top genius and qualified to challenge them. Furthermore, he would be able to show everyone exactly how strong the Crown Prince was. Tyrant took a deep breath and roared as he threw a punch forward. Barbaric God's Palm. The terrifying palm covered the sky. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the Kuanping only stretched out a finger and pointed forward. A black and white aura revolved around his finger. With a point of his finger, the mountains and rivers shattered. The barbarian god's palm shattered into pieces. The overlord was also sent flying while coughing up blood. A bloody hole had appeared on his body. Fortunately, it wasn't a vital part. He knew that Kuan Pengzi had already shown mercy. His scalp went numb. Many thanks for showing mercy. The surrounding people were all shocked. Wasn't this too powerful? Earlier, when Leaf Dao Denier had fought back against the barbarian god's palm, he had used the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. But now, Kuanpingzi had severely injured the tyrant with just a finger. What kind of power was this? Was this the strength of the crown prince? It was simply unimaginable. The laws of yin and yang are indeed powerful. I want to experience it for myself. Leaf Dao Denier strode forward, his voice resounding. The others were all shaken. It seemed like a top-level battle was about to start. Kuanpingzi nodded. As you wish. He also wanted to experience the terror of the Yi family's unparalleled saint physique and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Leaf Dao Denier didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, the purple light on his body condensed into the phantom of an immortal king. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. The terrifying phantom stood indomitable and suppressed the 8 desolates. Countless people were shocked. Did he use this kind of ultimate technique as soon as he appeared? From the looks of it, Leaf Dao Denier was also facing a great enemy. Facing this ultimate technique, Kuanpingzi didn't use a single finger. Instead, he slapped out with his palm. His palm turned into a Kuanping that soared between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shattered, and the entire ancient battlefield shook. So powerful. Countless people retreated. The immortal king and the Kuanping fought. A heaven-shaking voice resounded through heaven and earth. Law swept out. At this moment, Leaf Dao Denier took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he appeared, he was already behind Kuanpingzi. A pair of fists charged towards Kuanpingzi's head. What a fast speed. Countless people were shocked. Was this a spatial divine ability? They were all stunned. This kind of speed made even the scalps of the Gu family tingle. Gu Feng's face darkened. The people of the heavenly sect said. 10,000 steps in an instant. This was a peerless movement technique in the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. It was a great emperor's divine ability. No wonder it was so powerful. This movement technique was no different from spatial teleportation. Kuanpingzi was still not afraid. A pair of wings appeared on his back. The laws of yin and yang circulated on them and slashed behind, turning into 2 heavenly blades. They collided with Leaf Dao Denier's fist. The surroundings trembled, and Leaf Dao Denier retreated. The black and white heavenly blades attacked, but in an instant, Leaf Dao Denier used it again. 10,000 steps in an instant. He dodged quickly. He came forward and merged with the heaven and earth phenomenon, immortal king descending to the 9th heaven. He formed a seal with both hands and enveloped Kuanpingzi. 10,000 miles of deity ground, a barrier formed in front of him as if it had turned into an immortal world. A mysterious aura bloomed. Kuanpingzi felt a huge pressure. In this deity ground, Leaf Dao Denier was the ruler. Kuanpingzi roared angrily. The other party had a great emperor's divine ability. Did he not have one, yin and yang reversed, and heaven and earth reversed? Black and white light bloomed in his eyes, and a terrifying power of yin and yang swept out. The entire deity ground shook violently. Endless mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sky was destroyed. It was a scene of apocalypse. Even the primordial battlefield outside was shaking non-stop. The people in the surroundings felt a terrifying aura that wanted to tear their bodies apart. It was too terrifying. They retreated frantically. Boom, the deity ground in front of them shattered. Kuanpingzi charged out powerfully. He covered yin and yang with one hand and attacked Leaf Dao Denier. He sent Leaf Dao Denier flying. Was he defeated? Countless people were shocked. Kuanpingzi was too strong. However, Leaf Dao Denier roared. Although cracks appeared on his body, they quickly healed. His recovery ability was too strong. Countless people were shocked. The ancient Tao Heart Sutra. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. The Dragon Prince also narrowed his eyes. The Yi family had a great emperor, who was called Celestial Emperor Yi. He was an extremely powerful figure, and the Celestial Emperor Sutra he left behind was all-encompassing. All kinds of divine abilities were endless. This recovery power was one of the ultimate techniques in the Heaven and Earth Sutra. He didn't expect Leaf Dao Denier to cultivate this too. Was he going to become the second celestial emperor of the Yi family, so strong? Lin Xian was also surprised. These great emperor's ancient sutras were really terrifying. It seemed that none of the people in front of him were weak. He felt his blood boil. The others exclaimed. Leaf Dao Denier was not defeated and still had the strength to fight. Next, Yi Wudao and Kuan Pengzi fought again. All kinds of great emperor secret techniques appeared. Although Yi Wudao was suppressed and at a disadvantage, he wasn't defeated. This shocked everyone. Even if Yi Wudao wasn't crowned as a king, he had the right to do so. He was known as the uncrowned king. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Great! The Yi family was overjoyed. Their nurturing was not in vain. As expected, Daolas had a supreme demeanor. The dragon prince's eyes shone with a cold light. This was interesting. As expected, every great emperor was unique. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. I wonder how the void ancient scripture is, he stared at Gu Feng. Gu Feng looked solemn. He snorted and charged forward. His body disappeared instantly. In an instant, he was above the 9 heavens. With a wave of his hands, countless cracks appeared in the void. Void banishment. He wanted to banish the dragon prince into the darkness of the universe. Everyone was shocked. It was too powerful. It was really a fierce battle. They were extremely excited. Such a battle might not be seen once in a few thousand years. The others on the battlefield also retreated. They didn't have the strength to participate in such a battle. The energy storm could easily injure them, so they all retreated to the edge. The place where the dragon prince was instantly swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. The people of the dragon palace were nervous, but the people of the Thousand Dragon dynasty sneered. It was impossible to defeat the dragon prince. Indeed, not long after, a dragon claw covered the sky and tore the void. The dragon prince came back from the universe and roared furiously. True Dragon 9 transformations. The terrifying giant dragon rolled, and each time it did so, it destroyed the world. Gu Feng felt a great threat. He swept his hands in all directions. So close, yet so far. Endless folded space condensed, and terrifying power entered the folded space. Although it looked dangerous, it couldn't hurt him. Void God Finger. After getting rid of the danger, Gu Feng pointed with his finger. Endless mysterious Dao runes appeared on his finger. This was a supreme technique of the void scripture. His finger disappeared in an instant. No one knew where it would come from. Boom, all of a sudden, he dashed out in front of the dragon prince, aiming for the dragon prince's glabella. This finger was capable of destroying everything. The dragon emperor was infuriated and struck out with his palm. However, this palm was a combination of illusion and reality. It actually struck empty air. An extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. Eyes of the divine dragon, divine light shot out from his eyes, shattering everything. Master Hollow God was blocked. Then, the dragon prince strode forward. You have angered me. Terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes as he charged towards Gu Feng. Heavenly Dragon Hand. He stretched out his arm and tore the 9 heavens apart. Gu Feng kept dodging, and the two of them started fighting again. The dragon prince was very terrifying, and he was angry, so Gu Feng was in danger. Fortunately, he cultivated the space god art, so he could rely on his elusive movement technique to avoid danger many times. But even so, he was still at a disadvantage. A great battle broke out on the two battlefields, and the two imperial princes displayed their might. However, the more Leaf Dao Denier and Ancient Wind fought, the fiercer they became. He didn't seem to be defeated at all. This left countless people shocked. 2 crowned kings, 2 uncrowned kings, it really was too shocking. The battle continued for 500 moves. Suddenly, both sides exploded with power and retreated. The 4 of them spread out in all directions and faced each other. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The surrounding people didn't dare to say a word. Their hearts were in their mouths. It was too shocking. Leaf Dao Denier didn't attack Kuan Pingzi anymore. Instead, he turned around and looked at Gu Feng. He used the Immortal King Descends to the 9 heavens and charged over. Gu Feng also charged over. Void God Finger, a great battle broke out between the two sides, and countless people became excited. The two uncrowned kings were fighting. What about the two crowned kings? They looked at the two imperial princes. The dragon prince said, I said that I will defeat you with my own hands. I am the strongest imperial prince. He used the true dragon 9 transformations and charged over. The 9 dragons roared together, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with a destructive divine light that swept through everything. Kuan-Pingzi snorted coldly. You don't have the right. He seemed to have turned into the god of yin and yang, and he was incomparably powerful. Yin and yang alternated, and the universe was reversed. The terrifying world shattered, and the two imperial princes finally began to fight. This time, the power was too terrifying. Even Leaf Daudenier and Gufeng quickly retreated. They pulled away. The battle between the two imperial princes could destroy everything. The 4 of them exchanged another 600 moves and stood in 4 different directions. Everyone's face was a little solemn. It seemed that if they didn't use their trump cards, they wouldn't be able to determine the winner. The dragon prince snorted coldly. I didn't expect that other than Lin Wudi, you two would appear. It seems that I have to take out my true trump card. The dragon prince's bloodline erupted. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Leaf Daudenier and Gufeng looked solemn. Was the final battle about to begin? Kuan-Pingzi also nodded. It was time to determine the winner. Countless people were excited. They knew that the young paragon would be born between the 4 of them. Who would it be? The dragon prince's aura became more and more terrifying. He had originally prepared this move to deal with Lin Xian. However, it was a pity that he was dead. Well, I'll use this move to send you guys on your way. He was ready to attack. At this moment, an iron staff fell from the sky. Who dares to say that my brother Lin is the younger brother? With a boom, heaven and earth shattered. The dragon prince's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated. Kuan-Pingzi, Gufeng, and Leaf Daudenier also quickly dodged. The area in front of them instantly turned into chaos. Another expert had arrived? Who was it that could scare off 4 top-notch experts? Everyone looked carefully. It's him, some of the older generation exclaimed. They saw a monkey holding an iron staff, walking in the air. Wasn't that the monkey who had been crowned king? Back then, this monkey had attacked Kuan-Pingzi and the dragon prince. They had not expected him to appear again. It's you. The dragon prince's face turned extremely cold. This monkey was in cahoots with Lin Xian. He had once made him grit his teeth. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. For example, the geniuses of the Blue Tribe and the Dragon Sea Tribe were terrified. How could they have forgotten that there was such a monkey? He was also on the side of the Divine Union. If the other party attacked them, would they be able to withstand it? At the thought of this, they felt a lingering fear. However, they soon laughed. No matter how strong the other party was, could he defeat the Dragon Prince? The Dragon Prince was definitely the strongest now. After killing this monkey, they would destroy the Divine Union. Let's see who would dare to go against them. The Dragon Prince's face turned cold. Monkey, I prepared a move for Lin Xian. He won't use it, but it can send you to hell. The Dragon Prince's body exploded with fierce killing intent, sweeping across the 9 heavens. Sun Qiqian shouted coldly, pointing his iron staff forward. You couldn't do anything to me before. Do you think you can hurt me now? Ridiculous. I'll suppress you today. He was fearless. Brother Monkey, you don't have to do anything. Let me deal with him. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Who dared to say such big words and call the other party Brother Monkey? Could it be? They thought of a possibility, but it was quickly denied. Wasn't that person already dead? The void in the distance was broken and a figure walked out. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked. It's really him. He's still alive. Great. He's here. The people of the Divine Union were excited. Yu Wudao's lips curled up. I knew it. He couldn't have died. The people of the Dragon Palace were stunned. How could this be? He's still alive. The people of the Blue Tribe were so scared that they almost fainted. Lin Xian, you're still alive? The Dragon Prince gritted his teeth. This was really unexpected. Didn't they say that Lin Xian died in sky punishment? Why is he here? Sun Qiqian laughed out loud. Great! Brother Lin, I knew it. You won't die, countless voices were heard. Lin Xian's appearance caused a commotion. The older generation experts and terrifying geniuses were all shocked. A dead person was standing in front of them again. He wasn't dead. He had survived sky punishment. Oh my God, the Crown King was still alive. He was indeed a Crown King. This battle was going to be interesting. Everyone was excited. Lin Xian was also the Crown King. Who would be stronger in this battle between the young paragons? Would Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince fight again? Who would win and who would lose this time? Countless questions arose in their hearts. Kuanpingzi's eyes were shining with a cold radiance. Looks like we can still stand against each other. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold radiance in his eyes. Lin Xian nodded. As you wish. However, now is not the time. I'll settle my grudges first. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions. He stared at a figure, Long Lei. He took a step forward and stood in front of the other party. You dared to attack the people of the Divine Union and hurt my friend? Lin Xian looked down from above and asked coldly. Long Lei was so scared that she started to tremble. Her expression was even uglier than crying. One had to know that the reason he dared to make a move before was because he knew that Lin Wuti was dead and that he had the Dragon Prince behind him. That was why he dared to attack the Divine Dragon. Now that he was facing Lin Wuti directly, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. You, what do you want? The Dragon Prince is here. Don't be too arrogant, Long Lei gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian raised his hand and sent him flying with a slap. The dragon lightning turned into a bloody mist, its body and soul destroyed. Dead, countless people were terrified. Long Lei was also a genius of his generation, a top-notch expert. Previously, he had swept through many experts. But in front of Lin Xian, he couldn't even withstand a single slap. This gave everyone a great shock. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people's pupils constricted. How dare you, they shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian turned around and stared at the blue race. You've also attacked the Divine Union before, right? He sent out another slap. The blue race's elite shouted crazily, trying to block it. But with a single slap, he turned into a bloody mist. Another one had died. Everyone's hearts pounded violently. He was too powerful. A one-hit kill. He didn't give his enemy any chance to survive. After the blue race, Long Hai, Golden Crow race, and the Purple Mansion race all had top geniuses who were turned into bloody mists by Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 supreme geniuses had fallen. These people couldn't even withstand a single slap. The others were terrified, as if they were facing a great enemy. As for the sects and families, they were gnashing their teeth. Damn it! Lin Xian didn't care about these people. He came to Xianxia's side and smiled. How serious were the injuries from before? Xianxia's eyes were red. She shook her head. She was fine. Her foundation wasn't damaged. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you. He turned around and stared at Gu Feng. His eyes were shining with a piercing light. It's time for us to settle our grudges. If you apologize to Xianxia obediently now, I can spare you once later. What a joke. What right do you have to look for me? Do I need you to spare me? Gu Feng snorted coldly. Lin Xian, you're too arrogant. You killed more than 10 top geniuses the moment you arrived. How dare you threaten me now? Although you're the Crown King, I'm also an existence that cultivates the ancient scripture of Earth. I can even challenge the Thearch's son, let alone you. I've long wanted to attack you. I'm not very satisfied with the title of the uncrowned king. I want to kill you and obtain the true title of the Crown King. I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Lin Xian strode forward. Then, he slapped out. Gu Feng snorted coldly and struck out a huge crack. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The void above the 9 heavens was broken in an instant. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people all retreated one after another. Another 2 young giants were exchanging blows. The people of the Gu family were extremely nervous. Although Gu Feng's strength had increased greatly, Lin Wudi was too strong previously. Everyone had heard of his reputation and rumors. Now that he had returned to the Yuhing continent, how strong would he be now? The elders of the Gu family said, "Don't worry, with Gu Feng's talent, he definitely won't lose this time." That's right, when he fought with the Dragon Prince previously, he was only at a disadvantage. When he fought with Lin Wudi, there wouldn't be any accidents. Maybe the two of them would be evenly matched. Everyone was looking forward to it. Gu Feng's previous performance was enough to shock everyone. Therefore, they really wanted to see the next battle. To what extent would it reach? Gu Feng snorted coldly. "Kid, I'll let you know my recent strength." He roared angrily and took the initiative to attack. Void Exile. 24 large cracks enveloped Lin Xian, forming an endless black hole that swallowed Lin Xian. This move was very terrifying. Previously, the Dragon Prince was banished into the void. However, Lin Xian stood there with monster sword chi on his body. Countless spatial cracks couldn't swallow him. Oh God! He wasn't banished. Did the power of space lose its effect? This Lin Wudi, has he become so strong? Exclamations sounded one after another. The people of the Gu family were also shocked. Impossible. Void Exile didn't have any effect at all? Even if the other party was banished, they could accept it if he came back in an instant. But now, Lin Xian wasn't banished at all. They really couldn't accept it. What a strong physique. Yu Wudao stood in the distance, shocked. The Dragon Prince's face darkened. Why? He had a feeling of uneasiness. This Lin Wudi, has he become stronger recently? Lin Xian stood there, allowing the countless large cracks to envelop him. He wasn't afraid of anything. He looked forward and said coldly. "It's useless. You're not my opponent at all. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Apologize to Xianxia obediently. You want me to apologize? Dream on. Gu Feng was also angry. Void Great Destruction. He formed a seal with his palm, and the power of his bloodline erupted. The Great Emperor's ancient scripture was activated, and the 24 cracks instantly exploded, emitting a destructive aura. It wanted to tear everything apart. Sensing this destructive aura, Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his fist. Six-path fist. He punched out with an indomitable will and collided with the destructive power. He charged out aggressively. The destructive spatial cracks were all shattered by him. He charged forward like a god of war. It's useless. I told you, you're no match for me. Seeing this scene, countless people were stunned. Oh heavens, he shattered again. The people from the Gu family frowned. Damn it, another divine power has been broken. What was going on? The people from the Thousand Dragon Dynasty, the Yi family, and even the Heaven sect were also frowning. Has Gu Feng become weaker? That's impossible. Previously, Gu Feng was able to resist the Dragon Prince for more than 1,000 moves. How powerful was that? But now, he could not do anything to Lin Xian at all. Could it be? They thought of a possibility, but upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin Xian's aura was not that terrifying. Looking at the figure charging towards him, Gu Feng's face turned cold. He did not run away. With a wave of his sleeve, he used so close, yet so far. A folded space appeared in front of him. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, even though he was less than a meter away from his opponent. However, this punch did not seem to be able to hit his opponent at all. Useless brat, your understanding of spatial divine powers is too shallow. Let me show you what it means to be the king of space. Gu Feng stood there, looking down like a god. Great, he got hit. The people from the country heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could Gu Feng's method be ineffective? Now that Gu Feng was about to show his power, he was going to beat Lin Xian up. I can't hit you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's just a folded space. A cold light burst out from his eyes, and his fist suddenly exploded. With a bang, the folded space shattered. Gu Feng took a punch to the face and was sent flying. His body flew into the distance like a kite with a broken string, directly shattering the void. He landed on the battlefield. The entire battlefield shook violently, and countless shattered black holes floated between heaven and earth. What happened? Everyone was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The eyes of the Gu clan's people almost popped out of their sockets. Prince Dragon, Leaf Dowdenier, and the others all gasped. That was impossible. The older generation experts cried out in surprise. Folding space, a distance of 1 meter could be folded millions of miles. Their attacks couldn't hit him at all. Leaf Dowdenier, Dragon Prince, and Kuan Pingzi had all been blocked by the folded space. But now? Lin Xian actually sent Gu Feng flying with a single punch. How did it do that, this guy? Kuan Pingzi's eyes flickered. The Dragon Prince's face was gloomy and cold. Gu Feng, who was in the distance, roared crazily. His face was badly damaged, but it was slowly recovering. His eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Damn it, what's going on? His brain was blank. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. He quickly charged over. Void God Finger. He pointed out with his finger, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already at Lin Xian's forehead. It wanted to pierce through his soul. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Demon God Finger. Facing this attack, he was still fearless. He also pointed out with his finger. There were extremely terrifying demonic runes on it. The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. At the last moment, the Void God Finger shattered and broke in half. Gu Feng screamed and retreated. White bones appeared on his finger. That was impossible. Nothing was impossible. He said that he was no match for him. Lin Xian attacked. Demon God's Seal, with one strike, a huge black seal enveloped heaven and earth. Gu Feng's pupil shrank. He instantly merged with the void and disappeared, appearing on the other side. However, he was then chased by Lin Xian. If not for his spatial powers, he would have been defeated long ago. Even so, he couldn't fight back. Too powerful. Countless people were shocked by the scene. As expected of Lin Wudi. The person who was crowned as a king was even better than that. Yes, Gu Feng was at a disadvantage against the Dragon Prince. He was still suppressed by Lin Wudi. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. It seemed that compared to Lin Wudi, he was still lacking a lot. Some experts commented one after another. The Gu family's people's faces darkened. He couldn't compare to Lin Wudi? Damn it. The 10,000 Dragon Quartz people had cold expressions. It seemed that Lin Wudi's strength had also increased. They wondered if the Dragon Prince had the confidence to defeat him this time. Gu Feng was flustered and exasperated when he heard those people's discussion. He had always been suppressed by Lin Xian. Whether it was in the second astral realm or after coming to the Hidden Emperor Star. Lin Xian's strength had surpassed his. Now that he cultivated the void ancient scripture, he thought that he could change the situation. He was even very happy that Lin Xian had died. But now that Lin Xian had returned alive and suppressed him, he couldn't tolerate it. Sky-severing palm, with a furious roar, he no longer dodged and struck out with his palm. This strike cut through heaven and earth. The void palm covered the sky and earth, wanting to refine Lin Xian. You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his arm. Sword chi shot up into the sky one after another, causing the giant palm in the air to shake non-stop. Then, he used Shadowless Heaven's Net, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Azura Sword Technique, Fourth Sword. When the sword slashed out, it shocked heaven and earth. Gu Feng acted as if he was facing a great enemy and hurriedly used it. He merged the void and the real, hiding in the void. However, how could he escape? If he was in the same realm as Lin Xian, it would be easy for him to escape. After all, he also cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. But now, Lin Xian had become the great sage, and his strength had changed dramatically. Moreover, he also used the great emperor's ancient scripture. In addition to the great dragon sword soul's indestructible power, this sword directly pierced through the void. A figure spat out blood and flew out. Half of his body was split open, and blood dripped down. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Gu Feng was injured. He was almost split in half. It was too shocking. Damn it, Gu Feng's broken body had healed, and there was a mysterious aura on it. It recovered. He attacked again. Void seal. He formed a seal with his palm and slapped out. 81 seals between heaven and earth attacked Lin Xian. They hit Lin Xian's body, making a sonorous sound. Lin Xian roared, and the 9-yang divine body bloomed, blocking everything. Another sword slashed out. Gu Feng spat out blood again. This time, he was completely split open. He screamed and fell into the sea of blood. No. Why? Why can you injure me? Gu Feng was completely stunned. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the Dragon Prince, he didn't suffer such serious injuries. Could it be that this Lin Wudi was even more terrifying than the Dragon Prince? The others were also dumbfounded. Some of the older generation were shocked. The people of the Gu family were crazy. Yu Wudao's pupils shrank, and the Dragon Prince's face turned black. Could it be? Why did he lose so miserably? Gu Feng roared crazily. He couldn't accept it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stupid thing, do you really not understand the difference between us? You're not in the same realm as me. If you hadn't cultivated the ancient void scripture, you would have died 100 times. A cold voice sounded, making Gu Feng despair. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and roared in horror. Not in the same realm? Could it be that you've broken through to become a great sage? The surrounding spectators also sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, they also had such thoughts. Even the Crown Prince couldn't beat Gu Feng to such a miserable state. After all, they didn't use any extreme weapons. Now that Lin Xian had injured Gu Feng so easily, there was only one explanation. That meant that Lin Xian's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. And such a change in strength could only be caused by a breakthrough in cultivation. However, Lin Xian's cultivation wasn't that terrifying, which was why they were puzzled. Lin Xian stood there and said proudly, "That's right, I'm now a great sage." Boom boom, his voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone to be stunned. He broke through, he really broke through. Countless people exclaimed. The experts of the clan of the ancients and the peerless sects gasped. The people of the Gu family and the Yi family were also shocked. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court instantly had ugly expressions. The people of the 3 Dao children's side exclaimed. One had to know that the battle between the young powerhouses was a competition of cultivation, trump cards, and divine abilities. The 4 people in front of them were all peak sage kings. Although there was a difference in bloodline, they all cultivated the ancient earth scripture. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the winner. Even if the 2 crown princes had the upper hand, it wouldn't be easy to defeat the other 2. There was only one situation where they could win completely, and that was to break through to become a great sage first. This was also the reason why the Dragon Prince wanted to hold the supreme battle. They had already reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and needed a life and death battle. They needed pressure to break through. But now, Lin Xian had broken through in advance, which ruined the Dragon Prince's plan. Everyone was shocked. Perhaps Lin Xian was already above everyone else. Damn it, I don't believe it. You broke through, Gu Feng roared furiously, charging over again. Using his spatial divine art, he appeared behind Lin Xian and struck out with the great palm print and the sky-severing palm. However, Lin Xian sent him flying with a kick. This was a complete beating. Gu Feng felt despair. The other party had really broken through. Lin Xian chased after him with large strides. Shadowless Heaven's net, his speed was unpredictable. The heavenly secret's sacred art locked onto the other party. At the same time, the unstoppable sword qi in his hand descended. Gu Feng screamed miserably as his body shattered several times. Lin Xian sneered and apologized to Xianxia. Gu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, they've gone too far, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He drew the 100,000 devil mountains, suppressing heaven and earth. When you attacked Xianxia, did you think that you were going too far? If you don't apologize, don't blame me for killing you. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom, Gu Feng roared furiously, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, destroying heaven and earth. Everyone's hair stood on end. The might of the extreme Tao. It seemed that the void mirror was also on the other party. Gu Feng descended like a god. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. Kid, do you want me to use my final trump card? Feeling the extreme Dao Qi, Lin Xian was still not afraid. Do you think you're the only one with an extreme Dao weapon? Besides, isn't this a battle between young sovereigns? Do you want to use an extreme Dao weapon? Do you want to be ridiculed by the world? Someone like you wants to be crowned a king? You dare to call yourself a sovereign? Do you have any shame? Don't make me look down on you. Lin Xian sneered. Gu Feng's expression turned ugly, but he did not make a move. The others were also discussing this matter. Lin Xian's coronation was the peak of the sacred abyss tower. It was obtained with one's own strength. Whether it was Lin Xian, the Dragon Prince, or Kuan Peng, none of them were able to use an extreme Dao weapon when they ascended the sacred abyss tower. This was the result of countless trials and tribulations. Now, Gu Feng wanted to forcibly use an extreme Dao weapon. This was already a sign of admitting defeat. Moreover, would he be able to kill Lin Xian with just an extreme-grade weapon? Everyone did not think so. Previously, the Dragon Prince had also used the 10,000 Dragons diagram, but he was also helpless against Lin Xian. On the Divine Union's side, the dark red dragon snorted. Hurry up and scram. Don't embarrass yourself. Toad sneered. You dare to participate in the battle between sovereigns? Is there no one else in the Gu family? The people beside him mocked and ridiculed while the others discussed. The Gu family was trembling with anger. Gu Feng also shouted angrily. Shut up. Kid, just you wait. He did not continue to fight. Instead, he stayed in the void with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian did not let him off. I said, apologize to Qin Xing'er. Otherwise, even if you use the void mirror today, I can still make you regret it. Countless terrifying black holes appeared around Lin Xian. Everyone's expression turned ugly. If the two extreme Dao weapons were used, the primordial battlefield would be penetrated. The Gu family's expert shouted angrily, Lin Wudi, don't be too presumptuous. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I am presumptuous. What can you do about it? He waved his hand and the terrifying black holes charged toward the Gu family. The Gu family's elders were scared out of their wits. They all used spatial teleportation to escape quickly. When they reached the other side, their faces turned green. Damn it, this was a lunatic. He did things without any scruples. Should he apologize? Lin Xian sneered. The Gu family's people were helpless. An elder said, Gu Feng, apologize to Fairy Qin. Fairy Qin does not have the strength of the arch. It is not appropriate for you to attack her. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Was this asking him to lower his head? However, he was in a difficult position now. If they really fought, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, Fairy Qin, I was rude before. I hope you don't blame me. Qin Xiang'er's mind was blank. She had never thought that Gu Feng would apologize to her. He was a young powerhouse, an existence above the 9 heavens. Of course, all of this was because of Lin Xian. The surrounding people were also going crazy. A thearch-level genius actually lowered his head. This Lin Wudi was too domineering. Lin Wudi snorted coldly. I'll spare your life today, but I won't let you off so easily next time. After saying that, he turned to look at the Dragon Prince and said coldly, let me see what kind of breakthrough you've made recently. I hope you won't disappoint me. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. Heavens, is Lin Wudi going to attack the Dragon Prince? Exclamations sounded one after another. From the moment he appeared, he directly killed more than 10 geniuses and then beat up Gu Feng. He made Gu Feng lower his head and apologize. Then, he directly challenged the Dragon Prince. His speed was so fast and his attitude was so strong that it exceeded everyone's strength. The expressions of the people from the 10,000 Dragons court changed. No, the current Lin Xian had already broken through and was above the arch. If he fought the Dragon Prince now, wouldn't that be bullying? The elder of the nest of 10,000 dragons stood out. Lin Xian, don't go too far. You are already the great sage, what right do you have to challenge the Dragon Prince? That's right. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty roared. They wouldn't allow this battle to happen. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. Why are you afraid? I'm not challenging you. Do you have the right to talk to me? He turned to look at the Dragon Prince and said coldly. Why? As the son of the Dragon Emperor, you don't even have the courage to talk to me. Shut up, how dare you? An elder of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty walked out and shouted coldly. If you want to fight with the Dragon Prince, suppress your cultivation. That's right, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Even if you win, it won't be honorable. Angry shouts sounded one after another. Lin Xian laughed out loud when he heard that. He looked down at the 8 barren lands and said in a clear voice, one with an unfair advantage? Suppressed cultivation, what a joke. Let me ask you, what was the Dragon Prince's cultivation during the coronation? What was my cultivation, when he fought with me? Did he suppress his cultivation? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also had ugly expressions because they remembered that the Dragon Prince was at the peak of his cultivation during the coronation. Lin Xian was only at the late stage, so there was a difference of 1 realm between them. When the two of them fought, the Dragon Prince didn't suppress his cultivation. Why? Do you remember everything? Back then, the Dragon Prince was 1 realm higher than me. Didn't I still fight with him? Did I ask him to suppress his cultivation? Where were you old things back then? Why don't you say that the Dragon Prince won? With an unfair advantage, back then, I was 1 realm lower than him, but I could still injure him. Now that he's 1 realm lower than me, does he not have confidence? Lin Xian stared at the Dragon Prince with a piercing gaze. Do you dare to fight with me? If you don't, then you're a piece of trash. From now on, you have no right to fight with me. You don't deserve to be my enemy. You, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty roared in anger. They could tell that Lin Xian's words were aimed at the Dragon Prince's heart. Even if the Dragon Prince didn't fight, this matter would still be a knot in his heart. It would probably leave a shadow, which was very fatal for martial arts cultivation. How did you break through? The Dragon Prince asked coldly, his eyes dark. Lin Xian laughed heartily. You really disappoint me. You actually didn't accept my challenge. Instead, you asked me how I broke through. Are you envious? Well, as the son of the Dragon Emperor, you don't seem to put anyone in your eyes. You think you're the most talented, so you should be the first to break through, right? You have an emperor race's resources, and you have the strongest bloodline, but you still break through slower than me. Your talent is far inferior to mine. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? I, Lin Xian, do not have the imperial bloodline, nor do I have the imperial bloodline to rely on, but I still broke through to the great sage before you. There was no need to compare who was stronger or weaker. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. It's lonely at the top, being invincible is really lonely. Countless people looked up. The members of the Divine Union raised their arms and cheered loudly. The great sage was invincible. The others were also shocked. The Lin Wudi from before had already grown to such a level? Had he suppressed the Dragon Prince to the point where he couldn't even raise his head? The Dragon Prince was furious. Shut up, who says I don't dare to fight? So what if you break through? I can still defeat you. The Dragon Prince's battle intent gradually exploded. Prince, you can't. The members of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were anxious. The Dragon Prince waved his hand. Everyone, there's no need to say any more. I believe in my bloodline and talent. Not to mention that he's only in the early stage of the Great Sage. I can even kill someone in the middle stage of the Great Sage, or even the late stage of the Great Sage. Not to mention him. I won't fear this battle, and I won't lose either. Lin Wudi, attack. I'll let you know that the difference in cultivation is nothing to the Emperor's son. Oh, you want to attack? Alright, I'll let you use one hand. Lin Xian only stretched out one hand and waved it forward. Attack, or you won't have a chance. Damn it, you dare to look down on me? The Dragon Prince hollered in rage and charged over. True Dragon 9 transformations, 9 giant dragons circled around his body. Each time they rolled, they brought with them a destructive power. Lin Xian's demon god seal hit the true dragon 9 transformations and cracks appeared on it. The dragon prince retreated. Damn, so strong. For the first time, he was shocked. That power made him feel a trace of fear. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Is this your strength? You can't even take a single hit. Don't disappoint me. Take out your strongest technique. Ah, Dragon God Fist. The dragon prince clenched his fists and waved them about. Each punch would send out a true dragon. They danced in the air. It was also the Dragon Emperor's technique. Lin Xian used the 6-path fists to fight back. His unstoppable power shattered those true dragons. The 6-path world suppressed them. At the same time, he said that he was too weak. There was only one reason why he was so arrogant, and that was to target the Tao heart of the Dragon Prince. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill the Dragon Prince in such a situation. But he wouldn't let him off. He wanted to shatter his Tao heart. He wanted to make him feel despair. To a genius, despair and stagnation in their cultivation was worse than death. This was Lin Xian's goal. His words hit the heart. The Dragon Prince was really mad. A golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. His powerful eye technique combined with his sharp words. He said coldly. It seems like even if I give you a handicap of one hand, you won't be my match. Okay, I will let you see the great sage's strength. After saying that, he formed a seal. The Taiji diagram appeared and slapped forward. Yin-yang energy covered the sky and sent the Dragon Prince flying. One of the Dragon Prince's arms broke and cracks appeared on his body. The Dragon Emperor's blood scattered in the sky. No, Prince, the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty went crazy. The others were shocked too. Kuan Pengzi's pupils constricted. How did he know the power of yin-yang? His eyes shone with black and white light as he stared at the Taiji diagram. At this moment, the others were also shocked. This Lin Xian actually knows the power of yin-yang. Why do I feel that his law of yin-yang is not weaker than Kuan Pengzi's? Heavens, he actually has such a trump card. The Dragon Prince spat out blood and flew backward. His face was pale. How was that possible? He felt that the attack just now had caused him to lose a lot of vitality. He had only felt the law of yin-yang from Kuan Pengzi. It was so terrifying. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have it too. Lin Xian looked forward and shook his head. An ant was pitifully weak. Pooh, the Dragon Prince spat out blood again. He didn't believe it. He took out his dragon spear and charged over again. At this moment, the illusion of a true dragon circled around him. It was the illusion of his bloodline. He used his bloodline to the extreme. Competing in weapons? Lin Xian took out the great spear of destruction. Demonic energy surged from his body. It was as if he had turned into a demon god. The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. However, after 3 moves, the Dragon Prince was suppressed. He was sent flying and smashed into the void. To be honest, I can suppress you in all aspects. It seems that you really don't have any surprises at all. Then let's end it. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. The Taiji diagram appeared again, turning into the Yin god and Yang god. The two silhouettes stood tall like heavenly gods. The surrounding people were terrified when they saw this. What kind of mystical power was this? Kuan Pengzi's expression was also extremely solemn. Was the other party's yin-yang law already so terrifying? The Dragon Prince was grabbed by the yin-yang palm and felt a huge force tearing at him. He shouted angrily and tried his best to resist. But cracks appeared on his body. Damn it, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He wouldn't allow his body to shatter. A monstrous extreme Tao aura appeared and separated the yin-yang god. He stood above the 9 heavens, and his powerful aura swept across everything. Countless people were terrified. Was he going to use the 10,000 dragons picture? Lin Xian put away the Taiji diagram and sneered as he looked ahead. You've already lost. Young supreme beings relied on their own strength to fight, but you actually used an extreme Tao weapon. What right does a person like you have to be called a supreme being? Damn it, the Dragon Prince's black hair fluttered in the wind as he vomited blood. He felt that his Tao heart had cracked because he really couldn't accept this fact. No, Prince, calm your Tao heart. He's deliberately angering you. Those people from the 10,000 Dragons dynasty roared crazily. At the same time, they gritted their teeth. Damn kid, if you dare to destroy the prince's Tao heart again, I'll destroy your soul. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Did he need me? To destroy his Tao heart, wasn't what I said the truth? He's inferior to me. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens and looked down. If you're not convinced, you can attack. If you can't do it alone, I'll allow you to attack together. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Then, he looked at the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi and said, the two of you can also join forces. As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. Let the two princes join forces? How powerful was this guy? He was too confident. Damn it, how dare he look down on me? The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and trembled in anger. Kuan Pengzi also said, I don't need to join forces with anyone. I want to compete with you in the power of Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang aura surrounded his body. Black and white light shone in his eyes, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Sure, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian struck out with a palm, striking out with a Taiji diagram. He charged over, turning into a yin-yang god. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. After exchanging 3 moves, Kuan Pengzi was pushed back. Lin Wudi, I never thought that you would be the first to become the great sage. This battle wasn't over yet. This was just a test. When I break through and become a great sage, I will fight you again. After saying that, he flew into the distance and disappeared. He left. Countless people were stunned. They didn't expect Kuan Pengzi to leave just like that. The people of the Sky Sect sighed. What else could they do but leave? The current Lin Xian was already above all the other geniuses. Even if they were to compete in strength, no one would be able to defeat the other. There was no point in staying here. Lin Xian looked at the Dragon Prince and asked, Are you leaving too? I'll give you a chance to escape. Damn it. Prince Dragon gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything. He was even afraid of Lin Xian's sneak attack, so he had the 10,000 dragons diagram around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What a coward. He felt that he had done enough. He had already caused cracks to appear in the Dragon Prince's image. He didn't need to do anything else. His strength was the Dragon Prince's inner demon. The Dragon Prince would destroy his own Tao heart. He only needed to do one last thing. After saying that, he looked around at the spectators. It seemed like many experts and geniuses had come. Well, I'll announce to the world today that I, Lin Wudi, will be the invincible great sage from now on. Anyone who dares to challenge me or the divine union will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone was shocked at this moment. The young geniuses were filled with despair. The invincible great sage. The other party's title was too terrifying. There was also Old Sun. At this moment, Sun Qitian also walked out. He had been silently watching the battle. Now, he walked out and stood beside Lin Xian. The iron rod shook the sky and shattered the earth. Old Sun's name is Sun Qitian. From now on, I'll be the great sage. With a loud roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The aura that belonged to the great sage swept out from his body, shattering the earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Heavens, another great sage had appeared. Sun Qitian had also broken through? Everyone was shocked. Previously, they had suspected that Sun Qitian was an emperor. Even if he wasn't, he should have the strength of an emperor. If he had also broken through and become the great sage, wouldn't that mean that he was above the Dragon Prince and the others? Even Lin Xian was stunned. Monkey King had also broken through? Soon, he smiled. Great, let's see what the Dragon Prince would do. When the Dragon Prince saw Lin Xian, who was known as the invincible great sage, he was already furious. Now that he saw Sun Qitian had also broken through, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body swayed. Why? Why could these two people break through, but he couldn't? Could it be that he was really weaker than these two people? He couldn't accept it. He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. The surrounding mountains within 1,000,000 miles kept shattering. Prince, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty have gone mad. Prince, please calm down. They are affecting your Tao heart. But it was useless. The Dragon Prince naturally knew that Lin Xian was using a psychological attack, but it couldn't suppress his anger at all. In the end, he fell from the sky. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty rushed over and caught him. Let's go. These people rushed into the sky and gritted their teeth. Lin Wuti, just you wait. I'll teach you at any time. Lin Xian said calmly. Sun Qiqian snorted coldly. If you dare to go against Brother Lin, you're going against me. Everyone was terrified. Two great sages on the level of imperial princes were more than enough to crush anything in their path. Even a great sage would have to bow down in front of them. To subdue such people, one would have to be at least at the peak of the great sage. But such an existence would be at the patriarch level even in the remote antiquity families. Unless they had no choice, they wouldn't easily make a move. After that, the battle ended, and everyone left one after another. However, the news had already spread. In an instant, the entire Yuanguang continent was shocked. The Dragon Prince was defeated, and Kuanpingzi was scared away. Heavens, the disciples of the two emperors actually ended up like this. Who did it, what? Lin Wuti was back. He didn't die, he became the great sage and swept through everything. Heavens, Lin Wuti was the first to break through, countless people were shocked. This was an extremely incredible thing. What? A monkey also broke through and became a great sage. In an instant, the invincible great sage and the great sage spread throughout the 9 heavens. Everyone knew about it and they were extremely envious. On the other side, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had cold expressions. They didn't expect that this time, they would shoot themselves in the foot. The Dragon Prince was extremely depressed. He asked around for news, and finally, one day, he fainted from anger. He was the one who initiated this young paragon battle to create an opportunity for him to break through. He had never been defeated in his life. However, he had suffered continuously at the hands of Lin Xian. Cracks had finally appeared in his Tao heart. This had caused his cultivation to stagnate. His aura had also weakened. No. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court had gone crazy. They had seen this scene before. Long Ao's heart had been shattered by Lin Xian, and he was like a cripple. Was the Dragon Prince going to repeat the same mistake? No, they would not allow it. After killing Lin Wuti, they were prepared to send out experts. However, Lin Xian had already returned to the Tao heart. The ancestors of the Tao heart were alarmed. The barbarian god ancestor had personally come out to protect him. At the same time, the Tao heart announced that if any ancestors dared to make a move on Lin Xian, the Tao heart would annihilate them. Damn it, they could not make a move. This guy was so careful that the people of the 1,000 Dragon Court did not have a chance to make a move. The Dragon Prince's situation was getting more and more dangerous. How could this be? The Dragon Prince had been injured by the Tao heart and had finally recovered. Now, his Tao heart had been shattered. He had to recover. The ancestors of the 1,000 Dragon Court had a discussion. They had to recover the Dragon Prince's Tao heart even if they had to find all the divine medicine in the world. In an instant, they quickly investigated the situation. On the other side, the people of the Divine Union cheered after Lin Xian and the others returned. The Tao heart was also shocked. Although many of them supported the Dragon Prince, there were also people who supported Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had been crowned as the invincible great sage, these people were very excited. The Tao heart immediately held a banquet and invited everyone. There was no need for an invitation. The geniuses of the great sects and ancient families came one after another. The Nalan family head requested an audience. The Fire Dragons and Dragon Lady requested an audience. The Eternal Life Hall Master requested an audience. One voice after another was heard. These people were all here to pay their respects to Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was only in the early stages of the great sage, he had an unparalleled future. He might even become a great emperor. They had to befriend such a person in advance. Uncle Bai and Susu were dumbfounded. They had only seen such a person come to visit them once. That was the sacred assembly of the Taoists. An old ancestor of their Dao sect had come out and these people were here to pay their respects. But now? These people were not here to pay respects to the ancestor, but to Lin Xian. For a young man to make countless experts bow their heads was enough to shock the world. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the divine union, accepting their greetings calmly. In the world of martial arts, strength was respected. Although he was young, he definitely had the qualifications. Just the greeting alone had kept him busy for half a month. Half a month later, the number of people gradually decreased. Lin Xian also went into seclusion and did not see anyone else. Only a few core members were left behind to discuss the matter. At this moment, the arrival of a woman shocked countless people. Lin Xian was also surprised. "It's you. Why are you here?" The person who came was Yanruyu. She descended like a beautiful fairy. The people around the divine union were stunned. Morong Qingqing had already shocked them. They had not expected such a beautiful person to appear. Bai Susu glared at Lin Xian and smiled faintly. "You're really something." Lin Xian smiled bitterly and ignored the other party's sarcastic tone. Instead, he looked at Yanruyu. "Why are you here?" Yanruyu asked. "Why are you not allowing me to see you? Are you afraid that Morong Qingqing will be unhappy? How could that be?" Lin Xian smiled. "Come in quickly." He invited Yanruyu in. Before long, Yi Wudao arrived as well. Lin Xian also invited him in. Monkey did not leave. The few of them gathered together, which made the people of the divine union excited. These were all top-notch geniuses. Lin Xian, Monkey, and Yi Wudao were all emperor-level experts. However, the newcomer, Yanruyu, was facing the three of them calmly. Everyone even felt a mysterious aura from her. Could it be that she was also an emperor-level existence? They were all stunned. "Alright, you guys can go do what you need to do." Lin Xian brought these people to a secret room. The others could not enter. Bai Susu said, "Go do something else." She knew that these people must have something important to discuss. Moreover, it must be very shocking. Inside the secret room, the few of them sat down. Yanruyu said, "I'm here to look for you." "I think you're thinking the same thing as me." Lin Xian smiled. "What's the matter?" Yanruyu said. "There's no need for the Dragon Prince to exist." The moment this was said, Yi Wudao sucked in a breath of cold air. "Could it be that you're thinking the same thing?" He was really shocked. Sun Qiqian snorted coldly. "I, old son, have long been unhappy with him. Brother Lin, if you want to make a move on him, call me." Lin Xian said, "I do have such a plan. Previously, I only broke his Dao heart. However, it won't be easy to kill him. He has the 10,000 dragons diagram, an extreme weapon. Besides, even if I attack with my full strength, I won't be able to kill him. I know this too, so I came to look for you." Yanruyu sighed. "What if the two of us work together and use two extreme weapons? That might not be enough." Yi Wudao shook his head. "The consequences of killing the Dragon Prince are too great. You have to think carefully." Lin Xian said, "I only have half of the heaven swallowing jar in my hand, but I also use the great dragon sword soul. It's enough to make up for the lack of combat strength. However, in order to fully revive these two items, the amount of power required was simply too great." Sun Qiqian said, "There's no need to fully recover. Even if the Dragon Prince has the 10,000 dragons diagram, he won't be able to fully recover. As long as we restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram and separate the Dragon Prince from it, it'll be easy for us to kill him." Yi Wudao sighed. However, he was afraid that it wouldn't be easy. Now that his Dao heart was injured, he wouldn't come out easily. Even if he came out, he would be surrounded by peerless experts. There were even ancestor-level figures. Even if you guys attacked, it would be difficult to fight against them. Lin Xian said, "If 2 isn't enough, what about 3? When he said that, Yanruyu was shocked. She looked at Yi Wudao. "Your Yi family wants to attack too?" Yi Wudao smiled bitterly. "I can't make this decision." Lin Xian said, "It's not the Yi family's weapon. Qingqing has returned to Jade Lake. Maybe we can borrow the desolate tower." It seems like you're prepared. Yan Ryu smiled. 3 extreme weapons couldn't kill him. Okay, I've decided to attack. Sun Qiqian was very happy. Yi Wudao sighed. Brother Lin, I'm afraid I can't help you this time, but I can provide you with the resources of 5 worlds. This was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Okay, then I won't be polite. I'll pay you back double in the future. He was indeed in urgent need of resources. Although Yi Wudao couldn't attack, he could provide resources. At the same time, he could also give advice. He said that they had to think of a way to lure it out. The Dragon Prince's Dao heart was broken, so he would definitely find a way. However, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time unless they could find a heaven-defying treasure. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll let people spread the names of the Great Sage and the Great Sage. Create more legends to stimulate the Dragon Prince. It was impossible for him to recover his Dao heart. I'll get the Black Sea race to keep an eye on it. The Dark Red Dragon said. Lin Xian said, that's fine. We'll go back and discuss it. If there's anything that can restore the Dao heart, we'll spread the news. Next, they began to split up, mainly in 2 directions. First, they needed to gather enough resources to activate the apex weapon. Second, they needed to find treasures that could restore the Dao heart. At the same time, they needed to keep an eye on the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Yi Wudao brought over 5 world cores. Lin Xian accepted them with a bitter smile. Including the ones in Yi Wudao's hands, he didn't have that many worlds left. There were only 10 of them in total. This small amount of worlds was only enough for an extreme-grade weapon to fully awaken once. Thinking about it, he was really poor. Beside him, Bai Susu, Nail and Liang, and the others rolled their eyes. 10 worlds and he was still poor. If word of this got out, the Great Sage would vomit blood. However, the apex weapon was too extraordinary. The resources it consumed were too much. It was on a completely different level from the Great Sage. Thus, 10 worlds really wasn't enough. Bai Susu said, I'll go to my father and see how many world cores I can get. Right, go to the Patriarch. Also, go to the clans that are allied with us. In any case, they're on your side. Just borrow some resources now. They'll definitely give it to you. Lin Xian nodded. If he became a great emperor, the clans that supported him would receive endless benefits. Thus, Lin Xian wouldn't be polite to them. In the end, Bai Susu brought over 3 world cores. Lin Xian borrowed 3 from the Savage Wilderness Patriarch. Then, he gave the clans that supported him 2 world stars each. In addition to what Lin Xian had before, he had a total of 30 worlds at his disposal. It was barely enough. After all, other than the heaven-devouring crown and the dragon sword soul. He also had Murong Qingqing's desolate tower. Thus, it was really just barely enough. Finally, Murong Qingqing returned with the desolate tower and 10 world stars. A total of 40. Yan Ryu could provide 20 of them. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. This time, he had to succeed. They had sacrificed too much to kill the Dragon Prince. Therefore, he had to get rid of the other party. The dark red divine dragon had returned from the Dragon Sea, and he had brought 20 of them with him. He said that Long Hai was still collecting. If there wasn't enough, he would continue. This time, even if he had to pay the price, he had to kill the other party. Lin Xian was delighted. With Long Hai's full support, their chances of success would increase greatly. Now that the problem of resources had been solved, all that was left was to wait for the right time. While waiting and cultivating, the people outside were gathering information. On this day, Lin Xian frowned. This was because the heaven-devouring jar kept sending out messages that seemed to be calling for him. The sky-swallowing jar swallowed a dragon boat with many people inside. In order to keep his whereabouts a secret, he sealed these people. Now that he had injured the Dragon Prince, he could let these people go. With a flash, Lin Xian left the Divine Union and arrived at the edge of the path. With a wave of his hand, he created a vortex and a dragon boat flew out of it. Lin Xian said, I'll leave the dragon boat behind. You guys can leave. The people on the dragon boat heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for not killing us, young master. They had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, thinking that Lin Xian would kill them. Now, they could finally leave. Before they left, they said, "Don't worry, young master. We won't tell anyone about what happened." Lin Xian didn't care. The dragon prince's Dao heart had been broken by him. Why would he care about the dragon boat? Those people left. Lin Xian stared at Fairy Yuying and said, "Were you the one who kept sending me voice transmissions?" Fairy Yuying's face was pale and she looked nervous. She said, "I'm sorry, young Master Lin. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that I really have something urgent and can't delay any longer." "You said it's a family matter, right? Go ahead." Lin Xian nodded and didn't think too much about it. Fairy Yuying said, "Where is this place? Can you give me a map? Is Mount Eternal far away?" Lin Xian was surprised. "You want to go to Mount Eternal? That's a place of death. Can you enter?" Fairy Yuying said, "I naturally don't dare to go to the 3 mountains of Mount Eternal. I want to go to Mount Eternal. There's a place around it called the Graveyard of Stars. It's also very magical there. This time, I'm going there to get some spiritual herbs." The Graveyard of Stars? Lin Xian was surprised. Why haven't I heard of it? He had been to the area of Mount Eternal before, but he had never heard of such a place before. Fairy Yuying asked, "Young master, do you have a map?" Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a map of the Mount Eternal area and gave it to her. Fairy Yuying was delighted after seeing it. "Yes, it's here." She pointed at a place and said, "This is the Graveyard of Stars?" Lin Xian was even more puzzled after seeing it. "Isn't this Mount Eternal?" "It's considered a place in Mount Eternal, but it's not that terrifying. It won't take people's lives, but it's still very mysterious. According to our family's records, the Graveyard of Stars was formed by a star that fell from outer space. It just landed at the edge of Mount Eternal, so it formed such a strange terrain. After entering, you'll fall into a deep sleep if there's danger. Then, you'll find yourself teleported out the next day. There's such a magical place? What treasures are there in the Graveyard of Stars? Some precious spiritual herbs. But there's a rumor." Fairy Yuying thought for a moment and said, "This is an ancient rumor in our family. The Graveyard of Stars. It said that when a great emperor died, his bones fell from outer space and formed a strange place. This is also the reason why the power of Mount Eternal can't enter the Graveyard of Stars. It's even said that the Graveyard of Stars has the will of the earth. There's even a rumor that the aura of this great emperor after his death combined with the power of Mount Eternal to form a kind of fruit. The Graveyard of Stars divine fruit. It's said to be able to cure all injuries in the world. It's even said that it can cure injuries of the great Tao." Lin Xian was even more shocked after hearing this. If the divine fruit can cure injuries of the great Tao, can it cure a broken Tao heart? Fairy Yu said, "It should be able to. In any case, as long as you're not dead, any injury can be cured. Of course, this is just a legend, and we don't know. We're only going to the safer places in the Graveyard of Stars this time. As for the deeper places, we don't dare to go. I'll give this map to you." "Thank you." Lin Xian laughed and turned to leave. Fairy Yu was stunned. "Thank me for what?" She was baffled. However, she shook her head, picked up the map, and quickly left. Lin Xian was incomparably happy. Although he didn't know if this legend was true, this news was definitely a life-saving straw for the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. It seemed that the Graveyard of Stars was the place where the Dragon Prince fell. Lin Xian returned and told Yan Ruyu and the others about this matter. They were overjoyed when they heard it. Great, they would spread the news to the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. Now, we can set up the plan. Should we go there first and set up the array formation in advance? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head when he heard that. No. It was said that the Graveyard of Stars was also related to the Great Emperor. Don't set up the array formation there rashly. Moreover, the 4 of us will be enough to kill the Dragon Prince. Ruffian Dragon, take the people of the Black Sea Dragons and lie in ambush outside the Graveyard of Stars. If the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty come, you must stop them. Alright, I got it. The dark red dragon nodded. Then, Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao. He said, Wudao, you don't have to go to kill the Dragon Prince. Wait in the ancient city. Once we succeed, quickly inform our allies. Tell them to close the mountain gate and avoid danger. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Yi Wudao nodded. This matter was also very important. If the Dragon Prince really died, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would go crazy. Who knew what the other party would do? Therefore, it was better to make preparations in advance. Next was to release the news. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had been looking for him. However, they didn't have any news. This made the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty very anxious. However, on this day, a piece of news came. The Graveyard of Stars. What was that place? Some people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were puzzled. However, the eyes of a few old ancestors burst with light. Around Mount Eternal. Ordinary people would think of it as a region of Mount Eternal. However, it had another name, the Graveyard of Stars. The ancestor sent news that there was a meteorite divine fruit in the nebula. If it could cure all injuries, would it make one's Dao heart proud? The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's ancestor said. The name sounded very mysterious, so it might be possible. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, we can't miss it. Hurry up and send people over. Take the meteorite divine fruit. However, that person said that according to the information we found, the divine fruit can't leave the Graveyard of Stars, or it will immediately turn to ashes. Therefore, if we want to obtain it, the Dragon Prince has to go personally. As soon as he said this, the dragon's ancestor frowned. An elder said. It couldn't be a trap, right? They would lure the Dragon Prince out and then attack him. The others were also discussing spiritedly. The old ancestors of the dragons snorted. So what if it was a trap? This time, we've mobilized a powerful force and an extreme weapon. Even if there are traps, what can they do to us? At that time, he could even kill the enemy. That's right, the others nodded as well. They were dragons who feared nothing. Hurry up and get ready. The patriarch of the dragons ordered. The entire 10,000 Dragon Dynasty quickly moved. They brought enough resources and a large number of powerhouses. Even the Grand Ancestor of the Dragons had to go in person. In addition to him, 2 other progenitors were heading there too. The 3 old ancestors, the extreme grade weapon, and the other saints. They did not believe that there was any power that could defeat them. Even if Lin Xian had set up a trap, they were still not afraid. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, wasn't he just a heaven-swallowing jar? They would definitely be able to contend against the other party. As long as the Dragon Prince's Dao heart recovered, they would have hope. Mount Eternal, the Graveyard of Stars. It was very quiet here. On this day, a few figures flew over quickly and landed. They were the people of the Moon Shadow clan. They had arrived outside the Graveyard of Stars. Their expressions became incomparably solemn. Although this place was magical and would not fall under normal circumstances, they still had to be careful. Xianxia reminded them. The others nodded. Their figures seemed to have turned into shadows as they floated in. This time, they were only at the outermost part of the Graveyard of Stars to search for some spiritual herbs. As for the inside, they did not dare to enter at all. Princess, that's great. We've already collected half of the spiritual herbs we need. I estimate that we'll be able to collect all of them in another 2 days. An expert of the Moon Shadow clan said. Xianxia smiled after hearing that. Although this time was full of twists and turns, they had finally completed the family's mission. Everyone, rest. The group of people sat down and began to rest. However, at this moment, the void in the distance shattered, and an incomparably vast amount of information rushed over. What was going on? In the Graveyard of Stars, the people of the Moon Shadow clan suddenly raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions were filled with fear. Not to mention them, the nearby families and sects also raised their heads in fear. In the next moment, they saw a giant dragon flying over in the sky. It was too long, tens of thousands of miles long. It swept across the world. The void kept shattering. All the beasts below prostrated on the ground. Even the saints were facing a great enemy. At this moment, they couldn't help but want to kneel down. It was so terrifying. It was the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court. In this area, the people of the Fire God Palace and the Hall of Longevity were also facing a great enemy. One by one, the Grand Elders looked into the distance. They're not ordinary dragons. I can feel the peak power of the Great Sage. These are the peerless experts of the 10,000 Dragon Court. What are they going to do? These sects were facing a great enemy. After all, the Dragon Prince was injured. Who knew what the nest of 10,000 dragons was going to do? The last time the Dragon Prince was injured, the spirit realm was directly destroyed. This time, was the 10,000 Dragon Court going to make a move again? Could it be that they were going for Mount Eternal? A Grand Elder of the Hall of Longevity frowned. The expressions of the others also changed. Mount Eternal, the forbidden land of death. Even the top Great Sage wouldn't dare to enter easily. However, the 10,000 Dragon Court was an Emperor clan and had an extreme weapon. This time, for the sake of the Dragon Prince, they might really have to risk their lives to enter Mount Eternal. Should we go and take a look? Someone suggested. However, those elders said that no one was allowed to go and that they would seal the mountain gate. If an extreme weapon attacked with full strength, countless people would be turned into ashes. They didn't dare to. The Hall Master of the Hall of Longevity felt that it was inappropriate to seal the mountain gate, so he sent a group of elders and talented disciples away. It wouldn't be too late to let them come back after the 10,000 Dragon Court left. It wasn't just the Hall of Longevity. The other families and sects were the same. For a moment, this area was terrifyingly quiet. In the Graveyard of Stars, Yuing and the others were so scared that they knelt on the ground. There was a godlike will on it that made them unable to resist. What kind of existence was this? In the next moment, they saw countless figures standing on the giant dragon. The giant dragon arrived above the nebula. It was the people of the dragons. The people of the Moon Shadow clan felt their scalps go numb. They knew that this was most likely the 10,000 Dragon Court. That's right, it was the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court. At the front were 3 peak stage Great Sage, and there were many other Great Sage around them. In the middle, there was a throne. Sitting on the throne was a young man. His face was pale and filled with pain. Prince, don't worry. We've already arrived at the Graveyard of Stars. Once we obtain the divine fruit, your Tao heart will recover. Lin Xian, I won't let him off. The Dragon Prince's eyes erupted with killing intent. Then, he coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Quickly, they took out their pills. They were so anxious that their foreheads were covered in sweat. There were a few ants below. Should they ask them? Some of the dragons lowered their heads and looked down. In front of them, an ancestor said. No need. They knew nothing. There was no need to pay attention to them. They really didn't have the mood to pay attention to a few ants. These people majestically set off towards the depths of the spiritual land. Yuan and the others were still nervous. If the people above wanted to kill them, they could do it with a single glance. Fortunately, they were ignored, which allowed them to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt a trace of sorrow in their hearts. They were also the genius powerhouses of a large family. However, in front of such a lineup, they were really like air. They had to leave quickly. Yu Xianxia led her people and quickly left the Graveyard of Stars. Although the spiritual herbs hadn't been completely collected, they didn't dare to come again. Endless starlight flickered in the Graveyard of Stars. Legend had it that this was a strange place formed by the descent of the stars in the outer realm. It contained a mysterious power that blocked the aura of Mount Eternal, forming a unique area. Even so, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court didn't dare to be careless. The 3 ancestors looked into the distance as if they could see through heaven and earth. However, their gazes were blocked by the starlight in front of them. They couldn't see through it, they frowned slightly. It didn't matter. One of the ancestors said coldly. They had already found the Graveyard of Stars. Even if they had to turn the place upside down, they had to find the fallen star divine medicine. Outside the Graveyard of Stars. The dark red divine dragon led the powerhouses of the Xianxia clan to guard the various passageways. They had already entered. A great battle would probably break out soon. Our mission is to intercept the other reinforcements of the 10,000 Dragon Court. Let's wait for the signal. The dark red divine dragon and the others were here, but the Xianxia clan's patriarch, and other peerless powerhouses were with Lin Xian and the others. They were going to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court together. In the Graveyard of Stars. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty started a crazy search. They did not let go of any place. In fact, some of the more dangerous places were also opened up by the patriarchs, sweeping through everything. However, at that moment, a sneer was heard. "Stop looking, you won't be able to find it." Hearing this, the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty stopped and their expressions changed. Damn it, it was a trap. "Protect the prince," those elders roared crazily. These people no longer searched, but instead quickly returned. They circled around the dragon prince. The three pinnacle great sage also roared and broke through the void. "Who was it? Get out here, you actually dared to set up a trap to harm our 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. You must be tired of living." "It's me." Lin Xian also shattered the void and stood above the 9 heavens. "Martial Dragon, do you still want to recover your Dao heart?" "That's impossible. I won't give you the chance." "Damn brat, it's you." The dragon prince stood up with a murderous look in his eyes. He was so angry that his whole body trembled and he vomited blood. "Lin Wudi, do you want to die?" Those dragons and elders also roared crazily. The three patriarchs pierced through the sky. "You're that Lin Wudi, how dare you come here and behave so atrociously? Die!" One of the patriarchs suddenly reached out with a huge hand. A monstrous dragon claw covered the sky. This was the peak power of the great sage. It was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. With his own strength, he naturally couldn't resist it. Was this the peak of the great sage? As expected, he was strong enough. Who knew when he would be able to reach this step? Although the power was terrifying, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. This time, he didn't come alone. As expected, the void behind him split open and a bright light appeared. Another dragon claw covered the sky and smashed towards the dragon claw in front of him. The two collided and the sound of the Tao exploded, sweeping through the 9 heavens. A patriarch attacking a young genius, don't you think it's too embarrassing? A cold scoff spread out from behind Lin Xian. Shortly after, another dragon expert appeared. His aura surged into the sky and he was also at the peak of the great sage. "It's you, Black Ocean Dragons, you dare to go against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Do you want your race to be wiped out?" The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty went crazy. Although they were all dragons, they had an emperor who commanded the dragons. The Black Ocean Dragons were their subordinates and now they actually dared to attack them. "So what if we attacked you?" The Black Ocean Dragons chief walked out. When the dragon prince killed Long Guang, did he think about this scene? Today, he had to pay with his blood. An expert from the dragon race of the Black Sea had appeared. They suppressed the area between heaven and earth. The expressions of the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty changed. They then laughed coldly. "Lin Xian, is this your trump card? Do you think that you can kill us just because you called the Black Ocean Dragons and your heaven-swallowing crown? How naive." The ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty shouted coldly. They waved their arms and the 10,000 Dragon diagram appeared in the sky. An extremely terrifying extreme Tao aura swept in all directions. Facing Lin Xian and the others, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty seemed to be planning to kill them in one strike. Hence, they used their extreme Tao weapon right away. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He also appeared on his side. The heaven-swallowing jar floated between heaven and earth. An endless black hole swallowed the extreme Tao aura. The weapons faced each other. However, the heaven-swallowing jar seemed to be gradually suppressed. It was useless. Half an extreme Tao weapon didn't seem to make a difference in the hands of a young man. But in a truly exceptional battle, you will be completely suppressed. Today was the day of his death. The three ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty attacked together. The 10,000 dragon diagram released its extreme Tao aura and countless dragon shadows pressed down. The heaven-swallowing jar was gradually suppressed. Ha ha ha, what can you use to fight us? The people from the 10,000 dragon dynasty laughed proudly. After killing you, the heaven-swallowing jar will be ours. The dragon prince's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Not only do I want the heaven-swallowing jar, but I also want his life. I want all of his techniques. Buzz, he let out a terrifying dragon's roar. A dragon's roar also came from Lin Xian's body. Then, sword energy surged into the sky, blocking the thousands of dragon shadows. A dragon-shaped sword energy appeared in front of him, releasing a terrifying aura. This caused the expressions of the people from the 10,000 dragon dynasty to change because the aura of this dragon shadow was too terrifying. Great dragon sword, their eyes shone with a terrifying light. Humph, this belongs to the 10,000 dragon dynasty. It belongs to the dragon prince, you don't deserve to have it. How dare you say such words? Lin Xian was cold. Behind him, the powerhouses of the Black Sea dragons provided their strength. The great dragon sword's soul erupted and slashed through heaven and earth. The 10,000 dragon diagram stopped descending. It was blocked. Damn it! The great dragon sword and half of the heaven-swallowing crown. Is this your final trump card? But it can't do anything to us. At most, it will be a draw. The 10,000 dragon court wasn't afraid. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Fan, they could still retreat. However, Lin Xian smiled. A draw? You are too naive. Do you think I planned all this just to draw with you? We are here to kill the dragon prince, so he will definitely die, just you? The dragon prince trembled in anger. You don't have the right, the 10,000 dragon court's ancestor scoffed coldly. Kid, stop trying to be mysterious. Show me all your trump cards. I want to see how you are going to kill the dragon prince today. Lin Xian waved his hand and said loudly, everyone, come out. Let them see our lineup today. Beside Lin Xian, 3 streaks of space shattered. A monkey holding an iron rod walked over. Morong Qingqing was surrounded by 7-colored light. She was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Her white robe was as white as snow, and her expression was cold as she walked out. They were split up into 3 groups. 3 young people? The 10,000 dragon court frowned. An elder said that the monkey was an emperor, so the other 2 should be emperors too. The 10,000 dragon court's ancestor laughed coldly. You're really stupid. Don't tell me you think that the 3 of them can do anything in this kind of battle? Qingqing, Ryu, they are underestimating you. Show some strength. Lin Xian smiled. Yan Ryu scoffed coldly. 10,000 dragon court, you shouldn't have destroyed Spirit Realm. You have committed a crime that deserves death. You want to stand up for Spirit Realm? Who are you? A survivor of Spirit Realm? Humph, what a joke. The 10,000 dragon court's ancestor scoffed coldly. Yan Ryu's expression turned cold. I am not from Spirit Realm, but our ancestors received help. From Spirit Realm. So this time, I am here to take revenge for Spirit Realm. She formed a hand seal and a green lotus appeared behind her. It swayed gently and shattered the sky. A terrifying extreme Tao aura spread out. The 10,000 dragon court's people were disdainful, but when they felt this aura, their expressions changed. They felt a chill down their spines. An elder exclaimed. Extreme Tao aura. The 3 ancestral patriarchs narrowed their eyes. You're the descendant of Emperor Qing, with the green lotus behind him and his connection to Spirit Realm, they immediately thought of a great emperor. Emperor Qing. Back then, Spirit Realm had indeed helped them. When they had attacked Spirit Realm, the descendants of Emperor Qing had appeared and saved a group of people. Who would have thought that it would be the woman before him? Their expressions became ugly. If it was just Lin Xian, they wouldn't be worried. The sword in Lin Xian's hand was only the great dragon sword's soul. The heaven-devouring jar was also half a 10,000 dragons diagram, and the 2 added together were equivalent to 1. Therefore, they could easily leave. But things were different now. They actually had another extreme weapon. This way, they would be suppressed. Morong Qingqing also sighed. Go to hell and repent for your sins. With a wave of her hand, an ancient pagoda appeared and spun between heaven and earth. Similarly, the might of the extreme Tao appeared. This time, 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people all went crazy. Another extreme grade weapon, damn it, who is this woman? An ancestral patriarch of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted his teeth. The desolate tower, damn it, what does this have to do with the Jade Pool? They all went crazy. To be honest, they never thought that Lin Xian could summon 3 extreme grade weapons. Even the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty couldn't do it. Let's go. The 3 ancestral patriarchs roared and rushed into the sky with the Dragon Prince and the others. They couldn't fight at all now. They were absolutely at a disadvantage. Want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Give me power. The ancestral patriarch of the Black Sea Dragons behind him quickly poured his power into the heaven-devouring jar. Then, the heaven-devouring jar erupted with power, forming an endless vortex that swallowed the world. Scram, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty roared and the 10,000 Dragons diagram exploded, tearing apart countless black holes. However, at this moment, a dragon roar sounded and sword energy slashed over, colliding with the 10,000 Dragons diagram. The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. Damn it! The 10,000 Dragons diagram was blocked. They fled in another direction. However, they were destined not to be able to escape. This time, everyone brought with them the power to kill. Yan Ryu formed hand seals with his palms, and several world cores were used without holding back. The green lotus swayed and turned into thousands of illusory green lotuses that covered the sky and earth, cutting off the mountains and rivers. The desolate tower suppressed heaven and earth. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were completely surrounded. What should they do? Those elders were on the verge of tears. Facing such a situation, there seemed to be no other way. The Dragon Prince's face was pale. Damn it, in order to kill him, the other party didn't set up such an inescapable trap, 3 extreme grade weapons. This was unimaginable. Lin Wudi, the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Jade Pool. When I recover, I will definitely not let you off. How dare you threaten me? Yan Ryu snorted coldly. Do you think you can still escape? The Dragon Prince's pupils constricted. He roared angrily, revive the 10,000 Dragons diagram with all your strength. Don't worry, they definitely won't be able to hurt you today. The 3 ancestral patriarchs roared, and an extremely terrifying light erupted from their eyes. Go all out. Revive the 10,000 Dragons diagram. The 10,000 Dragons diagram bloomed with light and swept across heaven and earth. At this moment, 10,000 dragons roared. Heaven and earth shattered, and the entire power of the fallen stars shook violently. A terrifying indestructible aura erupted from Mount Eternal. All the powerful families in the area sensed it. They looked at the distant sky in horror. It erupted. The 10,000 dragons diagram was fully revived. It seemed that they were going to attack Mount Eternal. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was really crazy. These families were terrified. When the spirit realm was destroyed, they only felt it from a distant area. They didn't expect that it was going to launch an extreme grade attack near them. Humph, do you think you're the only one who knows how to fully revive? Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She poured all the world cores she had obtained into the green lotus and fully revived it. With an angry roar, the green lotus bloomed with light and seemed to transform into a human figure wearing a green robe, looking down on the world. It was the Lotus Thearka's illusion. The green lotus swayed like a divine artifact of the celestial world, sweeping across heaven and earth. Countless dragon shadows were swept away, and a terrifying and vast aura erupted. Outside, the powerful families and sects felt this scene, and their pupils constricted. What was going on? A second extreme grade aura. Heavens, there was an extreme grade weapon. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty actually brought 2 extreme grade weapons. Impossible, they were all crazy. The dark red dragon was also shocked. They had started fighting. Was the final battle about to begin? In the graveyard of stars. It shook violently, and countless stars were destroyed. Fortunately, this place also belonged to Mount Eternal, and it had a terrifying and mysterious aura. Otherwise, this attack would have turned heaven and earth upside down. But even so, the area outside of Mount Eternal had collapsed and turned into dust. It didn't exist in vain. Some small families and sects were instantly reduced to ashes. Those top ancient families and great sects had long sealed their mountains and activated peerless arrays. But even so, they still vomited large mouthfuls of blood from the shock. This was just the aftershock. Just how terrifying was the destructive strike at the center of it all? Actually, it wasn't just them. The entire Alcade continent sensed it. The Purple Mansion, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other families all looked up at the sky. This was the aura of the 10,000 Dragons diagram, and it had fully recovered. Had the 10,000 Dragons dynasty gone crazy? Where were they going to attack? In the ancient city of Holy Origin, the three great orthodoxies also received the news. The patriarchs also came out of seclusion and looked into the distance. They wondered which place was going to suffer. However, at this moment, their expressions changed. No, the second extreme Dao aura had fully recovered and was resisting the 10,000 Dragons diagram. In the next moment, they saw an aurora coming from afar, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entire Alcade continent was illuminated at this moment, as if thousands of suns had appeared in the world together. All the powerhouses of the families raised their heads at this moment. It was a confrontation between extreme Dao weapons. Someone was fighting against the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Who was it? Everyone went crazy at this moment. Not only the distant Light continent, but the ancient Jade continent and the other continents also sensed it. For example, the Fire Qilin race, the Phoenix race, and the Heavenly Rock race. Those people were all shocked. The power of an extreme Dao weapon. No, there was a second extreme Dao weapon. Which family was this? They had never sensed it before. Especially those from the Emperor race. They were dumbfounded. The Kuanping race powerhouses looked into the distance worriedly. They then looked at the seclusion ground behind them, hoping that nothing would affect Kuanping Z. In the graveyard of stars, heaven and earth shattered, turning into an endless black hole. It was blocked. Damn it, the people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty were terrified and in disbelief. Did the other party also have the ability to fully recover? Damn it. They should have thought of the other party long ago. Since the other party dared to kill them, they must have made ample preparations. After that attack, Yan Ruyu's face turned pale, and countless cracks appeared on her body. At this point, she was still unable to fully recover. There were 2 old men beside her. They looked worried and quickly supported her. They were the protectors of Emperor Qing's bloodline. The 2 of them had also helped just now. Otherwise, Yan Ruyu's body would have been shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Even so, the 2 protectors were still worried about the Shao clan. I'm fine, but it's really difficult to kill the Thearch's son. Yan Ryu swallowed a pill and looked ahead. The Dragon Prince's face turned pale, and the 3 ancestors shouted angrily. They didn't believe it, they fled frantically. Yan Ryu gritted her teeth and looked to the side. It's up to you. Morong Qingqing nodded, and 2 illusions appeared behind her. They were the Queen Mother of the West and the Kunlun Master. Qingqing, we will lend you a hand. The 2 of them used the ancient desolate tower together. The ancient desolate tower erupted with an earth-shattering power as it completely recovered. Boom, at this moment, above the 9 heavens, a pagoda suppressed the entire land. All the living beings on the Yaoguang continent prostrated themselves on the ground. Those peerless experts felt their scalps go numb. It was the aura of the 3rd extreme weapon. Damn it, what the hell happened? At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Did the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court carry 3 extreme weapons? No, the collision just now showed that he was going against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Which force was it that was able to find 2 extreme-grade weapons? Was it that Lin Xian? However, they didn't feel the power of the heaven-devouring irrigation. The 2 extreme-grade weapons were something they had never felt before. Which 2 great emperor clans were they? The Dragon Prince's face turned green. The 3 ancestors were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The ancient desolate tower could be fully recovered, damn it. The 3 ancestors gritted their teeth and activated the 10,000 Dragons diagram again. It exploded with light again. Their hearts were bleeding. At the same time, the surrounding dragons also turned into a bloody mist to provide power. The 3 ancestors only had one goal, which was to protect the Dragon Prince. They didn't care about the lives of others at all. Boom, the 10,000 dragons diagram fully recovered for the second time. It collided with the ancient desolate tower. When it collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At that instant, all of the light of Tao in the sky disappeared. The entire Brilliance continent was plunged into darkness, to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Heavens, will the Yaoguang continent be destroyed? Will it be the end of the world? Everyone was terrified at this moment. Those peerless experts also had ugly expressions. The 10,000 dragons imperial court's expression changed drastically. 2 extreme-grade weapons were attacking the 10,000 dragons diagram. Their dragon prince was in danger. Quick! Attack at all costs. Countless experts of the 10,000 dragons imperial court soared into the sky. They carried a large amount of resources and flew into the distance. They had to save the dragon prince. The Phoenix race, the Qilin race and the other monarch races were also shocked. Especially the Phoenix race, their expressions changed. This was the aura of the ancient desolate tower. Could it be related to Qingqing, the Qilin race? The Qilin sun smiled. Good, very good. Dragon Prince, it seems that I don't need to do anything. Someone wants your life. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy. Last time, he poisoned the Dragon Prince. It was enough to show that he wanted to kill the Dragon Prince, but he didn't succeed. This time, the other party's Dao heart was shattered, and he was ready to make a move. However, he didn't expect that someone was faster than him. Who was it? Was it that Lin Wudi? He thought of someone. It seemed that he had to think of a way to kill the other party. That was because he was someone even more terrifying than the Dragon Prince. He wouldn't allow anyone on the Emperor Road to surpass him. The 2 extreme-grade weapons were awakened, and the world was destroyed once again. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. Everyone, help me fully recover. Heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian said coldly. The people of the Black Sea Dragons nodded. They had destroyed countless world cores and used the power of several worlds to provide all of it to the heaven-devouring jar. In the starry sky of the universe, 7 stars had turned into ashes. The heaven-devouring jar erupted with light, and an extremely terrifying sharp sound soared into the sky. Heaven and earth turned dark again. The heaven-devouring jar erupted and charged toward the 10,000 dragons diagram. Not good. The 10,000 dragons dynasty's patriarch's expression changed drastically. The remaining elders were even more terrified. The 2 sides were evenly matched, but with half of the heaven-devouring jar, the situation changed. With a clang, the 10,000 dragons diagram was knocked back. More than a dozen elders of the dragons were instantly swallowed and turned into a bloody mist. The Dragon Prince's blood boiled as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, run! The people of the 10,000 dragons dynasty didn't dare to resist at all. However, the ancient desolate tower and the sky-reaching crown had fully recovered. They couldn't escape at all. At this critical moment, despair appeared in the eyes of the 3 patriarchs. Prince, it's up to you now. Run back to your family. The family's experts will receive you. The Dragon Prince gritted his teeth. I'll avenge you. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, merged with the 10,000 dragons diagram, and flew into the distance. The 3 patriarchs' souls were immediately destroyed by the 2 emperor weapons. Between heaven and earth, a bloody mist filled the air. The peak great sage had fallen, the entire Mount Eternal was covered in a bloody rain. Countless people were terrified. The peak of the great sage realm was an existence that stood at the top of the Saint Plain. As long as the great emperors didn't appear, they were the absolute powerhouses. But now, they had fallen. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty went crazy. The soul jade tablets of the 3 patriarchs shattered, causing them to kneel on the ground. They knew that the Dragon Prince was really in danger. That attack just now was the aura of the sky-devouring crown. It was Lin Wudi, damn it, they roared crazily. They were not the only ones who felt the power of the sky-devouring jar. It was really Lin Xian who did it. Many people felt their scalps go numb. They knew that Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince had a grudge, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold. He really dared to kill the Dragon Prince. Moreover, he could summon 3 emperor weapons. How did he do it? The people of the Gu family, Yi family, and the other 3 orthodoxies were shocked. In the distance, the Qilin race and the Phoenix race were also shocked. Lin Wudi's name would probably sweep through the 9 heavens in the future. Even the monarch races would be terrified. However, could he really kill the Dragon Prince? At this moment, the Dragon Prince merged with the 1,000 Dragons portrait and flew into the 9 heavens. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to escape? He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul with all his might and slashed through heaven and earth to stop the Dragon Prince. With a clang, the Dragon Prince was forced back. He roared angrily and tried to escape again. Lin Xian roared and charged forward. His entire being was like a god of swords as he moved boldly. At this moment, he had fully recovered the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. After using a few world cores, the Great Dragon Sword Soul exploded with power. The Dragon Prince spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his body dimmed. Damn it! The Dragon Prince roared. I won't let you off. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You still want to kill me? Are you a match for me? Today is the day you die. You want to kill me? Impossible. He did not want to fight Lin Xian head-on. Instead, he wanted to escape. As long as he escaped back to his family, he would be safe. At this moment, a large iron rod hit his body, causing him to vomit blood. Damn monkey. He charged towards Sun Qiqian. Lin Xian's expression changed, and the others also cried out in shock. Although Sun Qiqian was a sovereign prince, he didn't seem to have a sovereign weapon. The Dragon Prince gritted his teeth. I'll kill you first. The bloodline in his body exploded, and the storage rings in his hand shattered. The realm core was destroyed. The 10,000 dragons diagram released an extreme might. Sun Qiqian shouted coldly. You want to kill old Sun? The rest on the iron staff in his hand fell off, and terrifying runes condensed. He struck out with a blow. With a clang, it actually blocked the 10,000 dragons diagram. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was also surprised. Could it be that this iron staff was also an extreme weapon? The monkey was forced to retreat. His palm was cracked, but he managed to block the Dragon Prince. Humph, you're not that good either. You're still far from being able to kill old Sun. You're going to die today? Lin Xian grasped the Great Dragon Sword Soul and rushed forward. Moron Qingqing and Yan Ryu also walked over. The 4 of them surrounded the Dragon Prince completely. Everyone, help me resist the myriad dragon diagram and I'll kill him. Let me do it, Yan Ryu said. She knew that the person who killed the Dragon Prince would definitely be hunted down fiercely. This matter was originally Yan Ryu's revenge. Lin Xian said with a smile. No, I'll do it. Not only do I have a grudge against him, but I also have a battle between great emperors. I'll personally kill him. Alright, I owe you a favor. Yan Ryu and the others took a deep breath. Let's do it. They attacked the 10,000 dragons diagram with all their might. As long as the Dragon Prince and the 10,000 dragons diagram left, Lin Xian would have a chance to kill the other party. The Dragon Prince was beaten until he spat out blood. Burn. At this moment, his great emperor bloodline actually burned. He was going to fight back regardless of everything. His body quickly caved in. The 10,000 dragons diagram was covered in blood, and there was even a furious roar. In the distance, the endless void was torn apart. The reinforcements of the 10,000 dragons court had arrived. Hurry, the Dragon Prince is burning his bloodline. We must hurry. They rushed over. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the others soared into the sky and blocked their way. Where are you going? Scram. The 10,000 dragons court roared angrily. The 2 sides engaged in an earth-shattering battle. You want reinforcements to come? Don't even think about it. We have an ambush outside. Lin Xian smiled. Then, the 4 of them attacked again. The 10,000 dragons diagram was beaten until it shook. Finally, it left the Dragon Prince's body. It was suppressed by 2 great emperor weapons. At this moment, Lin Xian slashed at the Dragon Prince and cut him in half. the dragon prince screamed. You can't kill me. This time, he was really terrified. His body couldn't heal. He roared angrily. If you kill me, the 10,000 Dragons Court will hunt you down. Do you want to die together with me? Not only you, but everyone who participated in killing me, including those related to you, will be hunted down. You have to think carefully. Threatening me? Humph, you must die in the battle between great emperors. If the 10,000 Dragons Court dares to take revenge, I will kill all of them. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with killing intent. The great dragon sword soul attacked again, causing the dragon prince to scream in pain. At this moment, a piercing light suddenly burst out from the dragon prince's glabella. An angry roar sounded in his bloodline. How dare you kill me? In the next moment, a hazy man's phantom appeared and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was shattered, and his glabella split open. He was severely injured. At the same time, the 10,000 Dragons diagram also erupted, and a terrifying roar came from within. Oh no! Is the artifact spirit going to revive? Could that phantom be the Dragon Emperor's phantom? Is the Dragon Prince's bloodline already so terrifying? Yan Ryu exclaimed. Morong Qingqing's expression also changed drastically. The monkey roared and waved his iron staff non-stop. The 10,000 Dragons diagram roared. He said, hurry, let's suppress the 10,000 Dragons diagram and not let it fuse with the Dragon Emperor's phantom. The three of them kept the 10,000 Dragons diagram in check. Each of them was so shaken that they vomited blood. In the distance, the Patriarch and Patriarch of the Black Sea Dragons saw this scene with solemn expressions. They didn't expect that the Dragon Emperor's phantom would come out, and so would the 10,000 Dragons diagram's artifact spirit. It's too terrifying. We can't help here. Let's go and meet up with our people to stop the reinforcements. We can't let them have the resources. They could tell that the Dragon Prince was lacking energy. If the reinforcements arrived, then the situation would really turn around. Therefore, even if they died, they couldn't let the people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty come. These patriarchs and powerhouses soared into the sky and flew into the distance. They would leave this place to Lin Xian. Lin Xian vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and his glabella split open. He summoned the heaven-devouring jar to block it. With a clang, the heaven-devouring jar activated. He vomited blood and flew backward. At this moment, the Dragon Prince's body was like a skeleton, but he grinned. His voice was hoarse. You can't kill me. My father once left me a life-saving talisman. This time, you will definitely die. Although he was so weak that he was about to die, he smiled happily. Lin Xian's expression also turned ugly. The Dragon Emperor's phantom, this was something he didn't expect. This power was too shocking and strange. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor wanted to kill him through endless time? Morong Qingqing and the others also became nervous. They were being targeted by the phantom of a great emperor. Lin Xian felt that he couldn't move at all. What he was facing now was not an extreme weapon. It was a great emperor. It was too terrifying. This great emperor's shadow could destroy it with a single glance. Die, the Dragon Emperor's phantom roared into the sky, and Lin Xian's body shattered again. However, at this moment, the demon summoning scripture in his body circulated. A demonic shadow appeared behind him and froze the world. This demonic shadow emitted a terrifying aura and directly blocked the Dragon Emperor. This sudden change stunned Morong Qingqing and the others. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and roared. You're the Demon Emperor. You want to protect this kid? The Demon Emperor didn't say anything. The Dragon Emperor's phantom roared crazily. Why? Could it be that you want to? Before he could finish speaking, the Demon Emperor suddenly attacked the Dragon Emperor again. The two phantoms exploded at the same time. In the next moment, a destructive power rushed over. Everyone was sent flying by the blast. Lin Xian was protected by the heaven-swallowing jar, but he still vomited blood. When everything calmed down, the demonic shadow and the Dragon Emperor's phantom both disappeared. What was that? Was it also the phantom of a great emperor? Even the monkey was surprised. Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, frowned. What did he mean by that? What was the purpose of this demonic shadow? She couldn't understand. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he stood up. Although he was severely injured, there was the divine spring of life in his sword world. Using the power of the divine spring of life, the cracks on Lin Xian's body quickly healed. He held the great dragon sword soul and walked forward again. What else do you have? The dragon prince was in despair. At this moment, he was only skin and bones and had no strength to resist. His Dao heart was completely shattered. Even the method left behind by his father was broken by the other party. The 10,000 dragons diagram was suppressed by other extreme weapons. What else could he do? However, his eyes erupted with a cold light. You are abandoned by immortals. I curse you. Eternal damnation, a crazy voice sounded, and his face became ferocious. A monstrous blood light condensed on his body, forming a curse rune that charged towards Lin Xian. It was over. Lin Xian roared in anger, gripping the great dragon sword spirit with both hands, he slashed down with all his might. Destroy everything. The dragon prince was split in half, his body and soul destroyed. Boom, above the 9 heavens, a large crack appeared. A rain of blood poured down, sweeping through heaven and earth. At this moment, it was even more terrifying than the fall of the great sage. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. They felt a sense of sorrow. Those demonic beasts were all crawling on the ground. Could it be that the dragon prince had fallen? Everyone was alarmed. This was a world-shaking event. Did that Lin Xian really succeed? Everyone from the 10,000 dragons court was crying tears of blood right now. No, Prince, Lin Wudi. My 10,000 dragons imperial court will fight you to the death, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die, kill, whether it was Lin Wudi or anyone related to him, they would all go to hell. At this moment, the 1,000 dragons imperial court had gone completely mad. In Holy Abyss ancient city, countless people were shocked. Yi Wudao looked up at the sky and sighed. Had the dragon prince fallen? In the next moment, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Then, he looked behind him. There were many figures standing there. They were the Nalan clan leader, the Dugu clan leader, and Fire Dragon Lady. And the other members of the alliance. He said, the dragon prince has fallen. Brother Lin told me to tell you to retreat and hide. The Nalan clan leader, the Dugu clan leader, and the other allies were shocked. The dragon prince was really dead. They didn't dare to imagine it, however, they knew that there was something even more terrifying, and that was the revenge of the 10,000 dragons court. We will hide now. They quickly took action. They would probably go into seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years before completely disappearing. However, they didn't know what would happen to Lin Xian. Was he dead? The people of the Dragon Sea clan were terrified. The people of the Blue clan and the others were in despair. The people of the 3 orthodoxies were also in an uproar. In the Path sect, several ancestral patriarchs sighed. They had originally supported the Dragon Prince. However, they didn't expect that the Dragon Prince would be killed by Lin Xian. He had really fallen, the Phoenix clan couldn't believe it, and the Qilin clan was also shocked. The Qilin's son laughed loudly. This Lin Wudi was really something. He actually killed the Dragon Prince. However, he believed that he would be dead for sure even if he didn't do anything. Except the crazy pursuit of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, countless people on the buried Emperor Star were shocked. The Dragon Prince's death made everyone remember the name Lin Wudi. In the Graveyard of Stars, Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked. They had really killed the arch, he deserved it? Yan Ryu snorted coldly. They had finally avenged the spirit realm. Morong Qingqing was extremely worried about Lin Xian's future. Lin Xian waved his hand and enveloped the Dragon Prince's corpse, sealing it. He definitely wouldn't leave the corpse of the arch to the other party. The 10,000 dragons diagram shone brightly and wanted to snatch it. However, it was forced back by the extreme weapons of Lin Xian and the others. He roared and turned to leave. Where do you think you are going? Sun Qitian's iron rod swept through the air but he still couldn't stop him. Forget it, brother monkey, let him go. We can't control this extreme weapon. Although they could suppress the other party in battle, it was very difficult to control other people's extreme weapons. Unless you obtained the other party's recognition. But how was that possible? The 10,000 Dragons diagram belonged to the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. Now that they had killed the Dragon Prince, it was impossible for them to obtain the recognition of the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Everyone, don't contact me anymore. Hide and avoid the anger of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. What about you? Morong Qingqing was nervous. Yan Ryu said, we will bear it together. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, I have a way to protect myself. As long as you are fine, the 10,000 Dragons dynasty won't be able to hurt me. Right, wait for me. After Lin Xian entered, he gave the Dragon Prince's flesh to Morong Qingqing and the others. Don't waste the Thearch's essence blood. Alright, let's part ways here. Lin Xian charged into the sky. Brother Xian! Morong Qingqing cried. Yan Ryu took in a deep breath. Don't worry, he will be fine. If he is in danger, I will stop at nothing. What Sun Qitian said was right. I, old Sun, was also involved in this matter. If the 10,000 Dragons dynasty really doesn't care about anything, I will destroy them. I understand. Thank you. Let's go. Morong Qingqing took in a deep breath. They flew in all directions. The dark red god dragon and the others left too. When they left, the dark red god dragon met up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian gave him a portion of the Dragon Prince's flesh and the heaven-swallowing crown jar. He said, take it. This is the Dragon Prince's essence blood. You need it. The heaven-swallowing jar will be in your care. If the 10,000 Dragons dynasty attacks you, you can defend against it. The dark red god dragon's eyes teared up. They were brothers for life. He and Lin Xian had experienced too many things together. There was no need for words. The people of the Black Sea Dragons were shocked. Lin Xian actually lent them the arch-weapon. They couldn't repay such kindness. Moreover, Lin Xian helped them kill their enemies. They were extremely grateful. The Black Sea Dragon Lord looked at Lin Xian and bowed deeply. The Dragon Prince's death shocked the entire buried Emperor Star. He was probably the first emperor to die. The impact was just too terrifying. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty was furious and immediately sent out a kill order. They wanted to kill Lin Xian, the monkey, the Jade Lake successor, and the Azure Emperor's descendant. They knew that the 10,000 Dragon dynasty experts who attacked Lin Xian and the others had all died. However, this news was spread by the 10,000 Dragon picture. The 10,000 Dragon picture left and sent the news to the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty immediately sent out a kill order. When the people of the buried Emperor Star heard this, they were all shocked. It was actually 4 young people who did it. They knew about Lin Xian and the monkey. One was the invincible Great Sage and the other was the Great Sage equal to heaven. They had become famous in the world recently. However, they didn't know about the other 2. The Jade Lake successor and the Azure Emperor's descendant? Heavens, these 2 people were also extraordinary. As for who they were, they didn't know. After the Phoenix race received the news, they frowned. Wasn't the Jade Lake successor Morong Qingqing? As expected, she also attacked. Quick, bring Qingqing back. The old Phoenix ordered. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty experts went crazy but they couldn't find these people at all. These people had left long ago. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty was furious. They first went to the Taoist sect. Countless dragons covered the sky and headed to the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect was like they were facing a huge enemy. Although they were an ancient orthodoxy, they were still in a precarious situation. The Taoist sect's old ancestor instantly came out. What was the meaning of this? The 10,000 Dragon dynasty's old ancestor scoffed coldly. Hand over Lin Xian or I will destroy your Taoist sect. A terrifying killing intent swept through the 9 heavens. The people of Saint Distant Ancient City were shocked and the disciples of the Taoist sect were terrified. This was because they realized that the other party had brought an extreme weapon. The might of the extreme weapon caused the space above the Taoist sect to shatter. The expressions of the people of the Taoist sect were also really ugly. The old ancestor scoffed coldly. You guys are too much. Do you really think that the Taoist sect is easy to mess with? Our Taoist sect has a long history and many experts came from our Taoist sect. Try moving. Although there were no extreme weapons in the Tao, they were still not afraid. Because what they said was right. There were too many top-notch experts that came from them, and they were scattered across the myriad worlds. If the Tao sect was destroyed, these experts would definitely go crazy. Even if they didn't dare to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court, the people of the dragons would suffer in the future. It was hard to say when it would be destroyed. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty naturally knew this, so they only took out extreme weapons to threaten him. However, if they really couldn't find Lin Xian, they would go crazy. Fantasy World Ancestor also sighed. Lin Xian did not return at all. He didn't come back? Humph, we don't believe you. Let us investigate. The experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty weren't convinced. Fantasy World Old Ancestor said. Everyone, you don't even believe me? My Tao sect has no reason to lie to you. Besides, do you think Lin Xian will come back? Since he hasn't returned, we have to take the people from the Divine Union away. Let's see if he comes back. The Patriarch of the 10,000 Dragon Court waved his hand and was about to envelop the Divine Union. The people of the Divine Union were stunned. Was he going to attack them? The savage wilderness Patriarch cut off their path with his blade. You are looking for Lin Xian. What does that have to do with the Divine Union? Every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You attacking Lin Xian is your own grudge. The people of the Divine Union have never participated in this matter. They are disciples of the Tao sect. You can try attacking the Divine Union, I will attack you today. The 10,000 Dragon Court roared furiously as the 10,000 Dragon portrait above his head unleashed a terrifying destructive aura. The entire ancient city started to shake violently at this moment. They were all in despair. Would the Holy Abyss City still exist after this attack? The savage wilderness Patriarch roared furiously as more figures appeared on the ground. At the same time, a few sacred weapons floated in the sky. The 10,000 Dragon Court was too much. They attacked the innocent disciples of the Divine Union. They would rather die than submit in today's battle. Prepare for battle. Following this order, countless light arrays lit up in the entire Tao sect. Figure after figure soared into the sky, their eyes glinting fiercely. They would live and die with the Tao sect. At the same time, news after news was sent to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was a notice to all the sects and clans related to the Tao sect. In an instant, everyone was alarmed. The people of the other 2 great orthodoxies also received the news and sent out their powerhouses. Stop, the people of the Sky sect and the Earth sect had arrived. The 3 great orthodoxies were of the same breath and branch. Although there were conflicts between them, if one of them was in danger of being destroyed, the other 2 would definitely step in. Were the 2 of them going to stop this? The 10,000 Dragon Court was so angry that he vomited blood. The Sky sect elder said coldly. Killing the Dragon Prince was Lin Xian's business. It had nothing to do with the Divine Union or the Tao sect. If you attack these people, don't blame the 3 great orthodoxies for being unwilling. That's right. The powerhouses of the Earth sect also stepped forward. It's only right that you seek revenge on Lin Xian. We don't care. However, the others couldn't move. Who knew if Lin Xian was hiding in the Tao sect? Unless you let us investigate. Otherwise, we won't let this matter rest. We won't hesitate even if we have to kill until the world is turned upside down. The 10,000 Dragon Court had gone crazy. Their Dragon Prince was dead and there was no hope left. So what if they killed until the world was turned upside down and everything ceased to exist? The supreme elders of the Sky sect and the Earth sect came over. They discussed with the savage wilderness ancestor and the others to let them investigate. Otherwise, this bunch of lunatics would definitely attack. As long as Lin Xian wasn't here, they would be safe. The 2 patriarchs sighed. They knew that this was the last line they could take. Alright, we'll let you investigate. The 2 patriarchs of the dragon tribe stepped forward and spread out their souls to investigate the Tao. After half an hour, they withdrew their souls. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The savage wilderness ancestor snorted. Was he here? The dragons shouted coldly. Let's go to the Black Sea Dragons. If Lin Xian wasn't in the Dao sect, then he could only be in the Black Sea Dragons. The people of the True Path sect heaved a sigh of relief. However, the patriarchs had grave expressions. It seemed like the 10,000 Dragon Court wouldn't let this matter rest until they killed Lin Xian and the others. Everyone on the buried Emperor Star was paying attention to this matter. Black Sea. The winds and clouds changed. Countless demonic beasts in the sea prostrated themselves in fear. They felt the extreme aura descending from the sky. Facing the three great orthodoxies, the dragons seemed to be afraid. However, facing the dragons of the Black Sea, they weren't afraid at all. They were only filled with boundless anger. Therefore, they directly used their extreme weapons. The entire Black Sea was completely penetrated. Countless demonic beasts were killed. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The 10,000 Dragon Court was attacking the Black Sea. Heavens, the dragons of the Black Sea wouldn't be destroyed, right? It was very likely that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to block the attack of an extreme weapon. At this moment, countless people sighed. The faces of the Divine Union changed drastically. Not good. The Black Sea was their ally and the home of the dark red Divine Dragon. The people of the Celestial sect sighed. The dragons of the Black Sea were finished. The people of the Dragon Sea clan sneered. Great, they didn't know what was good for them. The others were terrified. Even the top remote ancient aristocratic families were unable to withstand the anger of the Emperor clan. They couldn't provoke the Monarch clan anymore. It could only be said that Lin Xian was too crazy. He even dared to kill the Dragon Prince. Just watch, this was only the beginning. Everyone thought that the dragons of the Black Sea would be destroyed. However, inside the Black Sea dragons, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. He had been prepared for this for a long time. Patriarch, do it. The Patriarch of the Black Sea and the other patriarchs took a deep breath. In front of them, the heaven-devouring jar floated up and down. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted. The 10,000 dragons picture in the sky descended, shattering heaven and earth. However, at this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared and swallowed everything. He managed to block the destructive blow. An earth-shaking sound rang out as a terrifying light swept across heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire Black Sea was boiling. Not only that, but the people of the distant light continent also felt it. What kind of aura was this? Heavens, the extreme weapons were colliding, countless people were shocked. Where did the dragons of the Black Sea get their extreme weapons? The people of the Dao were also shocked. They carefully sensed and then exclaimed. It was the aura of the heaven-devouring jar. Could it be that Lin Xian was with the dragons of the Black Sea? Countless people were shocked. The eyes of the patriarch of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty shone with a terrifying light. They had to revive the extreme weapons at all costs. If the heaven-devouring jar was here, that kid must be here too. The dozen or so stars in the universe shattered, and their energy was all absorbed by the 10,000 dragons picture. Then, it unleashed a full-powered attack. Not good, the expressions of the people of the Black Sea dragons changed drastically. Quick, revive at all costs. The heaven-devouring jar. They didn't dare to be careless. Endless resources were consumed. The heaven-devouring jar shone brightly and swallowed the sky and earth, blocking this attack. However, it was still crushed to death. After all, there was only half of the heaven-devouring jar. Countless people's blood boiled, but they still heaved a sigh of relief. So what if it was half an extreme weapon? It couldn't defeat the other party, but its defense was not a problem. The heaven-swallowing jar was like the sturdiest tortoise shell, blocking attacks but never taking the initiative to attack. The people of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty were furious. Damn it, come out and fight if you have the guts, Lin Wudi, you dare to kill our prince, but you don't dare to come out and fight us? A crazy voice rang out. After a few days, they launched their second all-out attack. The people of the Black Sea dragons were injured. Their faces were pale. The dark red divine dragon gritted its teeth. Damn it, just you wait, the leader of the Xianxia tribe sighed. Although the dragons could survive, the Xianxia tribe was probably done for. Sure enough, the entire Black Sea was torn apart, and endless amounts of seawater evaporated. The living beings in the Black Sea were destroyed, and blood dyed the sky red. The entire Black Sea turned into a sea of blood. Other than the dragons of the Black Sea, who were protected by the heaven-devouring jar, all the other demonic beast clans and sects were annihilated. Countless people were terrified. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty didn't give up and continued to gather resources. They had to kill Lin Xian. Endless forests and mountains. In a place very far away from the Black Sea, Lin Xian also heard the news. No, he couldn't continue like this. The heaven-devouring jar might not be able to protect him. It seemed that he had to step in. Thinking of this, Lin Xian flew towards the nearby city. He appeared there and challenged a few geniuses, causing a commotion. Heavens, he's Lin Wudy, it can't be, right? Isn't he in the Black Sea? Why would he appear here? Is it a clone? No. I can sense a terrifying aura from his 9-yang divine body. That's his true body, exclamations sounded one after another. Soon after, the news spread. That guy actually appeared in the Alioth continent. Countless people were shocked. In an instant, the news quickly spread to the Alioth continent. Black Sea. After the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty received the news, they went crazy. How was that possible? Are you sure? That kid is in the Alioth continent. Isn't he in the Black Sea Dragons? I'm sure. Someone saw it with their own eyes, and a genius fought with him. It's the 9-yang divine body. It's his true body. Damn it. Let's go and chase after him. The experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty soared into the sky and stopped attacking the dragons of the Black Sea. They went to the Alioth continent. Did they stop attacking? The people of the Black Sea Dragons heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red dragon frowned. Lin Xian probably knew that we were being attacked, so he came out. I wonder if that kid can dodge the attack, Alioth continent. On this day, they were also terrified. They could sense an extreme weapon flying through the sky. The people of the Phoenix race also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The Tianping race, the Fate race, and the other ancient aristocratic families were also shocked. They only sent a few people to investigate and recalled most of their princes. When the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty arrived, Lin Xian had already disappeared. This caused countless people to grit their teeth, and the others also sighed. This method was like finding a needle in a haystack. The buried Emperor star was so big, and it was impossible to find him if he found a place to hide. The 10,000 Dragon diagram released a soul aura. The prince had been cursed. This was a clue. The eyes of the ancestral dragons lit up. They formed hand seals and searched with their curses. In the next moment, they snorted and left. In the endless mountain range, it was incomparably quiet. Suddenly, 10,000 dragons descended, piercing through everything. Inside the mountain range. In a cave, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Damn it, the aura of the 10,000 dragon diagram, the other party had found him. How was this possible? He summoned a dimensional beast and instantly teleported away, dodging the fatal attack. In the next moment, the demon god wings on his back unfolded, and he instantly escaped. Kid, can you escape? When the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty saw this scene, they crazily charged over. Lin Xian continued to travel, and he even started to burn his energy. However, every time he disappeared for a few days, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would be able to accurately find him. What was going on? Even if he used the Dragon Sword Soul to destroy his aura, the other party would still be able to find him. His face darkened. What was the problem? Was it because the Dragon Prince's corpse was with him? That shouldn't be. The other party shouldn't be able to detect the Sword World. Could it be? Lin Xian recalled that before the Dragon Prince died, he had cursed him. At that time, he didn't think much of it. Perhaps it was the power of the curse. He wasn't sure if it was the power of the curse or the Dragon Prince's corpse. He decided to give it a try. He entered the Sword World to see if the other party could still find him this time. This time, a month had passed, but the other party still hadn't found him. This made Lin Xian heave a sigh of relief. The Sword World was incomparably mysterious, isolating all auras. From the looks of it, the Dragon Prince was either a clue to the curse in this world. In the past month, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had gone crazy. They couldn't sense the other party's aura, the other party disappeared into thin air. What a joke, they had already found clues to the curse. Even if the other party left, they would be able to sense it. Unless the other party escaped to the edge of the universe, the information of the clues would become infinitely weak. However, with the other party's strength, how could he be so fast? Another half a month later, Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. Instantly, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court sensed his aura and charged over again. Lin Xian quickly escaped and entered the sword world again. This time, he completely disappeared. Damn it, after waiting for a year, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court didn't feel Lin Xian's aura anymore. They were crazy. The ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court said. He was definitely in the Jade Continent and didn't escape. He didn't know what method he used. What should we do? Should we continue to wait? The 10,000 Dragon Court elder frowned. If the other party doesn't come out in 100 years, do we have to wait for 100 years? They couldn't afford to wait at all. The other party was young. After 100 years of seclusion, his strength broke through and he swept through the world. As for them, they were in a hurry to take revenge. The one who killed the Dragon Prince was Lin Xian, but there were 4 people who attacked the Dragon Prince. Now, they couldn't find Lin Xian. What about the other 3? This kid was too evil and had many methods. Send people to stay in the Jade Continent to search for his whereabouts. At the same time, we will chase after the other 3 and attack anyone related to them. Use all the forces under us to spread the news. Let's spread the news. I want to see if this kid will come out when he finds out that all the people and sects related to him have perished. Let's go. The ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court left with his men. Next, the 10,000 Dragon Court sent out an order. The Dragon Sea Race, Thunder Dragon Race, Flying Dragon Race, Blue Race, and Feather Race. All the families and sects related to them moved out. They crazily attacked the families and sects related to Lin Xian. At the same time, the 10,000 Dragon Court searched for the monkey, the Jade Lake successor, and the Azure Emperor successor. Finally, after expending endless effort, they learned that the Jade Lake successor was Murong Qingqing of the Phoenix race. They once again charged towards the Jade Continent and arrived at the Phoenix race. Hand over Murong Qingqing or don't blame us for being impolite. The Phoenix race leader walked out and said coldly. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The old Phoenix's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10,000 Dragon Court attacked crazily and the 10,000 Dragon diagram exploded. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The father and son of the Phoenix clan made their move, and the extreme weapons of the Phoenix clan also erupted. At the same time, another extreme Dao weapon erupted, blasting the 10,000 Dragons diagram back. The power of the ancient desolate tower, the 10,000 Dragon dynasty's old ancestor hollered in rage. Murong Qingqing, you really are here, come out and accept your death. Murong Qingqing stood in the air with the ancient desolate tower in her hands and said coldly. Damn you, Dragon Prince. Go back. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty's people were furious. Do you believe that I won't destroy Jade Lake right now? They prepared to leave and attack the Jade Pool. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. In the next moment, she said coldly, if you dare to destroy the Jade Lake, I will destroy the 10,000 Dragon Court. You only have one extreme weapon and you keep it on you. As long as you leave, I will bring people to wipe out the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. Damn, the 10,000 Dragon dynasty people were crazy. That was indeed the case. They were able to destroy the Jade Lake because the Jade Lake desolate tower had left. It was in the hands of Murong Qingqing. They were in the same situation. If they brought the 10,000 Dragon diagram and swept across the world, then their headquarters would be in danger. Good Murong Qingqing. Just you wait. The 10,000 Dragon Court's people gritted their teeth. This Murong Qingqing was even more difficult to deal with. With the ancient desolate tower and the support of the Phoenix race, they couldn't defeat her with 2 extreme weapons. They could only give up. Next, they chased after the monkey and the Azure Emperor's successor. They really found the monkey. Countless people chased after him. After a huge battle, the monkey was injured and left. However, it was impossible for the 10,000 Dragon Court's people to kill the monkey. the iron rod in the monkey's hand was too terrifying. It might even be an extreme weapon. They didn't succeed, but the chase didn't stop. As for the Azure Emperor's successor, he was more mysterious and they couldn't find him for a while. However, Yan Ruyu took the initiative to walk out. Furthermore, she summoned the monkey and had it come to the Demon Emperor Mountain. Damn it, it was actually someone from the Monster Emperor Mountain. The 10,000 Dragon Quartz people charged over with killing intent and attacked the Monster Emperor Mountain. However, the Azure Emperor's successor, Yan Ruyu, also had an extreme weapon. Although the Monster Emperor Mountain's power was suppressed, they still managed to protect it. Moreover, the monkey came to the Monster Emperor Mountain and the two extreme weapons suppressed the 10,000 Dragon picture. The 10,000 Dragon Quartz people were furious, the others were also shocked. In the past few years, the 10,000 Dragon Court had been attacking the buried Emperor Star crazily. As for the people on the buried Emperor Star, they were terrified. Every day, there would be big news. In the end, they realized that the 10,000 Dragon Court couldn't kill a single one of them. At the same time, they knew why the Dragon Prince had died. Lin Xian had the heaven-swallowing jar, which was half an extreme weapon. The remaining 3 people were even stronger and each of them had an extreme weapon. 4 extreme weapons were used against one Dragon Prince. It would be strange if the Dragon Prince didn't die. Lin Xian was too terrifying. Even his friends were so terrifying. Countless people were terrified. Even the princes frowned. The Qilin's son had a serious expression. It seemed that he had to be careful in the future. For extreme weapons were indeed difficult to deal with, but he wasn't afraid. It could only be said that the Dragon Prince was too careless and stupid. Now that he knew that the other party's friends were so powerful, he naturally wouldn't let them join forces. He had to defeat them one by one. Of course, he was going to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He would let these people fight with the 10,000 Dragon Court first. It would be best if both sides were injured. The Kuan-Pung race. The yin and yang law surrounded them, but at this moment, it was abnormally quiet. The Kuan-Pung race gathered information from time to time. At the same time, they took defensive measures. Their Kuan-Pung son was in seclusion to break through to the great sage. On this day, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. With a long roar, black and white lights turned into divine swords that shot into the clouds. A vast great sage aura flew out from the secret room. The Kuan-Pung race was delighted. Great, he broke through, the Kuan-Pung son had finally broken through. The Kuan-Pung race walked over and stood in front of the secret room excitedly. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. The door slowly opened and a man surrounded by black and white aura appeared. He was like a yin and yang god. His eyes were like lightning and the corners of his mouth curled up. My power is more than 10 times stronger than before, Lin Wudi. This time I will let you know how powerful I am. With a cold snort, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At the same time, he said, send a challenge to Lin Wudi. I want to challenge him. Also, tell me, has the Dragon Prince broken through? Kuan-Pung's son had fought with Lin Xian for 3 moves and left after losing. Now that he had broken through, the first thing he wanted to do was to challenge Lin Xian. He wanted to prove to the world that he was never afraid of anyone at the same level as him. Of course, he was also concerned about the Dragon Prince. This was a prince who wasn't weaker than him. Had he broken through before him? In front of him, the Kuan-Pung race's powerhouses were stunned and had strange expressions. They didn't know what to say. What's wrong? Kuan-Pung's son frowned. Could it be that the Dragon Prince broke through before me? This guy is really fast. An elder of the Kuan-Pung race walked out and said, Your Highness, the Dragon Prince is dead. What? Kuan-Pung Zi was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He asked, did the Dragon Prince lose to Lin Xian again? The elder in front shook his head. His Highness didn't lose, he died. Kuan-Pung Zi's pupils constricted and his heart almost stopped beating at this moment. The Dragon Prince is dead. He's in the arch. He's dead. Who did it? He asked quickly. Heavens, how many years has it been since I went into seclusion? 3 years. The arch has died. What exactly happened? It's Lin Wuди who killed him, an elder said. Kuan Pengzi almost fainted. He roared angrily. What did you say? Did Lin Wudi kill him? Does Lin Wudi already have such strength? At this moment, he felt that his Dao heart was about to collapse. He admitted that Lin Xian was very strong. He was the first to break through and become the great sage. He could even defeat him and the Dragon Prince. However, being defeated and dying were two different things. As Thearchs, they had supreme weapons to protect themselves. Even if they were defeated, they wouldn't die. What exactly is going on? Tell me clearly. Kuan Pengzi roared crazily. Your Highness, don't be anxious. It's not what you think. Seeing that Kuan Pengzi's aura was unstable, the elders of the Kuan Peng race were also worried. Your Highness, calm your Dao heart and listen to me slowly. They told him what had happened in the past 3 years. Kuan Pengzi's expression was extremely solemn. It wasn't what he thought. Lin Xian didn't kill him alone. Instead, he gathered a group of powerhouses and 3 supreme weapons. There might even be 4 supreme weapons. Damn it, Lin Wudi actually has such means. No wonder the Dragon Prince died. Not to mention the other party, even if he encountered such a situation, he would die without a doubt. Monkey, the successor of the Jade Lake and the Azure Emperor. Kuan Pengzi frowned. Among them, he already knew that the successor of the Jade Lake was Murong Qingqing. It was the 7-colored phoenix of the Phoenix clan. No one knew who the successor of the Azure Emperor was, but the other party was at the Demon Emperor Mountain. As for the origin of this monkey, it was a little mysterious. What kind of great emperor's descendant was this? Was the iron rod in his hand an extreme weapon? Those from the Kuan Peng race also frowned. The monkey's identity was a little terrifying, as if it could be traced back to millions of years ago. A million years ago, Kuan Pengzi frowned. Who knew about something that happened so long ago? However, regardless of their identities, Kuan Pengzi still remembered them in his heart. Be careful in the future. However, the Kuan Peng race's people said that their situation wasn't good. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty used all of its power to hunt down these people. Furthermore, the clans and sects related to these people were all attacked. Many clans and sects had already been destroyed, and many experts had fallen. This was a war that would probably last for many years. That was indeed the case. Another elder said, Your Highness, you should stay in the clan and cultivate during this period of time. Kuan Pengzi nodded. What they had said was right. All the clans and sects related to the Divine Union had been affected. Even the families of the members of the Divine Union were being suppressed. Some of them were directly shattered into pieces. As for those top clans, they had already closed their doors. However, they were still injured. In any case, their days were very tough. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty spread the news. They were the ones who made Lin Xian and the others go crazy. Then, they would come out to take revenge. At that time, they would have a chance. Although the other party had a lot of Emperor weapons, their foundation wasn't as strong as the Emperor race. The foundation of the Emperor race surpassed everything. When the time came to compete in terms of endurance, they would definitely be able to sweep everything. If the few Emperor weapons couldn't be fully recovered, the one-key all-purpose diagram would be able to sweep everything. It would be better to snatch the enemy's weapons. Therefore, they had to make a move regardless of the price. In fact, they even began to frantically sweep through the world and the universe. They came to occupy those resources. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty could be said to have started the craziest mode. In an instant, the universe fell into darkness. As a result, the top genius experts all went into seclusion to avoid this crisis. Inside the sword world, Lin Xian had been cultivating. He knew that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would definitely not give up. It was useless for him to go out now. The most important thing was to increase his strength and cultivation level. When his strength increased, he would kill the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty with Monkey, Qingqing, and the others. At that time, he would directly destroy the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Beside him was the Dragon Prince's corpse. He had to admit that the other party's body was full of treasures. The Hellfire Dragon immediately rushed up and said, "Oh my god, kid, what kind of existence did you kill? Why do I feel so terrified when I feel his bloodline?" Lin Xian glanced at him and said, "You don't know him, right? This is the descendant of the Dragon Emperor." "What, you killed an emperor's son, and it's the emperor's son of the dragons, how did you do it?" As a top expert, the Hellfire Dragon naturally knew how terrifying the emperor's son was. Killing the emperor's son was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "You don't have to worry about that. You only know that you had better behave yourself. Otherwise, I have the ability to destroy you." The Hellfire Dragon shook his head. "We are friends, how can we fight? It will hurt our friendship." He lowered his head and smiled. "Hee hee, let's meet and share some." He wanted a bit of the Dragon Prince's flesh and blood. Lin Xian glanced at him. "No way, these are all mine." "Damn, kid, don't be so stingy. Give me a drop of essence blood, okay, alright, since you have helped me suppress experts before, I will give you a drop of essence blood." Lin Xian waved his sleeve and the Hellfire Dragon caught it. "Ha ha ha. Thank you very much." He rushed inside and began to refine it. Lin Xian also formed seals with his palms to refine the other party's power. This was definitely a treasure trove. Lin Xian absorbed it with all his might. He felt that his cultivation was increasing. At the same time, the graveyard of stars was also in chaos. A few emperor weapons had collided and swept across this place, turning it into a land of death. No one dared to get close. However, a silhouette appeared there. This person had a handsome face and there was a black vortex in his eyes. When those terrifying powers got close to him, they were swallowed up. He was Yao Guang. At this moment, he used the demonic sky-devouring technique and came here to observe the surroundings. He heard that a few peak great sage had died here and where they all turned into blood mist, extreme-grade weapons were indeed powerful. He formed seals with his palms and swallowed heaven and earth. There was still some blood mist left in the world that quickly gathered towards him. It was swallowed by him. No, it was too little. He was unwilling to give up and continued to search. The Dragon Prince was dead. Was his body taken away? That damned Lin Xian, he didn't leave anything for me. He came here this time to find the Dragon Prince's body. If he could devour a martial monarch's son, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. But now, it seemed that what he wanted was taken away by the other party. Humph, damn it. Lin Xian, just you wait. One day, I will swallow you too. The sky-devouring jar is mine. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty didn't give up. At the same time, they started to look for new allies. After all, they only had one extreme weapon and it was too dangerous. They found the Z Mansion and the Gu family. They had already found out about the grievances between the Z Mansion and Lin Xian. The two of them were enemies, so they were prepared to work with the Z Mansion. In the Z Mansion main hall, the Z Mansion Lord looked at the experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and smiled. It was possible to work together, but the other party's alliance had too many extreme weapons. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty expert scoffed coldly. Okay, we have already found out. Although your Z Mansion didn't have an emperor, you have an extreme weapon, the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. I was right, right? The Z Mansion Lord's pupils constricted. Since you know, then I won't hide it from you. Okay, but let me make it clear. After killing Lin Xian, we have to share the Earth Emperor legacy with him. That was not a problem. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty expert nodded. The Z Mansion Lord continued. He still had two treasures on him. The Heaven-Swallowing Jar and the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul belonged to you dragons. We don't want it, but you have to give us the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty old ancestor's expression was dark and cold. He thought about it for a long time before nodding. Okay, no problem, it's a deal. The Z Mansion Lord smiled. Then let's have a good cooperation. After that, the Violet Palace Realm cultivators also began to search for Lin Xian. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty came to the Gu family. They discussed with the Gu family. The Gu family was a little hesitant, but under Gu Feng's insistence, they agreed to work together. Gu Feng really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty agreed that once Lin Xian died, they would give the Gu family a copy of the 9 Young God body and the emperor's ancient scripture. The Gu family didn't care about other things, but having an emperor's ancient scripture was really important to their development. They couldn't reject it. Just like that, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gathered 2 powers. This way, even if they were in danger, they could take out 3 extreme weapons to block. It could be said that their strength increased by several times. All of a sudden, Lin Xian and the others' situation became even more dangerous. On the other side, inside the sword world, Lin Xian had been cultivating. His cultivation had increased by a large margin, but there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the Great Sage mid-stage. However, compared to when he had just broken through, his realm was much more stable. His strength was also growing steadily. But right now, there was one thing that gave him a headache, and that was that he was unable to leave the sword world. As soon as he left, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would discover him and hunt him down. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty could gather countless resources to revive extreme weapons. But he couldn't. He couldn't afford it. Therefore, he had to think of a way. Lin Xian frowned. It was all because of the damn curse of the Dragon Prince. He tried to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy it. However, it was released by the Dragon Prince before he died. It was very strange. For a moment, he was actually unable to destroy this power. He called the Hellfire Dragon over. The 2 of them discussed. The Hellfire Dragon studied for a while and finally came up with a solution. Using the Great Dragon Sword Soul as a seal, he temporarily sealed Lin Xian's aura. This way, he could avoid detection. However, the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul couldn't be used. This was also very dangerous for Lin Xian. After all, the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was equivalent to the Heaven Swallowing Jar. It was equivalent to half an extreme weapon. Lin Xian thought about it and said, "It's fine. As long as the opponent doesn't use an extreme weapon, I don't need to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. As for the others, it's not enough for me to use the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul." This wasn't a long-term plan. Lin Xian knew that he just wanted a chance to get out. After getting out, he would find a way to break this curse. Next, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to seal his aura. Then, he walked out. After leaving this world, Lin Xian began to wait. He waited for 5 days, but no one came. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this method was temporarily feasible. Next, he had to find a way to break it. With a wave of his hand, a black robe appeared on his body and covered his body. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. Regarding the matter of Lin Wudi and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the entire buried Emperor Star was incomparably shocked. At the same time, another matter swept out. At first, it was only in a few clans. Later on, it spread out in all directions. The first to receive the news was the Golden Crow clan. However, they weren't able to block this news. Soon, the other clans also found out. This matter didn't happen on the buried Emperor Star. Instead, it happened outside the buried Emperor Star. In the starry sky, there was a sun near the buried Emperor Star. It was abnormally terrifying. When the people who returned from the outer space passed by, they discovered that the sun had changed. There was an illusion of a palace on it. It was abnormally mysterious. Some people even tried to investigate it but were burned by the terrifying sun god flame. However, there were still experts who returned and recorded it with a formation. The illusion of the Sun Palace was transmitted back. After the Golden Crow clan obtained it, they were shocked. They discovered that it was the Sun God Palace. This shocked them. Their Golden Crow clan used to live on the sun. They devoured the sun's flames to form the Golden Crow flames. They were extremely terrifying and were revered by countless people. Apart from that, there was only one other person who could have such an ability. The legendary Great Emperor Ziyang. The Sun God Palace was very likely Great Emperor Ziyang's palace. Thinking of this possibility, they were extremely excited. Everything related to the martial monarchs was mysterious and supreme. If they could obtain it, their clans would undergo earth-shattering changes. It was even possible that a golden crow great emperor would appear. How could they not be excited? Therefore, the first thing they thought of was to block the news and then quickly move out. They headed to the Sun God Palace. However, this news wasn't obtained by their clans. Therefore, it was too late for them to block it. The other clans and sects also obtained it. Soon, someone recognized that it was the Sun God Palace. It was very likely that it was Great Emperor Xianxia's palace, heavens. Was there a great emperor's inheritance inside? Even if there wasn't, there would definitely be relics and cultivation techniques left behind by a great emperor. Perhaps they could comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Countless people went crazy. At this moment, they prepared to head to the sun. The news spread very quickly. It spread from the grand pure ancient city and swept across the Brilliance continent. Then, it swept across the entire buried emperor star. Countless people learned about it. At this moment, the eyes of the remote antiquity families and the peerless sects were all red. Soon, peerless experts headed over. However, the news came again. Those who were heading over were blocked. What was going on? Everyone was terrified. Could it be that they could only look at the Sun God Palace but not enter? Soon, they found out. This Sun God Palace was extremely mysterious. Normally, when a great sage entered, he would be burned to ashes by the flames. There was a barrier. Very soon, these experts finished their investigation. The peak of the great sage was restricted by cultivation and couldn't enter. In other words, only those below the peak of the great sage could enter. And because of the terrifying flames, an ordinary great sage would definitely die if they entered. In the end, only those in the middle of the great sage and the late of the great sage could enter. After finding out, the clan of the ancients and the great sects quickly gathered their forces. They gathered the people of these two realms. Among them, the late of the great sage was the main. They brought powerful holy weapons and prepared to go. Of course, this time they also saw it as an experience, so they also brought a group of outstanding genius disciples. In an instant, these people set off. Not only these families, the people of the emperor race also moved. Their families had produced great emperors before. They also knew how terrifying a great emperor was. They couldn't miss anything related to the great emperor. The Gu family, Yi family, Kuanping family, and Phoenix family all went. The Thousand Dragon Court also prepared to move. They sent a group of people. Most of them were still searching here. Among them, they had discussed whether Lin Xian would go or not. But they quickly rejected it. If this kid was really so daring, he was too reckless. One had to know that he had a curse on him. Thinking about it, he should be staying in some magical place and couldn't come out. Once he went out, they would immediately find out. And this magical place, they guessed that it was most likely a forbidden land of death like Mount Eternal. But they didn't know how he got in. They guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't go, so most of the dragons wouldn't go either. After all, the dragon prince had fallen. They could only vent their hatred by killing Lin Xian. They didn't care about the other treasures. When Lin Xian heard the news, he was also surprised. Sun God Palace, he didn't expect another great emperor's palace to appear. To be honest, he was very tempted. He needed the power of the earth more than the emperor race. The Hellfire Dragon was also surprised. Sun God Palace, Great Emperor Xianxia's palace? Incredible, he didn't expect it to appear at this time. Lin Xian said, "You know this emperor?" The Hellfire Dragon said that he had heard of this great emperor before. The Purple Sun Divine Flame was extremely terrifying. It was said that when he was young, he had once fought against the Golden Crow clan. He swept through the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan was on the verge of decline. Later on, he fought all over the world and became a great emperor. Brat, going there is good for you. After all, you also cultivate the 9-yang divine body. And there was another possibility. If you can find a strand of purple sun divine fire, perhaps I can use the divine power of the flame to burn away your curse. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Really, right now, this curse was giving him a huge headache. Of course it was real. If it was really the flame left behind by the great emperor, the dragon prince's curse would be nothing. Alright, let's go to the Sun Palace as well. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the outer space. In the starry sky of the universe, a sun shone brightly. From time to time, illusions of palaces would appear above it. What was even more shocking was that there were powerful beings entering the sun from time to time. They tore through the flames and arrived on the star. The sun was also a star. However, there were flames on it. It was extremely terrifying. So much so that no living beings could live here. Of course, it was not absolute. For example, the legendary golden crow lived on the sun. Other than that, there were also some extremely terrifying creatures that would appear here. The number was small, but the appearance of one was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a black-robed man descended from the sky. When he landed on the sun, the surrounding flames rushed over crazily, wanting to tear him into pieces. He let out a cold snort. The flames entered his body and disappeared without a trace. This black-robed man was Lin Xian. Others were afraid of the sun, but he felt extremely comfortable when he arrived. The flames here were invisible resources for the nine-yang divine body. Therefore, Lin Xian felt as if he was walking on flat ground here. This sun is really a good place. If I cultivate here, my nine-yang divine body will probably improve a lot. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and looked around. His eyes emitted a terrifying light. The sun was too big. He didn't know where the great emperor's palace was. It was just an illusion. It was difficult to find. Eh? Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. He sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of reincarnation. The Six Paths Itinerant, was he here too? Lin Xian had fought with the Six Paths Itinerant in the ancient city before. He was a terrifying great sage. However, he was later suppressed by him and planted an imprint on him, making him his battle servant. After that, Lin Xian had many things to do and didn't pay attention to him. He didn't expect him to come. He formed a seal with his palms and gave an order. Then, he waited with his hands behind his back. About half a day later, a figure flew over from afar. He had a terrifying aura on him. That person knelt on the ground on one knee. "Get up," Lin Xian said calmly. He nodded. "Your strength has increased a lot compared to before." The Six Paths Itinerant was very respectful. "Thanks to you, I have had a fortuitous encounter recently." If others saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. The Six Paths Itinerant, the terrifying great sage. He was an expert of the Six Paths Gate and an expert on the Saint Origin ranking. But in front of Lin Xian, he was extremely respectful. "Tell me about the situation on the sun. Are there any clues about the Sun God Palace? The sun is very big. Now, countless families and sects have arrived. However, don't worry. There is a barrier here. A peak great sage can't enter. Ordinary sages are too weak. Most of them are mid-stage great sage and great sage. Everyone is still looking for it. However, since I came earlier than the rest, I did manage to get some clues." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "Oh, bring me there." He didn't expect the Six Paths Itinerant to be able to find clues. "Young master, please follow me." The Six Paths Itinerant led the way. Then, he told Lin Xian about his previous experience. Actually, Lin Xian didn't need him to tell him. He had already used his soul imprint to find out. The Six Paths Itinerant saved a few people, and these people seemed to have found the Sun Palace by accident. After flying for about a day, the Six Paths Itinerant landed. There was a big crack in front of them, forming a small valley. There were arrays around it. They were set up by the Six Paths Itinerant. He waved his sleeve, and a passage appeared in the array. The Six Paths Itinerant invited Lin Xian in. The next moment, the array recovered, and the two entered the valley. In the valley, there were two figures. They looked very weak. They leaned against the mountain wall, and their eyes were a little dull. When they saw someone come, their nervous bodies trembled. But when they saw the Six Paths Itinerant, they were relieved. They heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior, you're finally back." Soon, they were stunned. They saw someone beside the Six Paths Itinerant. It was a person in a black robe. "Tell me what happened to you." The sixth path said in a deep voice. There were two young men in front of him. Their faces were pale and they were injured. Hearing that, one of the young men took a deep breath and said, the situation is like this. 5 days ago, a group of people from our family was searching. Gradually, we entered a valley. At first, we didn't think much of it. However, all of a sudden, terrifying flames erupted from the valley. Many demonic beasts rushed out and began to attack us crazily. Many of our family members died. It was our elders who risked their lives to escort the two of us out of here. But even so, we barely made it out alive. Those monsters chased after us. Fortunately, we met Xianxia. Otherwise, we would have been dead. Monsters? What kind of monsters were they? Lin Xian frowned. What else could live on the sun except for the golden crow? The two young men seemed to have thought of something. Their faces were filled with fear. They said in a trembling voice, crows surrounded by flames. They're too terrifying. We're also from the fire family, but our flames can't stop them. In fact, their claws could easily tear apart our defenses. Lin Xian frowned. The sixth path said, they're fire crows, sun fire crows. They're beasts of heaven and earth. They're living on the sun and have swallowed endless sun fire. That's why they're so terrifying. When I saved them, only a few of them were chasing after us. That's why I was able to save them. If there were so many sun fire crows, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I might even have died. So that was the case. Lin Xian finally understood. He looked ahead and said, do you still remember that valley? Take me there. Hearing that voice, the two young men were stunned. Because the voice was also very young. They were very surprised. In their opinion, the person who could make the sixth path so respectful should be an extremely terrifying old monster. But why did it feel like the other party was a young man? However, they soon forgot about this matter. Because the other party's words made them terrified. Go to that valley again, they quickly shook their heads. Xianxia, please spare us. It wasn't easy for us to come out alive. If we go in again, I'm afraid we'll die. Don't worry. With me here, you'll be safe. Lin Xian said faintly. He felt that the valley was very likely a clue. Therefore, he would not miss it. The two of them hesitated. Did the sixth path's face darken? Do you dare to disobey, young master? Do you believe that I won't care about you right now and bury you in the sun? The two of them were shocked. Young master, the black-robed man in front of them was indeed a young man. At the same time, they were terrified. Xianxia, please spare my life. Young master, please spare my life. We'll go. We'll lead the way, all right? Next, the two of them began to lead the way. The further they went, the more terrifying the flame aura became. The temperature of the entire void was enough to turn a saint into a bloody mist instantly. The two young men could not hold on any longer. The two of them were from the Li Fire clan and were geniuses. Previously, they had come here with the elders of the clan. They were here to gain experience. The ones who truly made a move were the elders. They didn't fear following the elders. If they had to go by themselves, they wouldn't be able to reach it. Luckily, Lin Xian and Six Paths Scattered Cultivator were here to help them defend against the flames. Only then could the two of them fly safely. After flying for about 5 days, they stopped. Vagabond Six Paths said that this was the place where I saved them. Look, there are still traces of battle around, but the corpses of the sun fire crows are gone. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light as he looked around. He nodded and said, let's keep going. The group continued forward, but Six Paths didn't know where they were going to go. He could only rely on these two young men. Finally, after flying for another 5 days, they arrived at a place. There was a valley in front of them. From the outside, it looked simple and undangerous, but the two young men did not dare to go in. Lin Xian looked at Six Paths and said, let's go in and take a look. Six Paths Scattered Cultivator's body flashed and he flew in. After entering, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Six Paths kept walking forward. Suddenly, a huge fire exploded in front of him. Then, countless fire crows appeared and attacked Six Path's pupils constricted and he punched out. Six Path's fist shattered everything. Many fire crows turned into bloody mist. However, there were too many fire crows. Six Paths was terrified. He was no match for them and quickly retreated. He left the valley. Wanting to enter the valley alone? Wasn't he overestimating himself a little too much? At that moment, a cold laugh came from afar. Then, a few people walked over. The leader was a man, and behind him were two old men and a middle-aged woman. There were not many people, but they were very calm. "Who are you?" Six Paths frowned. The two young men were indeed shocked. They were from the Skyfire race. The people in front looked at the two young men and snorted. "Who are you?" "It's the Skyfire race. You can't enter with just the few of you." The Skyfire race quickly scram. The two young men were so scared that they did not dare to speak. They were no match for the other party. The other party was from the Skyfire race. They were extremely powerful. Six Paths was angry. "You want us to leave?" "You want us to leave?" The man from the Skyfire race laughed. "I know why you're here. You're looking for the Sun Palace. Let me tell you, we do have some clues." "Oh, you know?" Lin Xian was shocked. Six Paths snorted coldly. "Since you know, tell me." "Ha ha ha ha." The man from the Skyfire race laughed. "You want to know? You don't have the right. We only sell clues to those with strength. As for the Skyfire race, you don't have the strength even if you give us 10 times the price. You're courting death." Six Paths was furious. The other party thought that they were from the Skyfire race. Unfortunately, he was not. Lin Xian was not either. Six Paths' fist punched out. It pierced through heaven and earth. The man from the Skyfire race's pupils constricted. He was originally disdainful of the Skyfire race. However, the punch was too terrifying. It was not the ultimate skill of the Skyfire race at all. "Damn it, you're not from the Skyfire race." He quickly retreated. An old man behind him walked out. He struck out with his palm. Terrifying flames shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. It collided with Six Paths' fist. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, they both took 3 steps back. The old man's arm trembled as he sucked in a cold breath. The Six Paths frowned. His fist was scorched black by the fire. It seemed that the old man was not weaker than him. If they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would win. Seeing this, the young man from the Skyfire race laughed again. "You're not from the Skyfire race, but so what? At most, you can fight against an elder. We have 2 experts on our side." The people of the Skyfire tribe were confident that they would be able to defeat the other party. "Damn it." The scattered Six Paths was enraged and his face turned cold. Lin Xian walked out and waved his hand, saying, "Let me do it." The scattered Six Paths lowered his head. "Please forgive me. I am useless." Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't worry." He walked forward and said calmly, "Lead the way and I will spare your lives." "Who are you?" The Skyfire prince frowned and stared at the other party. "Hiding your head and tail? You don't even dare to show your face?" "Buzz," he sneered. Suddenly, he saw the black-robed man raise his head and a golden light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he held his head and screamed. A strong soul power surged into his mind. It wanted to tear his soul apart. Not good. It's a soul attack. Protect the young master. The 2 elders beside him roared. At the same time, the middle-aged woman waved her hand and a flaming sword flew towards Lin Xian. With a clang, Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and flicked it. The flaming sword shattered and the woman's arm turned into pieces. She screamed as she retreated. So strong. She looked terrified. The other 2 elders also looked like they were facing a great enemy. "Who are you?" Buzz, as soon as he said that, his pupils dilated and he realized that the black-robed man had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind him. A hand grabbed his head. "I don't like nonsense. I have given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, you can go to hell. With a wave of his hand, the other party's soul was destroyed. The elder fell to the ground. Is he dead? The remaining people's pupils constricted. The other party had killed one of their elders with a single move. That's too scary. Retreat. They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave now? Two more fingers pointed forward. Demon God finger. The other elder spat out blood. His forehead was pierced and he died again. Only the Skyfire Prince and the middle-aged woman were left. The middle-aged woman said, "Don't kill us. We admit defeat. We will lead the way. Kneel down and submit." Lin Xian's expression was cold. He didn't kill them. Instead, he used an eye technique on them. Their souls were in intense pain, and they wanted to resist. Lin Xian said that those who resisted would die. The two of them didn't dare to resist, and an imprint was planted in their souls. In the next instant, the golden light disappeared from Lin Xian's eyes. The two of them lowered their heads respectfully and greeted the young master. Lead the way. Lin Xian waved his hand. The two of them stood up and led the way. Come here, said Six Paths. The two youths from the Li Fire race followed. They were dumbfounded. That black-robed man was too powerful. After all, those were two elders of the Skyfire clan. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't even withstand two moves from his opponent. Could it be that this black-robed man only had a young voice, but was actually an incomparably terrifying old monster? Their scalps went numb. At this time, the two of them felt a wave of sleepiness sweep over them, and they closed their eyes. He fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and erased a part of their memories. Then, he tore open a crack and sent the two of them away. Leave this place. Solar God Palace isn't a place you can come to. The two of them no longer had any memories of him. Lin Xian didn't kill the two of them and sent them away safely. Then, he continued to move forward. The two people from the Skyfire clan led the way. The two of them had completely submitted, so they told him everything they knew. It wasn't the first time they had led the way. They waited near the valley to lead the way for the experts. Of course, it wasn't free. They had to pay a great price. However, they met Lin Xian this time and kicked an iron plate, so they were subdued. Previously, many experts had already gone in, and they said that they didn't know the answer. They were definitely not the ones who knew the clues, so there should be more people going to Solar Divine Palace than expected. Lin Xian also knew this. After all, those who could come here were all experts, and no one was weaker than anyone else. So what if there were more people? He had to get what he wanted. Countless people were searching for Solar God Palace, but they were shocked on this day. The reason for that was because they had discovered that some extremely powerful individuals were walking over. One of them was surrounded by demonic chi as if he had walked out from hell. Heavens, it was the 9 Underworld Demon King from the Z Mansion. He was a figure from 10,000 years ago, and he actually came. There was another person who was surrounded by golden flames and had powerful wings that covered the sky. Once he appeared, the entire sun was boiling, and countless people were terrified. The people from the Golden Crow clan laughed heartily. Great, it's our Golden Crow clan's Golden Fire Saint. He is here. This time, we will definitely win. After that, a man with a battle saber on his back descended from the sky and tore everything apart. The surrounding flames of the sun were all extinguished. It was an expert from the Skyrock clan, the Skyfeather Saber Sovereign. There was another person who was surrounded by powerful flames and had the aura of a dragon. It was the Scarlet Flame Dragon Sovereign. Terrifying figures appeared on the sun one after another. Countless people were shocked. The ones who came this time were all extremely powerful saints. Who would be able to contend against them? Apart from them, the elders from the various clans and sects also arrived. They might not have titles, but their strength was not to be underestimated. After all, they had lived for countless years. Once they used their trump cards, it would be shocking. These people came and used their great abilities, which allowed them to find clues. Let's go. All of a sudden, these people set off in the direction of Solar God Palace. Lin Xian didn't know that these people were coming, but he guessed that there were many experts. At this moment, their speed was very fast. With the people from the Skyfire race leading the way, they were unobstructed. Finally, they sensed a vast and primordial aura. The power was frightening, and Six Paths took a deep breath. He could feel the immense pressure. This wasn't an ordinary flame. It was the sun god fire, the palace of a great emperor. The aura on it was enough to make him revere it. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. As expected of something left by a great emperor. The aura was shocking even from so far away. He hoped that the purple sun god fire would be able to dissolve his curse. After walking for another 3 days, the two people in front stopped. Young Master Heavenly Fire said, "Young Master, Solar God Palace is in front, but we don't dare to go over. It's too terrifying. We can't withstand it with our strength." Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. He realized that there was indeed a huge palace in front of him. Although it was still an illusion, it was much more solid. The two people were walking forward, but they couldn't stop him. Moreover, he had already controlled their souls. They wouldn't dare to lie. So, he said, "You two should stay here." He walked forward, and the two people stayed there respectfully. Six Paths thought for a long time, then gritted his teeth and followed. Finally, the illusion of a palace appeared in front of them. There was endless Tao of fire on it. Standing in front of the sun god palace, everyone seemed to be insignificant. Cold sweat dripped down the Six Paths' forehead. It was too terrifying. It was as if he was facing a ferocious beast. Taking a deep breath, the two of them walked in. The Six Paths' body was surrounded by powerful laws to block the attack. Lin Xian was very calm. Even in front of the sun god palace, he was still not afraid. The two of them walked in. After entering, they saw a vast hall. Many people were watching inside. When they heard someone coming in, the people in front suddenly turned around. Their gazes were like blades that could pierce through everything. Someone else had come. Who was it? They were facing a great enemy. After all, everyone here was their opponent. They first saw a black-robed man standing there. He had a mysterious aura on him. They frowned. Who was this person? They wanted to investigate, but they found that he seemed to be isolated from everything. They couldn't investigate. This person seemed to have a treasure on him. Soon, they looked at the great sage of the Six Paths. They knew this person. He was quite famous. Could it be that this black-robed man was from the Six Paths sect? At this moment, someone sneered. "Humph, great sage of the Six Paths, you are quite famous. But this is not a place where you can come." This person had a powerful aura. He was an elder of the Skyfire clan and was very strong. He was very strong and had reached the level of a saint. After saying that, he frowned. What was wrong with the people outside? Why did they let such a person in? Should they kill him? Some people walked over. They were all powerful people. Some people frowned. Forget it. 2 ants are not worth our time. Let them come in and investigate. What if they really found something? We can just snatch it. They were confident that they could control these 2 people. So they ignored them and began to search on their own. Lin Xian and the Six Paths also looked around. There seemed to be many passages in this hall that led to different places. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light as he carefully investigated these passages. He walked toward one of them. After entering, he found that the passage was connected to a place that looked like a garden. This can't be a medicinal field, right? Six Paths was shocked. He searched carefully. Hearing these cries of surprise, the others also rushed over, each and every one of them overjoyed. Heaven was really a medicinal field. "Get out of my way, you two!" They roared and rushed over. However, they soon began to roar. Damn it! These spirit herbs had already withered and could not be used at all. From the looks of it, it had existed for too long. These experts shook their heads and sighed. They paid no more attention to him. Lin Xian walked up and grabbed all of the withered spirit herbs. It even took some of the seeds with it. Others felt that it was a pity, but he had the sword world, so he might be able to put these things in. It could even regrow and grow again. After all, the sword world was extremely mysterious. When the other saints saw this scene, they immediately shook their heads. This brat was collecting these withered spiritual herbs. What could it be? He still wanted to let them take root and sprout again. Stop joking, none of us can do it. How could he do that? Who did he think he was? It was the reincarnation of the great emperor. These people sneered. Lin Xian remained unmoved. In the end, Lin Xian even cut off the entire medicinal field and took it away. No one stopped him during the entire process, which made him happy. A group of fools, these people actually did not know about the good stuff in front of them and even mocked him. When these spirit herbs grow, their hearts will probably bleed. After keeping the medicinal field, Lin Xian left and returned to the main hall. He was preparing to explore the other passages. The people around him also began to try. These passages might be connected to some mystical place. Heavens, what is this? What a terrifying flame. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from one of the passages. Immediately after, the saint from the heaven fire race retreated. His body was slightly charred. The others all gathered around and cried out in alarm. What had happened? The saint from the heaven fire race frowned. In the passage, there was an extremely powerful flame energy. I was forced out by him. Everyone was shocked. The might of the flames of the saint from the heaven fire race was terrifying. He was actually forced out. It was imaginable how dangerous the flames inside were. They said, "Don't be in a hurry, let's go to the other passages first." Looking at these people, they began to explore the other passages. But they realized that there were indeed good things in these passages. But they were all damaged. For example, he found a passage that led to the weapon pavilion. There were many weapons in there, which made people happy. However, as soon as one of the experts grabbed a sword, the sword was instantly reduced to ashes. Even the other weapons were shattered and scattered on the ground. Even though it was just a fragment, the light on it had disappeared. This made countless people sigh. Damn it, the weapons collected by the great emperor were so precious. If there was one, even if it wasn't an extreme weapon, it would surpass a legendary saint weapon. There was another person who found the book pavilion, which had many ancient books. He was wild with joy and wanted to take them away. But as soon as he moved, those ancient books were scattered with the wind. That expert was so heartbroken that he cried. Damn it, there were so many exceptional techniques and abilities. Could it be that they were all gone? The other passages were the same. For a moment, there was only one passage left in the main hall. That was the passage with the terrifying flames. During this process, Lin Xian and the Vagrant Six Paths also walked through it. During the whole process, the Vagrant Six Paths kept sighing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. Hellfire Dragon, how many tens of thousands of years ago was Great Emperor Ziyang? The Hellfire Dragon said, who knows, more than 100,000 years ago. Plus, this is just one of his palaces, it's normal for those things to be destroyed. Don't worry about those weapons, hurry up and see if there's purple sun godly fire. As for the others, you can at most feel the great Tao aura left behind by Great Emperor Ziyang. More than 100,000 years, maybe even longer. Those weapons and elixirs really don't exist anymore. One should know that the legendary saint weapons could be passed down because the clan of the ancients worshipped them like treasures. Many saints used their lives to protect those elixirs, and they spent a lot of effort to cultivate them. But this palace was different. In this palace, there wasn't even a single person who was more powerful. They would probably disappear with the passage of time. But the passage filled with flames made him happy. Could that flame be the purple sun godly fire? Lin Xian walked forward. The other saints in the main hall also frowned. They were discussing whether they should work together to enter the passage of flames. At this moment, they were stunned. They discovered that a figure was walking forward. Who was it that didn't know the meaning of death? Soon, they saw that it was the black-robed man. Was it that guy from the Six Path School? Did he think that he could enter alone? What a joke. These people snorted. The Vagrant Six Paths followed beside him and felt the piercing gazes on his back. But Lin Xian was very calm. After Lin Xian entered, he felt a shocking flame energy sweeping towards him. It was as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. He snorted coldly and unleashed the power of his divine body as he strode forward. At the same time, he slashed open the void with his palm. This guy can actually withstand it. How did he do it? The saint experts at the back were all shocked when they saw the scene. Damn it, follow him. If there are treasures inside, we won't let him take them all. These people quickly followed behind. Ahead. Lin Xian continued forward. Beside him, the six paths sensed the scene behind him and frowned. Young master, he's using us to pave the way. Lin Xian said that it was fine. He knew very well what the people behind him were up to. He wouldn't let them succeed. Let's go in first. After entering, there was a large hall inside. The temperature of the flames was terrifying. There were flame runes on the surrounding walls. In front of the hall, there was a pill cauldron. There was a pill fragrance coming from the pill cauldron. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he entered. There are pills? The six paths was also shocked. This faint fragrance, he took a deep breath and felt the power in his body boil. This can't be an immortal pill, right? He was shocked. The sages behind him were also shocked. Great, a person rushed over in an instant. Scram, Lin Xian punched out and shattered the void. The bright light of his fist was like the sun. Immediately, the figure was sent flying. His body was penetrated and torn into pieces. He screamed and quickly retreated. Despicable guy, you dare to hurt me? The surrounding people were also stupefied. That was a saint. He was injured by a single punch. That was too unbelievable. Who exactly was the other party? Lin Xian waved his sleeve and tore open a crack in the void to stop those people. He said loudly. You used my power to pave the way so you could reap the benefits. What a good plan. But don't you think you're too naive? Now, just stay there and watch. Whoever dares to come over, I will send them to hell, Lin Xian said coldly. The faces of the experts behind him were cold and gloomy. You alone dare to threaten all of us? Are you out of your mind? Let's kill him together. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian coldly harumphed. He pointed out a finger, which transformed into a peerless divine sword, and attacked forward. The person who spoke had his glabella shattered, and his soul was injured. He screamed and retreated. How dare you team up with others to attack me? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Kill, the power of his soul rushed out. That saint roared. You dare? He raised his head and roared. His hands opened and closed, turning into countless saber lights. Every single one of them carried an extremely powerful law as they slashed down from the sky. A great battle instantly broke out. Lin Xian was not afraid. Previously, when Lin Xian's strength increased, he was already able to contend against a saint. But later on, Lin Xian obtained the Dragon Prince's flesh, which contained supreme power. During this period of time, Lin Xian had absorbed it, and his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Regular saints were not a match for him. This person might be terrifying, but his strength was only average among the saints. At this moment, how could he be a match for Lin Xian? The battle ended quickly, and that person was smashed into pieces. His soul was pierced by the flames, and he screamed miserably in the air. He quickly fell. Everyone in the surroundings felt their blood run cold. A saint had died just like that. They didn't dare to believe it. Who exactly are you? The Six Dao sect already sent such an expert, then why don't you dare to show your true face? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and spoke coldly. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know. Get lost, or I will kill without mercy. Damn it. These people gritted their teeth. Someone transmitted a message, telling them to attack together. However, the person who transmitted the message was killed by Lin Xian. Another saint had fallen. The surrounding people were going crazy. Everyone, be careful not to transmit messages. That person's soul spirit was extremely powerful, and he was able to capture our soul spirit transmissions. Everyone's scalp went numb. Everyone had the intention to join forces, but there was no one who initiated it. They didn't dare to. No matter who initiated it, the other party would immediately kill them. This was intentionally destroying their alliance. For a moment, their faces turned ugly, and they didn't rashly make a move. But they didn't leave. At the same time, a few more figures walked out from the sun god shrine. One of them had overflowing demonic chi, and another had terrifying flames. They were all great sage monarchs. They were extremely powerful and weren't comparable to regular saints. When they arrived at the sun god shrine, they saw many tunnels and quickly searched. They quickly came back. There was nothing in those tunnels. Even if there were some things, they would be shattered due to the power of time. They couldn't be used. These experts looked forward. There were flames in that tunnel, and there was even an aura swaying. There was obviously someone. Let's go. The few of them tore the void and rushed over. Inside the alchemy cauldron, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lin Xian alone had frightened a group of experts. Those experts gritted their teeth. Damn it, don't be too arrogant. Do you want to monopolize all the immortal pills here? The 6 paths gate is too much, that's right. Do you really think we can't deal with you? These people gritted their teeth and prepared to send a signal to gather their companions and attack together. However, at this moment, the void behind them shattered, and a few figures rushed over. At the same time, there was a shocking force. Haha, there is indeed something here. It's not a wasted trip. What a fragrant aura. Could it be an immortal pill? It seems to be an immortal pill refined by a great sage. Cold light burst out from their eyes, more people had come. The expressions of the previous saints changed. They were overjoyed. This time, they could join forces with more people to fight against the black-robed man in front of them. Fellow Taoist, let's join forces. That's right, that guy in front is too hateful. Let's suppress him together. These people quickly shouted. However, the person who came in snorted coldly. Join forces? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of joining forces with me? Scram, or you will die without a burial ground. When this was said, the entire hall fell silent. The saints were stunned. Who was so arrogant? Why was he more hateful than the black-robed man? The Skyfire sage's face turned gloomy. Aren't you going overboard? He struck out with his palm, and the person behind him walked out from the passageway. Are you courting death by attacking me? Similarly, he struck out with his palm. Both of their palms were burning with flames. Under countless gazes, they collided. A deafening sound rang out as the laws of fire danced in the air. Kacha, the Skyfire sage, was sent flying. One of his arms was shattered. He fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. An ant that couldn't withstand a single blow. The figure behind him sneered. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was it? So powerful. In the next moment, they exclaimed. That was because they saw a man surrounded by flames walking out. He had a pair of golden wings on his back and a powerful and scorching aura. It was a powerhouse from the Golden Crow race. Many people were shocked. Not only that. Their scalps went numb because they realized that this was not an ordinary powerhouse from the Golden Crow race. It was a famous powerhouse from the Golden Crow race, the Golden Fire Sage. No wonder the elders of the Skyfire race were defeated. The Skyfire race was much weaker than the other party. The elder of the Skyfire race stood up and healed his broken arm. His expression was ugly. So it's fellow Taoist Golden Fire. I didn't know it was you. I've offended you. He quickly apologized and retreated to the side. I'll spare your life. If you dare to fight me again, I'll destroy your soul. The Golden Fire Sage snorted coldly. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked around. Soon, he stared at the cauldron in front of him, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He had to get the pills inside. When he saw Lin Xian and the 6 Paths' itinerant cultivator, he frowned. Get out of here, or I'll destroy your soul. The elder of the Skyfire race quickly said, Fellow Taoist Golden Fire, these two people are very arrogant and want to take the treasure for themselves. They're from the 6 Paths sect and are very strong. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The Golden Fire Sage frowned. How dare they take the treasure for themselves? So what if they're from the 6 Paths sect? They'll definitely die if they dare to fight us. Who dares to take the treasure for themselves? At this moment, another cold voice sounded. A second figure walked out of the passage. Following that was a terrifying aura. The entire hall darkened, and everyone's bodies swayed as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. What a familiar aura. The Six Paths' itinerant cultivator's face turned pale. What a terrifying demonic aura. Is it someone from the demon race? The figure who walked in was wearing black armor and had a monstrous demonic aura. He was tall like a demon god. As soon as he entered, he suppressed everyone. The powerhouses beside him exclaimed, "The Nine Nether Demon King. He's here." Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The Nine Nether Demon King, someone from the Purple Mansion. He was a powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. Back then, he had been sealed in ice, and now that he had awakened, he did not expect to be here too. The Golden Fire Saint snorted coldly. Nine Underworld's Demon King, you don't cultivate the sun flames of the purest yang, right? What are you doing here? The Nine Netherworld Demon Emperor said coldly. He was here to search for treasures and opportunities. He wanted to see if martial monarch Xianxia had left any successions behind. He didn't see the cultivation technique, but he did see the immortal pill. Another voice rang out. Everyone in the main hall was stunned. This time, they saw two figures arrive one after the other. Their auras weren't any weaker than the Nine Nether Demon Monarchs. This caused them to panic. It seemed like they had no chance. Elder Tianhua and the rest looked at Lin Xian and sneered. They had no hope, and neither did the black-robed man in front of him. Just watch, the other party will definitely die. Of the two people who came in later, one of them was surrounded by a powerful light and had a saber on his back. It was the Heavenly Feather Saber Monarch, an expert of the Heavenly Rock race. The people behind him strode forward like dragons and tigers. The flames on their bodies transformed into the shadow of a dragon as they roared towards the sky. An expert of the 10,000 Dragons Court, the Red Flame Dragon Monarch. The arrival of the four experts made the surrounding people feel despair. With the four of them here, no one else had any hope. After the Skyfeather Saber Monarch arrived, he looked ahead and exclaimed. Martial Monarch Xianxia was a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. The other things he left behind were all broken. Who would have thought that there would be an alchemy furnace here? If the alchemy furnace was complete, it would definitely be an immortal pill. After I eat it, I might be able to break through and become a peak stage great sage. This thing is mine. The Red Flame Dragon Monarch said firmly. The Golden Fire Saint frowned. You guys seem to have forgotten that the sun is the territory of the Golden Crow race. The things here naturally belong to the Golden Crow race. As the few of them discussed, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The other saints retreated to the side. They didn't have the right to speak. The Six Paths Wanderer's face was extremely ugly. He said softly, "Young master, why don't we retreat?" These people weren't ordinary saints. They were extremely terrifying. Especially the Nine Nether Demon Monarch. He was a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. His methods were extremely powerful. No worries. Lin Xian shook his head. He wouldn't leave. He was here to find the Purple Sun Divine Flame. There might be a strand of the Purple Sun Divine Flame in this alchemy furnace. He had to get it. As for the alchemy furnace, he would take it if there was one. He urgently needed power. Therefore, he turned around and looked at the alchemy furnace. The four great sage monarchs were still discussing and even arguing. Suddenly, the Golden Crow sage shouted angrily. Damn it! How dare you touch the alchemy furnace? I'll make you wish you were dead. The Skyfeather Saber Monarch also said. I think we should split the things inside equally. Alright, the four of them were afraid of each other. If they really fought, it would be hard to determine the winner in a short time. They might even get injured and let the others benefit from it. Therefore, they decided to split the things inside equally. Since they had finished discussing, the Golden Crow Sage looked forward and said coldly. People of the Six Paths sect, I'll give you one chance. Leave this place and I won't kill you. The Six Paths sect was so scared that he couldn't speak. Lin Xian looked back at them and said indifferently. The things inside are useful to me. I want them. You can leave. His calm voice was like a clap of thunder. The other party wants them. The surrounding experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would dare to say such words in front of the four great sage monarchs? Did this black-robed man have a death wish? Did he think that he could fight against the four great sage monarchs? What kind of joke was this? Those people shook their heads. The Skyfire race elder had a ferocious look on his face. Humph, this kid will definitely die. That's for sure. Not only will he die, but he will also die miserably. The Golden Fire Saint was infuriated as well. I wanted to spare your life. Since you want to die, don't blame us. The Golden Fire Saint army took a step forward, and the surrounding people also walked up. The Six Paths sect was suppressed by this force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and kept retreating. Cracks appeared on his body. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the four great sage monarchs sneered in disdain. The other party couldn't even block their aura. How dare he talk so arrogantly? Aren't we overestimating him by attacking together to kill such an ant? He doesn't have the right to make us attack together. The red flame dragon monarch snorted. The golden crow sage walked out and said in a low voice, "Why don't I kill him?" "Don't worry. One move is enough." The others nodded. They weren't surprised. In their opinion, the people in front of them couldn't fight against them. The Golden Fire Great Sage walked out and looked at Lin Xian. He said coldly, "Die. I'll kill you with one move." He stretched out his palm. Lin Xian turned around, a cold glint in his eyes. The Golden Fire Saint's face completely darkened. What did the other party mean by his tone? He couldn't tolerate that condescending tone. "Who do you think you are? Die for me." He struck out with his palm, and the vast flames turned into a golden crow that flew forward. The power of this move was terrifying, and the other saints couldn't resist it at all. They would be instantly torn into pieces. Indeed, when the surrounding experts sensed this aura, they quickly retreated. Too strong, they couldn't resist the other party's palm. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian, shook their heads, and sighed. He definitely couldn't block it. Golden Crow Race? Courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. Naturally, he could feel the powerful auras of these people. It was far beyond the saints from before. But so what? The current him wasn't the same strength as before. After absorbing the power of the Dragon Prince, his strength was much stronger than before. Moreover, the things in the pill furnace were indeed very important to him. So no matter how dangerous it was, he wouldn't back down. Boom, Lin Xian punched out. The Six Paths fist was incomparably vast, turning into 6 world phantoms. It flew and charged towards the flaming palm. With a clang, an earth-shaking sound rang out. Endless flames danced, piercing through the void, and the Six Paths fist was burned. That kid was definitely going to die. The surrounding people sneered. But soon, their smiles froze. Although the Six Paths fist was burning, its power didn't weaken. Instead, the surrounding 6 world phantoms erupted with power, tearing the Golden Crow image into pieces and directly suppressing it. Heavens, what did I just see? He had actually managed to block this attack. This guy's strength was so strong, could it be that he was also a great sage lord? They exclaimed. Lin Xian sneered, the Golden Crow race was only SOSO, how could they have the qualifications to say such words? If you only have this much strength, I advise you to scram. You're courting death. The Golden Fire Saint's face was cold. The other party could block his palm? It was truly out of his expectations. However, the other party didn't have the qualifications to challenge him. Wings of the Sun. A pair of wings on his back flew up and swept down with the power of the sun. This was also a powerful and peerless divine ability. The power of this palm strike was much more terrifying than the previous one. It was clear that he had only attacked casually before. Now, he was angry and was going to be serious. Not good, the 6th Tao cultivator exclaimed, young master, dodge. However, it was already too late. 2 wings of the sun soared and arrived in front of Lin Xian, slashing down mercilessly. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. The surrounding people laughed again. This time, it was time for him to die. That's for sure. Can't you see that he's already scared out of his wits and can't dodge at all, unable to dodge? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't need to hide, he stretched out his hands and grabbed at the wings of the sun in front of him. Is this guy crazy? Is he trying to grab this weapon with his bare hands? He would be burned to ashes. What a fool. The surrounding experts sneered. The Golden Fire Saint was even more disdainful. The other party was too stupid. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the front as endless flames engulfed everything. That pair of hands, however, were like boulders, grabbing the wings of the sun. How is this possible? How did he do it? What kind of physique is this? Is he still human? The surrounding people were stunned. The Golden Fire Saint's pupils constricted. The other three great sage lords also frowned. This person's physique wasn't ordinary. Could it be that he cultivated the six paths body? It seemed like this was a difficult opponent. Lin Xian grabbed the wings of the sun with his bare hands and said coldly. The Golden Crow race was only SOSO. This was the same as before, and it was the second time he said it. The Golden Fire Saint's face was burning. He couldn't stand being slapped in the face twice. Kid, go to hell, he rushed over like a fire god descending. One punch was enough to destroy everything. Scram, Lin Xian shouted angrily. He held the wings of the sun and slashed back. There was a vast power on it as it collided with the opponent's fist. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the Golden Fire Saint was sent flying. His palm split open and white bones could be seen. He was actually at a disadvantage. Damn it, he couldn't imagine. He was a powerful saint, and he was extremely powerful. Even if the other great sages worked together, they wouldn't be able to beat him. But now, a black-robed man actually forced him to retreat. Who was the opponent? Was he a nobody? Despicable thing. You have completely infuriated me. No matter who you are, I won't let you off. The Golden Fire Saint kept forming seals as his entire body was burning. A mysterious rune appeared on his physique. In the next moment, an even more terrifying flame power burst out. Everyone retreated in fear. Elder Tianhua even exclaimed. Golden Fire Body, this was a very terrifying flame physique. The Golden Fire Saint's name came from this. This kind of physique possessed a powerful flame energy, as well as an indestructible strength. It could be said to be abnormally terrifying. At this moment, it was fully unleashed and engulfed everything. Lin Xian was also surprised. Oh, an extremely powerful physique. It seemed like these people were indeed strong and weren't comparable to ordinary great sages. If he didn't absorb the Dragon Prince's power previously, he wouldn't be able to withstand it with his own strength. But now? It was different. The dragon blood in Lin Xian's body was boiling. He had only absorbed 1/3 of the Dragon Prince's flesh and blood at most. But it was enough to cause an earth-shattering change. His dragon blood was even more terrifying than before. His physique was also valiant. With a raise of his hand, he could destroy the world. Now, it was time to show his true power. Boom, in the next moment, the opponent's Golden Fire Body rushed over and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out with the Six Dao Fist. The Six Dao Fist was extremely profound and had the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian used all his strength. The Six Dao Fist turned into 6 illusory worlds that surrounded them. What is this? Such a terrifying power of reincarnation. Who is this guy? Could it be that the sect master of the Six Dao Gate came personally? They were shocked. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying power of reincarnation. The Golden Fire Saint shuttled through the 6 worlds and attacked Lin Xian. Go to hell. He punched at Lin Xian and realized that Lin Xian didn't dodge. He was overjoyed. After activating his bloodline, how could Lin Xian fight against him? But when he exchanged blows with Lin Xian, his arm went numb from the impact. What's up with his physique? He didn't manage to break through it. Could it be that Lin Xian also has a super strong physique? Damn it. Six Dao Body? He roared crazily. Boom, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden radiance. The reincarnation mountain appeared. It emitted a vast power of reincarnation. The illusory worlds of the 6 worlds were even more terrifying. They kept spinning. It seemed like they were really going to suppress Lin Xian. Oh no. The faces of the spectators changed. Is the power of reincarnation really going to send the green fire saint into the sixth Tao reincarnation? The experts from before felt their scalps go numb. Luckily, they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a terrible state. The three great sage lords frowned. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. It seemed like the golden fire saint couldn't take him down. We don't want to waste time. The blazing flame dragon god walked out. As an expert of the 10,000 dragon court, he was in a bad mood. The dragon prince had been killed and they hadn't caught a single enemy. So, he just wanted to end this quickly and get the treasure. Then, he would go back and continue to kill those enemies. He didn't care about fairness anymore. He stepped forward and walked forward. Was the blazing flame dragon god going to attack? The others also exclaimed in surprise. The 9 underworld demon king and the others frowned but didn't say anything. They didn't want to waste time either. But the 6 paths cultivator said that they were all powerful saints. Did he want to fight 2 against 1? Wasn't he embarrassed? You don't have the right to teach me a lesson. The blazing flame dragon god scoffed. A sharp light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the 6 paths cultivator. The 6 paths cultivator spat out blood and flew back. 2 bloody holes appeared on his body. In an instant, he was heavily injured. Too strong. He couldn't even block one look. Could young master block it? He started to worry for Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his reincarnation power and the 6 paths fist to block the blazing flame dragon god's golden fire body. However, this time, he frowned because he discovered that there was another extremely terrifying aura in front of him that was charging toward him. It wasn't any weaker than the golden fire saint. It also had a strong dragon Dao aura. With a loud explosion, the 6 worlds were torn apart and he was forced back. He took 3 steps back, his face pale. The golden fire saint heaved a sigh of relief. He looked to the side. You're here too. Let's work together to kill him. As an expert, he didn't want to work together, but he was really annoyed. Not being able to take down Lin Xian made him lose face. Another one? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the people of the 10,000 dragon court. So what? I'll take all of you today. A crackling sound came from his body. The 10,000 dragon court still had the mood to come here to hunt for treasures. Your prince is dead. Aren't you going to go back and cry? Damn it, you're asking to die. The blazing flame dragon god roared. This was a pain in their hearts. He roared angrily and charged over. The monstrous flames transformed into a fire dragon, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it charged forward. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted and executed the 6 path fist. The 6 worlds sealed the fire dragons separately, suppressing them with reincarnation. Me too. The golden fire saint attacked from the side. The 2 experts attacked together, besieging Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian was in an extremely dangerous situation. This time, that brat was really dead. The surrounding people sneered again. Lin Xian indeed felt a great sense of crisis. He was being suppressed for a moment. Brat, what are you going to use to fight us? The red flame dragon monarch laughed viciously and attacked madly. Every punch could destroy the universe and starry sky. Lin Xian was beaten to the point where his qi and blood roiled and he spat out blood. He was infuriated. He hadn't intended to reveal his identity. After all, his 9 yang divine body, the laws of yin and yang, and the demon emperor's ancient scriptures were too eye-catching. Once he used it, he would be discovered by others and recognized immediately. But now, he couldn't care less. He would use his strongest technique to obtain the pill furnace and then leave. Lin Xian roared angrily. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? With a cold shout, the power in his body erupted. Behind him, countless dragon shadows condensed. Terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, terrifying sword dragon, monstrous fire dragon. It was as if 10,000 dragons had awakened and stood above the 9 heavens. This power directly forced the red flame dragon monarch back. His qi and blood roiled. How was this possible? You're from the dragons? Who are you? The surrounding people were also stunned. Wasn't the other party from the Six Path sect? How could he use the dragon's shadows? For a moment, they were all stunned. Lin Xian took advantage of this moment to turn around and slap the furnace. How dare you? Countless people shouted angrily. The four great saints all made their moves at this moment, causing the furnace to shake and the lid to open. Monstrous flame swept out and a pill hovered in the air. The pill was as big as a walnut. Endless light and a great Tao interweaved on it. It was exceptionally mysterious. After eating the pill refined by the great emperor, they would benefit greatly. Kill, they charged over crazily. However, terrifying flames were sweeping out from the furnace. In an instant, it enveloped the entire pill refinement hall. Lin Xian quickly retreated, grabbed the Six Path sect's loose cultivator, and threw him out. Run, young master! The Six Path sect's loose cultivator exclaimed. However, he received an order in his mind and did not dare to resist. He quickly ran away. The others did not run away. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the pill in front of them. Although the four great sage monarchs were here, they might still have a chance. Because they could see that the four great sage monarchs were not united. As expected, the red flame dragon monarch grabbed the pill. It's mine. The golden fire great sage snorted. How dare you? Behind him, the Skyfeather Saber Lord also said. Didn't we agree to split it evenly? Behind him, he unsheathed his saber and slashed forward. Split it evenly? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The Golden Crow Great Sage snorted. Scram, or don't blame me for being impolite. The 9 underworld's demon monarchs' killing intent swept over. How are you going to be impolite? The 4 of them fought and attacked each other. For a moment, they forgot about Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood outside the battlefield. Golden light flickered in his eyes. He was also extremely jealous of the pill. However, he knew that if he wanted to take the pill, he would be hunted down by the 4 great sage monarchs. It was not wise for him to do so. Moreover, he had a feeling that the pill was very dangerous, but he could not explain it clearly. It was better to take a look at the other flames first. He activated his eye technique and discovered that there was indeed a wisp of flame in the cauldron that kept jumping. The flames in the sky were all condensed from that wisp of flame. What a terrifying aura! Although it was only a wisp, it contained shocking power. That should be the purple sun divine fire, right? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had to get that. In the next moment, he rushed over. Damn it, how dare you! The golden fire great sage roared. Scram! Lin Xian swung the six-path fist and forced the other party to retreat. Stay! The Skyfeather Saber Lord also roared. Wherever the saber went, everything would be destroyed. Lin Xian slashed back, and the saber and sword collided. The Skyfeather Saber Lord's arm went numb from the impact, and his pupils constricted. Who are you? Was his opponent's sword chi also so sharp? Then, the 9 underworld's demon monarch also charged over. Demonic chi filled the sky. 9 underworld's palm, he struck out with his palm, covering heaven and earth. The surrounding people almost fainted. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Demon God's seal, the demonic chi seemed to be even more terrifying than the 9 underworld's demon monarchs. At this moment, the other party had transformed into a demon god. With a clang, the 9 underworld's demonic palm was blocked. The 9 underworld's demon monarch's blood boiled, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. You're from the demon race, the surrounding people went crazy. Who is this person? Powerful reincarnation power, terrifying sword chi, terrifying demonic chi, and the aura of dragons, could it be? They had a guess about the black-robed man's identity. But they were not sure. It couldn't be him. It was impossible, he was being chased by the Thousand Dragon Court. How could he dare to appear here? They shook their heads. Lin Xian didn't care. After exchanging blows with the 3 saints, he turned his hand and slashed out with his sword. The flames that filled the sky swayed, and the elixir exploded with resplendent light. It was as if it had turned into a sun, shining in all directions. Everyone closed their eyes. It was too terrifying. What kind of pill was that? The pill shot up into the sky and danced in the air. The surrounding people attacked crazily. Lin Xian grabbed the cauldron and put it away. How dare you? The red flame dragon deity roared. He could feel the powerful flame energy in the cauldron. If they could absorb it, it would definitely allow their fire laws to rise to the next level. The golden fire great sage roared. Stay, the two of them charged forward again. Lin Xian snorted. This time, he did not hold back. He had gotten what he wanted. There was no need to hold back. He took out the Hellfire Dragon Sword and the Great Destruction Spear and sent the two flying. This time, their bodies were shattered and they spat out blood. Legendary sacred weapons, damn it. You have two of them, the red flame dragon deity roared. Lin Wudy. You are Lin Wudy. Now, he could finally confirm that it was him. The surrounding people were shocked. The 9 Underworlds Demon King frowned. You dare to appear here? The red flame dragon deity roared. Kill him. Let's kill him together. That's right. Let's do it. The golden fire great sage's eyes lit up. The pill was good, but Lin Xian's treasures were better. He had the emperor's ancient scripture. Even the golden fire great sage wanted the 9 yang divine body. The 9 Underworlds Demon King's eyes lit up. Hand over the emperor's ancient scripture and I will spare your life. The emperor's ancient scripture was related to demons. He needed it badly. Lin Xian sneered. You? Do you have the right? If you don't want to die, then leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Lin Xian took a step forward, scaring the surrounding people into retreating. Even the third great sage was shocked. There was no other way. Although the person in front of him was young, the things he had done were extremely terrifying. Even an imperial prince had died at the hands of the other party. Who would dare be careless? This guy wouldn't have brought an extreme weapon with him, right? Could he be plotting something? Are there 3 other extreme grade weapons next to it? The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The Crimson Flame Dragon Monarch was also frightened. However, his eyes soon shone with a cold light. Impossible, we kept an eye on those people, and none of them left. This kid's extreme Dao weapon was in the Dragon Sea. He doesn't have the heaven-devouring jar on him. Let's see how he dies this time. Wang, as soon as he finished speaking, he screamed and retreated. Lin Xian used the demon shadow to attack his opponent. The other party's soul was severely injured. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Lin Xian attacked crazily. The demon god seal, the demon god finger, and the 6 paths fist attacked crazily. A powerful demon shadow appeared. The Crimson Flame Dragon Monarch's body was shattered. He retreated frantically. Kill him together. He roared. The 9 Nether Demon Monarch turned around and grabbed the divine pill. Lin Wudy has a grudge against you, but it has nothing to do with me. I only want the divine pill. The Heavenly Feather Saber Lord of the Heavenly Rock race. He ignored him and charged over. The two of them chased. The divine pill broke through the void and flew out of the pill refinement hall. It even flew out of Sun God Palace. For a moment, endless light erupted. The aura of the pill fragrance swept in all directions. At this moment, the people on the sun were all alarmed. They looked up at the sky. What was the sky? It was a pill that flew out of Sun God Palace. A pill. Could it be refined by the great emperor? Look, there are 2 great sage monarchs following. Let's hurry up and snatch the immortal pill. These people had all gone crazy, covering the sky and covering the earth as they chased after him. A great battle erupted. Dao Lord Heavenly Feather and the 9 Nether Demon Monarch were fighting. After all, the 9 Nether Demon Monarch was a figure from 10,000 years ago. He was very strong. He summoned the 9 Nether Gate and forced the Heavenly Feather Saber Lord to retreat. The Heavenly Feather Saber Lord summoned the experts of the Heavenly Rock race to support him. The people of the Purple Mansion also came. There were more ancient families and peerless sects around them. They had been fighting. However, the sun-like pill was too terrifying. It left the sun and flew into the depths of the universe. These people followed it. A great battle broke out in the universe. At the same time, there were still some people left in the pill refinement hall. The blazing flame dragon monarch didn't leave. He stared at Lin Xian. The Golden Fire Sage didn't leave either. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to kill Lin Xian and obtain the Great Emperor's ancient scripture. The Crimson Flame Dragon Monarch gritted his teeth. Taoist Golden Crow, help me stop him. I'm going to use a secret technique. This secret technique is very powerful, but it will take some time. Don't worry, after I suppress him, I'll give you a share of the 9-yang divine body and the Great Emperor's ancient scripture. Really? That's great. The Golden Fire Sage's eyes shone with a sharp light. The Scarlet Flame Sage looked at the people around him. You guys go too. When the time comes, I'll give each of you a Great Emperor's mystique. The eyes of the people around him also turned red. Although it wasn't a complete ancient scripture, as long as they could learn a powerful mystique, it would be a shocking fortune for them. These people's eyes also turned red as they surrounded Lin Xian. Among them were the elders of the Sky Fire race and 7 other experts. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. Lin Xian could be said to be very dangerous. The Scarlet Flame Sage retreated and kept forming seals with his hands. He didn't use any secret technique at all. Instead, he quickly contacted the 10,000 Dragon Court. As an expert of the 10,000 Dragon Court, he knew very well how difficult it was to kill Lin Xian. If he wanted to kill Lin Xian, he had to use an extreme weapon. His previous actions were just to buy him time. At this moment, he was trying his best to communicate with his family. Buried Emperor Star. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were still searching around. Suddenly, they received news. An ancestor's eyes shone with a shocking light. They had found Lin Wudi's whereabouts. As soon as he said this, the other experts also flew over. Where is he? Who found him? The Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord found him in the Sun Palace above the sun. What? That guy is too daring. Is he looking down on us? We're chasing him everywhere, but he still dares to go to the Sun God Palace to search for treasures. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were so angry that they vomited blood. What should we do? These people discussed. An old ancestor said. Men, what about the other extreme weapons? What do you think? Where is the heaven-devouring jar? The others reported back to the ancestor. There was no movement. The heaven-devouring jar was still in the Black Sea. What? Is that true? Lin Xian didn't call anyone and went alone. He was courting death. The eyes of those ancestors erupted with a cold light. Without the heaven-devouring jar, he only has the great dragon sword soul, but I think he doesn't have enough strength to fully recover. Even if he does, how many times can he recover? Kill him. Use all your strength. Fully recover the 10,000 dragons diagram. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty quickly gave the order and countless resources gathered. They went all out to revive the 10,000 Dragon diagram. 10,000 dragons roared and swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, they flew high into the sky and the entire buried Emperor Star sensed it. They looked up at the sky and saw countless dragon phantoms galloping in the sky. They were shocked. Heavens, it was the 10,000 Dragon diagram. The apex weapon was fully revived. At this moment, countless living beings prostrated on the ground. They didn't dare to believe it. Had the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gone crazy? Who were they? Attacking this time, the people from the Tao sect and Divine Union were terrified. Were they targeting them? These people were facing a great enemy. On the other side, on the Demon Emperor Mountain, Yen Ryu and Monkey were also shocked. They had also revived their Emperor weapons and activated their apex weapons. The Phoenix Clan. Morong Qingqing's expression changed and she quickly summoned the Desolate Tower. The other Emperor clans, such as the Yi clan and the Gu clan, did the same. They used their apex weapons to defend. Those who didn't have their apex weapons activated their Peerless Array. This was because no one knew what the other party was trying to do. In their opinion, it should be Lin Xian or someone related to Lin Xian. However, they were soon stunned because they discovered that the 10,000 Dragon diagram had fully revived. It was attacking the Outer Realm. What was going on? Were there experts in the Outer Realm? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand. The 10,000 Dragon diagram's full power attack flew towards the Outer Realm and towards the sun. At this moment, flames swept across the sun. Previously, many people had already left. Because of the appearance of an emperor immortal pill, countless experts had gone to search for it. They had already left the sun. However, there were still some people who stayed here and had their eyes on Sun God Palace. However, at this moment, they discovered that countless dragon phantoms were rushing over. The aura they carried made them despair. No. These powerful sages couldn't hold on at all. They all prostrated on the ground. Some great sages roared crazily. Apex weapons, damn it, who brought apex weapons here? Were they crazy? They didn't know that they didn't even have the chance to escape under such power. They could only pray in their hearts. The people in Sun God Palace also felt it. Among them, the Golden Fire Sage's face changed. Damn it, why does he have an extreme Dao aura? The remaining people in the Elixir Hall went crazy. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. 10,000 Dragons diagram, damn it, it's you. The Golden Fire Saint turned around and looked at the Red Flame Dragon army. You lied to us, how dare you use the Myriad Dragons diagram? The Crimson Flame Dragon Monarch's light dimmed. He took out a scroll and crushed it. Endless void power enveloped him. Lin Wuti, go to hell, boom, in the next instant, he disappeared. No. The Golden Fire Saint and the other experts had also gone crazy. Run quickly. The abominable dragon race. They now understood why the Flaming Dragon army had joined hands with them. He didn't want to share the treasures with them, but wanted them to pin down Lin Xian. That way, the other party could report the news to the family. Today's extreme weapons were the best proof. At this moment, they no longer cared about the martial monarch's ancient scriptures. All of them fled in a frenzy. His speed was extremely fast. Damn it. Lin Xian's face was cold. He knew that these people were dead meat. No one could escape. He knew the extreme weapons best, especially those that had fully awakened. To be honest, he didn't expect it either. He originally thought that even if he revealed his identity, it would take a long time for the Thousand Dragon Empire to kill him. But he didn't expect the Crimson Flame Dragon Monarch to have such a treasure. To be able to lock his position in an instant. To be able to escape in an instant. It seemed that in order to kill him, every expert of the Thousand Dragon Empire had many trump cards. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul couldn't block the fully awakened power of the monarch weapon. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and entered the sword world. The moment the sword world opened, the Hellfire Dragon also flew over. What a terrifying aura outside. Is it an extreme weapon? Lin Xian nodded. Would this world be able to withstand it? The Hellfire Dragon's expression changed. This world is fine, but you can't. The world can be preserved, but your body will be destroyed. Let's see if there are any other treasures in the Sun God Shrine. Lin Xian said that there was only one furnace, and there was a strand of God fire inside. The Hellfire Dragon said after seeing it. Quick, hide in the furnace first. Then enter the sword world. Will it work? Lin Xian shook his head. Unless it was an extreme weapon, it would be hard to block it. There was no time to explain. Let's try it. I feel that this furnace is very magical. Would a great emperor use an ordinary pill furnace to refine pills? It was very likely that he made it himself. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian took a deep breath, entered the furnace, and closed it. Then he entered the sword world. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless cracks appeared on the sun. Those who were still in the sun instantly turned into a bloody mist. No matter if you were in the Great Sage middle stage or the Great Sage late stage, you wouldn't be able to block it. The people inside the Solar Divine Palace had originally wanted to escape from this attack. But when they saw this scene, they ran back frantically. Quickly enter the Divine Palace. This was the Great Emperor's palace. Perhaps it could block it. The Golden Fire Saint and the elders of the Skyfire clan all ran back. They found a corner to hide in. The Sun Palace was naturally attacked by the extreme weapon. Endless flames appeared on it, sweeping through the 9 heavens. This was the palace built by the Great Emperor, and it had mysterious power. At this moment, the sun was already broken into pieces. But the palace still existed. After all, it was the full recovery of the extreme weapon. This divine palace was only one of the great emperor's palaces, so cracks appeared on it. Some places collapsed. The extreme weapon's power came in. The Skyfire Elder and the others screamed and turned into a bloody mist. They no longer existed. No, the Golden Crow Saint roared crazily. His eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to escape, but in the next moment, he was also swallowed by the extreme weapon's aura. His body was broken into pieces. He died unwillingly. The remaining people all died. Even the Sun Palace couldn't protect them. The Sun Palace kept shattering. Many places were already broken into pieces. The extreme weapon's power swept in all directions. Soon, it rushed into the pill refining hall. With a clang, the dragon's phantom hit the cauldron. The cauldron was sent flying. The flames on it dimmed, but it didn't break. Just as the Hellfire Dragon said, this cauldron was called the Purple Sun Divine Cauldron. It was a cauldron personally made by the great Emperor Ziyang for pill refining. Although it wasn't an extreme weapon, it was far superior to a sacred weapon. At this moment, under the extreme weapon's power, it actually blocked it. But this time, it wasn't an extreme weapon's power. More extreme weapons' power rushed in. The array and divine fire in the Sun God Shrine resisted with all their might. It consumed some extreme weapons' power. Boom, boom. The sun kept shattering, and the Sun God Palace kept rumbling. It was torn apart. The Purple Sun Divine Furnace inside was violently impacted. Under the endless extreme power, the Divine Furnace also started to cave in, and many parts of it became unrecognizable. However, no one knew what material this divine furnace was made of. Even though many parts of it were caved in, there were no cracks. Lin Xian's blood was also boiling. Although he entered the sword world and could avoid most of the power, this sword world was very powerful. But this sword world was very mysterious. The sword world existed in his body. Therefore, he was different from the Hellfire Dragon and the others. He couldn't completely avoid it. This was also why the Hellfire Dragon let him enter the Purple Sun Divine Furnace. At this moment, Lin Xian was vomiting blood, and many cracks appeared on the Nine-Yang Divine Body. The Hellfire Dragon and the 4 spirit beasts were all nervous. "Kid, are you okay?" the Hellfire Dragon said. "Sit on the Spring of Life." Lin Xian quickly sat on the Spring of Life, and a powerful life force enveloped him. Those cracks were quickly repaired. Lin Xian roared crazily. This pain was even more terrifying than his heavenly tribulation. However, the Hellfire Dragon laughed. "Kid, you're really lucky." The 4 spirit beasts said, "Is he okay?" The Hellfire Dragon said, "Should be fine." Think about it, no matter how strong a person is, when faced with an extreme weapon, his soul would be instantly destroyed. Have you ever seen a body like this that kept breaking and recovering? This meant that the furnace outside blocked most of the extreme aura. Hearing this, the 4 spirit beasts laughed. They could finally be at ease. Although Lin Xian's miserable cry came from the sword world, his life wasn't in danger. The extreme aura between heaven and earth slowly disappeared, and many dents appeared on the Purple Sun Divine Furnace. However, it didn't break in the ruins. In the universe, countless people were shocked. They looked into the distance. There, flames soared into the sky, and the entire universe was illuminated. Heavens! What happened? Look, millions of dragon shadows, each of them hundreds of thousands of meters long, swept across heaven and earth. It covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire sun. The heavenly feather blade monarch's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, this is an extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, what?" The others also exclaimed. 10,000 dragons court, did they attack with an extreme weapon? Could the solar energy be blocked? The 9 netherworld demon monarch and the others said. It was all thanks to that immortal pill that they managed to escape. At that moment, all of them were rapidly chasing after him. No one had been able to get their hands on the great Emperor Immortal Pill. But now, they were rejoicing. If they had not chased after him and stayed on the sun, he would have died long ago. Damn it. Some of the clans and sects roared madly. Back then, they had sent a portion of their people to chase after him, while the rest remained on the sun. Didn't that mean they were all dead? However, no one dared to return. While these people were sighing, the people of the buried Emperor Star were stunned. What exactly was the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court attacking? They still don't know. The ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty looked into the sky. Was this enough? At this moment, a figure appeared before them. It was the Crimson Flame Dragon Monarch. What do you think? The Red Flame Dragon Monarch asked. He had fully recovered, but the specific situation was unknown. Where was that Lin Wudi? The Red Flame Dragon Monarch said that it was in the Sun Palace, which was the Emperor's palace. When the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's old ancestor heard this, his face turned cold. Launch a second attack. Old ancestor, once should be enough, right? The surrounding elders said. That's right, to fully recover once, even for our emperor race, the consumption is too great. We can't afford it. The elders gritted their teeth. However, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's old ancestor said that the emperor's palace could block a portion of it. Moreover, that kid had the great dragon sword soul, so who knew if he could survive? If he fully recovered once more, no matter how many trump cards he had, he would definitely die. Don't worry, after this recovery, we won't use the 10,000 dragon diagram for a long time. The old ancestors also knew that they had used up a lot of their clan's resources over the years. They had to rest to replenish their resources. This was the last time they would go all out. Alright, we got it, those elders. They took out endless resources to activate the second full recovery of the 10,000 dragons. The light of the 10,000 dragons in the sky slowly disappeared. But at this moment, it suddenly exploded and swept through the 9 heavens. The clans and sects on the buried Emperor Star went crazy. Heavens, the 10,000 dragon diagram fully recovered for the second time, and this attack was aimed at the outer region. Could it be that the other party was attacking the Sun God Palace? One had to know that something big had happened in the outer region. Only the Purple Sunland Sun God Palace could do it. Perhaps the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty wanted to obtain the things inside the Sun God Palace. However, there were also people who thought that it was a joke. Even if they wanted to obtain it, they shouldn't have fully recovered. Under this attack, all treasures would vanish. They couldn't understand. In the outer region, the 9 Nether Demon Monarch, Heavenly Feather Saber Monarch, and other experts were still fighting for the Emperor's immortal pill. Suddenly, endless dragon roars sounded. 10,000 dragon shadows swept through the world once more. Everyone's blood boiled, and some people directly knelt on the ground in fear. Heavens, the extreme Dao weapon has recovered again. Is it attacking us? No, it's attacking the sun. What was on the sun that made the nest of 10,000 dragons so crazy? Even if you want the Sun God Palace, you don't have to do this, right? The shattered sun was attacked a second time and shattered into countless dust particles. The Sun God Palace was also completely shattered and could no longer hold on. In the ruins of the Sun God Palace, there were even more dents on the purple sun divine furnace. This time, it completely changed shape. As if it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. In the sword world, Lin Xian was no longer roaring crazily. The cracks on his body were also slowly disappearing. The Hellfire Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the power of the extreme Dao weapon outside had disappeared. But suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He spat out a mouthful of blood. With a cracking sound, his body was torn into pieces, and an endless amount of golden dragon blood splattered between heaven and earth. What was going on? The Sun Spirit Beast roared crazily. Even the Hellfire Dragon was stunned. This shouldn't be. With the spring of life, how could his body shatter? Could it be? Damn it, this was the second extreme Dao attack. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was really vicious. This time, it was going to be difficult. He waved his dragon claw and sealed the sky full of golden saint blood. Then, he waved his hand and those life gods all exploded, quickly providing power. Protecting Lin Xian's heart. Kid, it's up to you now. Even if that pill furnace could block the attack of the extreme Dao weapon once, it probably wouldn't be able to block the second attack. It was up to the heavens. After doing this, the Hellfire Dragon retreated to the side. The 4 spirit beasts were extremely nervous. Were they going to die? In the universe, the sun had already disappeared. The light between heaven and earth dimmed. The phantoms of the 10,000 dragons also slowly weakened, but there was still some power left. That place would probably become a land of death. It would no longer exist. It was over. 9 Underworld's Demon Monarch, Skyfeather Blade Lord, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. The others also stood up. They looked at the Emperor Immortal Pill. They had to act quickly. If they were targeted by the 10,000 Dragons Court again, they would all die. They prepared to use their ultimate techniques. However, the pill shone brightly and suddenly spun and charged back. Not good, quickly stop it. 9 Underworld's Demon Monarch roared and unleashed the 9 Underworld's gate to seal heaven and earth. Sky Universe Blade Lord also unleashed a galaxy of blade light that shattered heaven and earth. However, it was useless. The pill tore everything apart and flew into the distance. Chase, these people chased crazily and soon stopped. Damn it, they didn't dare to go anymore. That was because the medicinal pill was flying back toward the sun. The sun was filled with extreme Tao energy. No matter how strong they were, they didn't dare to go there. Damn the pill, was it crazy? Why did it have to go back? He came from Sun God Palace. Sun God Palace was destroyed. Was he going to be buried with it? Countless crazy roars sounded. The 2 great sage lords also had ugly expressions. Let's go. 9 Underworld's Demon Monarch was very decisive. The current situation was too strange. He couldn't interfere anymore. Skyfeather Tao Lord struggled and soon turned to leave. The others also fled. It was better to return to their families and figure out what was going on. Buried Emperor Star. At this moment, it became a little dim. The sun had shattered and the surroundings fell into darkness, turning into night. The living beings on the buried Emperor Star were terrified. They felt a monstrous aura in the outer space that seemed to want to destroy the world. However, the remote antiquity families and great sects were frowning. What was the 10,000 Dragons Court doing? At this moment, a group of people who were alive in the outer space returned to their families. Patriarch, what happened? Why did the 10,000 Dragons Court attack the sun? That's right, are they crazy? When the 2 sides met and told each other what they knew, they were stunned. From the looks of it, the 10,000 Dragon Court had indeed attacked the Sun God Palace. According to the people who had returned, the Sun God Palace inside the Sun God Palace had probably ceased to exist. As for the Tianping race, the Violet Palace sex people were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, did the immortal pill also disappear? You're saying that a pill flew out and then flew back. At this moment, everyone knew why the 9 Nether Demon Monarch and the others were still alive. It wasn't that these people could block the extreme grade weapon, but that they were lucky enough to dodge it. The clan leader of the Tianping race sighed. You are really lucky. As for the matter of the Great Emperor Pill, don't think about it anymore. By the time he returned, he would have already been reduced to ashes. Besides, even if it was in perfect condition, we wouldn't be able to enter with our strength. Only those monarch clans had such qualifications. If he wanted to go to the sun now, it would be useless unless he had a monarch weapon. Hearing the news from these people, the entire buried Emperor Star was shocked. After the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people received the news, they laughed loudly. It was to the extent where they personally sent people over to take a look, and they discovered that it really was the case. That place was split into pieces, and everything no longer existed. The old ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty coldly snorted and announced to the world that Lin Wudi was dead. He told the others to wait. You dare to go against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and kill our prince? This is your fate, we won't let a single one of you off. When this news spread out, the people of the buried Emperor Star were all stunned. Lin Wudi was dead? When? Wait, could it be that Lin Wudi was at Sun God Palace? They thought of a possibility and quickly confirmed that Lin Wudi had gone to Sun God Palace. Now, they finally understood why the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had attacked Sun God Palace without caring about anything else. So it was to kill Lin Wudi. Damn it, the people of our family were actually buried with Lin Wudi. The people of the Golden Crow race gritted their teeth. The other ancient families and peerless sects were also roaring. This was because half of the people they sent didn't return. These were all top experts. How could they not feel heartache when they saw them die just like that? Some people were puzzled. Lin Wuti was so strong. How could he die? He had a lot of trump cards in his hands. What? The Divine Union shook their heads. Impossible. Boss Lin definitely wouldn't die, Yi Wudao and the others also frowned. That kid should be fine, right? Monkey and Yan Ryu also frowned. However, the dragon race of the Black Sea roared. Damn it, the dark red dragon's eyes turned red. He had Lin Xian's soul jade token in his hand. However, cracks had already appeared on the soul jade tablet. What did this mean? Was Lin Xian dead? Damn it, the leader of the Black Sea dragons said. That shouldn't be the case. Young Master Lin had the great dragon sword soul. Could it be that he couldn't block it? The toad said that what was the use of having the great dragon sword soul? He didn't have any resources. He couldn't revive. Furthermore, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had actually revived twice. Who could block it? Damn it, I shouldn't have taken the heaven-swallowing jar. The dark red dragon roared crazily. If the heaven-swallowing jar was in Lin Xian's hands, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't die. The people of the Black Sea dragons also sighed. They had implicated young Master Lin. The Phoenix race. Morong Qingqing waited anxiously. There were cracks on the soul jade token in her hand. She panicked. Was Brother Xian really in danger? She quickly found the dark red dragon and realized that there were cracks on it as well. This time, Morong Qingqing's eyes turned red. She almost fainted. Allure. Many experts of the Phoenix race hurriedly supported him and fed him pills. Morong Qingqing roared crazily. Let's go to the extraterritorial space together. They want to investigate the Sun Palace. The dark red dragon escorted the dragons to the Demon Emperor Mountain. After all, the heaven-swallowing jar couldn't protect them forever. It was better to go to the Demon Emperor Mountain first. The Demon Emperor Mountain had the successor of the Azure Emperor, so it was very safe. Both sides were at peace for a while. After hearing this, Yan Ryu and Monkey's expressions changed. How is this possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. How could Brother Lin die? Yan Ryu said. I want to see it with my own eyes. He left his green lotus in the Demon Emperor Mountain. Then, a few people quickly soared into the sky and charged towards the extraterritorial space. These people had several extreme weapons in their hands. They weren't afraid of extreme power at all. However, when they arrived, they were stunned. Because they realized that the sun had long disappeared. Instead, it had turned into a black hole. It was bobbing up and down. Damn it, we can't enter at all. Monkey's iron rod swept forward. Morong Qingqing's desolate tower also tore through everything. However, the black hole seemed to be able to devour everything. Yan Ryu frowned. The sun itself was a world. It contained endless power and shone brightly. Brother Xian. How did this happen? Morong Qingqing shed tears. She was about to faint. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken the heaven-swallowing jar, don't be anxious. Yan Ryu held the two soul jade pendants, her eyes shining. Although there were cracks on them, they weren't completely broken. This meant that Lin Xian hadn't completely fallen. He might still have a chance. That's right, Monkey said. Brother Lin had so many trump cards. He might have been heavily injured this time. But as long as he didn't die, there would be a chance. Morong Qingqing wiped her tears. Yes, Brother Xian wasn't dead. There was only a crack on it. We have a chance. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. What should we do? Let's take revenge on the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Damn it, let them know how powerful we are. After a short discussion, they decided to kill their way back. Anyway, they couldn't go to the sun now. Lin Xian was in danger, but there was still hope. The only thing they could do now was to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. The people on the buried Emperor Star were in an uproar. Lin Xian had fallen? They couldn't believe it. However, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's confidence shocked everyone. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? First, it was Long Huangzi, then this Lin Wuti. Two emperors had already fallen. Who was next? The battle between emperors was too cruel. Was he really dead? Yu Wudao couldn't believe it. He tried to contact the dark red dragon, but he couldn't contact Murong Qingqing and the others. The people of the Divine Union were crying. Bai Susu and the others were filled with despair. How could this be? The ancestors of the Tao were going crazy. They couldn't bear such an outcome. Dead. The Kuanping race had complicated expressions. The Z Mansion, Gu family, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Now that this peerless enemy was dead, they could finally be at ease. Qilin clapped his hands and laughed when he heard the news. Haha, the heavens are helping me. I don't need to do anything. 2 emperors had fallen. He was too happy. He had fallen. The Nalan clan, the Fire Dragon clan, the Dugu clan, and the other clans that supported Lin Xian fell into despair at this moment. When the Dragon Prince died, they were attacked and hunted down by the 10,000 Dragon Court. Although they had suffered losses, they still had hope in their hearts, and that was Lin Xian. Once Lin Xian fully matured, he would be able to turn the situation around. But now, even Lin Xian had fallen. Then there was no more hope for them. In the future, they would most likely face the endless pursuit of the 10,000 Dragon Court. The Dragon Sea clan, the Basket clan, and the Golden Crow clan were incomparably happy. They jumped out and said that Lin Wudi deserved to die. That was right. He dared to kill the Dragon Prince. He deserved to die. These families were very happy. However, at this time, a precious pagoda descended from the sky, causing the blue race to sway and many palaces to shatter. Some of the blue race's people had died. Damn it, who was it? The people of the blue race roared madly. On the other side, the Dragon Sea clan was also under attack. An iron rod soared through the sky, erupting with power like a god attacking. Many people of the Dragon Sea clan turned into a bloody mist, while the Golden Crow clan was swallowed by the Black Heaven swallowing jar. A group of powerhouses had also fallen. Everyone's scalps went numb. These people were all laughing at Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian had returned? The people of the 3 great families were also terrified, but they soon realized that it wasn't so. The ones who attacked were Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others. These people attacked. Were they taking revenge for Lin Xian? Could it be that he had really fallen? They had some doubts before, but now they were finally sure. Lin Xian had really fallen. Otherwise, why were these friends so crazy? The people of the 3 great families roared madly, but Murong Qingqing and the others ignored them. They directly charged towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. A few extreme weapons shone brightly. Although they hadn't fully recovered, the extreme power they unleashed still shattered the endless sky. At this moment, the people on the buried Emperor Star were terrified once more. This wasn't an extreme weapon. Was a battle about to break out? This battle would probably shatter mountains and rivers and plunge the people into misery and suffering. The expressions of the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court changed drastically. They directly took out the 10,000 Dragon diagram to block. They didn't take the initiative to attack. After all, they didn't have many resources left. The old ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court shouted angrily. Are you courting death? Being attacked by a few juniors made them lose face. Murong Qingqing scoffed coldly. Since you dare to attack Brother Xian, I will kill you all today. The desolate tower released its power. It was as heavy as a mountain and suppressed the 10,000 Dragon Court. The surrounding space kept shattering. The people inside spat out blood crazily. The iron rod swept through the air, sweeping through everything. The heaven-swallowing jar swallowed the heavens and the earth. The 3 extreme weapons exploded at the same time. Their power was terrifying. The 10,000 Dragons diagram was completely suppressed. That damn junior. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were furious. They really couldn't help but want to fully recover. But they still held it in. The old ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court said that it was time to use their allies to invite the Z Mansion and the Gu family. Those elders sent out a signal. Everyone was watching. How was the 10,000 Dragon Court going to deal with it? If they really fully recovered, no one would be able to withstand it. But from the looks of it, the 10,000 Dragon Court was at a disadvantage. An emperor race was actually suppressed by a few youngsters. How shocking. This was probably a scene that hadn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. However, at this moment, heaven and earth shattered. An ancient mirror swept in all directions, releasing the power of extreme Tao. On the other side, a huge cauldron floated up and down. Two dragons surrounded it, releasing a terrifying aura. It was incomparably mysterious. Heavens! Another two extreme-grade weapons, everyone went crazy. Could it be that they were also here to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court? If that was the case, the 10,000 Dragon Court would definitely die. However, they realized that it wasn't the case. After these two extreme weapons appeared, they blocked the desolate tower and the heaven-swallowing jar. They were actually helping the 10,000 Dragon Court. The 10,000 Dragon Court laughed out loud. They held the 10,000 Dragon diagram in their hands and soared into the air. 6 extreme weapons confronted each other in the air. Everyone felt this aura and prostrated themselves on the ground once again. The people of the 3 great orthodoxies also looked up. This power had already surpassed everything. The expressions of the Yi family members changed. Yi Wudao's pupils constricted. It was the Gu family. He felt the power of the Void Realm. The Gu family had actually joined forces with the 10,000 Dragon Court. On the other side, the Kuanping clan, Qilin clan, and Phoenix clan also exclaimed. Void Mirror. Dragon Pattern Cauldron, the Gu family and the Purple Mansion had actually joined forces. The Qilin son snorted coldly. The 10,000 Dragon Court was really something. He originally thought that it was about to shatter, but they actually secretly joined forces. Damn it, looks like I have to find a few allies. His eyes flickered. Damn it, Gu family, what are you trying to do? The dark red divine dragon roared. Morong Qingqing also said. Are you going to fight us? The Gu family member sneered. Lin Wudi was already dead. Why make a big fuss over a dead person? The Zifu disciple laughed as well. That's right. Could it be that you want to start a war? Between heaven and earth, the 6 extreme weapons faced each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. When Morong Qingqing and the others heard the arrogant words of the Gu family and Z mansion, killing intent appeared in their eyes. Countless people were watching this battle, and they were terrified to the extreme. As for the ancient families and great sects, they were also facing a great enemy. The expressions of the monarch families changed. They would not allow this battle to happen. Because once they fought, everything would be destroyed. Even if they could stay out of it, if the buried Emperor Star was destroyed, their families would not be able to survive. Therefore, the experts of the other monarch families came. Everyone, stop. The Yi family's ancestor flew out and said, everyone, stop. Does the Yi family want to interfere? The monkey roared. The Yi family's ancestor sighed. Yi Wudao also came. He looked at Morong Qingqing and transmitted his voice. I know you're angry, but we can't start a war with them now. Their foundations are too strong. Once they fully recover, your lives will be in danger. Qingqing, stop. The Phoenix family's ancestor also walked over. The Kuanping family's expert had come. Everything could be discussed. The other top ancient families, such as the Tianping family, and the 3 great orthodoxies also appeared. For a moment, everyone was trying to dissuade them. Morong Qingqing and the others had solemn expressions. To be honest, they knew that with their current strength, it would be difficult for them to fully recover their extreme weapons. If they really fought, they would not have a good ending. However, they were incomparably angry. It seemed that this matter had to be discussed at length. Morong Qingqing said coldly. The 10,000 Dragon Court, this matter would not end here. One day, you will pay the price. Hearing Morong Qingqing's words, the others heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Not only the 10,000 Dragon Court, but also your allies. Just you wait, we won't let any of you off. In the end, they did not attack and returned with the 3 emperor weapons. The other families heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the buried Emperor Star also calmed down. However, they knew that Lin Xian might have really died. Otherwise, why would Morong Qingqing and the others attack the 10,000 Dragon Court crazily? The fall of a martial monarch's son had left everyone in shock. Many experts shook their heads and sighed. What a pity. This was someone who had the potential to become a great emperor. Morong Qingqing and the others returned. They had not given up on revenge. Instead, they had gathered their strength. They were too weak, so they had to gather enough resources. When the time came, it would be a fully awakened monarch weapon. It was a peerless strike. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was also crazily collecting resources. They would not let Morong Qingqing and the others go. Both sides had calmed down. However, the entire buried Emperor Star was filled with undercurrents. The atmosphere was extremely tense. There were also those who believed that Lin Xian was still alive. After all, he had too many trump cards. However, a year had passed, and the other party had not appeared again. There was no news of him at all. The sun had completely turned into a black hole, and no one had ever walked out of it. This made everyone realize that this genius might really have fallen. The Purple Mansion sect, the Golden Crow clan, the Blue clan, and the Dragon Sea clan. Naturally, he was happy. Now that one of their enemies had fallen, they all started to celebrate. On the other hand, the people from the Divine Union were completely sad. They knew that what awaited them was a shocking storm. In the Sacred Source Tower, Divine General Hai Yuan, Divine General Yun, and the others frowned. Lin Wudi had fallen. How was this possible? They could not believe it. In a mysterious place on the buried Emperor Star, a black-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. He was He Shan. He muttered to himself, "Brat, have you really fallen?" The sun had already turned into a black hole. Inside, countless broken palaces floated up and down. There was also a pill furnace that had completely changed shape. Inside the pill furnace was a sword world. In the sword world, the Hellfire Dragon and the 4 spiritual beasts were all stunned. They waited patiently. Previously, the 10,000 dragon diagram had fully awakened twice. It had shattered Lin Xian and turned him into a bloody mist. They thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, at this moment, the void broke open and a pill charged in. This shocked them. They thought that the 10,000 dragon dynasty had arrived. However, they realized that was not the case. It was a pill that revolved around the Tao. What a terrifying aura. This should have been refined by an emperor. The Hellfire Dragon was shocked. I know. This should be a pill from the pill furnace. He returned to the pill furnace. He did not expect to enter the sword world by chance. Haha. Brat, your life is not meant to end. The Hellfire Dragon waved his claw. He sent the pill into Lin Xian's bloody mist. The pill shone brightly. Lin Xian's shattered body slowly healed. He began to fall into a deep sleep. A year passed and he still did not wake up. Another year passed and Lin Xian opened his eyes. I'm not dead? He looked around in shock. He remembered that back then, the extreme Tao aura had already torn his body apart. Brat, you're awake? That's great, the Hellfire Dragon laughed. The 4 spiritual beasts roared. You're alive. You're really alive. Lin Xian's face was pale. He felt that all the energy in his body was gone. He was very weak. What was going on? Was it the spring of life? He looked down at the mouth of the spring. The Hellfire Dragon, on the other hand, told him everything that happened before. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He naturally remembered that there was a pill in the pill furnace. Didn't the other party break through the void and leave? He actually came back. Furthermore, he had obtained it. It was a pleasant surprise. After surviving a disaster, there would be good fortune. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and activated the emperor's ancient scripture. He began to absorb the power of the pill. The pill entered his body. A part of the power had already dissolved. It made it come back to life. But there was still a part of the power left. Lin Xian was slowly absorbing it. At the same time, the powerful aura of the Spring of Life and the spiritual herbs in the 4 Spirit Valley. It allowed Lin Xian's power to quickly return. In a month, he reached the peak. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. 1,000 Dragons Dynasty, I won't let you go. He wanted revenge. But before that, he still had to break the curse on his body. Lin Xian took out the purple flame from the cauldron. A wisp of purple flame was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than all the power of his 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian knew that this should be the purple sun divine fire. This flame could break the dragon prince's curse. In the next moment, he walked into the purple sun divine fire. His body split open again. The pain almost made him faint. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In this year, Lin Xian had been tempered by the purple sun divine fire. The dragon prince's curse had disappeared without a trace. He could no longer be detected by the Thousand Dragons dynasty. But he didn't come out. After a year of tempering, Lin Xian was already able to withstand the power of the purple sun god fire. Next, it was time to fully absorb it. The 9 suns on the 9 yang divine body kept flashing. Lin Xian's current physique. It was equivalent to the late stage of the great sage. However, there was still a gap between him and a peak saint lord like the golden fire saint. But if he absorbed this purple sun god fire, he would have nothing to fear even if he met someone like the 9 nether demon lord. His physique would be much stronger than these people. 2 years later, Lin Xian completely absorbed the flame. The illusions of the 6 suns on his body were incomparably bright, as if they were real suns. The other 3 were phantoms. This meant that Lin Xian was not far from reaching the late stage of the god body. With the strengthening of his physique and the increase in power of the 9 yang divine body, Lin Xian's combat strength was also much stronger than before. He felt that it was time to leave. With a flash, Lin Xian left the sword world. After coming out, he discovered that his surroundings were pitch black. It was a universe black hole. Around him were broken walls and in front of him. In front of him was a pill furnace that had been beaten out of shape. Lin Xian was shocked. The materials of this pill furnace were too extraordinary. After being attacked by an extreme Dao weapon, it didn't break into pieces and only changed shape. He waved his hand and kept the pill furnace. He wanted to see if there was a chance to restore it in the future. Then, he left. After leaving the sun black hole, Lin Xian came out and discovered that there was no one around in the vast universe. Actually, this was normal. He thought that the 10,000 Dragon Court would be guarding here. But now, it seemed that they didn't do so. Actually, the 10,000 Dragon Court had already determined that Lin Xian had died. Not only them, but the entire buried Emperor Star probably thought so too. I wonder how Qingqing, Ruffian Long, and the others are doing? Lin Xian was worried. After all, if the news of his death spread out, those people would definitely take revenge. Maybe they had already started fighting with the 10,000 Dragon Court. He was extremely worried, so he increased his speed. There was a pair of demonic wings on his back that flapped. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the starry sky of the universe, several figures stopped. One of them looked into the distance in shock. "Grandpa, I think I saw a person fly out from the sun." It was a young man with light flickering on his body. The old man in front looked into the distance, his eyes radiating a terrifying light. He looked carefully for a while and said, "You must have seen wrongly. How could anyone come out alive from the sun? That place had become a forbidden land of death, and no one could walk out of it." A middle-aged woman at the side said, "That's right, maybe someone was passing by. Besides, you're just a kid. What can you see? Come on, let's go back. This time, this sun has been shattered, so we have to find a new one." Now that he had investigated it thoroughly, the next step was to transport the sun over. However, with just our strength, it is simply impossible to accomplish. It is better to ask those emperor clans to take action. After Lin Xian returned to the buried Emperor Star, he first inquired about the situation. It turned out that back then, Morong Qingqing had fought against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. However, she hadn't stopped. Presumably, she had been accumulating strength. After the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty attacked back then, they had calmed down. On the buried Emperor Star, everyone thought that Lin Xian had died. After Lin Xian heard that, he snorted coldly. When the time came, he would give these people a surprise. However, he didn't show himself immediately. Instead, he prepared to go to another world. This was because he had heard news about the Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord. Lin Xian wouldn't forget this person. It was this person who had spread the news about him. That was why they had sent an extreme weapon to kill him. The first person that Lin Xian wanted to deal with was this person. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord wasn't on the buried Emperor Star. Instead, he had gone to another world to conquer. After all, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had used extreme weapons many times. They didn't have many resources left. They had to subdue other worlds to increase the strength of their forces. As a Saint Lord expert, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord naturally went out to sweep through everything. After receiving the news, Lin Xian moved once again. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and left. In the vast universe, there were countless stars. Among them, there was a world that was filled with flames. It wasn't a sun. Instead, it was another world called the Flame Star. The power of the flames in this world was extremely terrifying. At this moment, many dragons had arrived. They swept through everything. The saints on the Flame Star couldn't resist at all. Soon, they submitted. These dragons started to gather spirit veins for the people on the Flame Star to dig out flame god crystals. This was a powerful energy. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord sat in a large hall in the Star World. Looking at the news of a fish in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. After collecting the energy of this world, he would collect the energy of the other two worlds. Then, he would be able to return and report. It could be considered as completing a mission. This time, he had to have a good rest. What he didn't know was that outside the Flame Star, a figure had already descended. A figure that looked like a demonic god. Lin Xian looked at the star world below and narrowed his eyes. His eyes shone with a golden light. They were like the eyes of a god. He could sense the aura of the Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord. The other party was on this star world. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of many dragons. Other than the 10,000 Dragons Court, there were other dragons. It seemed that after this battle, all the dragons except for the dragons of the Black Sea had submitted to the 10,000 Dragons Court. Very good, from here on out, let the 10,000 Dragons Court feel the pain. Lin Xian landed on the ground. The flame aura below was very terrifying, but under Lin Xian's feet, those flame arts rose and fell quickly, as if they were worshipping their king. Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body. In addition, he had absorbed the divine fire, so his flame power was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was walking on flat ground here. In the distance. In the continuous mountain range, endless flaming mountains were erupting. There were many figures moving there. These people were collecting flame god crystals. Among them, there was a woman with a pale face. She was wearing chains and was also collecting flame god crystals. The experts of the dragons beside her were guarding her. Move faster. The guards of the dragons snorted coldly. They waved the weapons in their hands and hit the chained people in front of them. Those people. Most of them were warriors on the Flame Star. Now that they had submitted, they naturally became such coolies. You dare to attack me? The pale-faced woman in front of them was hit by a palm. She immediately turned around and shouted coldly. The guards of the dragons were stunned for a moment before they laughed out loud. Io, I'm so scared. Humph. Do it. Those guards snorted coldly. Another person said, Enough, do you still think you're high and mighty? You're now a prisoner. As the princess of the fire dragon race, you actually dared to submit to that Lin Wudi. It's already good enough that we didn't kill you. Hurry up and serve the 1,000 Dragons dynasty. As he said that, he slapped Fire Dragon Princess's face again. Fire Dragon Princess was knocked to the ground and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was unwilling to accept this, and wanted to fight back. However, the sealing chains on her body sealed her power. Damn it, if Lin Xian was still alive, would you dare to be so arrogant? Fire Dragon Princess roared. Those dragons' guards snorted coldly. Alive? Stop dreaming, he's already dead. He died a few years ago. No one can save you. You'll be slaves forever in this life, these people laughed out loud. You'd better be obedient, or you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the dragon's guards. The surrounding warriors on the flame planet felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to resist. Fire Dragon Princess, on the other hand, shed tears of unwillingness. Lin Xian, are you really dead? She couldn't accept it. Hurry up and do your work. The dragon's guard slapped again and Fire Dragon Princess was sent flying. Try touching her again. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The dragon's guards were even more furious. Who dares to challenge me at this time? Do you want to die? They all turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw a man standing behind them. That man had a handsome face, but his expression was incomparably cold. The endless flames in the surroundings submitted to him. Heavens, is this the fire god? The warriors on the flame planet were shocked when they saw this scene. However, Fire Dragon Princess exclaimed. It's you. At this moment, she felt like she was dreaming. Who are you? One of the dragon's guards roared. Are you here to save Hu Ling-er? Go to hell. He struck out with his palm. However, when this palm landed on Lin Xian was completely unharmed. However, the other party was knocked back, and half of his arm was broken. Then, his entire body was taken care of. The power of the vibration turned him into a bloody mist. What a powerful physique. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. The faces of the dragon's people changed, and they attacked together. Following the roar of a guard leader, more than a dozen dragons quickly rushed over. Ants, unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian stretched out a finger, and a terrifying flame flickered on it. He gently pointed forward. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire void was completely shattered. More than 10 dragons experts were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their bodies were shattered into pieces. It let out a miserable cry. However, they didn't die because Lin Xian didn't want to kill them. A single finger was enough to suppress more than a dozen dragons, causing the surrounding people to go crazy. Was this really a god descending to the mortal world? Lin Xian walked forward and looked at Fire Dragon Lady. He said, You've suffered. Fire Dragon Lady trembled in excitement. Is it really you, Lin Xian, you're still alive? When the people who were suppressed by the dragons heard this, their scalps went numb. What? Lin Xian. He's Lin Wudi. How is this possible? Isn't he already dead? These people have all gone crazy. The cultivators on the blazing star were shocked. They felt that this name was very familiar. However, they weren't people from the buried Emperor star. They only felt that the man in front of them was like a god. They didn't know anything else. Lin Xian waved his hand and broke the chains on Fire Dragon Lady. Then, he took out a pill and gave it to her. You've suffered. Lin Xian used his life force to quickly heal her injuries. Soon, Fire Dragon Lady recovered. She shook her head. I'm too happy. I'm not dreaming, right? You're really alive? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court can't kill me. Moreover, I'm here for revenge this time. After saying this, his eyes exploded with extremely cold killing intent. In the surroundings, the people on the blazing star all knelt down. God, please save us. Lin Xian waved his hand and endless sword chi broke the chains on these people. He said, I can let you regain your freedom. However, you can't go out yet. Hide. Soon, I'll let your enemies go to hell. At that time, you'll be free. Thank you, benefactor. These people were extremely grateful. They all hid. Fire Dragon Lady looked at the people around her and said, What do you plan to do? Lin Xian said, I'll seal them. You can deal with them as you wish. Okay. Fire Dragon Lady nodded. Thank you. She walked over with killing intent in her eyes. During this period of time, the dragons around her would continue to torture her. Today, she wanted 100 times more. 1,000 times more, the dragon's guards all cried. Fire Dragon Lady, please spare us. We didn't do it on purpose. We were just following orders. Please spare our lives. Begging is useless. Soon, they all let out miserable cries. Under Fire Dragon Lady's methods, these people hovered between life and death. In the end, they all died in endless despair. Great! Fire Dragon Lady snorted coldly. I've taken revenge for all these years. She turned around and said, Are you really going to attack all the dragons here? Xianxia nodded. That's right. Is there anyone from your Fire Dragon race here? I can save them. Fire Dragon Lady shook her head. Our Fire Dragon race has been suppressed and many of our people have died. The other people are suppressed on the buried Emperor Star. As for me, I was captured by them. No? Don't worry. When we return, I'll let your fire dragons regain their glory. Now, follow me to kill the Scarlet Flame Dragon God. Fire Dragon Lady was more familiar with this place. Hence, she led the way. At the same time, on the other side, the people from the dragons also received some news. Naturally, they knew that more than 10 dragons' guards had died. The experts of the Dragon Pearl clan furrowed their brows as they watched the dozens of light spots on the formation disappear. They gathered together. What's going on? Who dares to attack our dragons here? Could it be that there are experts hiding on this flame star? That's impossible. The strongest expert of this star world was killed by our Scarlet Flame Dragon God with one slap. Who else would dare to resist? Is it someone from another world? After all, the universe was vast. Even if experts from other worlds came, it might not be certain. However, some people frowned. Who dares to challenge our 10,000 dragon empire? Someone said. Not necessarily. For example, the Divine Union, the Black Sea Dragons, and the others. The moment this was said, some people frowned. They thought of Morong Qingqing, the Dark Red Dragon God, and the others. If these people attacked, that would be troublesome. Someone snorted coldly. They were afraid that they wouldn't dare to come. If they come, we'll kill them. Should we tell the Scarlet Flame Dragon God about this? Someone asked. An elder shook his head. This is just a small matter. Let's not disturb his cultivation. We can deal with it. Lin Xian wasn't just looking for the Scarlet Flame Dragon God for revenge. He wanted to get the 10,000 Dragon God and its allies. All of them were terrified. Hence, along the way, all the cultivators of the dragons had died. In each spirit vein, there weren't many guards of the dragons. There were only a dozen of them. However, along the way, this was still a shocking number. After the elders of the dragons received the news, their expressions turned ugly. Damn it! Go and search. The other party's attack was shocking, killing with one strike. Damn it, are they challenging us? Extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from the eyes of these Dragon Clan experts. An expert from the dragon race said. Look at the path they are taking. They have gone to every single spirit vein along the way. It seemed that they planned to save the people on the flame planet one by one. This way, it would be easy. We could set up a trap at the previous spirit vein in advance. When he comes, we will catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. In the eyes of the dragons, the other party was not one person, but a group of people. That was why they could be so fast. The dragon's elder said. So what if it was a group of people? Gather our elite forces. This time, I will let him know what regret is. The dragons headed to the Spirit Fire Mountain range. This was a very exaggerated spirit vein, a top-grade spirit vein. The dragons had many guards, so the other party would definitely come here. After the dragons came, they set up a formation and hid. They wanted to wait for the rabbit to come. Lin Xian was indeed heading towards the Fire Spirit Mountain range. He was indeed prepared to kill his way here. He would not let anyone from the dragons go. He came to a mountain peak and looked at the mountain range in the distance. He narrowed his eyes. Fire Dragon Girl said, if we do this, the 1,000 Dragons Court will definitely get the news. Maybe they have already set up a trap and are waiting for us. Are we really going to continue like this? Why don't we change places and catch them off guard? A trap? Lin Xian felt that there was indeed a hidden aura in front of him. He smiled. No need, he would go to the mountain range in front of him. Fire Dragon Girl was stunned, but there was danger ahead. Lin Xian smiled. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were broken. I will let them die in the most despair. Let's go, Lin Xian flew forward. Fire Dragon Girl took a deep breath. Absolute strength, the other party was indeed qualified to say such words. In the Spirit Fire Mountain Range, the dragon's guards were mining flame god crystals. At this moment, two figures descended from the sky, causing countless people to look up. The warriors on the Crimson Flame planet were shocked. Who was this person? The dragon's guards snorted coldly. Who was it? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Get down here and speak while kneeling. Just as he finished speaking, a palm slapped down from the sky. The dragon's guard who spoke had his face smashed and was sent flying. He crashed into a distant mountain range, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How dare you challenge us dragons? The other guards shouted angrily. The warriors on the blazing star were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Who is this crazy person? 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, none of you will be able to leave alive today. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded out. He landed below. Damn it, the enemy is you? The guards of the dragons in front of them shouted angrily, you dare to come? Humph, you want to kill us? How laughable. As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a signal. Countless formations flickered in the surroundings as figures of experts appeared in the void one after another. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were more than 100 of them. They completely enveloped Lin Xian. Are there only the two of you? One of the dragons coldly snorted. They went to check the auras in the surroundings. They felt that there must be more experts hiding. However, after checking around, they didn't find anything. There were only the two people in front of them. Who are you? They roared angrily. In front of them, Lin Xian's body was covered in flames that had long enveloped everything like a volcano. Their souls couldn't see each other's faces clearly. Lin Xian said coldly. What, it's only been a short time and you already don't know who I am, no matter who you are. You want to challenge us with just the two of you? You're courting death. Kill him. With an angry roar, the surrounding formations activated countless sword formations. Thunder and flame formations covered the sky and earth as they charged over. Sword energy swept across heaven and earth as thunder descended from the sky. It carried destructive power. These formations were enough to destroy everything. The entire world was completely pierced through. The people of the blazing star were so scared that they fainted. They couldn't resist this power at all. Boom. Boom, boom. Fire Dragon retreated far away and dodged this attack. Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He allowed the power of these formations to hit his body. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the endless void shattered. When the people of the dragons saw this scene, they laughed out loud. Stupid thing, how dare you challenge us? You can't even withstand a single blow. You can kill him in one move. They laughed proudly. However, when the energy disappeared, the smiles on their faces disappeared. Instead, they were horrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. How could it be? You didn't die. They discovered that the man in front of them was unharmed. There wasn't a drop of blood. He just stood there. Impossible. These formations were extremely terrifying. People in the middle stage of the Great Sage realm would definitely die if they encountered them. Even if they were a great sage, they would have to resist for a while. However, the other party didn't resist at all. How strong was the other party's defensive power? Was this the trap that you set up? You can't even withstand a single blow. Your strength really disappoints me. Use whatever other means you have. Otherwise, it will be my turn to counterattack. Lin Xian's voice rang out. The powerhouses of the dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. The elders of the dragons roared and attacked with all their might. Hundreds of dragons' powerhouses attacked together. The divine abilities of the dragons blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked below. The entire mountain range shook violently and was torn apart. At this moment, they disregarded everything and wanted to kill the other party. It's over. We're going to die. The martial artists on the fiery star were in despair. Such power was enough to kill them with one strike. At this moment, they discovered a golden palm that enveloped them like a mountain, blocking all the attacks. Lin Xian stretched out his palm. On one hand, he protected the martial artists on the fiery star. On the other hand, facing the attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He punched out again, one punch shattered heaven and earth. The divine abilities that filled the sky were all shattered. The hundreds of dragons' powerhouses felt their blood boil. How was this possible? Were they crazy? The other party's punch was so powerful. Who exactly were you? They roared. They had guessed that it might be Murong Qingqing, Monkey, and the others. However, it was completely different from the person in front of him. The flames on Lin Xian's body slowly disappeared, revealing his true face. What? You don't even recognize me? It's you. When the elders of the dragons saw this face, they were completely stunned. How could they not recognize this face? They would never forget it even in their dreams. Lin Wudi, this was impossible. If you're dead, how could you appear here? They roared crazily. Could it be that the other party was not dead? However, this was too unbelievable, an apex weapon and 2 full-strength attacks. If the other party could survive, how terrifying would he be? However, what was going on with this person in front of them? No, they had to report this to the Blazing Dragon Legion. This was big news. They wanted to escape. However, the surrounding flames surged into the sky, forming a world of flames that directly blocked everyone's path. Lin Xian's appearance stunned the people from the dragons. For a moment, they were all stunned. However, Lin Xian acted decisively and slammed his palm forward. The person in front of him instantly turned into a bloody mist, his body pierced through. The few people beside him also vomited blood and flew backwards. Miserable cries could be heard. Their screams brought the people from the dragons back to their senses. Damn it! Counterattack, an elder from the dragons shouted angrily, his body surrounded by terrifying thunder. He was from the Thunder Dragon clan. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. He realized that Lin Xian had unknowingly appeared in front of him, less than half a meter away from him. At this distance, sensing the other party's aura, the Thunder Dragon's elder's body trembled. He couldn't control himself and wanted to kneel down. Die, he shouted angrily. He didn't allow himself to be afraid of a young man. He slapped out with his palm. The thunder on this palm turned into a thunder dragon, roaring crazily and shattering the endless void. With a boom, this palm slapped Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the endless thunder disappeared. How was that possible? The elder was stunned. He was in the middle stage of the Great Sage, and a terrifying expert. Could it be that this palm couldn't break the other party's defense? The other party was only in the early stage of the Great Sage. How could the difference be so great? Lin Xian sneered. Ignorant ant. He slapped towards the other party's shoulder. With a crack, the other party's shoulder instantly shattered. White bones appeared and blood dripped. That pain almost caused the elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe to faint. The difference was too great, he wanted to retreat. However, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a saber light appeared, directly cutting off the other party's legs. A miserable sound was heard. The Thunder Dragon's elder screamed crazily. He quickly retreated. The laws on his body surrounded him, and his broken body healed. Then, in the next moment, a large hand enveloped him. All the bones in his body shattered, and blood dripped from his fingertips. No. The elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe was terrified. However, it was useless. Under this palm, it turned into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Lin Xian loosened his grip and looked at Ba Huang. The surrounding people looked terrified. The other party was too strong. Everyone attacked together. An angry roar. Those people once again attacked from all directions. Lin Xian allowed these people to attack as he struck out with his palms. More than a dozen figures turned into a bloody mist. Then, with another kick, the 7 figures shattered into pieces. It was as if Lin Xian had entered an unstoppable realm, sweeping through all directions. In the blink of an eye, half of the 100 dragons had fallen. As for the remaining ones, they were all injured, and their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, Lin Wudy, don't be so arrogant. Do you want to become enemies with the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Another middle-aged man walked out and roared madly. Think clearly about the consequences of being our enemy. You can live once, but can you live a second time? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. Cracks appeared on his entire body. Lin Xian came to the other party's side and grabbed the other party's head. He laughed coldly. You dare to threaten me? You want to kill me a second time? Do you think that's possible? With a wave of his hands, the other party's limbs were broken. A miserable voice rang out. I'm an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? If you kill me, you're dead meat, is that so? Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly shattered the other party's head. The elder's corpse fell from the sky. The other people felt their scalps go numb as they begged for mercy. Young Master Lin, please spare our lives, we had no choice. Young Master Lin, on account of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, why don't you stop? We'll apologize to you. Apologize? Lin Xian's eyes turned cold as he smiled. Sure, all of you kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me to apologize. I'll give you a quick death. What? Kowtow and apologize? You still have to die. The surrounding dragons were furious. The other party was too despicable. Don't go too far. Another old man roared angrily. However, he was split apart by Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian grabbed the other party's broken body and laughed coldly. Going too far? Your 10,000 Dragon Dynasty used an extreme weapon against a young junior like me. Don't you think you're going too far? Don't you think you're going too far with more than 100 powerhouses against me? What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian roared angrily. Just this voice alone was enough to destroy the old man's soul. Break out, one after another, angry roars sounded out. Lin Xian and the others couldn't win at all. They could only quickly attack the array formation. However, this array formation was set up by Lin Xian and it contained an extremely powerful 9-yang divine flame. The power of this flame caused countless people to burn when they got close. They retreated in fear. Damn it, let's fight it out. These people shouted angrily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to fight it out with me? He formed a seal with his palms, and 6 suns appeared on his body, sweeping in all directions. It was as if 6 real suns had descended into the world. The entire world was instantly set ablaze. The scorching heat caused the world to burn, and the people inside screamed crazily. No, what is this? Why do I feel so scared? My body can't withstand such terrifying flames. Horrified screams sounded one after another. Under the 6 suns, everyone was set ablaze. They wanted to extinguish the flames, but they couldn't. In the end, everything disappeared into thin air. Everyone was reduced to ashes, and nothing remained. The 6 suns flew into Lin Xian's body and disappeared. The flames between heaven and earth disappeared. The people on the flame planet were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Dead. More than 100 dragons' powerhouses had all fallen. One had to know that these people could sweep through their entire world. But now, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from a single person. What kind of power was this? They looked at Lin Xian with respect as if they were facing a god, and all of them prostrated on the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and split the chains on these people. Then he said, "You are free." The next moment, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Fire Dragon Girl hurriedly followed. The two of them disappeared, leaving behind the shocked martial artists below. On the Flame Planet, within the majestic Flame Palace, some of the powerful beings of the dragon race were extremely shocked. Something had happened, and more than 100 experts had fallen. This made them unable to believe it. What was going on? A sage-level elder walked over and asked coldly. The people below hurriedly explained the matter. That sage-level elder's face turned gloomy after hearing it. There was an enemy? You even set up a trap. Who was the enemy? How did they fall? Let's go. Quickly follow me to the Fire Spirit Mountain Range. These people soared into the sky. They headed to the Fire Spirit Mountain Range. When they arrived, they were dumbfounded. The Fire Spirit Mountain Range was shattered, and blood swept across heaven and earth, turning into a sea of blood. At this moment, there was no one left. Apart from the corpses of the dragon's powerhouses, there was nothing else. They were all dead. The people who rushed over couldn't believe it. More than 100 experts had all fallen, and not a single one was alive. Who was it that did this? Who exactly is it? How dare you attack our dragon clan? You must have eaten the heart of a leopard. The elders of the dragon started to roar frantically. The other youths and guards were terrified as they felt a wave of apprehension. Too powerful. Someone is targeting us dragons. Are we going to be wiped out? At this moment, an elder of the dragon spoke coldly. What kind of joke is this? Our remaining people are even stronger. There are a few saints and even the scarlet flame dragon overlord. Do you think those people can withstand it no matter how strong they are? Yes, that's right. Once these words were spoken, the young martial artists regained their confidence. They still have many experts on their side. They will definitely be able to withstand it. Another elder said and walked back. At the same time, he gathered everyone back. We will guard the main hall. If those people want to make a move on us, they will definitely attack our main hall. At that time, we will decide the victor. These people quickly returned to the main hall. At the same time, they sent out a signal for everyone on this planet to quickly return. The martial artists of the dragons frowned. What's going on? Asking them to return at this time? Did something happen? When they returned and heard that many of their elite experts were killed, they were all stunned. This is impossible. This was impossible, right? Who could be so audacious, find the enemy and tear him into pieces? One must know that hundreds of experts meticulously set up a trap. How terrifying is that force, but now, they were all wiped out and they didn't even know who the enemy was. We will know soon enough. I think that group of people will definitely come. They will guard the main hall. On the other side, Lin Xian left the Spirit Fire mountain range and went to other mountain ranges. He realized that the people there had already left. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like they had already received the news and should have gathered together. He looked at Fire Dragon Lady and asked, "Do you know where their base is?" Fire Dragon Lady nodded and led the way. 2 days later, Lin Xian stopped and looked at the majestic palace and mansion in front of him. His eyes flickered with astonishment. Is this the place? He looked at Fire Dragon Lady and said, "Wait here. I will go there myself." Fire Dragon Lady took a deep breath. "Young master, be careful. Don't worry, they won't be able to hurt me." Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light and flew into the distance. There were many guards guarding the residence of the dragons. Some people were chatting. I think those enemies don't even dare to come. That's right, they only dare to launch sneak attacks. They don't dare to fight us head-on. Who do those people think they are? If they dare to come to my dragons, I will definitely destroy them. The eyes of these guards were filled with arrogance. Kill me? I'm standing right here. You can try. At this moment, a voice rang out. As soon as he said this, all the guards in the mansion were stunned. Who's talking? The next moment, they saw a figure walking over. Who are you? They saw that the person opposite them was covered in flames, as if he was a fire god. The terrifying heat spread out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. No one answered them. What answered him was only a terrifying flame. The 2 guards were instantly reduced to ashes. The surrounding guards were also alarmed and rushed over. Who was it? It was the enemy. Attack quickly. They quickly attacked. Lin Xian waved his hand and unleashed a sky full of fire dragons. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged forward. Those guards were enveloped and let out miserable cries in the end. Damn it, what's going on? What a terrifying flame. This is the aura of the dragons. Why are they the dragons' people? They went crazy and let out miserable cries. These guards were terrified and in despair. Previously, they had gathered together and chatted. They even mocked their opponents for only daring to launch sneak attacks and not fight head-on. In their opinion, no one was a match for the dragons. But now? The other party gently waved his hand, and the countless dragons on their side couldn't resist. Was there such a terrifying person in the world? And it was an expert of the dragons. They couldn't figure out who the other party was. In despair, these people were all burned to ashes. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the people in the mansion. There's the aura of flames, not good, our people are falling. It seems that the enemy is here, let's go. Some dragons experts rushed out. Before they could go out, they saw the door of the mansion shatter with a bang. Immediately after, the fire dragons covered the sky and charged over. The warriors of the dragons at the front were all sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were charred black. What a terrifying flame. These people were terrified as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't know how many enemies had come this time. Thousands? Tens of thousands, they weren't sure. Everyone's gaze turned to the front. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. A figure surrounded by flames walked over with large strides. Every step caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was as if a fire god had descended. What a terrifying figure. This person was definitely a top-notch expert. The powerhouses of the dragons were extremely nervous. They didn't know how many people there would be after this. But after waiting for a long time, they found that there was only one figure in front of them. There was no one else. What? Only one person? They were stunned. This was impossible. They couldn't believe that a person dared to be so bold. Quickly investigate and see if there's any trap. These people stretched out their souls and searched everywhere. But they found that there was no one around. There was only one person in front of him. Lin Xian smashed the door with a single palm strike and walked in. Looking at the stunned faces around him, he laughed coldly. Where was the red flame dragon god? Tell him to scram out and die. Hearing this voice, the stunned dragon clan cultivators in front of them all regained their senses. They hollered in rage. Damn, who are you? Why are you attacking us dragons? You dare to be rude to the red flame dragon god. Do you want to die? Angry roars rang out one after another. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He waved his hand and a terrifying light flew out. Immediately, those roaring people screamed miserably and turned into ashes. The others were terrified. The power of the flame was too terrifying. At that moment, an elder walked out and said, "We don't know who you are and don't know about your grievances with the dragons. But I want to remind you that we dragons belong to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is an emperor race and I don't need to tell you how strong they are. Offending us is the same as offending the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. How many heads do you think you have? Do you dare to go against us? Lin Wudi, have you heard of him? He is a young emperor, but wasn't he still killed by us? Now, obediently kowtow and apologize, and accept our punishment. Otherwise, you will end up like Lin Wudi." Why were they talking nonsense with him? No matter how strong he was, could he be a match for an emperor race? Once an extreme weapon was used, even if he had 10,000 lives, it wouldn't be enough. As he finished speaking, the eyes of the dragons exploded with a cold light. Lin Xian's eyes flashed when he heard the other party's words. These people thought that he was dead. How dare they threaten him with extreme weapons? He looked at the smug elder of the dragons in front of him and suddenly attacked. He punched out, and the flames on it surged into the sky, turning into the illusion of 6 suns. It was like the 6 paths world. This was the combination of the divine fire and the 6 paths fist. With a boom, the elder of the dragons instantly shattered and turned into a bloody mist. His soul was burned by the flames, and his body and soul were destroyed. He was dead. The surrounding warriors of the dragons were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They couldn't believe that a powerful elder of the dragons was killed in one move. Who was this person? He wasn't human at all. This was something that only a demon god could do. Damn it. At this moment, someone roared. He dared to kill our elder. Kill him, these people roared crazily. Their eyes were red as they strode over. They surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Kill me? I think you're the ones going to hell. Everyone, attack together. Don't hold back. The warriors of the dragons were completely enraged. They walked out. With a roar, the dragon blood on their bodies surged, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Some of them stretched out their terrifying dragon claws, while others threw out their terrifying dragon tails. Some of them changed their bodies and directly turned into giant dragons. One of them was surrounded by lightning, and he turned into a lightning dragon that was 100 feet long. He roared at the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. Another person turned into a terrifying fire dragon, sword dragon, cloud dragon, and wind dragon. They covered the sky and roared. On the fiery planet, the native warriors looked at this scene in the distance and knelt on the ground in fear. Heavens, this scene made them feel like they were watching a legend. The dragons were angry. Who dared to anger them? In the distance, Fire Dragon Lady also clenched her fists nervously. Although Lin Xian was strong, could he withstand tens of thousands of dragons? With just you? Although Lin Xian was surrounded, he looked in all directions with a disdainful expression. The next moment, he took a step forward, and the divine fire on his body erupted. The power of the 9 yang divine body was displayed. It turned into 6 sun phantoms that revolved around him. As soon as the 6 suns appeared, monstrous flames shattered the sky. At this moment, many powerful dragons were sent flying, their huge bodies smashing everything in their path. Lei Long's body was charred black as he screamed in pain. The sword dragon held in grief. Wind dragon and cloud dragon were badly mutilated. At this moment, just the aura alone was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Lin Xian's strength was top-notch, and even the Emperor's son might not be a match for him. In addition, he had absorbed the Dragon Prince's bloodline before, and then he had fought his way out of death. He obtained a wisp of purple sun divine fire. This allowed his 9 yang divine body to make another breakthrough. Its current power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, how could these dragons be a match for them? Damn it, why was he so strong? The dragon's men kept roaring as they were sent flying by the flames on their opponents' bodies. Their faces were filled with terror. Let me do it. At this moment, an old man walked over. His body was covered in dragon scales. He was an elder, a saint-level elder. After he walked over, he sent out a palm strike. It was like a flaming cloud that enveloped the world. Lin Xian snorted and sent out a punch. A sky-shattering sound echoed. The old man's palm shattered and he was sent flying. No, the dragon's men were about to kneel. This was a saint. The great sage's late-stage strength was extremely powerful and no one was a match for him. But now, he was injured by a single punch. The old man should be a peak-level saint. How could such a person come, so powerful? That saint elder's face was filled with terror. His body was shaking and his blood was surging. Lin Xian looked at the old man with astonishment. You actually didn't die. It seems like your physique is extraordinary. He was indeed shocked. It might be a casual punch, but with his current strength, it was impossible for the old man to be injured. Even a regular saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. The old man's body had cracks and wasn't shattered. It was indeed out of his expectations. That saint elder's face became extremely ugly. Lin Xian could kill a saint with a single punch. What a joke, he was a dragon and his bloodline was extremely powerful. His physique was even more unparalleled. But now, he was receiving such an evaluation. He couldn't accept it. Damn it, I am going to kill you. He rushed over and his body transformed while the dragon scales on his body burst out. The terrifying dragon claws had sharp power and seemed to be even more terrifying than saint artifacts. 2 pairs of dragon claws slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Haha, die. The saint elder sneered. The surrounding dragon clan members also laughed when they were hit by this kind of power. Lin Xian's body would definitely be shattered and he would definitely die. Clang, there was a sky-shattering sound and the saint elder's expression became fearful. He realized that he didn't even break Lin Xian's defense. How is this possible? Is Lin Xian wearing a divine armor? Lin Xian looked at the old man and laughed. You are too weak and can't even break my defense. While speaking, he reached out and grabbed the old man's dragon claws. He gently waved. There was a cracking sound and the dragon claws that were even more terrifying than saint artifacts were instantly broken. Ah, the saint elder let out a miserable cry. Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Lin Xian's leg flew out and kicked the old man's body. The old man felt as if he was struck by lightning. He flew out and smashed into countless palaces. His body was shattered into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. One kick and his soul was destroyed. He died again. The surrounding dragon's experts were terrified. This time, it was a saint who made a move. But he couldn't even block one move. What was wrong with this person? Why was he so terrifying, damn it? Two people flew over from the distant palace. They were a middle-aged man and a woman. They were both saints. After they arrived, they said coldly that everyone should form a formation to kill him. The two of them took out two saint artifacts from their storage rings. The terrifying saint artifacts bloomed with radiance and attacked at the same time. The formation bombarded him, but Lin Xian wasn't afraid. His physique was able to defend against everything. Then he stomped his foot and charged forward. He stretched out his palms and attacked the two saints. Damn it, how dare you, the two saints shouted angrily. Was Lin Xian going to fight the two of them alone? He was looking down on them, the middle-aged man on the left roared. In his hand, there was a bronze hammer. As it swayed, it carried the power of laws. It was a terrifying saint artifact. The woman on the right held a pagoda in her hand. As it opened and closed, it was as if millions of mountains were falling from the sky. The two of them used all their strength. The entire world was constantly shattering. The surrounding dragon's experts also roared crazily. Kill him, they attacked the dragons from afar and activated the formation at the same time. The monstrous power was all aimed at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his fists and attacked the two saint artifacts. A voice that shook the heavens sounded. At the same time, the illusion of 6 suns appeared and flew in all directions. Those suns shredded the formation and enveloped the dragon's experts. Those who were hit were all turned into ashes. The others were also sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, how dare you! When the two sages saw this scene, they shouted angrily. They wanted to help, but Lin Xian's hands blocked their saint artifacts. Do you want to leave now? The power on his palms erupted, turning into 2 terrifying sword lights that slashed forward. The 2 saint artifacts were repelled, and the 2 sages' chi and blood were in turmoil. He's too strong, let's fight it out with him. Unity of man and artifact, their bodies merged with the saint artifacts, and they quickly rushed over. A loud boom rang out, and Lin Xian's arm felt numb from the impact. This was incredible. These two still had such a technique up their sleeves. His face was gloomy, and then he formed a seal with his left hand. Demonic god seal, with a palm strike, the pagoda was sent flying with a bang. The middle-aged woman also vomited blood, and half of her body turned into a blood mist. On the other side, the demonic god finger flew out and tapped on the bronze hammer, causing the middle-aged man's body to be pierced, and he let out a miserable scream. How can he be so strong? Run away. The 2 great sages' faces were ugly. If they continued fighting, the remaining people would all die. It seemed that they could only run away. Lin Xian looked at the 2 people in front and sneered. Want to run away? Today, none of you can escape. He slowly raised his hands, and the 9 suns split the sky, sweeping across the world. A vast flame danced in the air and swept out in all directions. On his body, the illusion of 9 suns appeared, and 6 of them were incomparably solid. As if they were real suns, they instantly shrouded the world. These flames erupted together. The 9 suns' divine fire was the flame of the purest yang, and its power was incomparably terrifying. These flames also had a trace of faint purple light, which was the purple sun's divine fire. The power of the Emperor's fire. With a monstrous status, it swept across the world. At this moment, the void shattered, the palace collapsed, and the surrounding people were instantly pierced by the flames. The 2 great sages' faces were also ugly. Retreat quickly. The 2 of them frantically retreated. However, they were hit by the 2 suns, and their bodies were ignited. No, they roared crazily and used all their strength to defend. However, the saint artifacts also melted in the sun. They were completely crazy and in despair. Red Flame Ancestor, save us. At the most critical moment, they sent out a cry for help. There was an even more terrifying saint in seclusion here, the Scarlet Flame Saint. He was probably the only one who could save them. However, it was too late. As soon as they shouted, their bodies melted and their souls were extinguished. Everything in the world ceased to exist in the raging flames. When the 9 sun illusions disappeared, the entire mansion was razed to the ground. Lin Xian was the only one standing in the pitch-black land, looking like a demon god. In the distance, the people on the blazing star looked at the scene in the sky in shock. They knelt down and kept worshipping. The appearance of 9 suns meant that the sun god had descended. Are they here to save us? They crawled towards the distance with hope. On the other side, in the void, Fire Dragon Lady's pupils contracted. She could feel the aura of the dragons disappearing quickly. After that, he could no longer feel it. They had all died. So many elders, including the 3 great sage lords, had died. This was all done by Lin Xian alone. He didn't use a legendary saint weapon, nor did he use the power of an extreme Dao weapon. Was he already so terrifying with his own strength? No wonder he dared to go alone. Perhaps he could really kill the Scarlet Flame Saint. After all, Lin Xian's trump card was very terrifying. Lin Xian stood on the ground and looked at the ashes around him. His eyes were cold. These people deserved it. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't have ended up like this. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The blazing flame dragon lord hadn't come out yet. Lin Xian wouldn't leave. His eyes flashed with the power of reincarnation as he looked around. Soon, he looked down at the ground. With a cold snort, he stomped his foot and the ground cracked open, forming a canyon that was 1,000,000 miles wide. Lin Xian said coldly, "Are you still going to hide under the ground? Come out and die." "Who is it? How dare you disturb my cultivation?" Beneath the ground, a cold voice rang out, bringing with it endless fury. The clouds in the sky were collapsing. At the same time, there were 4 cold voices. "How dare you disturb a saint's cultivation? Do you want to die? Men, take him down." 4 figures flew out. They were 4 young people, the geniuses of the 10,000 Dragon Court. After they came out, they wanted to summon the dragons. But when they looked around and saw that the ground had been razed to the ground, they were stunned. Where was this? Where was the residence of the dragons? "Saint, this is bad." The voices of the 4 young geniuses trembled. "Humph, didn't I tell you to be calm when you encounter problems? You have to be calm even if the primordial demon mountain collapses in front of you. Have you forgotten what I taught you?" A cold snort sounded. The 4 young people's faces turned pale. They were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. The voice came from below again. "I want to see what can make you so panicked." A figure stepped into the air and rose into the air. He came to the ground with a powerful flaming dragon's might. After coming out, he was stunned and his pupils constricted. What was going on? The surrounding ground was charred black as if it had been burned by fire. Where was the residence of the dragons? Where were the saints of the dragons? What was going on? The red flame dragon god shouted coldly. "We don't know." The 4 young people were so scared that they were about to cry. In the end, they raised their heads and pointed at the person in front. "It's him, we saw him after we came out. He was the one who attacked." Someone dared to attack in the territory of the dragons? The red flame dragon god turned his head. In the next moment, he frowned. "Who are you?" he shouted coldly. He felt a familiar aura from the other party, but he felt that it was an illusion and it couldn't be that person. "Red flame dragon god, have you gone senile? You don't even recognize me." Lin Xian laughed coldly. "I am here to take revenge on you." "Take revenge on me? Who are you? What a joke." The red flame dragon god scoffed coldly. "I have killed too many people. What kind of cat or dog are you? Show me your identity, and I won't kill nameless people." Lin Xian laughed. "Since you want to die, I will let you know." The flames on his body slowly disappeared and all of them entered his body. In the next moment, his face appeared. "Why? Do you remember? It's you?" The red flame dragon god looked at the young and handsome face, dumbfounded. How could he forget this person? One had to know that this face had been deeply imprinted in the souls of the Dragon Clan's experts. Because it was this person who killed the Dragon Prince. He was their peerless enemy, but this was something that happened a few years ago. Didn't he die under an extreme weapon? Why would he appear here? Impossible. The red flame dragon god shook his head frantically. You can't be that person is already dead. His heart and soul are destroyed. He can't be revived. Who are you? Are you his friend? Are you trying to scare me with this method? Ridiculous. Go to hell. End of chapter 5199. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.